Battling Records of the Chosen One chapter 1563 to chapter 1616. Between heaven and earth, the horns were loud and the war drums were thunderous. The 210,000 soldiers of the 7 regions attacked from different directions and different areas. Treasures and Tao arts that covered the heavens and the earth flashed up, and they developed into various terrifying phenomena as they charged towards the temporary campsite. It was dense, just like a storm, the void was chaotic, the earth was shaking, and the world lost its color at this moment, submerged by the gorgeous and magnificent light. That scene was like the end of the world. It was too horrible, even Xiaohao and Ruawu couldn't help but gasp when they saw the scene, and their faces changed slightly. And Kuan Bachio and other top sages had already taken action before such a full-scale attack. They moved horizontally in the void and rushed up to kill. Their target was Lin Sun. The situation had suddenly become extremely dangerous. However, at the same time, Lin Sun waved his sleeves, and a divine rainbow swept up. There were a total of 24 formation flags refined by a group of holy treasures. They swept into different directions of the temporary camp and disappeared in a flash. In the depths of the ground where no one could see, a dazzling light suddenly emerged from the Taoist pattern formation that had been covered, as if waking up from silence. Boom! 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 In a flash, the world was turned upside down. 8 defensive formations rose from the ground, and the dense and vast Taoist pattern formation spread out like a vast ocean, covering the huge temporary camp. Looking from a distance, it was like a magnificent giant eggshell, inverted on the temporary camp, reflecting a dazzling golden light curtain. In the light curtain, the Taoist pattern, like the light rain of flying immortals, flowed and evolved into illusory phantoms of gods. Some of them meditated solemnly, some recited scriptures, and some wandered around with halberds in their hands. It was just like a kingdom of gods, brilliant, sacred, boundless, and unshakable. 8 defense formation. At the same time, Lin Sun made a gesture with his fingers, and 4 holy treasures refined as formation plates swept out and disappeared in the void. Rise! Lin Sun shouted like thunder in spring. Boom! A grand formation that was formed from dazzling starlight suddenly surged into appearance 300 m away from where his figure stood. As soon as it appeared, it was like an expanse of the starry sky had appeared in the world, and it emanated a boundless, cold, and vast feeling of terror. Absolute sky of the 4-terminal formation, Lin Sun completed a series of movements in an instant, incredibly fast. At this moment, the group of sages had arrived. Boom! Deafening and terrifying sounds of collision resounded out in the sky, and it was simply like numerous volcanoes had erupted at the same time. Blazing rays of light shot out while a rain of light raged, and it caused this entire expanse of the heavens and the earth to shake. What? Screams rang out. As expected, they had already set up a great formation. In the distance, the eyes of the group of peak saints flickered. They were bewildered and somewhat surprised. In their field of vision, the place where Lin stood was like a starry sky, with rivers of stars flowing, drifting, and twinkling, drawing mysterious and obscure trajectories. Previously, all of their attacks had been dissolved when they collided with the formation. On the other hand, Lin Sun stood towering in the starry sky with his black hair fluttering in the wind, and his entire body bathed in brilliant starlight. He was pure and ethereal, and he simply seemed like a son of the stars. Rumble. Following that, a series of intensive and ear-piercing collisions rang out, covering the sky and earth, surging in all directions and causing the earth to crack. Then, exclamations rang out incessantly. The temporary camp was covered by a layer of golden light curtain, and the Taoist pattern formation turned into the phantoms of various deities sitting in it, like a kingdom of deities. The terrifying attacks whizzing in from all directions were all blocked by the golden light curtain, causing collisions, but they could not shake it at all. The army of the 7 regions was restless and couldn't believe it. They had thought that this attack alone would be enough to destroy the temporary camp. But who would have thought that such a shocking change would happen? What kind of formation was that? How could it block the attack of their army? In the temporary camp, Xiaohao and Ruawu's tense hearts both relaxed at this moment, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Just now, they almost couldn't help but attack, laughing in the heavens. Ye Chen, Yu Jianming, and the other experts of the ancient desolation realm also cheered at this moment. No one knew how nervous, perturbed, and depressed they were before. They all thought that under this attack, it was very likely that they would suffer heavy casualties. But who would have thought that a golden light curtain that covered the sky and the sun appeared, protecting all of them in it, all of them unscathed? This made them all feel as if they were in a dream. When they looked at Lin Sun's figure standing in the void again, they couldn't help showing excitement, fanaticism, and excitement. These days, they all knew that Lin Sun had been busy setting up the formation day and night, but no one knew how powerful the means he had set up was. But now, they understood, but the golden light curtain emitted sacred light, brilliant and vast, like the most unbreakable fortress in the world, enveloping the temporary camp. And at the forefront, the heavenly slaying formation turned into the image of the starry sky, reflecting around Lin Sun, emitting obscure and palpitating fluctuations. All of this surprised and caught the army of the 7 regions off guard, and their faces were uncertain. Humph. It's just a big formation, we can just destroy it. Kuanbachio snorted coldly. It's not like we haven't trampled this place in the past battles of the 9 regions. Some people laughed grimly. So what if there was a big formation to stop them, 72 top sages and 210,000 soldiers, how could they just be decoration? Just trample it. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and his expression was calm. He said indifferently, didn't you just ask why we didn't build a city? Because, we lack materials. Now that you are here, we can finally start. Kuanbachio sneered. This guy couldn't even protect himself, and he still wanted to build a city? This was simply insane and completely insane. Attack! A group of top sages roared. Boom! The vast sound of horns and fierce war drums resounded between heaven and earth again. The army of the 7 regions besieged with all their strength, attacking like the wind. Each and every one of them was like a fierce devil, and they didn't hesitate to attack. Splendid and magnificent Taoism. All kinds of treasures. As if they didn't cost anything, they poured down densely between heaven and earth. The scene was extremely chaotic and terrifying. Even though they knew that there was a big formation to protect them, the experts of the ancient desolation realm couldn't help but feel nervous. This kind of attack was too horrible, like a flood that could easily crush and wipe them out. However, when they saw that these attacks, no matter how fierce and terrible they were all blocked by the big formation without exception, the experts of the ancient desolation realm gradually relaxed. On the other hand, the faces of the army of the 7 regions were gloomy and exasperated. A big formation couldn't be shaken, they didn't believe it. For a moment, their attacks became more and more fierce. Many true sages and kings of the longevity tribulation all used their real strength. However, they didn't notice that deep under their feet, there were many Tao path diagrams running quietly. Go to hell. High in the sky, a group of top sages had already attacked the killing formation of heavens in front of Lin Sun. Their attacks were undoubtedly more terrifying. The power of Taoism they used and the power of the holy treasures they controlled could be said to be extremely terrifying. Under such attacks, the killing formation of heavens tumbled and the stars around it flickered chaotically. Little bastard, didn't you say that you suppressed the city of Tao protectors in the blood demon ancient realm all by yourself? Why don't you come out now? Someone laughed sarcastically. I just don't want you to miss the wonderful scene when I build the city. Lin Sun's voice was indifferent. Ha ha ha, boy, are you crazy? The big formation in front of you is about to be broken, and you still want to build a city? Many people were amused and burst into laughter. It was indeed ridiculous. With the army in front of them, did this guy think he could stop them with these formations? At this moment, even the experts of the ancient desolation realm in the temporary camp were shocked. How could Lin Sun still have the mood to think about building a city at this time? It's almost time. Open your eyes and watch. But Lin Sun suddenly took a step forward, pointed to the distance, and gently spat out a word from his lips, rise. Boom, 30 li away, there was a densely packed enemy army entrenched in the ground. But under their feet, runes suddenly rushed out and filled the sky. They were as dazzling as great suns as they rose from the ground. In the blink of an eye, the Earth Punishment Formation appeared in the sky. At the instant it circulated, a myriad of divine swords that were condensed from talisman markings shot out in a dense array that covered the heavens and the earth. Oh no! Dodge! Screams resounded, but it was too late to dodge. In that area, all the enemies who were covered by the formation suffered a fatal blow. Puff, 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 group after group of figures were slaughtered by the peerlessly swift and fierce sword chi like weeds, causing fresh blood and shattered corpses to spray into the surroundings. In an instant, at least hundreds of people were killed, including several true sages who didn't have time to move, rumble. When the Earth Execution killing formation operated at full power, it was as if there were countless divine swords whistling out in a frenzy. They slaughtered the universe with an unparalleled might. The enemies in the nearby area were completely covered by it. They didn't even have time to dodge. They were swept, crushed, and killed by the torrent of sword chi. The horrible power caused chaos in the field. Exclamations, screams, roars, and shrill screams were heard incessantly. In an instant, the top sages who were bombarding the heavenly slaying formation all narrowed their eyes and changed their faces slightly. In the vicinity of this area, there was actually a boundlessly terrifying killing formation lying in ambush, but from the beginning to the end, they didn't notice it at all. In the temporary camp, the overmatches of the ancient desolation realm also gasped and widened their eyes in excitement. Was this the real killing move of Lin Sun's ambush? It was too fierce. In just a few breaths, more than 3,000 enemies had been killed by the Earth Punishment Formation. Bones and blood were piled up on the ground, and the smell of blood rose to the sky. Some overmatches who were lucky enough to escape the killing formation turned pale with fright, as if they had just escaped from death. The scene just now was undoubtedly too bloody and horrible. The bloody and domineering scene caused the atmosphere in the surroundings to become strangely silent. At this time, Lin Sun said indifferently, "Everyone, please take a look. The bones and blood will become part of the materials for building the city." Speaking of this, Lin Sun added coldly, "Of course, this is only a small part, far from enough." Kuan, Bachio and the other top sages looked gloomy. However, it was only a few thousand casualties. Among the strong who died, there were only a few true saints. This loss could not affect them much. "Everyone, send a group of people to resist and bombard that formation," someone shouted. The Earth Punishment Formation in the distance was still running, shooting out thousands of divine swords in all directions. It was fierce and domineering, causing harm to the strong in the 7 regions nearby. Immediately, more than a dozen top sages went out to suppress and bombard the power of the Earth Punishment Formation. "Everyone, this is just the beginning. Even if it is to break the formation, there is no need to hurry." Lin Sun looked calm and not surprised at all, as if everything was within his expectations. "Humph. Little bastard, you will die soon. How dare you bark?" Kuan Bachio shouted. Like the other top sages, they took out all kinds of holy treasures and bombarded the heaven-killing formation. Lin Sun pointed in another direction and said, "I said, the show has just begun. Watch." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a thunder in the distance, boom under the ground, as if an earth dragon was turning over. Endless bright runes suddenly emerged, forming a large formation in the void. Within the grand formation, dazzling lightning raged in the sky while arcs of lightning flowed about, and they were dense like a violent waterfall of lightning as they struck down. Purple, red, blue, cyan, black, silver, all kinds of thunder and lightning were full of the power to destroy the world, enough to kill ghosts and gods. God-killing formation. As soon as it appeared, thunder and lightning struck, and hundreds of strong people could not dodge in time. They were killed in an instant and turned into ashes. The strong and domineering murderous aura made everyone exclaim. The most terrifying thing was that those lightning bolts were like chains. They extended outwards and danced wildly between heaven and earth. They were sparkling and dazzling, yet they could even blast a true saint to death. In the temporary camp, the atmosphere was boiling. Hiding in the 8 defenses formation, the group of experts of the ancient desolation realm witnessed this destructive scene with their own eyes. They were all excited, their blood boiling. They could predict that Lin Sun's means must be more than that, but they didn't expect that the power of this formation was so shocking. "Dodge. Damn it. We were tricked by that bastard." Shrill screams continued to ring out. The expressions of Kuan Bachio and the other peerless sages changed when they saw that. On the way here, they'd investigated and sensed the surroundings, yet they'd clearly not noticed the slightest trace or aura of a restriction. Yet now, accidents had actually occurred one after another, and it caused them to be taken by surprise. Are you surprised? But come to think of it, if you find out, how am I going to catch a turtle in a jar? Lin Sun said calmly. During this period of time, when he was setting up the formation, he'd already thought about all kinds of possible situations. For example, in order not to arouse the enemy's attention, Lin Sun spent a lot of effort to isolate all auras with the unique power of the Taoist pattern formation. Otherwise, how would the enemy dare to approach so fearlessly? This was called catching a turtle in a jar. Kuan Ba Chiu and the others' faces darkened. This damned little bastard, did he really think that he could reverse the situation by setting up a few formations? Let's attack that formation. Immediately, more than a dozen peerless sages moved out and rushed towards the God-breaking kill formation. Whether it was the Earth Punishment formation or the God-breaking kill formation, they were too powerful and could kill a true saint. If they didn't destroy it, it would definitely cause an unimaginable blow to the army of the Seven Territories after a long time. Seeing that the power of the God-breaking kill formation was also restrained, Kuan Ba Chiu and the others finally relaxed and looked at Lin Sun coldly. Little bastard, what else do you have? Just use it. Someone shouted. As they spoke, they were all attacking the absolute kill formation where Lin Sun was. The formation roared violently and kept rolling. It would be broken soon if nothing went wrong. At that time, in the eyes of Kuan Ba Chiu and the others, a strong killing intent flashed. At that time, this kid would die without a doubt. As for the formation that protected the camp of Linshur, it was not taken seriously by Kuan Ba Chiu and the others. After killing Lin Sun, with their strength, they could easily destroy it. However, Lin Sun snapped his fingers and said, "Old bastard, you have a good eye. You guessed it right. Look again." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed. Kuan Ba Chiu and the others were stunned and almost cursed in their hearts. There really was more. Soundlessly, in a place extremely far away, a formation energy that was like a rain of immortal light surged out, forming a vast misty formation. The gray mist lingered in the air. A series of dull thuds could be heard in the surrounding area. Groups of experts widened their eyes and fell to the ground. Their bodies were perfectly fine, but their souls had already been erased. This was the killing formation of soul destruction. The mist could not be dispelled at all. It covered the whole world. All the experts who were shrouded in it struggled to no avail. They fell to the ground in shock and fear. The strange and horrifying scene caused countless sharp cries to resound in the surroundings. Isn't it wonderful? Lin Sun withdrew his gaze and looked at Kuan Ba Chiu and the others with cold eyes. For this day, I have prepared for nearly half a year and devoted a lot of effort. Even my own cultivation has been delayed a lot. Now it seems that these efforts are worth it. The indifferent voice drifted, making the faces of Kuan Ba Chiu and the others gloomy. They really didn't expect that Lin Sun's formation was so closely linked, and all of them were so powerful and lethal. Immediately, a group of top sages could not sit still and rushed to the killing formation of soul destruction in the distance. The situation in front of him instantly became clear. The killing formation of soul destruction, killing formation of soul destruction, killing formation of soul destruction, restrained a group of top sages respectively. Among them, Lin Sun's killing formation of soul destruction had the most top sages. Although part of the army of the 7 regions was slaughtered, there were 210,000 people after all. The casualties were less than 1/10. They were constantly attacking the 8 defenses formation that was like the kingdom of the gods. However, it had not worked yet. At least for the time being, the experts of the ancient desolation realm in the temporary camp were safe. This made Xiao Hao and Ruo Wu involuntarily recall that before the war, Lin Sun had said that he would fight the enemy alone. At that time, everyone thought he was crazy. But now it seemed that all the situations seemed to be coming true. Childish, as long as you die, everything will be solved naturally. Suddenly, someone spoke in a cold voice that shook the heavens and the earth. Everyone, attack with all your strength and kill this man. Kuan Ba Chiu roared. In their eyes, the killing formation of soul destruction was about to be destroyed, but at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly let out a long laugh. His bearing was disdainful and majestic. It's too late. Do you think I was talking nonsense with you just now? I was just waiting for an opportunity. Now, the opportunity is here. Swish. Lin Sun, who had not made a move, waved his sleeve, and the remaining 12 holy treasures that had been refined into formation plates were divided into 3 groups and whistled in 3 directions. Boom! First was the Earth Annihilation Formation. With the 3 formation plates, its power was completely activated. Within the formation, it was like an ocean of sword chi. The dense sword chi was like a stormy sea, slashing the sky above and the 9 nether below. It spread in all directions with a murderous aura. After that, a change occurred within the Godbreak Slaughter formation along with this. Dazzling and gorgeous thunderstorms surged as numerous seemingly ethereal images of the lightning Tao actually surged into appearance, and they were like lightning spirits and gods of lightning of legend. Then, the killing formation of soul destruction also changed. The fog was like a sea of clouds that covered the sky and the earth. In the gray color, a strange rain of light flickered. In the end, the absolute heaven slaughter formation that was originally on the verge of collapse also suddenly underwent a transformation amidst a world-shaking rumble. If it was said that there was a starry sky with thousands of stars rotating before, now the killing formation of soul destruction was a sea of stars, in which there were bright rivers of stars surging. A series of changes were completed in one go. At the same time, the formation of 4 extremes resonated with each other and merged into one, covering the surrounding area of 100 miles. It was also at this time that the formation of 4 extremes and 8 defenses was completely presented to the world. If one looked down from the sky, one would notice that merely the energy of restrictions emanated by this grand formation had stretched to an area of 1,500 kilometers, and it conformed with the heavens and the earth to form a great imposing aura of the heavens and the earth are united. It seemed that fighting against it was fighting against the world. This was the true face of the formation of 4 extremes and 8 defenses, which took Lin Sun nearly half a year to set up with the cyclic stars formation as the foundation. Oh no! What kind of holy prohibition is this? Damn it, I'm trapped, I can't move. It's not working underground either. There's a dense power of prohibition. At this moment, Kuan Ba Chiu and other top sages all changed their faces and felt a little bad. At this moment, they seemed to be in a boundless sea of stars and had lost all contact with the outside world. At the same time, in other areas, groups of top sages were trapped in other killing formations, and they also felt that something was wrong. This was the real no way to heaven, no way to hell. If they couldn't break the formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. As for the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the 7 regions, they were also trapped. They only felt that their eyes were blurred, and the scenery in front of them had completely changed. They couldn't find a way out, let alone continue to attack the temporary camp. Looking around, there was a boundless sea of stars, a world of sword chi like an ocean, a kingdom of thunder with raging thunderstorms, and a land of nothingness filled with mist. All the invading enemies had fallen into the trap at this moment. Lin Sun put his hands behind his back, and a cold light flashed in his deep eyes. The real killing began from this moment. Heaven and earth shook, and all things lost their color. The 4 ultimate 8 defense formation was operating at full power, releasing a restriction wave that swept across the universe. Swoosh, Lin Sun rose into the air, and every detail of the operation of the formation was presented in his mind. Now that the enemies had entered the trap, the slaughter began. Boom, in the formation, stars danced wildly, thunder and lightning raged, sword chi swept across the sea, and grey mist spread. The first to suffer was the army of the 7 regions. Rumble, stars swept across, and each was like a divine mountain, crushing the universe. Any enemy that was touched by it would instantly explode into pieces, fresh blood splashing high into the air. When the Milky Way danced in the air, it was like the hand of the heavens waving the whip of heaven's punishment. Every lash of the whip could take away hundreds of lives. Let's go together and block it. Kuan Ba Chiu and other top saints were also trapped in the star sea world derived from the heavenly slaying formation. Seeing such a bloody scene, their eyes turned red, and their hair stood on end as they attacked with all their strength. Crack! Crack! Sharp and dazzling electric arcs were mixed in the violent thunder, like a raging storm, roaring between heaven and earth. Every attack was like a peerless thunder tribulation. If it was light, the skin and flesh would be torn open, and if it was heavy, the soul would be destroyed, leaving only the bones and corpses. Even the existences at the true saint level were seriously injured under the violent killing of the thunder and lightning arcs. If there were no accidents, they would die sooner or later. Quick, block it. In the thunder and lightning world derived from the god-slaying formation, there were also top saints who attacked angrily, unable to tolerate such a massacre happening in front of him. Clang! 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 And in the sea of sword chi derived from the earth-killing formation, countless dense sword chi flashed with peerless sharpness, whistling and shooting. Just the sound of the sword was enough to shake the mind and make people tremble. And the experts who were cut by the sword chi were all dissected, their broken limbs flying everywhere, and blood spilling everywhere. It was a shocking scene. The group of peerless sages was enraged. They attacked ferociously. Compared to this, the world of mist formed by the spirit extinguisher slaughter formation was undoubtedly the strangest and most terrifying. The dusky mist filled the air, and everywhere it passed, corpses lay on the ground. Every single corpse was completely intact. Even his expression was clearly visible, and it was filled with terror, astonishment, helplessness, and despair. Even the peerless sages felt chills down their spines. Such a killing array was only effective in the soul, making it impossible to defend against. They used all their strength to barely resist, but it was impossible for them to escape in a short period of time. What kind of formation is this? Why is it so terrifying? No. Ancestor, save me. Ancestor, save me. Within the four absolute slaughter formation, shrill cries, sharp cries, furious roars, and howls sounded out without end, and they were mixed with boundless blood. There were more than 200,000 soldiers in the army. Almost all of them were at the longevity tribulation realm and many true sages. However, they were like trapped beasts in a desperate situation. They were panic-stricken, overwhelmed, and terrified. All of their expressions changed, and they were in complete disorder. Lin Sun's expression was cold, and his black eyes were indifferent. When he was in the blood demon realm, he was able to kill more than a dozen peerless sages by himself. However, he chose to stop in front of the city of Tao protectors. Why? The reason was that the city of Tao protectors was covered with extremely powerful and terrifying restrictive power. Even with his confidence, he didn't dare to break into it rashly. But now, he had spent nearly half a year to set up the 4 Absolute 8 defense formation here. Its power was absolutely not inferior to that of the restrictive formation covering the city of Tao protectors in the blood demon realm. It was also because of this that Lin Sun dared to say that he could fight against all enemies by himself at the beginning of the battle. In the 8 defense formation, Ruo Wu, Xiao Hao, and tens of thousands of experts of the ancient desolation realm witnessed this tragic scene. Everyone's eyes and mouths were wide open, and their eyebrows were full of shock. The torrential rain of blood, the fallen corpses, and the shrill and furious screams, outlined a bloody picture that was like hell. So what if they were true sages? Trapped in it, they could only be killed, and they would also die in a miserable state. So what if they were peerless sages? Trapped in it, they could only struggle to hold on. As for the densely packed experts in the immortality tribulation realm, they were even more miserable. They were simply harvested in batches like weeds. Xiao Hao and Ruo Wu looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This was the formation that Lin Sun had set up. It was something he'd spent almost half a year of painstaking effort to build, and it was only today that it revealed its murderous might that could cover the heavens and the earth and sweep through an army of 10,000. However, even they didn't expect that such a large-scale restrictive formation could be so terrifying. The other experts of the ancient desolation realm were already excited and shocked. They all looked dull, and their bodies were slightly trembling because of excitement. In the past, they could only hide here and there like prey and swallow their anger. They didn't know how aggrieved they had been. The foreign enemies of the 8 regions had wantonly ravaged, trampled, and killed them. Until now, no one knew how many experts of the ancient desolation realm had been buried on the battlefield. Moreover, it was unknown how many talented geniuses had suffered grievances, and how many beautiful women had been humiliated and tortured to death. Blood and tears, hatred and hatred, intertwined in everyone's heart. Therefore, when they heard that Lin Sun wanted to rebuild the city of Tao protectors, they desperately came from all directions. Because they had been holding back their anger, however, the strength of the foreign enemies of the 8 regions was still beyond their expectations. It made them feel frightened, nervous, and even desperate. But now, all of that was over. Lin Sun operated the big formation alone and turned the tide with one hand. In the previous 2 battles of the 9 regions, the city of Tao protectors of the ancient Desolation realm was destroyed. I don't know how many sages of the realm of Tao protectors were slaughtered here. Can we avenge ourselves this time? Someone clenched his fists and murmured. Yes. We definitely can. Someone stared at Lin Sun's tall figure in the distant sky. His expression was fanatical and firm, and his tone was unquestionable. Although the figure was alone and still young, he already had an invincible demeanor. He was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. As long as he was here, they would have a chance to avenge themselves. This is just a part of the foreign enemies. The real main forces of the 8 regions are still here. The battle of the 9 regions battlefield is destined to continue in the future. Someone said in a low voice, but no matter what, we have hope this time. Yes, hope. Even laughing at the heavens, Ye Chen, Ji Xingyao, Mi Hingzhen, Yu Jianming, and the others showed a look of longing. In the past, they only thought about how to survive and did not dare to think about revenge. But now, it was different. They really saw hope. It's still not enough. In the void, Lin Sun did not relax at all. He had been paying attention to all the movements in the 4 lore killing formation. Restricted by the power of the rules of the 9 regions battlefield, the power of the 4 lore killing formation was also suppressed to a certain extent. Otherwise, according to Lin Sun's deduction, it should not be a problem to kill a group of top sages, let alone a top sage. Just like at this moment, the top sages trapped in the formation seemed to be in a mess, but they were not really injured. If this continued for a long time, the power of the spiritual veins under the formation would be exhausted, and the consequences would be terrible. Lin Sun keenly noticed that in the heavenly killing formation, Kuan Ba Chiu and the other top sages had begun to walk out of passivity and began to take the initiative to break the formation. The reason was very simple. Among the 70 top sages, there were 33 people gathered around Kuan Ba Chiu alone. The other 37 people were trapped in 3 different killing formations. The power of more than 30 top sages attacking at the same time was naturally different. It was even faintly shaking the heavenly killing formation. Moreover, the army of the 7 regions scattered in the heavenly killing formation were all kept in the treasures of Kuan Ba Chiu and the others, thus avoiding the fate of being killed. Can we break the formation like this in the future? Lin Sun's black eyes were cold and revealed a touch of killing intent. It was time for him to attack. Swoosh, the next moment, his figure disappeared into thin air. Quick, go all out and break this formation. Kuan Ba Chiu roared with a cold expression. The terrifying formation set up by Lin Sun had indeed caught them off guard. In less than 15 minutes, there were already many casualties. But those who died were not sages, and the top sages did not suffer, so Kuan Ba Chiu did not lose his mind because of this. But deep in his heart, his killing intent was boiling and he was extremely furious. This time, the 7 regions had joined forces and sent out a mighty army with 70 top sages, but they suffered such a great loss in front of the incomparably weak ancient desolation. It was a great shame. Even if they won this battle, they were destined to be disgraced when they returned to their respective camps. They would look very embarrassing and be ridiculed by others. Kill. Break this formation and slaughter those 2-legged sheep. This time I will grind their bones and scatter their souls. The other top sages were also livid and extremely furious. They all activated their secret methods and fought fiercely with the power of the formation like dominators. Moreover, they had already gained the upper hand, but at this moment, Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air. With a step, he had already arrived in front of a top sage and raised his fist to attack. Boom! Lin Sun's punch, which combined the power of chi refining, body refining, and soul connecting, swept out with an unstoppable momentum. It was extremely fast and overbearing. It was just a fist, but it gave people the feeling that it was like a murderous ancient mountain. The fist intent was divine. Bang! Unsurprisingly, as soon as the top sage reacted, his defense was smashed by the punch. Even the layer of armor covering his chest was smashed, and his whole body exploded in the void. His soul core didn't even have the chance to escape from his body before it was forcefully shattered by the force of the fist that was like a tsunami. A top sage was killed by a punch. this was also the first top sage to be killed since the start of the war, which immediately shocked everyone. In the 8 defense formation, Ruo Wu and Xiao Hao were both shocked. Lin Sun's punch was clean and decisive. It was a one-hit kill. That kind of power amazed them. As for the other overmatches in the ancient Desolation territory, they were all dumbfounded and swallowed hard. One punch, killing a peerless saint, that was too cruel. In their eyes, a peerless saint was like a dominator who could easily kill any true saint. But how could he be so weak in Lin Sun's hands? This was also the first time they saw Lin Sun's real combat power. The power of the 8 defense formation was a Taoist forbidden formation after all. It borrowed the power of heaven and earth, which was completely different from one's own combat power. What they didn't know was that when Lin Sun was in the God refining forest, Lin Sun was able to reverse the situation and kill all the enemies under the siege of 7 top sages, including Lu, Shuexiu, and the others, even though he hadn't comprehended the method of 3-in-1. Not to mention now, the combination of the 3 made Lin Sun's combat power reach an unimaginable height in the Peerless Saint realm. In the Sky Defense formation, Kuan Ba Qiu and other Peerless Saints were shocked and their faces changed. Lin Sun's sudden attack and killing one of their companions made them feel surprised and frightened. The bloody scene was too shocking. But soon, they all showed ecstasy. They were worried that they couldn't kill this little bastard, but he dared to appear in the formation. Don't be careless. This boy killed many peerless saints in the Blood Demon territory. His combat power is extraordinary. If we fight, we must go all out. Some people were extremely calm and reminded them by voice transmission. Kuan Ba Qiu and others' eyes flickered. They certainly knew Lin Sun's past achievements, so they wouldn't neglect him at this time. If you think you can change the situation by relying on the advantage of numbers, you're wrong, Lin Sun said calmly with cold eyes. The Sky Defense formation was under his control, so its power couldn't kill him. Conversely, even though Kuan Ba Qiu and the others had the advantage of numbers, they were suffering the attacks of the Grand Formation at all times, and it imperceptibly acted as a form of restraint. It could be said that Lin Sun had the geographical advantage in this formation. Kill! Kuan Ba Qiu shouted. He didn't waste any words, nor did he have the time to waste any words. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous their situation would be. As peerless sages who had been fighting for a long time, they certainly understood how great Lin's advantage was in this killing formation. And Lin Sun's own combat power was not to be underestimated. Rumble. In an instant, the 32 peerless sages split up a portion of their strength to attack while fighting against the power of the formation. No one held back. Saint artifacts soared into the sky while Dao techniques whistled through the air, and this world that seemed like an ocean of stars was filled with signs of unrest, chaos, and destruction. Normally speaking, so long as it was an expert that had stepped foot into the Saint realm, then it would cultivate in all 3 paths towards the Tao. For these peak sages who came from other realms, there were powerful people who cultivated 3 different paths of Tao before they became sages. Because in the other domains, there was no Tao tribulation that could stop them. However, even if it was in the other territories, there were still very few existences that were capable of ascending to the peak of all 3 paths when they attained the Saint realm, and they were practically existences that were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Kuan Ba Qiu and the others were not such characters, but they also cultivated in different paths of Tao. It was just that not all of them could set foot on the peak. Therefore, even if they had to fight against the power of the formation at the same time, their combat power was still extremely strong, far beyond that of ordinary true sages. Unfortunately, even if they attacked with all their strength, it would be difficult for them to pose a threat to Lin Sun, not to mention the current situation. Rumble, the battle broke out. In the killing formation, a bright red sword that seemed to be made of blood appeared in Lin Sun's palm. As the sword swept out, a river of blood vaguely appeared on the 2-finger-wide body of the sword. There were corpses of gods and demons floating in the river, burying ancient corpses. The scene was terrifying, as if it could bury everything. Bang, a silver halberd was directly cut in half, as easy as a sword cutting tofu. In the exclamation, the dazzling blood-colored sword chi flowed and cut off the head of a peerless sage who was holding a silver halberd. Yuan killer sword. Suddenly, an old monster roared, revealing an incomparably fearful expression. Lin Sun couldn't help but be a little surprised. The enemies of the Seven Territories also knew about Yuan Killer Sword. In the ancient Desolation realm, there had always been an extremely mysterious legend. In the beginning of the ancient times, there was an orthodoxy called Blood Abyss sect. In this orthodoxy, there were two peerless murderous weapons. One was named Yuan Killer, born in the Blood Abyss River. The other was named Avicii, born in the Blood Abyss prison. These two treasures were both congenital weapons. They killed people without causing any karma, which was enough to make the sages in the world extremely afraid. The blood sword in Lin Sun's hand was the murderous weapon Yuan Killer, which was the spoils of war from Ming Child. Inside the sword, its power was heavily sealed. Otherwise, Ming Child wouldn't be able to use this sword in the domain of absolute nightmare. It was only after Lin Sun became a sage that he unsealed the sword one by one, revealing its true power. "Who is Mingyi Sword Emperor to you?" someone exclaimed. "Damn it, it's this murderous sword. Didn't they say that this sword has disappeared from the world?" Some people were furious. Lin Sun couldn't help frowning at their fierce reactions. Mingyi Sword Emperor, could it be that this Yuan Killer Sword had caused great damage to the foreign enemies of the 8 regions, which they dared not forget until now? "It seems that I have to keep one alive and interrogate him," Lin Sun was thinking, but his movements were not slow. The Yuan Killer Sword in his hand was as red as blood, and the sound of the sword was impassioned. There was an unparalleled and unstoppable murderous spirit in it. Puff, before long, a sage couldn't dodge in time and was cut open by the sword. He roared unwillingly, "This is definitely the Yuan Killer Sword." Boom, soon, another sage was killed, but his body was swept away by the Star River derived from the Heavenly Slaying Formation, and his body was ground to pieces. Then, he was killed by Lin Sun's sword without hesitation. In the battle, Lin Sun was also keenly aware that the Yuan Killer Sword in his hand was full of terrible bloody and ferocious spirit. It was as if it was psychic, with a thirst for killing sages. As the sages were killed one after another, the body of the sword became more and more scarlet, with a kind of demonic bloodthirsty spirit. The violent, bloody, and ferocious sword chi even had an impact on Lin Sun's mind. However, Lin Sun's state of mind was so strong that he could not be affected. Even so, Lin Sun was still secretly shocked. This sword was indeed a murderous weapon full of mystery. Ordinary holy treasures could not resist its sharpness at all and would be cut into pieces. Moreover, its power was also so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. The more it was stained with blood, the more ferocious it was. In just a moment, 5 more sages were killed. All of them were cut open by the Yuan Killer Sword, and their blood splashed everywhere. They died tragically. The Yuan Killer Sword became more and more scarlet and demonic, and the sound of the sword was like a tide, surging endlessly. "Damn it, this sword is really as powerful as the legend says. The more sages it kills, the more powerful it will be. This is the real sword of slaughter." It is said that there is a river of blood flowing in this sword. The more blood this sword drinks, the more vast, surging and turbulent the blood river will be, making the power of this sword more and more terrible. Damn it! In the first battle of the 9 regions, countless sages of our clan were killed by the Sword Emperor with this sword. At that time, the Sword Emperor was just a young man who had just stepped into the Saint Realm. Kuan Bachio and other top sages looked gloomy and livid, and each of them had a look of fear on their faces. At this time, their state of mind was shaken. In this slaughter formation of heaven, they were already in a disadvantageous position, and Lin Sun's strength was even more beyond their expectations. Especially the Yuan Killer Sword, how could they not have heard of its fierce name? In the first battle of the 9 regions, the Sword Emperor with the Yuan Killer Sword and the Avicii Sword defeated the sages of the 8 regions. Although the 8 regions won the battle of the 9 regions in the end, this matter was still regarded as a great shame and hatred by the 8 regions. Now, the Yuan Killer Sword reappeared in the world. Kill. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of all this. His expression was cold, and his black eyes were like lightning. He held the sword and slaughtered, sweeping through the formation with matchless valor and invincibility. In the following time, top sages fell one after another. In the 8 defense formation, Ruo Wu, Xiao Hao, and the others were still calm. They knew that the sword in Lin Sun's hand was the one he took from Mingzi. But to the other powerhouses of the ancient Desolation realm, Lin Sun was simply a peerless sword demon who was born to kill. Wherever the bloody sword energy passed, it killed sages and drank their blood. It was extremely fierce. You still dare to call yourself sword demon? Laughing at the heavens couldn't help but glance at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's lips twitched. It's just a title. Why not give it to Lin Sun? That's more than 30 top sages. But they were killed by Lin Sun one by one like chickens and dogs. Who can tell me if this is an illusion or not? A woman said with a dazed expression. No. Many people began to laugh loudly. Their faces were filled with excitement and excitement. Everything in front of them was indeed unreal, like a dream. It was full of inconceivable and shocking. But everyone knew that this was not a dream. The Seven Regions army came aggressively and boasted that they would destroy this place and kill all the powerhouses of the ancient Desolation realm. But now, weren't they still trapped in the Grand Formation and utterly defeated? Isn't it a little bad for us to stay here and watch? Someone couldn't help but say. For a moment, everyone sighed. The key was, who could help Lin Sun in such a battle? It was not that they didn't want to, but they couldn't. Didn't they see that even Ruo Wu and Xiao Hao, the two leaders who had become sages, could only watch from afar, in the heavenly slaughter formation? It was a desperate and bloody atmosphere. In less than a quarter of an hour, more than half of the top figures had been killed, and their blood spilled on the spot. In the heavenly slaying formation, the Milky Way flowed and the huge stars crushed the void. Divine light rumbled, dazzling and astonishing. Puff, a glaring sword radiance flashed, and another peak-level saint was killed. His head was chopped off, and his corpse was crushed by a river of stars, exploding inch by inch. There were only 6 peerless saints left in the field. At this moment, Kuan Bachio truly felt fear. Blue veins bulged on his forehead, making him look extremely ferocious. In less than 15 minutes, only 6 of the 33 peerless saints were left. This was too terrifying. No matter how he racked his brains, Kuan Bachio could not imagine that all of them would be trapped by a grand formation in this expedition. He didn't expect that Lin Sun's combat power was even stronger than the rumors. Little bastard, I'll fight you to the death. Suddenly, a roar filled with endless anger resounded. Kuan Bachio looked up and saw one of his companions. His body seemed to be burning as he risked his life to kill Lin Sun. Had he been driven mad? Kuan Bachio was shocked. Puff, it turned out that risking his life was futile. With a flash of the Yuan killer sword, this peerless saint was cut in half at the waist. Glaring scarlet blood splashed everywhere, causing Kuan Bachio's entire body to tremble. Only 5 people were left. On the other hand, Lin Sun's momentum was like that of a demon. He held the blood sword and killed saints, drinking their blood. How could this be? Kuan Bachio couldn't accept it. This time, they sent 70 peerless saints and more than 200,000 soldiers. How powerful was their momentum? But now, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Puff, while Kuan Bachio was in a state of agitation and his fighting spirit was shaken, another peerless saint was killed. His forehead was pierced and his skull exploded. He screamed before he died. That was a peerless saint, but in Lin Sun's hands, it was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Not to mention Kuan Bachio, even the experts of the ancient Desolation realm who were watching from the 8 defense formation were dumbfounded and gasped. How powerful was Lin Sun now? This question also troubled Kuan Bachio. He couldn't believe that there was such a heaven-defying existence in the peerless saint realm. Puff, 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 in the following time, peerless saints were killed one after another. Their blood splashed, and the Yuan killer sword in Lin Sun's hand became more and more red and demonic. That sword cry was like a cheer thirsting for blood. On the other hand, the sky above the temporary camp had long since been covered in a thick layer of blood red, and wave after wave of the mourning of saints resounded through the heavens and the earth. It was enough to make one tremble with fear. Clang, within the grand formation, the tip of the sword was like blood as it pressed against Kuan Bachio's throat, causing his entire body to tremble. His originally wavering fighting spirit had completely collapsed, and his entire body was drowned by terror. I said before that I would let you die a horrible death. If I let you die so easily now, it would be too easy on you. Lin Sun's dark eyes were cold as he looked at Kuan Bachio. The Yuan killer sword in his hand was flowing with a surging and vast bloody Styx river, which seemed to be about to swallow Kuan Ba Chiu. Kuan Ba Chiu's face turned ashen as he gnashed his teeth. You think you can win just like that? When the 8 despairs of Xian Netherworld realize your threat, they will definitely launch an all-out attack and wipe out all of you two-legged sheep in the realm of ancient desolation. Puff, the Yuan killer sword suddenly pierced into Kuan Ba Chiu's chest. He let out a painful groan, and his face was pale. His eyes were filled with hatred, despair, and unwillingness. However, Lin Sun did not kill him immediately. Instead, he grabbed his neck and flashed out of the killing formation of heavens. Next, I will let you see with your own eyes what is called blood for blood. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. As he spoke, he brought Kuan Ba Chiu into the killing formation. In the ancient times, there was a sage who once said that killing one was a sin, killing 10,000 was a hero, and killing 9 million was a hero among heroes. The immortal cause of 1,000 years was all in killing the enemy. It was better to let the enemy gnash their teeth in hatred than to let no one scold my name. Today, Lin Sun would not stop until he killed all his enemies. After a quarter of an hour. In the killing formation, a total of 12 peerless saints were killed. Blood rained down. Kuan Ba Chiu witnessed this and was so angry that he coughed up blood. Lin Sun did not stop and brought Kuan Ba Chiu into the killing formation of gods. Witnessing all this, Ruo Wu, Xiao Hao, and other experts of the realm of ancient desolation were all excited and could not control themselves. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. In the 9 regions battlefield, since the first battle of the 9 regions, when had the realm of ancient desolation ever been so proud? No, after a quarter of an hour. In the killing formation of gods, Lin Sun killed 13 opponents like a hot knife through butter. His sword was dripping with blood, and he was invincible without any mercy. Kuan Ba Chiu's expression was numb like a walking corpse. He had completely collapsed. There was only one thought in his mind: it was all over, after an hour. As Lin Sun killed the last peerless saint, Kuan Ba Chiu, who had been by Lin Sun's side, did not react at all. His expression was lifeless, his eyes empty, and his body stiff. He was like a puppet without a soul, lifeless and lifeless. It's over. After a long time, he seemed to regain a trace of consciousness. However, there was no longer any emotion in his heart. His heart was dead. That was probably it. Of the 70 peerless saints, he was the only one left alive. As for the 200,000-strong army from the 7 regions, they had already suffered heavy casualties in the previous battle. Later on, some peerless sages kept their treasures. But now, these treasures had fallen into Lin Sun's hands. It could be said that the life and death of the army of the 7 regions were completely in Lin Sun's hands. The entire army was annihilated, Kuan Ba Chiu murmured, his voice also emotionless. Beside him, Lin Sun's eyes were deep. He could see that Kuan Ba Chiu's state of mind had collapsed. Even if he did not attack, Kuan Ba Chiu would die. Kuan Ba Chiu seemed to be aware of this as well. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Lin Sun. A touch of extreme hatred emerged in his originally empty eyes. He enunciated word by word as if his voice was squeezed out of his chest. You will be avenged. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, his body fell to the ground. His vitality disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then he died. Lin Sun retracted his gaze and did not look at the cold corpse again. If there was revenge, it should be the realm of ancient desolation taking revenge on the foreign enemies of the 8 regions. At this point, there were no more enemies in the 4 killing formations of sky severing, earth punishing, god destroying, and spirit exterminating. All the top sages had been killed. The army of the 7 regions that had been kept in the treasures were also prisoners. Their lives were no longer in Lin Sun's hands. In the 8 defense formation, everyone in the realm of ancient desolation was shocked speechless. In the sky, blood light surged, and the mourning sound of sages dying resounded. Between heaven and earth, the 4 killing formations had fallen into silence. Just like that, they won. Even Ruo Wu and Xiao Hao were in a trance and remained silent for a long time. Heaven and earth were shrouded in a shocking atmosphere. 70 top sages and more than 200,000 soldiers were trapped in the formation and were all annihilated. And the person who did all this was just Lin Sun alone. With his own strength, he suppressed all the enemies. Before, when Lin Sun said this, no one dared to believe it. They all felt that it was crazy. But now, who could not believe it, in the silent atmosphere, Lin Sun's figure walked out of the formation. His moon-white clothes were still as spotless as before. His aura was also as ethereal as before, like an immortal. However, when his figure appeared and stood alone in the void, he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone was shocked and in a trance. It seemed that they couldn't believe that such a young man had just swept away thousands of soldiers. "Everyone, how do you feel about waiting and seeing?" Above the void, Lin Sun slightly raised the corner of his mouth with a smile, and his voice resounded through the world. His words broke the shocked silence in the field. Then, the sound waves went straight to the sky like a pot exploding. He won. He really won. Brother Lin can cover the sky with one hand in this battle. He can be called invincible. Great, it's so great. All kinds of emotions that everyone had suppressed in their hearts burst out at this moment. Men and women, regardless of their cultivation, were all cheering and laughing. Their faces were full of excitement and shock. Some people couldn't help crying. They had been shrouded in humiliation and hatred for too long. They had been trampled and despised by the enemy for too long. Today, they finally had the day to stand up and hold their heads high. How could the strong people in the ancient desolation realm not be excited? The huge camp was completely boiling at this moment. Xiaohao and Ruowu looked at each other and laughed with mixed feelings. Regardless of the final result of the battle between the 9 regions, this battle alone was enough to make Lin Sun's name recorded in history and become an indelible legend in the ancient desolation realm. "Look, little Tian, this is our master, our master." Little Silver crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his handsome little face was full of pride. On his shoulder, the sky-splitting butterfly fluttered its wings and seemed to be very excited. Above the void, Lin Sun was also infected by all this. Thinking of his efforts in the past 6 months, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Everything was worth it, however, this still didn't achieve one of Lin's goals today. Boom, his figure flashed and stood in the sky. With a wave of his sleeve, the whole 4 extremes and 8 defenses formation suddenly started. Visible to the naked eye, the corpses and blood piled up in the formation were controlled by the power of the restriction, covering the bricks and stones within 100 miles. What? In the camp, everyone was stunned and attracted their eyes. Brother Lin is going to build a city. He must be building a city. Suddenly, everyone in the camp came to their senses. 3 months ago, Lin Sun had said that he would build a guardian city for the ancient desolation realm today. Killing the enemies was just to collect materials for building the city. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Sun with a touch of passion in their eyes. Many people held their breath and clenched their fists secretly. From today on, the ancient desolation realm would finally have a guardian city that could shelter them from the wind and rain and defend against the enemies outside. They didn't dare to think about it before. In the sky, the bloody light was thick, and the sound of Saint Death was still ringing. High in the sky, as Lin Sun waved his sleeves, huge golden bricks piled up in the area within a radius of 100 miles around the temporary camp, emitting magnificent Taoist patterns. Every single one of these bricks was 3 m long, 1 m thick, and smooth like glass. Moreover, they were refined from sky crystal goldzan and were suffused with a unique and brilliant golden radiance. On each brick, Lin Sun had already engraved Taoist patterns. At this time, with the operation of the formation of 4 imperials and 8 extremes, the piled-up golden mountains echoed with the formation. Soon after, the corpses and blood of those who had lost their lives in the formation were all gathered together. Under the control of the formation's power, they covered every golden mountain. For a time, the golden mountains were all piled up with bones and soaked with blood. Boom, an hour later, as Lin Sun controlled the power of the formation, the golden mountains and countless huge golden bricks within 100 miles all produced a strange roar. Rise! Lin Sun spat out a word. Suddenly, the golden bricks were piled up neatly. All the strong men in the camp couldn't help holding their breath, showing shock and fascination. In their sight, golden walls bathed in blood rose from the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang, bang, bang. When the golden bricks were piled up, the dull sound they emitted was like the sound of beans being stir-fried, and it resounded continuously. High in the sky, Lin Sun looked focused. From time to time, he waved his fingers too. Control and use the whole formation precisely and delicately. At the beginning of setting up the formation, Lin Sun had already finalized every detail, such as the position of each golden mountain, the Taoist patterns engraved on each brick, and how to perfectly fit the whole formation when building the city. All these problems had been deduced by Lin Sun countless times in the past 6 months, and finally all the details of building the city were determined. Lin Sun's intention was very simple. He wanted to build an immortal city for the ancient desolation realm to shelter it from the wind and rain and defend it against the enemies. Even if there was another battle between the 9 regions in the future, this city could be immortal forever. At this moment, he was merely putting the city of Tao protectors into practice. 70 peerless saints, 210,000 soldiers from the 7 realms, plus the corpses and blood of the enemies collected before, have all become materials in Lin Sun's hands. Ruo Wu was in a trance. If those enemies knew of this, they would definitely fly into a rage. I suspect that Lin Sun had already considered everything that would happen today when he set up the formation half a year ago. How crazy is it to build the city of Tao protection in the ancient desolation realm with the enemy's flesh and blood? But he managed to do it. Xiaohao sighed. Ruo Wu's starry eyes were unreal. She said in a low voice, in fact, we should have known that behind Lin Sun's seemingly bold and amazing actions, there is actually complete preparation and planning. It's just that it's hard for ordinary people to understand his painstaking efforts. Only those who can do what others can't do can be a great hero. Lin Sun is a real talent. I can't help but admire him. Xiaohao touched his nose with a complicated look in his eyes. He had never given up the idea of competing with Lin Sun. But after being in contact with Lin Sun for a long time and seeing so many amazing things that happened to Lin Sun, even he couldn't help but doubt whether it was too hard for him to compete with such a monster. The only thing I'm worried about is that after this battle, the enemies of the 8 realms will definitely see Lin Sun as a threat. In the future, I don't know how many dangers will befall him. Ruo Wu said in a low voice. In this battle, Lin Sun trapped and killed the army of the 7 realms by himself and wiped out all the enemies. Such a record was bound to be unconcealable. How would the enemies of the 8 realms react when they learned of this? So, we have to hurry up. If we want to compete with the enemies of the 8 realms, it's not enough to rely on Lin Sun alone. Only when there are more peerless saints in the ancient desolation realm can we have the foundation to compete in the 9-realm battlefield. Xiaohao's eyes were firm. Among the enemies of the 8 realms, there were as many peerless saints as there were clouds in the sky. Although the 7 territories' armies had been completely annihilated today, each territory had only lost 10 peerless sages and 30,000 soldiers. It should be noted that when Lin Sun was in the Blood Demon realm, he had killed 30 peerless saints and countless strong practitioners of the Blood Demon ancient region. Compared with this, it could be seen that although the casualties this time were great, it was not a big loss for the 7 realms. After this battle, the enemies of the 8 realms were bound to take the strength of the ancient desolation realm seriously again. In the future, they would gather more powerful forces to suppress and encircle the forces of the ancient desolation realm. You're right. What our ancient desolation realm lacks most now is the number of peerless saints. Ruo Wu said in a low voice, in about half a year, the origin magnetic secret realm, which contains the opportunity to become a saint, will come. Lin Sun once said that at that time, he would help the strong practitioners of the ancient desolation realm to fight for the opportunity to become a saint. The origin magnetic secret realm? Xiaohao sighed, there is still half a year left. I hope there won't be too many twists and turns. In the distance, Lin Sun had been focusing on building the city and completely forgot himself. In the northernmost realm, on Mount Fuyaoxi, an enormous kuan that was an entire 30 kilometers long was stirring up winds and waves, and the waves it gave off even shattered space and transformed into terrifying vortexes of water that charged into the sky, causing the layer of clouds to shatter. Swish, not long after, the kuan suddenly turned into the appearance of a young man dressed in a wide-sleeved black robe. His face was like jade, and his eyes were like a pair of whirlpools, bursting out frightening divine light. With a flash, he arrived in front of an island palace. Congratulations, young master, you have touched the threshold of creating your own method. An old monster of the Kuan clan greeted him with a respectful look. I have only touched the threshold. There is still a long way to go. It is not worth making a fuss. Kuan Xiaoyu sighed. Although he said so, there was a touch of unconcealable complacency between his eyebrows. In the 8 realms, it was not rare for peerless figures like him to set foot on the peak of the Saint realm. However, there were definitely very few people like him who could touch the threshold of the Saint creation method as soon as they set foot on the peak of the Saint realm. In the northern Darkstar ancient region, with his current battle strength, he could establish a sect and make those old monsters bow down to him. Amid the congratulatory voices, Kuan Xiaoyu walked into the main hall and said as he walked, "This time, the ancient desolation region will definitely be defeated by the 7 realms armies. The goal of killing ancient desolation first has been achieved. Next, it is time to consider the 8 realms competition." Speaking of this, he thought of something and could not help but sneer. "I am sure that if the 8 realms compete for hegemony, Xianxia's blood demon ancient region will definitely be at a disadvantage." As soon as he said this, all the northern Darkstar ancient region experts in the main hall roared with laughter. In the current 9 realms battlefield, Xianxia and the blood demon ancient region behind her had already become the biggest laughing stock. They were ridiculed and looked down upon by the other realms. Swish, at this moment, a letter formed by a divine rainbow swept into the main hall. "The operation to kill the 2-legged sheep of the ancient desolation region has ended? Not bad, not bad. It ended faster than I expected." Kuan Xiaoyu's spirits lifted as he picked up the letter with a smile and placed it in front of him. "Ha ha ha, this is only natural. A total of 70 peerless sages and an army of more than 200,000 could easily wipe out the ancient desolation region experts." Someone laughed. "What about that little bastard called Lin Sun? He must be dead, right? I wonder if Xianxia will regret missing a chance to take revenge when she finds out about this." Someone else teased. However, everyone gradually realized that Kuan Xiaoyu's reaction was a little strange. He stood there with one hand holding the letter. His eyes were straight, his face was stiff, and the smile on his lips had also frozen. It was as if he was possessed. What's wrong with the young master? Everyone was puzzled. Suddenly, the letter in Kuan Xiaoyu's hand exploded. His face had already turned livid and extremely gloomy. His gaze was murderous as he gritted his teeth and said, "They were defeated just like that?" Everyone was taken aback. "Defeated?" Someone muttered. "Young master, are you saying that the ancient desolation region was defeated? Isn't that normal?" Bang! Kuan Xiaoyu was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. He kicked the person away and slammed into the wall, causing blood to spurt out of his mouth and nose. Everyone was horrified. At this moment, Kuan Xiaoyu's eyes were red and his hair was standing on end. His aura was simply too terrifying, like an enraged god. Soon, everyone understood the information recorded in the letter. Suddenly, the hall seemed to be in an uproar. Impossible. The army of the 7 regions was trapped and killed together, and no one survived? This news must be fake. It's fake. Damn it, how could this be? Every big shot's face was full of shock and anger. They were all flustered and exasperated, finding it hard to accept. That was a total of 70 peerless sages and an army of more than 200,000, but they were actually killed by Lin Sun alone. Who could believe it? Kuan Xiaoyu didn't dare to believe it either. Previously, he was still thinking about how to carry out the 8 territories competition after the goal of destroying the ancient desolation region was achieved. Who would have thought that the reality was like a slap in the face? Investigate. You must find out the specific information for me. Kuan Xiaoyu's face was grim as he shouted sternly. This time, he was the one who led the attack of the army of the 7 regions. He thought that it would be enough to easily wipe out the strong cultivators of the ancient desolation region. But the result was that the ancient desolation region destroyed the army of the 7 regions without losing a single soldier. This was such a huge blow that even Kuan Xiaoyu couldn't accept it. A day later, when the exact news came and was repeatedly confirmed, Kuan Xiaoyu was completely stunned and lost his mind. It was actually true, not a single one of the army of the 7 regions survived. Is Lin Sun really that terrifying? Kuan Xiaoyu's eyes were full of surging coldness. This fiasco was not a great loss to the northern underworld ancient territory. The point was that it was too humiliating. Thinking about it, the 7 regions had joined forces and sent out so many troops, but they were all wiped out by a single person. Such a fiasco had never happened even in the previous 9 territories competition. The Northern Underworld Ancient Territory was not the only one who received the news. The other camps, such as the Absolute Ancient Territory, the Heavenly Fire Ancient Territory, the Jioli Ancient Territory, the Daluo Ancient Territory, and the East Mulberry Ancient Territory, also received the news. A bunch of trash. Qi Wuxu was in seclusion when he received the news. He was fuming with anger and his killing intent erupted, causing countless big shots to keep quiet out of fear. What a disgrace, Zhu Yingkong sighed after a long time in the Absolute Yin realm. Lin Sun is actually a Dao tattooist with extraordinary means? This is really unexpected. Jian Qingchen's expression was as calm as ever in the Daluo realm. But when he finished speaking, all the big shots felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. They were all anxious. He destroyed the army of the 7 territories by himself? That's impressive. Sherpohe's voice was icy cold as he kicked the table before him over, causing the entire floor to be in a mess. Lai Qian from the Heavenly Fire Ancient Territory and Hua Hongxiao from the East Mulberry Ancient Territory were also enraged by the news. It was an unprecedented shame and humiliation for a barren, declining and weak territory to suffer a setback in the attack of the 7 territories and the annihilation of the whole army just because of a person like Lin Sun. For a time, the 7 camps were all shaken. This news caused an uproar. Is Lin Sun really that terrifying? He killed 70 peerless sages and destroyed an army of 210,000 soldiers? Many people's first reaction was that it was impossible. How could there be such a powerful figure in the ancient Desolation realm? There were also people who were shocked. Such a crushing defeat is a disgrace to us. We must pay with our blood. More people were angry and felt indescribably humiliated. They didn't know who Lin Sun was before. It was only when the blood demon world suffered a heavy blow and many sages were killed and the city of Dao protectors was besieged by a single person that Lin Sun's name entered their sights. But that was all. For the experts from the other domains, even if the ancient Desolation realm had a powerful figure like Lin Sun, it was destined to be difficult for it to achieve anything. It was still far from being qualified to fight against them. But no one expected that the ancient Desolation realm would be able to stop the army of the 7 territories because of Lin Sun. He had single-handedly annihilated the army of the 7 regions and turned the tide. This was simply too inconceivable, and it caused the expressions of all the experts from the other regions to change. They felt their hearts go cold, and they felt extremely humiliated. Lin Sun was too sharp. Ever since he made a name for himself in the 9 regions battlefield, he had been undefeated. Regardless of whether it was in the blood demon world, where he slaughtered his way through 30,000 miles and besieged an entire city by himself, or in the depths of the desert, where he killed a group of peak sages and saved Xiaohao from disaster. Or perhaps this time, he had single-handedly overturned the clouds and rain, suppressing the armies of the 7 regions. The bloody battle achievements he had created time and time again, how could they not be shocked and terrified? How strong is Lin Sun? This was the doubt in the hearts of many experts from the other realms. If you want to kill this brat, I guess only peerless figures like the 8 absolutes of Green Hell would make a move. There were also people who calmly analyzed the situation. This time, Lin Sun slaughtered the army of the 7 regions. Although his combat power seemed unparalleled, in reality, he had borrowed the power of the Saint Path Restriction Formation. Even though his true combat power was very strong, it was impossible for him to be invincible in the 9 regions battlefield. Damn it, those 2-legged sheep in the ancient Desolation realm must be very proud now that they have Lin Sun as their backer. They must think that they are qualified to challenge us. Many people secretly gritted their teeth. Humph. That's because they know nothing about fear. Does Lin Sun think he can overturn the world by himself? Wishful thinking. Just wait and see. This humiliation will definitely be repaid tenfold or even 100-fold. A 2-legged sheep will always be a 2-legged sheep. It's impossible for him to achieve anything. Similar voices that vented the hatred and resentment in their hearts rang out incessantly in different camps. But no matter who it was, they could not deny that Lin Sun was very strong. He was a ruthless person that they should take seriously and even fear, the blood demon world. In the victory tower of the city of Dao Protectors, the big shots of the blood demon ancient realm were in a very strange mood at this moment. There was a kind of indescribable joy, but also a sense of shame and unease. They were the first to learn about the crushing defeat of the Allied forces of the Seven Territories, and they were shocked and found it hard to believe. But after they calmed down, all the experts of the Blood Demon Ancient Realm rejoiced. They rejoiced that Xianxia had disregarded all opposition and chose not to go to war. Otherwise, they would have definitely suffered the same fate as the other seven territories. It was no exaggeration to say that it was Xianxia's decision back then that had allowed the Blood Demon Ancient Realm to avoid casualties and losses. Everyone, you've all seen how sharp Lin Sun's saber is. Now, do you still blame me for being weak and cowardly? Xianxia stroked his chin and spoke unhurriedly from the main seat. To be honest, he had been shocked when he first heard the news. He had expected that Lin Sun would not be easy to deal with, but he had not expected that Lin Sun would not only be difficult to deal with, but he was also extremely ferocious. But after the shock, Xianxia felt a wave of joy in his heart. Back then, when the Blood Demon world had suffered heavy losses, he had stubbornly decided to endure it for the time being. But he had been regarded as cowardly and incompetent, which had tarnished his reputation and reduced him to a joke. Now, he finally had a chance to vent his anger. In the hall, all the big shots of the Blood Demon Ancient Realm had awkward and distressed expressions. They did not dare to meet Xianxia's gaze. Back then, they had also been very dissatisfied with Xianxia's actions and had complained about it countless times. "Alright, I have no intention of blaming you," said Xianxia. Xianxia said, "I'm just curious, those guys who laughed at us before, can they still laugh now?" Everyone could not help but laugh at his words, and the atmosphere in the hall became much livelier. Xianxia's smile faded and he said in a low voice, "If I'm not wrong, Kuan Xiaoyu, Jian Qingchen, Zhu Yingkong, and those fellows are probably planning how to take revenge and save face. Young master, should we make a move?" Someone could not help but ask. Xianxia snorted coldly, "What's there to do? Isn't it better to watch the tigers fight from the sidelines?" Although the seven territories suffered a crushing defeat this time, each territory only lost 10 top sages and 30,000 soldiers. In comparison, the Blood Devil world's losses were even greater. His words caused everyone to fall silent. Back when Lin Sun stayed in the Blood Demon world and killed his way from the divine refining forest to the city of Tao Protectors, more than 30 peak saints had died in his hands. Comparatively speaking, his losses were indeed more severe than those of the other seven territories. Xianxia suddenly sighed and said, "However, I'm afraid it's impossible for us to watch the tigers fight in the future." At the end of the day, the forces of the 8 territories had an agreement to kill the ancient desolation first, then compete. Even if they want to watch from the sidelines, the other 7 territories will definitely not allow it. "Young master, what do you mean?" Someone could not help but ask. "Let's wait and see. I believe that if the other 7 territories make a move again, they will definitely pull us in. It won't be too late to make a decision then," Xianxia said slowly after thinking for a long time. The power that Lin Sun had displayed this time made him feel a serious threat. Putting aside his selfish motives, it would naturally be best if he could kill Lin Sun as soon as possible. In Xianxia's view, the camp of the ancient desolation was still not worth paying attention to. Only Lin Sun was a serious threat. As long as he could kill Lin Sun, the camp of the ancient desolation was destined to collapse, and there would no longer be any threat. Unfortunately, Xianxia also knew that it would not be easy to kill a ruthless character like Lin Sun. If the camp of the ancient desolation wants to fight against the 8 territories, what do they lack the most? Xianxia suddenly asked. Without waiting for the others to speak, he continued, "It's the number of peak saints. It's impossible for Lin Sun alone to change the situation of the camp of the ancient desolation. Only when more and more peak saints appear can they have the strength to challenge us." Speaking of this, Xianxia could not help but smile. "If I were Lin Sun, I would definitely try to find a way to help the experts in the camp who have the potential to become saints fight for the opportunity to become saints. And the opportunity to become saints will only appear in the magnetic secret realm that will descend in half a year. The camp of the ancient desolation will definitely not miss it." His scarlet eyes were as bright as the sun, extremely frightening. "If we want to set up a trap to kill Lin Sun, this is undoubtedly the best opportunity." But speaking of this, Xianxia shook his head again. However, this opportunity is also the most dangerous. If the 8 territories work together, we can naturally kill Lin Sun. But if we let him escape, there will be endless troubles in the future. So, the safest way is to send the elite forces of the 8 territories into the magnetic secret realm when the magnetic secret realm descends, and kill all the people in the ancient desolation who have the potential to become saints. This is equivalent to cutting off the foundation of the ancient desolation and the 8 territories fighting for hegemony. At that time, Lin Sun and a few other peak saints are bound to be unable to change the situation of certain defeat. Xianxia stood up, glanced at the crowd, and said, "Remember, in the period before the magnetic secret realm descends, kill all the experts of the ancient desolation who appear in the blood demon realm. Regardless of whether or not there are peak 9th retribution immortal realm experts in our territory, we would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. In addition, send a message to the other 7 territories in my name. Tell them that if they want to destroy the ancient desolation, they must first kill those who have set foot on the peak, but have not yet become saints. In this way, even if Lin Sun's combat strength is unparalleled, he will not be able to do anything alone. In this way, the defeat of the ancient desolation will be certain. If the leaders of the 7 territories are not stupid, they should know what to do next. Of course, it does not matter whether they listen to my advice or not." After saying this, he walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back, his figure tall and proud. The real battle had just begun. Sooner or later, he, Xianxia, would wash away the shame he had suffered. 5 days later, the city wall was completed. The golden city wall, stained with blood and piled with skeletons, was only 390 meters high. It wasn't majestic, but it was still breathtaking. The city wall was like a giant golden dragon coiling around the earth, encircling the area within 100 miles. The bricks on the wall were as smooth as mirrors, neat and seamless. The blood-stained walls gave the golden walls an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Condense. In the sky, Lin Sun, who hadn't rested for 5 days and 5 nights, waved his sleeves, and his black eyes lit up. Boom, along with a strange fluctuation. A golden beam of light soared into the sky, scattering and shattering the clouds in the sky. The city walls that had just been completed suddenly revealed expanse after expanse of gorgeous Tao marking diagrams, causing a rain of light to spray down while divine radiance flowed, and it was dazzling and resplendent. All the overlords of the ancient desolation realm in the camp were alarmed. When he raised his eyes and looked over, golden divine rainbows shot up between heaven and earth. There were thousands upon thousands of them, and as they swayed in the void, they condensed into flower buds of the great Tao, auspicious and divine. In the end, the phenomenon of a vast starry sky actually appeared in the sky. A myriad of dazzling stars flickered within it, and they circulated without end. It was deep and vast. Stars in daytime, witnessing this phenomenon, everyone was stunned. The golden city bathed in the boundless starry sky was like a country inhabited by gods. It's just building a city, but it caused such a phenomenon? This is the work of the gods. Xiaohao was stunned, his heart pounding. Ruawu couldn't help but walk forward and touch the wall with her fingertips. Instantly, a circle of restriction rippled and spread on the smooth mirror-like wall. If one looked carefully, the bricks on the wall were dyed with strands of a blood-red color, and it was like a faint crimson glow. Moreover, one could faintly see numerous broken corpses embedded within the bricks, and it was a horrifying sight. "It's beautiful, but also terrifying," Ruawu murmured. Ruawu murmured. Standing so close to the city wall, she could feel an oppressive aura that was contained but not released, condensed but not revealed. It was the perfect combination of the divine path restriction array and the city wall. In the camp, the overlords of the ancient desolation realm recovered from the shock. They couldn't help but burst into cheers. From now on, the realm of ancient desolation would have a new city of Tao protectors, a city that had triggered unusual phenomena in heaven and earth on the day of its completion, and all this was thanks to Lin Sun. High in the sky, Lin Sun couldn't hide his tiredness. 5 days ago, he had single-handedly trapped and killed the army of the 7 regions. Then, he had not stopped to rest, spending 5 days to build this city. This had greatly exhausted his mental and physical strength. But at this time, when he heard the cheers of the crowd and saw the magnificent city under his feet, Lin Sun smiled with pride. This was his city, It was also a fortress that sheltered all the experts in the ancient wasteland domain, but soon, Lin Sun took a deep breath and took out several holy treasures. Each holy treasure had tens of thousands of cultivators trapped in it. Without any hesitation or pity, as Lin Sun waved his sleeve, these holy treasures were all embedded under the city wall. Then, rivers of blood flowed out of the holy treasures and seeped into the depths of the earth. In the end, countless white bones gushed out and filled every corner of the city wall. More than 100,000 soldiers from the 7 regions who had been trapped in the city were all sacrificed on the day of the completion of the city of Tao Protectors. In the sky, the mourning of the holy treasures resounded again, and the color of blood spread like a tide. Because many of the enemies who were sacrificed were at the true Saint realm, slaughtering more than 100,000 people in one fell swoop would definitely be regarded as a butcher in the outside world, and he would bear the infamy of cruelty, coldness, and ruthlessness. But Lin Sun didn't care, and his mood didn't fluctuate at all. The enemy city of Tao Protectors was built with the corpses and blood of the sages of the ancient Desolation realm. He, Lin Sun, was just paying blood for blood, and a tooth for a tooth. As the saying went, the immortal cause was to kill the enemy. It was better to let the enemy gnash their teeth in hatred than to let them curse his name. Soon, Ruo Wu and Xiao Hao also guessed this. They looked at each other and couldn't help but feel shocked. In the camp, the experts of the ancient Desolation realm also understood. They all felt their blood boiling, and they couldn't help but feel excited. Good job. Good job. That's what a man should do. Their shouts resounded through the sky and echoed in the wilderness. Lin Sun landed in the midst of the cheers and shouts. He said to Xiao Hao and Ruo Wu, "I have to take a rest. I'll have to trouble you two to take care of the rest." "Go ahead." Xiao Hao and Ruo Wu urged with a smile. Lin Sun nodded. He was indeed too tired, and he needed a good rest. Next, it's time to divide the city and build buildings for each cultivator. By the way, the first thing is to build a palace for Lin Sun. Xiao Hao said in a low voice. "Leave these trivial things to me." Ruo Wu smiled. Xiao Hao nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, "All right. According to my speculation, it won't be long before more and more experts from the ancient Desolation realm hear the news and gather with us. We need to set some rules." Ruo Wu frowned and sneered. "Before we built the city, there were only 60,000 experts who came to support us. Now that we've built the city, they want to come and take advantage of us. How can there be such a good thing in this world?" As far as she knew, there were at least 300,000 experts from the ancient Desolation realm who had entered the 9-region battlefield. Even if many of them had been killed by the enemies of the 8 regions in the past year, it was impossible for there to be only 60,000 of them left. Obviously, some of the experts didn't believe that Lin Sun could succeed before the city was built, so they didn't come to support him. Perhaps it was out of concern for their own safety, which was understandable. But Ruo Wu couldn't bear to see these experts running out to seek shelter in the city of Tao Protectors. Xiao Hao smiled casually. "This has nothing to do with taking advantage of us. In the end, we're all on the same side." Moreover, who would have thought that Lin Sun could really resist the threat of the 8 regions and rebuild the city of Tao Protectors? Ruo Wu sighed softly. "Yes, we're on the same side, so we can only consider the overall situation." Speaking up to here, a wisp of killing intent flashed in her starry eyes, and her voice became cold. "However, I can tolerate them coming to take advantage of us. But if anyone dares to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, she turned around and left. Xiao Hao smiled and didn't say anything. If it wasn't for the 9-region battlefield, the experts in the ancient Desolation realm would have many conflicts and grudges between them. For example, Lin Sun was regarded as a thorn in the flesh by many ancient orthodoxies in the ancient Desolation realm. If Lin Sun cared about these personal grudges, how could he have poured all his efforts into rebuilding the city of Tao Protectors? However, the situation was different now. Even Lin Sun's enemies didn't dare to go against Lin Sun at this time. Otherwise, Lin Sun wouldn't even have to do anything before those experts who supported him would swarm over and tear him to pieces. This was the general trend. After resisting the enemies from the 7 regions and rebuilding the city of Tao Protectors, Lin Sun's prestige had reached an unprecedented height. It wasn't exaggerated to say that he was the leader of the ancient Desolation realm, and he was unanimously acknowledged and respected by many experts. Going against him was no different than going against the entire ancient Desolation realm. Of course, Xiaohao hoped that those experts who once viewed Lin Sun as their enemy would have some backbone and not come to the city of Dao protectors. However, neither Xiaohao nor Ruo Wu had expected that a storm of blood had arisen in the territories of the 8 regions against the experts of the ancient Desolation realm. All of this was because of a piece of news that Xueqingyi had conveyed. If they wanted to destroy the ancient Desolation realm, then they had to kill all the top figures in the ancient Desolation realm. Retribution. In the Ninely world, an expert of the ancient Desolation realm who had just escaped death let out an extremely sorrowful howl. At first, just like the other experts of the ancient Desolation realm, this person didn't believe that Lin Sun could rebuild the city of Dao protectors, so he chose to bear with it and watch from the sidelines. But when he learned that Lin Sun had single-handedly resisted the siege of the 7 regions' armies and successfully rebuilt the city of Dao protectors in the ancient Desolation realm, his first thought was to go to the ancient Desolation realm and seek protection from the city of Dao protectors. Many people had the same idea as him. They excitedly set off together, hoping that once they arrived at the city of Dao protectors, they wouldn't have to hide from place to place anymore, and they wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. But who would have thought that they would be besieged by a bloody group of people halfway through their journey? At the end of the battle, he was the only one who was lucky enough to survive and kill his way out of the encirclement. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but feel sad. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone to the ancient Desolation realm. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Over there, quick. This 2-legged sheep can actually escape until now. He can be considered a tough character. In the distance, a group of experts from the Ninely ancient Desolation realm rushed over with murderous intent. The expert from the ancient Desolation realm stiffened, and his face turned ashen. It's over, puff. Before long, scarlet blood splashed everywhere. The expert from the ancient Desolation realm lay on the ground. Even at the moment of his death, he thought that if he had gone to the ancient Desolation realm, perhaps everything would have been different. Similar scenes were taking place in the territories of the 8 regions' camps. It should be known that the experts from the ancient Desolation realm who were scattered in different regions were all hiding very well. But under the crazy revenge of the forces of the 8 regions, many of them were found and killed without exception. Of course, there were also many experts from the ancient Desolation realm who had gone through many dangers to break out of the encirclement of the enemies and finally arrived at the ancient Desolation realm. When they saw the golden city of Dao protectors standing on the horizon, emitting a sacred and immortal aura, these experts from the ancient Desolation realm, who had been hiding in fear for the past year, had an impulse to cry. However, as they approached the city of Dao protectors step by step, they felt a little nervous and uneasy. When they were building the city of Dao protectors, they were worried about their own safety, so they didn't come to help Lin Sun. But now that they had come to seek protection, would they be turned away? Half a month later, Lin Sun woke up from his meditation. His eyes were clear and tranquil. Now, he was completely familiar with and controlled the power of the absolute Saint realm. He also knew how difficult it was to take every step in the path of the Saint realm. Diligent cultivation was the most fundamental, but it also required a lot of comprehension and experience. If he only relied on closed doors to build a car, he was destined to stop moving forward. Other than that, the cultivation of the 3 paths of qi refinement, spirit refinement, and body refinement, the comprehension of the power of the great Tao, and the tempering of the power of the martial Tao all required a lot of time and energy. Currently, Lin Sun's cultivation in the true Saint realm could only be said to be stable. It belonged to the perfection of the initial realm, and was still a step away from the middle true Saint realm. However, his source of Tao mountain was extremely firm and strong, so it made him almost invincible in this realm. Of course, this was only cultivation. The strength of the Saint realm was closely related to the power of the great Tao, the power of the martial Tao, and the treasures one controlled. Lin Sun had already touched the threshold of creating his own saint technique, and had comprehended the mystery of 3 Taos unite, essence is one. Being invincible in the absolute true saint realm was just around the corner. Old man, how's the refinement of my treasure? Lin Sun's mind moved, and a green branch emerged. Then, with a flash of divine light, it turned into an ancient tree with dense branches and leaves and a strong trunk. It was the divine refining ancestral tree that Lin Sun had taken away from the secret realm of the underground palace. Just one last step. The divine refining ancestral tree said quickly. As it spoke, its branches and leaves shook, and with a clang, a snow-white broken blade flew out. Even I didn't expect this treasure to be so incredible. If it was any other divine weapon, with my strength, it would be enough to refine it to perfection, but this treasure is like a bottomless pit. In the past half a year, I don't know how much of my source energy has been consumed. At the end, the divine refining ancestral tree seemed to be in pain as it rambled on. Young man, my vitality has been greatly damaged. I need to use some treasures of heaven and earth to make up for it. What chaotic life soil, 5-colored spirit soil, clear turbid star sand. They can barely do it. There will definitely be benefits for you in the future. Lin Sun answered perfunctorily and took the broken sword in his hand to observe. Half a year ago, when he decided to rebuild the city of Tao protectors, Lin Sun had given the broken blade to the god refinement ancestral tree to nurture and refine it. The reason why Lin Sun had used the Yuan killer sword when he was fighting against the Seven Regions army was that Duanren was still being nurtured at that time. Not bad, not bad. Soon, Lin Sun showed a strange look and exclaimed. After half a year of refinement, the broken blade had obviously undergone a great transformation. Its sharpness was restrained, and its brilliance was contained. It did not look as illusory and gorgeous as before. Instead, it had a kind of obscure charm. This is called divine objects conceal themselves. The origin of this treasure is definitely extraordinary. The god refinement ancestral tree interrupted from the side. All those years ago, I followed the sky-split emperor all over the world, and I've seen countless peerless treasures. However, I've never seen such a peculiar broken blade. Unfortunately, it's incomplete, and it's very difficult to imagine how formidable it would be when it's complete. However, it's fortunate that it's incomplete, and that's why you were able to subdue it and refine it into your own natal treasure. Otherwise, you're bound to be unable to make use of it with your strength at the ultimate saint realm. Lin Sun glanced at this chatterbox tree, and he couldn't help but feel surprised in his heart. After all, regardless of whether it was the broken blade, the god-eater beetle, the spirit refinement gourd that had a drop of violet blood sealed within it, or the Rahu's horn, all of them were obtained by him from the ancient spirit world. As for the ancient spirit world, until now, Lin Sun was still unable to figure out exactly where this world was located. Because he'd been teleported to the ancient spirit world while he was traversing the heavenspan secret realm. Look, there are 3 mysterious Tao patterns imprinted on this blade, forming the 3 words Yuan, Ji, and Zhu. The divine refining ancestral tree said quickly, but it's obvious that it's incomplete. There should still be the last word that hasn't appeared. Moreover, unless you can find the missing part of the broken blade, the last word will never appear. Lin Sun deeply agreed, he had long noticed this problem. He asked, do you think that with my strength, can I repair the broken blade? Impossible. The divine refining ancestral tree said without hesitation, such a rare treasure involves the power of inheritance, and cannot be replaced with other materials. However, if you use your own Saint Tao power to nurture it, this treasure will be able to transform into a natal holy weapon for you to use. Lin Sun nodded, put away the broken blade, and nurtured it in the black hole in his body. With a slight sense, all the aura that the broken blade possessed surged into his heart, causing Lin Sun's spirit to be lifted. He had a strong premonition that he only needed an opportunity to transform the broken blade into his own natal holy weapon. Speaking of which, I still don't know how to address you. Lin Sun raised his head and looked at the divine refining ancestral tree. At this moment, the divine refining ancestral tree felt like crying. Kid, you really don't take me seriously, do you? In a serious tone, it said seriously, remember, my Dharma name is Empty God, and it was personally given by the sky-splitting emperor. Kidney deficiency? Lin Sun was startled, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he praised, this Dharma name is definitely famous and amazing. The Empty God was proud, of course, this is a Dharma name given by the emperor. Lin Sun smiled, in the future, if you follow me, I will definitely not let you suffer a loss. If nothing goes wrong, I will definitely make a trip to the Kunlun ruins in the future. I heard that it contains ancient wood, profound chi earth essence, origin water. As Lin Sun reported the treasures of heaven and earth, the Empty God almost drooled. He said anxiously, "Brother, you must bring me along." "Of course." Lin Sun agreed readily. This divine refining ancestral tree called Empty God obviously had an extraordinary origin, and it was a rare divine tree. It would be good to keep it by his side. Not long after, Lin Sun pushed the door open and walked out. The current city of Tao protectors had undergone earth-shaking changes. The streets were spacious, extending in all directions, and row upon row of buildings rose from the ground. The streets were filled with pedestrians and carriages. Regardless of gender, age, or cultivation, everyone wore a relaxed smile that came from the bottom of their hearts. There were even teahouses and restaurants in many places. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Sun would have suspected that this was not the Nine-region battlefield, but a peaceful and bustling city. But after thinking about it, Lin Sun felt relieved. Among the practitioners in the city, the weakest one was in the longevity tribulation realm. It was a piece of cake for them to build a building in the city. Brother Lin. Child Lin. Senior Lin. Along the way, wherever Lin Sun appeared, he would inevitably be greeted by many people with admiration, respect and eagerness. Some reserved people even called Lin Sun Senior. As the saying went, those who reached the peak were the teachers. Lin Sun had now set foot in the Saint realm. In terms of cultivation alone, he could be called a senior. Not to mention that it was with his own strength that he had miraculously built the city of Tao protectors and provided a safe place for the experts in the ancient desolation realm. Who could not respect him? Not long after, Lin Sun heard the whereabouts of Xiaohao and Ruo Wu. He was about to go there when he heard a quarrel in the distance. Humph, why should the Black Demon Tengu clan be the scouts and go to the outside world to investigate the enemy? On the street in the distance, a black-robed old man said with a gloomy face, "You want the experts of my clan to die? No way. I'll say it here today. The people of my clan will never agree to this." Many experts from the major forces of the ancient desolation realm had gathered around to watch the show. The black-robed old man was a true Saint Realm expert of the Black Demon Tengu clan named Go Tianqi. Go Tianqi, we are all members of the ancient desolation realm. As everyone knows, the Black Demon Tengu clan is best at investigating the enemy. My young master's arrangement is not wrong. In front of Go Tianqi, a beautiful and refined woman with a graceful bearing spoke indifferently. Wanning, Lin Sun recognized her at a glance. She was one of Xiaohao's personal maids. She had served Xiaohao together with Yao Li, Yu Shi, and Bygone in the extreme desolation realm. Cut the crap. Go Tianqi's face darkened and he sneered, "You want to die?" Sure, the Black Demon Tengu clan will not accompany Xiaohao to his death. Wanning couldn't help but be angry. Go Tianqi smiled and said, "Little girl, remember, the Black Demon Tengu clan is also a member of the ancient desolation realm. The affairs of the ancient desolation realm are not decided by Xiaohao." Go Tianqi. Wanning's eyes were cold. Go Tianqi frowned and said, "Little girl, if you dared to talk to me like this in the ancient desolation realm, you would have been dead long ago. Even if Xiaohao came, he wouldn't dare to bully you." Many people in the crowd laughed out loud. Most of them were the strong people who were on good terms with the Black Demon Tengu clan. Wanning took a deep breath and calmed herself down. "You're on your own." Hee hee. Go Tianqi's face was full of sarcasm. He didn't take this threat seriously at all. Xiaohao was strong, but would he dare to kill people in the city? Wasn't he afraid of arousing the disgust of all the strong people in the ancient desolation realm? "Old dog, you're laughing very happily." Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded in Go Tianqi's ears. He looked up and saw a young man in a moon-white robe coming from afar with his hands behind his back. The surrounding people were stunned. When they recognized the young man, they couldn't help but change their expressions. They kept quiet out of fear and kept a distance from Go Tianqi. When he heard the extremely humiliating word "old dog," Go Tianqi was angry at first. His eyes flashed with killing intent and his old face became gloomy. But when he recognized the identity of the person who spoke, his whole body suddenly stiffened. His expression kept changing and he looked frightened. Go Tianqi was one of the experts who'd entered the city of Tao protectors not long ago, so he'd naturally heard of Lin Sun's deeds. However, he'd never imagined that Lin Sun would appear at this critical moment. He couldn't help but be horrified by this. A long time passed before he took a deep breath and grunted coldly. Lin Sun, so it was you. Out of consideration for the fact that you've established the city of Dao protectors, my Black Nightmare Tengu clan won't make things difficult for you. I hope you understand that this is the nine-region battlefield. Regardless of whether we had enmity in the past, we're on the same side now, and we should naturally unite against an external force. Everyone in the surroundings was filled with disdain. This old fellow's face changed so quickly. Lin Sun nodded. I won't fuss about our enmity in the past now. Go Tianqi heaved a sigh of relief, but Lin Sun's next words caused his expression to change abruptly. However, the ancient desolation camp doesn't accept trash. Go Tianqi's face flushed red with anger, and he forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and said, if we don't get along, then I'll take my leave. With that, he flicked his sleeve and was about to leave. However, Lin Sun said indifferently, if you dare to leave, then no one from the Black Sea Tengu clan will be allowed to step into this city from today onwards. Go Tianqi's body stiffened as if he'd been struck by lightning. If it was in the past, he would definitely scoff at such a threat. But now, he didn't dare to take it lightly. At the very least, Lin Sun had absolute authority in the city of Dao protectors. Just a word from him was enough to decide the fate of the Black Sea Tengu clan. Lin Sun, aren't you abusing your position to take revenge? Go Tianqi's expression was livid as he spoke word by word. Slap, Lin Sun slapped Go Tianqi from afar, causing blood to spray from his nose and mouth, and he fell to the ground with a red and swollen face. Everyone in the surroundings kept quiet out of fear. Lin Sun stepped forward and looked down at Go Tianqi as he said indifferently, I built this city alone, and I decide all the rules and freedoms. So what if I'm abusing my position to take revenge? Are you going to bite me? Go Tianqi trembled with rage, and he gritted his teeth tightly as he hissed, aren't you afraid that you'll disappoint the ancient desolation camp by acting so brazenly? Bah! You old dog are so shameless. If there was no child Lin, how could there be such a city? Letting your Black Sea Tengu race into the city is already benevolent enough, but you guys don't know how to be grateful. You're simply cruel and unscrupulous. Before Lin opened his mouth, someone couldn't help rebuking loudly. Right, this old fellow is too shameless. If I was young Master Lin, I'd definitely be the first to slaughter him. Get lost, old fool. The city of Dao protectors doesn't welcome your Black Sea Tengu clan. Instantly, a wave of cursing resounded in the vicinity, and it seemed like he was being condemned by the masses. For a moment, Go Tianqi was dumbfounded. He was ashamed, angry, and shocked. He didn't know where to put his face. In the ancient desolation realm, he was a true saint. Wherever he went, he would be respected. But now, he was hated by everyone like a rat on the street. Old dog, take care. Lin Sun didn't want to argue with him at the moment, so he left. Wan Rong hurried to catch up with him. Her heart was filled with unspeakable joy as she said, young Master Lin, thank you so much for your help this time. Lin Sun waved his hand and said, if it was Xiaohao, he wouldn't have tolerated his arrogance either. Alas, my young master is too kind. Today, more than 100,000 experts of the ancient desolation realm have gathered in the city of Dao protectors. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. I wonder how many guys like that old dog are enjoying the fruits of others' labor, and they're even unwilling to contribute. Wan Rong sighed softly. Moreover, there are many experts who have secretly colluded with each other and refused all orders. You also know that we're in the same camp. But if everyone goes their own way and doesn't listen to orders and only knows how to enjoy the fruits of others' labor, then what's the difference between us and a plate of loose sand? A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes as he said, I understand. Before long, Lin Sun met Xiaohao and Ruo Wu in a magnificent palace. The two seemed to be talking about something. When they saw Lin Sun, their eyes lit up and they said, the one who makes the decision is finally here. Lin Sun was stunned. Ruo Wu said with a smile, there are a lot of troubles in the city these days. Fortunately, everything is under control. Xiaohao also smiled and said, now, you're the only one who needs to make a decision. Lin Sun became more and more confused, what decision? Recently, there have been many restless guys in the city, such as the Black Demon Tengu tribe, the descendants of the Heavens Pivot Holy Land, and so on. Ruo Wu and I have been keeping an eye on them. As long as you give the order, they will be sent to the most dangerous place to carry out your order. Xiaohao's voice was gentle, but the coldness in his words was full of killing intent. So you've been fishing for a long time? Lin Sun vaguely understood. Ruo Wu smiled and said, to resist foreign aggression, we must first settle the internal problems. If we don't get rid of the internal problems, how can the ancient desolation compete with the foreign enemies of the 8 regions in the future? Lin Sun thought for a while, what if those restless guys refuse to follow orders? A cold light flashed in Ruo Wu's eyes, kill 1 to warn 100. This isn't the ancient desolation. Whoever dares to oppose the orders is an enemy of the ancient desolation. Just kill them. Lin Sun felt a lot more relaxed. On the way here, he had been thinking about how to solve this problem. He didn't expect that Ruo Wu and Xiaohao had already thought of all the measures. He said with a smile, you can do it. Why do you have to wait for me to make the decision? Ruo Wu rolled her eyes and said, the ancient desolation only accepts your orders now. You're their recognized leader. If we make a decision, we won't be able to convince them. Lin Sun smiled bitterly, leader? Why do I feel that you're laughing at me? But in the end, Lin Sun agreed without hesitation. On the same day, a storm was set off in the city of Tao protectors under the instigation of Xiaohao and Ruo Wu. To Lin Sun's surprise, the Black Demon Tengu tribe changed their attitude and took the initiative to cooperate. They agreed to any order without hesitation. Obviously, Go Tianqi also realized that something was wrong after being taught a lesson by Lin Sun and changed his attitude. Of course, there were still some experts who refused to listen to orders. Most of them were powerful figures from some ancient orthodoxies. They thought themselves superior and didn't take Lin Sun's orders seriously. However, in the evening of the same day, after Xiaohao personally killed more than 10 people who had long been identified as internal threats, the restless voices instantly disappeared. This was called killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Then, during this period of time, these experts who had been very restless were all arranged to carry out some extremely dangerous missions. For example, spying, gathering intelligence, patrolling the ancient desolation world, and so on. No matter how unwilling they were, they could only bow their heads obediently. Anyone who wasn't stupid could see that Lin Sun, Xiaohao, and Ruo Wu were in the city of Tao protectors. Anyone who dared to oppose them would be courting death. For a moment, the atmosphere in the city of Tao protectors changed. Although the rules weren't strict, no one dared to resist Xiaohao and Ruo Wu's orders anymore. As for Lin Sun, he didn't have the mood to care about such trivial matters. On that very day, he left the campsite swiftly. There were still around 5 months before the arrival of the magnetic secret realm, and Lin Sun intended to seize this time to search for Zhao Jingxian. More than a year had passed since the 9 regions battlefield opened, but there was still no news of Zhao Jingxian. How could Lin Sun not be worried? A few days later, on a wasteland in the Star Fiend domain, a group of experts from the Star Fiend ancient domain were gathering a divine material called the 9-leaf violet shade wood. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them. He was tall and wore a moon-white robe, and his bearing was otherworldly like that of an immortal. It was Lin Sun. Who are you? Someone shouted and revealed a fearful expression. Have you seen this person? Lin Sun flicked his finger, and then a screen of light appeared and reflected Zhao Jingshuan's graceful figure. Not to mention whether we've seen him or not, why should we tell you? Someone laughed out of extreme anger. Lin Sun didn't waste any time and waved his sleeve. The group of experts from the Star Fiend ancient domain were instantly killed on the spot. Whoosh! In the next moment, Little Silver rushed out and swept into the remaining souls of these corpses to investigate. After a while, Little Silver shook his head. No. Lin Sun nodded and turned to leave. Half a month later. Jiuli Domain. Have you seen this person? A group of Jiuli ancient domain experts was stopped, but Lin Sun still didn't waste any time. He condensed the light screen depicting Zhao Jingshuan's image and asked directly. No. These people were all intimidated by Lin Sun's aura and were terrified. But in the end, when Lin Sun left, none of them were spared. 1 month. 2 months. Lin Sun's footprint started from the Star Fiend domain, all the way across the Jiuli domain, the Heavenly Fire domain, the Absolute Yin domain. With his current cultivation and combat strength, he didn't reveal his tracks wherever he went. All the experts he asked were wiped out one by one, leaving no traces behind. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, these foreign enemy forces didn't notice that Lin Sun, who they hated and feared, had quietly walked through their territory, but so far, Lin Sun had found nothing. This made Lin Sun more and more worried. He didn't dare to think what he would do if something happened to Zhao Jingxian. Where is Zhao Jingxian now? On this day, in a mountain range in the Daluo world, Lin Sun walked alone between the ravines and streams, frowning and looking lost. Who? Someone can find this place? Stop him. Don't let anyone disturb the young master's action. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, waking Lin Sun from his contemplation. Looking up, it turned out that he had come to a green lake in the depths of the mountain unknowingly. The lake was vast, with bright burning lotus flowers in full bloom. Above the lake, there was an invisible door to a secret realm. The jade green lake was vast like a mirror that was embedded in the depths of the mountains, and there were numerous fiery red lotus flowers growing on it. Originally, the scenery here was picturesque, yet now, the air was filled with killing intent. Over 10 supreme sages from the all-heaven world had a murderous aura as they sealed off this area, and merely the aura they emanated caused the heavens and the earth to dim down. There were both men and women amongst these supreme sages, handsome young men, and gray-haired old men. However, all of them carried swords. Some carried swords on their backs, some embraced them, some placed their swords before their knees, some carried swords by their waists, and some hung their swords before them. Shockingly, it was a group of supreme sword saints. The all-heaven ancient region was a world of sword cultivators, and sword sects stood in great numbers there. Sword cultivators were numerous like the clouds in the sky, and the people of the world respected the sword. Amongst the 9 regions, merely in terms of combat strength, the all-heaven ancient region could firmly be ranked in the top 3. The reason was that there were too many sword cultivators in this region, and their combat strength was the most powerful and terrifying. However, Lin Sun had never imagined that there would actually be so many sword saints before such a desolate lake amidst lofty mountains and lofty mountains. Moreover, every single one of them had stepped foot onto the peak of the sword Dao. However, Lin Sun merely frowned and didn't stop. He took a step forward and gazed at the lake. There was a door to a secret realm there, and it seemed as if it had appeared out of thin air. There was no need to guess at all. These supreme sword saints from the all-heaven ancient region had come for this secret realm. Moreover, the young master they spoke of had obviously entered the door to the secret realm. A young man from the ancient desolation region. No, this is a supreme saint realm expert. At the same time, the 10+ supreme sword saints from the all-heaven ancient region had locked onto Lin Sun's figure at the first possible moment, and their gazes flickered while they revealed strange expressions. Could it be him? A black-clothed beautiful woman who held a sword in her arms seemed to have guessed something, and her slender and long brows raised. Who? There are only 3 supreme saints in the ancient desolation region now. One is Xiaohao, one is Ruo Wu, and the last is naturally the infamous Lin Sun. The black-clothed beautiful woman spoke slowly while strands of peerlessly sharp sword insight surged within her eyes, and it even slashed countless fine cracks in space. This man looks young and has an unworldly aura, just like Lin Sun in the rumors. Now, who do you think he is? As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd became restless. It was him. The eyes of the solitary sword sacred sages glistened. They withdrew the disdain in their hearts and unleashed a sharp aura. Some of them were ready to make a move, some were full of killing intent, some were surprised, and some were smiling playfully. Lin Sun actually dared to appear in their exalted realm. On the surface of the jade-green lake, numerous crimson-colored lotus flowers rustled as they shattered into powder that scattered onto the surface of the lake, and it dyed an expanse of rouge red. At this moment, the atmosphere between heaven and earth was so oppressive that it was suffocating. Lin Sun's reputation was like a tree's shadow. He had long been known by all the experts of the 9 regions. His deeds were still one of the hottest topics on the 9 regions' battlefield. He had once wreaked havoc in the Blood Demon world and humiliated the Blood Demon ancient region. He had also set up a saint restriction to trap and kill the allied forces of the 7 regions, killing 70 peak stage sages and destroying a 210,000-strong army. Who wouldn't know such a notorious and ruthless person whose hands were stained with blood? Who would dare to look down on him? However, the solitary sword sacred sages from the exalted realm did not expect to see Lin Sun here. This was too surprising. Lin Sun, how dare you barge into the exalted realm? Aren't you afraid of death? As far as I know, you are the leader of the ancient desolation realm. If you die, the ancient desolation realm will definitely collapse and vanish. A handsome young man with a sword on his back stood with a cold expression and a cold gaze. His words caused the murderous aura in the area to become even more intense. If an ordinary true sage was here, just the terrifying murderous aura in the area would cause him to collapse and fall into despair. However, Lin Sun seemed to turn a blind eye to all the enemies. He raised his finger and a light screen appeared, outlining Zhao Jingxuan's figure. Have you seen this person before? It was still the same question, but all the experts who had heard it had been killed. The peak stage sword sacred sages were stunned and almost fell into chaos. Previously, they thought that Lin Sun had come personally because he had heard some news and wanted to disrupt their operation. Thus, they took it seriously and did not dare to be negligent. Who would have thought that this guy was actually here to look for someone? The black-cloaked beautiful woman suddenly sneered, "Is this your confidant? She looks very beautiful, but from the looks of it, she's probably in trouble. Otherwise, if she knew of your reputation in the Nai region's battlefield, how could she not look for you?" There was a hint of sarcasm in her voice, as if she was taking pleasure in Lin Sun's misfortune. Ridiculous. Another person said with a cold expression, "If we had seen this woman, do you think she would still be alive? You foolishly came to inquire about information from the enemy. Are you, Lin Sun, stupid? Even if we've seen this woman before, do you think we'll tell you?" There were also people who sneered and felt that Lin Sun's behavior of looking for someone was simply too idiotic. Lin Sun put away the light screen on his fingertip and glanced at the peak stage sword sacred sages. "Do all of you cultivate the sword Dao?" "Of course." Everyone sneered again. Which expert in the Great Luo ancient domain didn't cultivate the sword Dao? "I have a sword, do you have the guts to see it?" Lin Sun was calm. It was a light sentence, but it caused the peak stage sword sacred sages to suffer the greatest humiliation and provocation in the world. They were peak stage sword saints, and all of them had been immersed in the sword Dao for countless years. Even in the Great Luo ancient domain, they were respected by tens of thousands of people. But now, a young man from the ancient desolation domain asked them if they had the guts to see it. How arrogant was this tone? "Humph. I want to see what's so mysterious about this sword of yours. If it's not enough, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave today." Someone snorted coldly, and the sword chi around him soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. Sword practitioners belong to the category of great ferocity. They would rather break than bend and kill without fear. Just based on these words, you will definitely be beheaded here today. There were also people with indifferent expressions, their clothes fluttering in the wind. Rumor has it that this guy is a Dao inscription master, but he actually dares to challenge us with the sword Dao. How ridiculous is that? Someone sneered. Although they said so, these peak stage sword saints were not careless. They all ran their chi and waited for Lin Sun. They had all heard of Lin Sun's strength, but as the peak stage sword saints, they didn't believe that they didn't even have the ability to see Lin Sun's sword. Clang! 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 In the nearby void, the sound of swords resounded through the sky like tides. Every peak stage sword saint was like a divine sword with the power to penetrate the sky and earth. Just the power they exuded had a kind of sharp and unparalleled sword intent. This world was turbulent, and all things were murderous. One sword is enough to break your sword courage. Lin Sun suddenly raised his head, and his abyss-like eyes, like a pair of divine swords, pierced through the void and glanced at the crowd. At that moment, many people only felt their hearts tremble, and their bodies suddenly became stiff. Their eyes flickered, and they felt an inexplicable pressure. Without hesitation, they ran their chi to the extreme. More than a dozen peak stage sword saints were like more than a dozen peerless swords. Their sword intent covered the sky and the earth, covering all directions, so that the mountains and rivers within 1,000 miles collapsed in an instant, and the rocks and plants were all crushed by the fierce chi. At this moment, a Taoist sword appeared behind Lin Sun and suddenly swept out. It was silent. This sword was so clean that there was no impurity, like the clearest spring water in the world. But when it was stabbed out, it fell into the eyes of the peak stage sword saints, but it was a different scene. It was obviously a sword, but it seemed to have turned into thousands of swords, densely packed like a torrent, filling the world, filling the mountains and rivers, and covering the starry sky. It was everywhere. It was everywhere. In a trance, the countless sword chi turned into layers of sword formations, covering the sky and the sun. Sword Tao was the sharpest way of attack in the world. On the other hand, this sword strike revealed a boundless, immeasurable, and all-encompassing aura. It was fierce to the extreme and terrifying to the extreme. Rumble. This expanse of the heavens and the earth seemed to have exploded apart. It was unable to endure the might of this sword strike, and the surroundings were filled with boundless and vast sword chi. Intense sounds of collision resounded in the surroundings, and it was mixed with shocked and furious cries. Sword chi swept out violently, and it was dazzling and resplendent, causing the sun and moon to dim in comparison. Firstly, the peak stage sword saint that was handsome like a youth was unable to endure it. The origin sword before him wailed while he bled from all 7 apertures, and he let out muffled groans of pain. After that, the black-clothed beautiful woman's body was sliced by numerous strands of sword chi, and she was utterly unable to resist or deal with them. In the blink of an eye, she was mangled and unrecognizable. After that, numerous peak stage sword saints were heavily injured. Some had their bodies pierced through, some had their arms severed, some had their waists slashed apart. All of this occurred in an instant. On the other hand, the boundless sword chi was still whistling through the surroundings, and it caused the mountains and rivers in the surroundings to dim down while the heavens and the earth were overturned. Impossible. What sort of sword Tao is this? How could it be so terrifying? This is the inheritance of our ancient all-heaven region's sworn enemy, the Taishan Sword Emperor. Exclamations of shock, shrill cries, and furious roars resounded amidst the surging torrent of sword chi. At this moment, over 10 peak stage sword saints were heavily injured, and their expressions had changed completely. They didn't have the composed confidence they had earlier any longer. They struggled with all their might, yet they were unable to escape. That sword chi was too terrifying. It existed everywhere, and it was extremely profound and unfathomable. This caused them to recall a person, a terrifying existence that had once crushed all the sword cultivators in the ancient all-heaven region to the point of being unable to raise their heads. The Taishan Sword Emperor, the man that was reputed to be the #1 sword emperor in the ancient Desolation region during the primeval times, when the sword chi dispersed and the dust and dirt dispersed. The heavens and the earth were in chaos, and their field of vision was filled with signs of destruction and destruction. Even the jade-green lake had transformed into an enormous and unfathomably deep ravine that was covered in cracks and crisscrossed together. On the other hand, the bodies of those 10+ peak stage sword saints were dyed red with blood and were heavily injured. Their appearances were extremely miserable, and they didn't possess the elegant demeanor from before. A single sword strike had heavily injured over 10 peak stage sword saints. My sword originates from one and returns to infinity. All things are born by me and all spirits are transformed by me. My sword is infinite and random. The true meaning of turning into a sword is as numerous as the sands of the universe. This was the opening sentence of Taishan sword scripture, which showed its profound mysteries. After Lin Sun stepped into the peak of the Saint realm, he had cultivated 108,000 sword chi in 108,000 acupoints in his body. The previous sword started from 1 and then turned into 108,000 swords, which gathered the power of chi refining, spirit refining, and body refining, and combined with various martial arts Upanishads to produce it. Although it was just one sword, the power contained in it could be regarded as one of the most powerful killing means Lin Sun had mastered at present. The world was silent, and the solitary swordsmen were completely terrified. They were born with pride and confidence in swordsmanship. But now, in front of Lin Sun's sword, all their pride and confidence were destroyed. Now thinking of what they had experienced just now, it made them tremble with fear. He'd heavily injured them with a single sword strike. Even if it was in the ancient all-heaven region, it was practically impossible to find someone capable of accomplishing this. The most terrible thing was that Lin Sun was still very young and not a pure swordsman. He was also good at spiritual tattoos. What kind of freak was he? Is the one who entered the secret realm Xianxia, one of the 8 invincibles of green darkness? Lin Sun asked suddenly. He was still as calm and indifferent as before, but the way everyone looked at them had changed, and there was an unconcealable fear in their eyes. Humph. If you want to kill us, just kill us. You want us to speak? Wishful thinking. Some people gnashed their teeth and faced death with equanimity. Puff, as soon as the voice fell, Lin Sun raised his hand and a wisp of sword chi swept out, killing this person on the spot. In the months since he left the camp of the ancient wasteland world, Lin Sun had been walking, searching, and cultivating all the way. His understanding of the 3-in-1 way had become more and more profound. Now, any attack that he casually threw out was extremely powerful. Not to mention an ordinary true sage, even a top sage would find it hard to block it. If before, he had touched the threshold of being undefeatable in this realm, then now, he had stepped into it and entered the next level. It was no exaggeration to say that now, as long as the peerless figures were not amazing, even the top sages could not enter Lin Sun's eyes at all. Go! Someone shouted and turned to flee. Now, they were all seriously injured and had long lost the strength and courage to fight against Lin Sun. If they wanted to save their lives, they could only escape. Lin Sun didn't even look at it. With a wave of his sleeve, Taishan sword chi swept out and slashed across the air. Puff, blood rained down. The person who tried to escape was enveloped by the torrent of sword chi. His body instantly exploded, and he only had time to let out a miserable scream before he completely lost his life. Fight it out with him. Kill. Under the stimulation of death, the eyes of the other absolute land sword saints turned red. Their expressions were savage as they attacked together. But Lin Sun turned a blind eye to it. He stepped forward, and his body shone brilliantly, flowing with the light of the way. As he walked, beams of Taishan sword chi whistled out, blazing brilliantly, peerlessly sharp, and swept out. Puff. Puff, everywhere he passed, figure after figure fell to the ground, and they were simply like weeds that were easily harvested. So what if they were absolute land sword saints? In the face of absolute crushing combat power, there was no difference between them and weeds. Of course, this was Lin Sun's intention. As soon as he took action, he used his strongest combat power without any hesitation. From beginning to end, he showed a devastating posture. In just 10 breaths, Lin Sun stepped to the bottom of the secret realm. Behind him, the group of solitary darkness sword saints had all been slaughtered. Silver and Tian had already flown out and skillfully cleaned up the spoils of war. In the past few months, they had followed Lin Sun and seen many similar scenes, so they were not surprised. But in their hearts, even they often sighed that their master was getting more and more fierce and powerful. However, they also knew that Lin Sun had become more and more taciturn and bad-tempered because he couldn't find Xianxia for a long time. He often fought with each other because of a disagreement, which had become a common thing. Before long, Silver and Tian packed up and met up with Lin Sun. Seeing that Lin Sun had no intention of talking, they didn't say anything more sensibly. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly said, "Are you worried that if I go on like this, I will become a butcher who only knows how to kill?" Silver and Tian were stunned, and then nodded at the same time. "Master, we all know that you are very worried about the safety of Miss Xianxia, but you can't embarrass yourself too much." Little Silver took a deep breath and said seriously, "I believe that Miss Xianxia is blessed by the heavens. Although there's still no news of her, it's not a bad thing. At least, it's better than the worst news." Lin Sun nodded and said with clear eyes, "I have been thinking about a problem along the way. Now, I have figured it out." Silver and Tian were stunned again. What did he figure out? But Lin Sun didn't say anything more and walked towards the door of the secret realm. He was vaguely sure that the young master mentioned by all the solitary sword saints was probably Xianxia, who was regarded as the number one in the younger generation of the great heaven ancient domain. Now that he had encountered him, he naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. Xianxia, the successor of the Sky Sword Pavilion, the leader of the great heaven ancient domain, ranked as one of the 8 absolutes of green darkness, was a rare genius in sword Tao. How strong was his combat strength? Buzz accompanied by a strange roar, Lin Sun appeared in a secret realm in the next moment. The sky was vast and blue, and there were mountains in the distance and rosy clouds. This was a picturesque secret realm full of peace and tranquility, and the air was filled with a calming aura of the Great Way. As soon as he stood in it, Lin Sun only felt that the power of the great way around him became extremely active, as if in an instant, he was perfectly integrated with the mountains and rivers of this world, and he could clearly feel a kind of great way. A strange light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. He stepped forward and spread out his divine awareness. Along the way, he saw the picturesque mountains and rivers, the magnificent scenery, green mountains and clear waters everywhere, like a pure land of immortals. Not long after, when Lin Sun passed a verdant bamboo forest, he was suddenly stunned, and his heart beat violently. Whoosh, the next moment, his figure had appeared in the depths of the bamboo forest. There was a thatched cottage built of green bamboo here. Obviously, someone had lived here before. Lin Sun lifted his foot and walked in. The bamboo building was simple, elegant and clean, with bamboo tables and futons. On the table, there was a bamboo tube, in which several light blue flowers were inserted obliquely, waiting to bloom. Lin Sun took a deep breath and calmed his mind. It's Xianxia. She must have settled here. After a while, the gloomy atmosphere between Lin Sun's eyebrows was swept away. His black eyes were bright, and he looked excited, which was rare. He didn't expect that he would come to the right place by accident this time. It seems that she has been staying here since she entered the Nine Regions battlefield. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have the leisure to build a bamboo building. Lin Sun took a deep breath and restrained his inner excitement. But, where is Xianxia now? He turned around and walked out of the bamboo building, spreading his divine awareness to sense the surroundings. After a while, he finally caught a trace of a faintly discernible aura, and it kept drifting towards the distance. Lin Sun flew away without hesitation. But not long after, Lin Sun's eyes suddenly narrowed. He landed on the ground, came to the grass on one side, and raised his hand to pick up a blade of grass. The grass was tender and crystal green, long and straight, but it was obviously cut by a sharp breath, and the cut was smooth. When Lin Sun sensed carefully, he keenly captured a trace of faint sword intent. This wisp of sword intent was very ordinary, almost undetectable, and very inconspicuous. But in Lin Sun's eyes, it was completely different. What he saw was a vast, majestic, and incomparably domineering aura, a kind of swift and fierce aura that assaulted his face. It was like a sword hidden deep in the box. Although its sharpness was covered, when it was unsheathed, the sword light was absolutely brighter than the moon on the sea. Xianxia, a cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes, and his heart tightened. If Xianxia had been here all the time, Xianxia would have noticed her existence as soon as he entered the secret realm. The next moment, Lin Sun moved with all his strength without hesitation. His divine awareness spread out like a tide, following the breath left by Zhao Jingxian all the way. On the way, he also noticed that the breath suspected to belong to Xianxia had always existed. Obviously, he had also found something strange and was investigating. Not long after, a roar came from afar. Lin Sun suddenly raised his head and covered it with his divine awareness. In an instant, he saw a magnificent and incomparable picture of heaven's retribution. It was a majestic and towering purple mountain. Above the mountain, dark clouds covered it like the curtain of the eternal night. Streaks of dazzling and terrible tribulation thunder rolled and roared in the clouds like pythons, making a roar like the war drums beaten by gods. This was a great and rare saint retribution. Soon, Lin Sun's eyes suddenly shrank, and his divine awareness was firmly attracted by a beautiful figure standing on the top of the purple mountain. The beautiful figure was graceful and slender, wearing a fluttering skirt. Her black hair was coiled up high, revealing a picturesque, beautiful and refined white face. She stood alone on the cliff. Her graceful figure was flowing with illusory Taoist light. She was like a fairy, with a kind of soul-stirring beauty. However, at this moment, she looked serious, which was rare. She looked up at the sky, where the clouds of tribulation were thick and the breath of destruction was spreading. It would come soon, Xianxia, it was really her. At this moment, Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. His eyes were bright, and his heart was full of joy. After more than a year, they finally met again. She was fine, and so was I. The joy of reunion was nothing more than this, but immediately, the joy on Lin Sun's face was replaced by a touch of coldness. His divine sense captured another aura, an aura that seemed to be ordinary and restrained, yet was actually fierce and overbearing to the extreme. Violet Mountain was lofty while tribulation clouds covered the sky, and lightning interweaved together and rumbled like war drums. A terrifying aura of destruction caused the heavens and the earth to fall into a practically suffocating and oppressive atmosphere. Xianxia stood nearby with his hands behind his back, and he gazed at the graceful and beautiful figure that stood at the peak of Violet Mountain from afar while a wisp of a secretive smile hung on his lips. Not long ago, he'd entered this secret realm with the intention of searching for a fortuitous encounter related to the Saint Tao so that he could further improve his cultivation technique. However, he'd never imagined that this fortuitous encounter had been obtained by someone else a long time ago. Then, he discovered this woman dressed in a purple robe that was as beautiful as a fairy. With Xianxia's gaze, he was able to tell with a single glance that the woman possessed a unique charm that was extremely extraordinary. Obtaining the Grand Tao brand within this secret realm isn't something that just anyone can accomplish. If you're really able to overcome the tribulation successfully this time, then I don't mind sparing your life. Xianxia muttered in his heart. He wore feathered clothes and had a flying sword that was tied up into a slanted bun. His appearance was handsome, and he seemed like a young noble that was full of spirit and spirit. Suddenly, Xianxia noticed something, and he turned around to look. At this instant, terrifying divine light had suddenly appeared in his eyes that were calm like a lake. It was like a heavenly sword was flickering in the depths of his pupils, and it could slash through all things and crush a river of stars. At the peak of Violet Mountain, Zhao Jingxian, who was meditating and waiting to overcome her tribulation, suddenly lowered her head, and she immediately noticed Xianxia, who stood on a rock in the distance. Her clear pupils constricted slightly while her heart tensed. Never had she imagined that someone would actually be hiding nearby before this calamity that was related to the success or failure of the Grand Tao. Wait, this isn't concealment. That person's cultivation is too profound, and there's no need to conceal it at all. He's just standing there casually, yet I wasn't able to notice him earlier. Zhao Jingxian couldn't help but pucker her lips when she realized this, and she sighed in her heart. As soon as the Nine region battlefield was opened, she'd been teleported to this secret realm that seemed to be isolated from the outside world. Because she couldn't find a way out, she could only wait here. For more than a year, she lived alone in a bamboo house. She meditated alone, arranged flowers alone, and thought about her worries. Not long ago, when she was cultivating in meditation, she'd inadvertently comprehended a Grand Tao brand, and she obtained unbelievable comprehension of the Grand Tao. It was also because of this comprehension of the Great Tao that she had grasped the opportunity to become a saint in one go. Today was the day of her tribulation, and after a year of accumulation, she had already made sufficient preparations for this. Even though the calamity in the sky was terrifying, her heart was fearless and calm. However, when she noticed Xianxin's figure, her tranquil heart couldn't help but be slightly shaken. In the end, the biggest taboo in transcending a tribulation was to be disturbed by the outside world. The absolute Empyrean divine tribulation was even more terrifying. If there was even the slightest change in one's state of mind, the power of the tribulation would take advantage of it. This was the so-called pull one hair and the whole body will move. For a moment, Zhao Jingxuan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Not earlier, not later. Could it be that this is a hidden calamity that purposely wants me to suffer when I'm about to become a saint? Bang! When this thought had just arisen in her mind, rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth suddenly arose from the depths of the tribulation clouds in the sky that had accumulated strength for a long time, and it caused the surroundings to tremble and all things to shake. Zhao Jingxuan's expression changed slightly. If her mental state was said to be tranquil like an ancient well before this, then the trace of unrest caused by Xianxin's appearance at this moment was like a hole that had torn open her mental state. At the moment she was overcoming the tribulation, it had undoubtedly become a lethal flaw. For a time, a wisp of gloominess couldn't help but suffuse the space between her brows. However, right at this moment, a voice resounded abruptly. Jingxian, be at ease and overcome the tribulation. I'm here. This voice was so familiar, and it had coiled around her heart on countless occasions throughout this year of time. It caused Zhao Jingxian to think that it was an illusion because a flaw had appeared in her mental state. But right after that, she noticed that something was off. Because a familiar figure was tearing through space from extremely far away. He wore moon-white clothes, and his black hair fluttered with the wind. His figure was still tall and dignified as before, and it was like even if the sky collapsed, it wouldn't be able to crush his backbone. It really is this fellow. Zhao Jingxuan's heart shook while her crystalline and clear eyes opened wide, and her peerlessly beautiful face that was originally covered in a wisp of gloominess glowed with a wisp of shocking extraordinary splendor. I'm here. I'm here. That flat yet firm voice still reverberated through the heavens and the earth and lingered by her ears. Zhao Jingxian felt a lump in her throat while the rim of her eyes had turned slightly red. She took a deep breath, raised her fair and exquisite chin slightly, and spoke with an extremely proud tone. Such a tribulation is nothing to me. Her voice was pleasing and chilly like the sound of nature, and it was filled with a cheerful and confident bearing. All of these changes were merely because he's here. In the distance, Lin Sun started smiling as well, and his eyes carried a rare wisp of tenderness. Bang! The tribulation lightning in the sky was dazzling and resplendent, and it was like a dragon that whistled out. At this moment, it had finally descended. Zhao Jingxuan's clothes fluttered while her graceful figure rose into the sky. Her expression was calm and focused, and her peerlessly beautiful face carried a wisp of arrogance. There wasn't a single ripple in her mental state. At the same time, Lin Sun looked at the young man who was wearing feather clothes and standing with his hands behind his back. Jian Qingchen? He asked. Jian Qingchen nodded and looked at Lin Sun, the uninvited guest. He said thoughtfully, "You were able to break through the blockade of a group of peak sages and enter this place. It seems that you're that Lin Sun." He had a leisurely manner and seemed very calm, but in fact, he had an extremely restrained conceit, and he fully displayed the demeanor of a peerless genius. Even Lin Sun had to admit that Jian Qingchen was indeed very different from other peak sages, as he was ranked among the 8 absolutes of green destiny and was regarded as the #1 swordsman of the younger generation in the Dalua sword domain. In the ancient desolation domain, perhaps only Yun Qingbai's demeanor can compete with this person, right? Lin Sun thought of Yun Qingbai. However, Yun Qingbai was a genius swordsman who didn't hide his strength at all. His pride and conceit were also disdainful. He was like a peerless sword that shone brilliantly, and it was as sharp as the sun, hanging high in the sky. Jian Qingchen, on the other hand, had a different kind of demeanor. He gave off a restrained and calm feeling, just like a heavy sword without a sharp edge. It was very difficult to see through his depth. Interesting. I can actually meet you here, but it seems that you're not here to kill me. As Jian Qingchen spoke, he glanced at Zhao Jingxian, who was going through the heavenly tribulation in the distance. Are you here for her? Lin Sun said calmly, that's right. So, do you plan to leave by yourself, or do you want me to send you on your way? Jian Qingchen sneered, why are you in such a hurry? I'm very curious about you. Why don't we take this opportunity to have a chat? When the two of them spoke, it was as if they were having a normal conversation. However, the area where they stood had long been filled with a formless and terrifying aura. The rocks, grass, and trees were all silently turned into powder. In the sky, the tribulation thunder rumbled, and the lightning was dazzling, shocking the world. However, as soon as the aura of the tribulation approached this area, it was swept away. This was a silent confrontation, an invisible confrontation. It seemed to be an ordinary chat, but in fact, it was more dangerous and terrible than a real battle. So, you're not going to leave? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Jian Qingchen sighed softly and looked at Zhao Jingxian, who was going through the heavenly tribulation in the distance. He said, it's a pity. I plan to keep her by my side after she becomes a sage, so that she can follow me to conquer the world in the future. But now it seems that if I want to take her in, I have to go through you first. Lin Sun said, is that why you haven't taken action yet? Jian Qingchen nodded. Can't you see? The blood of a true dragon flows in this lady's veins. If she can overcome the heavenly tribulation and become a peerless sage, she will be able to awaken the true talent of the true dragon bloodline. A peerless sage dragon lady will cause a stir on the ancient path of the stars. After all, the true dragon bloodline has always been a legendary race. It's simply too rare. It's even rarer than natural saints and gods. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Jingxian, who was going through the heavenly tribulation in the distance. He remembered what Yan Zhanqiu, the successor of Lingbao Holy Land, said a long time ago, you don't know how noble junior sister Jingxian is. There are few people in this world who are worthy of her, but you are definitely not one of them. At that time, Lin Sun thought that Yan Zhanqiu was venting his anger and jealousy. But now it seemed that Yan Zhanqiu had already known that Zhao Jingshuan's background was not simple. This was normal. It was said that Yan Zhanqiu's mother's family was inextricably linked with the real dragon. It was reasonable that he knew some details about Zhao Jingxian. You're right. In my opinion, she is unique and unique. She is the only one in the world, Lin Sun said seriously. You didn't do it before because you were greedy and wanted to possess what you shouldn't have. Am I right? Jian Qingchen smiled and said, it's not greed. I'm just happy to see her. As for whether I should possess her or not, it's not up to you. So, you still don't want to give up? Lin Sun's expression became calmer and colder. If you decide to do it now, there will only be one result. Jian Qingchen stopped smiling and looked at Lin Sun calmly, either I die, or you two die together. What's more, as you can see, the girl you worry about is going through the heavenly tribulation. This is the critical moment for her to become a saint. If she succeeds, she will become a saint in one step. If she fails, her soul will be destroyed. What do you think will happen to her if she is disturbed? Lin Sun's dark eyes were cold, surging with a frightening luster. He said, I didn't expect that a person like you would be so shameless. Jian Qingchen said indifferently, Lin Sun, people like you and I don't care about any criticism or comments. I'm just stating a fact. Lin Sun said indifferently, I can see that you're very confident in your strength. However, do you really think the result will be as you've guessed? As he spoke, he took a step forward. With just a single step, a formless and terrifying aura emanated from Lin Sun and covered this area. Jian Qingchen's eyes flickered, and he seemed to be surprised. When Lin Sun took the second step, Jian Qingchen couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and the aura around him suddenly rumbled and circulated. At this moment, Lin Sun's body was flowing with the brilliance of the Wei. Although he hadn't made a move, the aura around him was oppressive like a lofty mountain and as deep as a vast ocean. Once it erupted completely, it was unimaginable how terrifying the power would be. Jian Qingchen obviously realized this. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his expression was tranquil. However, his eyes were surging with boundless sword essence. The fairy battlefield will arrive in 9 months. Are you sure you want to make a move now? Jian Qingchen frowned. He had heard of Lin Sun's deeds and even conducted special research on Lin Sun. He knew that Lin Sun was a formidable enemy that couldn't be underestimated. But when he confronted Lin Sun at this moment, Jian Qingchen found that Lin Sun's aura wasn't inferior to any of the 8 absolutes of green destiny. The fairy battlefield? That's a matter for the future. Now, it's between us. As Lin Sun spoke, he took the third step. Boom, the nearby space seemed like fragile glass, and it rumbled as it shattered and collapsed. With Lin Sun at the center, a terrifying pressure of the Saint Dao rumbled as it swept out. Humph! A sharp light flashed in Jian Qingchen's eyes as he took a step forward. His aura changed along with it, and his restrained aura was suddenly released at this moment. Clang, a round world of swords appeared behind his head, and countless sword chi surged like a tide within it. It could cut stars, break the universe, and shock ghosts and gods. Such a divine Wei aura caused Lin Sun's eyes to be filled with surprise. There was no doubt that Jian Qingchen had also stepped into the threshold of creating his own method, and the sword Tao he cultivated was even more overbearing and fierce than Lin Sun had expected. Boom, 2 different types of supreme pressure of the Saint Dao collided in this instant, and it was simply like the sun and moon were fighting, causing deafening rumbling to resound. With the 2 of them as the center, the earth suddenly collapsed, forming a huge crack that spread to the extreme distance. The nearby mountains, rocks, plants, and trees instantly exploded into powder. If one looked down from the sky, the mountains and rivers in an area of 500 kilometers seemed to have fallen into oblivion and collapsed. At this moment, Lin Sun's temperament was as otherworldly as an immortal, and his momentum was as frightening as a demon. On the other hand, Jian Qingchen was like a peerless sword that was hidden deep within a sheath. At this moment, he revealed its edge, and he revealed the arrogant bearing of a peerless sword saint. Between the 2 of them, it was just a clash of auras that threw the universe into chaos. Lin Sun said coldly, I'll give you a chance. If you don't lose within 3 moves, I'll let you live. Lin Sun, you are really good at scheming. Xianxia chuckled, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. If you can't defeat me within 3 moves, you'll definitely realize that I have the ability to interfere with that lady's heavenly tribulation. At that time, you'll definitely change your mind. Then, he changed the topic. However, I can promise you 3 moves. Xueqingyi sees you as a blade and wants to weaken the power of the other realms. Why can't I do the same? See me as a blade? Aren't you afraid of cutting yourself? Lin Sun said coldly. Xianxia laughed and sighed. Do you know? If I didn't recognize your combat strength, I would have been killed the moment you appeared. However, it's also because I've realized that your combat strength isn't ordinary that I'm willing to fight you to the death. If I die, the ancient rule realm won't fall apart, but it'll be very difficult for us to contend against the other realms. If you die, the ancient desolation realm will be leaderless. It will no longer be a threat to our 8 realms. We can easily destroy it. You don't want to see these 2 results, and I don't want to see them either. So, why should I fight you to the death and let the other realms take advantage of it? Xianxia thought for a while and then said, in short, even if we want to deal with you, we need the 8 realms to do it together. Do you understand? Lin Sun said with a sneer, you don't have to talk so much nonsense. Why don't you just disappear? Xianxia shrugged and said with a smile, it's simple. I just don't want to. Boom, at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly took a step forward, and a Taoist sword appeared without a trace of smoke and fire. 108,000 swords. Taishan Sword Spirit? I didn't expect you to obtain the inheritance of Taishan Sword Emperor. In an instant, Xianxin's eyes burst with a terrifying cold light. He put his hands together as a sword and let out a roar. Confrontation. A pitch-black and deep strand of sword chi surged into appearance abruptly. It was like a ray of light that had been cut out from the veil of eternal night, and it was filled with an oppressive aura of destruction, silence, and death. As soon as the sword came out, it was like darkness, bringing the shadow of death. The 2 streaks of sword chi, which were imprinted with the power of 2 peerless figures, clashed in midair. Boom, the world was turned upside down, and the sun and moon lost their light. The brilliant and blazing sword light, sword chi, sword intent, and sword light converged and burst out, producing a terrible turbulence that swept and spread like stormy waves. Wherever it passed, the void was in disorder, mountains and rivers collapsed, and all things collapsed. There were also many terrible visions that shocked the world. But at the first moment of the confrontation, Xianxia frowned and was shocked. He realized that the horror of Lin Sun's sword was far beyond his imagination. Without hesitation, he planned to change his move. But Lin Sun's second attack had already come. Obviously, Xianxia didn't intend to give him a chance to react and deal with it. Swish, this time, Lin Sun still used one sword move. But this sword showed a completely different charm. Its sharpness was unparalleled, unrestrained, and its momentum was unparalleled. As soon as the sword came out, the world fell silent, and time seemed to stand still. Anyone who saw this sword would feel small, desperate, and suffocated. This sword was called No Return. Xianxin's face finally changed. The 108,000 swords had made him feel pressure, and he had not really resolved it yet. He was still fighting fiercely. But this sword made him feel a real threat, which made him feel as if there was a blade on his back and a chill run down his spine. Does this guy have such terrible attainments in swordsmanship? Without any hesitation, Xianxin suddenly stretched his body, waved his sleeves, and formed a sword seal with his 10 fingers. He looked serious, which was rarely seen. Earth and earth, the sword is unstoppable. Heaven and earth, the sword is unruly. Wind and wind, the sword is unstoppable. Thunder and thunder, the sword is unstoppable. The 4 supreme swordsmanship of heaven, earth, wind, and thunder condensed into 4 sword seals, sitting in the 4 directions around Xianxin. The 4 extremes of Wei. This was Xianxin's trump card. For a time, the aura of the 4 sword seals was overwhelming, making him look like a sword god. His power rose to the extreme in an instant, crushing the wind and clouds in all directions. Boom! At this moment, the world shook, and the earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky, even covering the sound of thunder punishment in the sky. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even if ordinary peerless sages were here, they would definitely perish if they were affected by the shockwaves. Bang! Xianxia couldn't bear it first. His body was hit by the terrible sword light, and he staggered back a few steps in the void. His face was pale, and he looked frightened. His feather robe was damaged, and his long hair was disheveled. On the other hand, Lin Sun's body merely shook, and his expression remained calm from the beginning until the end. Only his black eyes grew even colder. In fact, he was slightly surprised because this was the first opponent he'd encountered since he entered the 9 regions battlefield that could withstand the 108,000 swords and no return. Xianxia took a deep breath. The vital energy and blood in his body were roiling, and it was very uncomfortable. His expression carried a rare solemn expression. In the ancient Great Heaven domain, he was regarded as the #1 expert of the younger generation, and he was known as the best amongst his peers. This was the first time since he started cultivating that he was at a disadvantage in a battle of the same realm and was suppressed. Looks like I've underestimated you. Xianxin's gaze was like lightning while his aura changed, and he emanated a terrifying battle intent that shook the stars. This only proves that you're inferior to me. Watch carefully, this is the third move. As he spoke, Lin Sun's figure vanished into thin air, and he appeared before Xianxin in the next moment. Xianxin's pupils constricted abruptly, but he remained fearless. He flipped his palm, and an inch of sword light suddenly appeared on his palm. It was only an inch, but it glowed brilliantly like the sun. It was the embodiment of his strength being condensed to the extreme. At the same time, a mutton-fat jade bottle appeared in Lin Sun's hand, and it was boundlessly empty. The great Tao boundless bottle, Xianxin's body stiffened while a lethal aura of danger surged into his heart, and he cried out in his heart. Shit, he practically instinctively retreated without the slightest hesitation and teleported with all his might. Bang, however, he was still a step too late. A strand of sword chi flashed out from the mutton-fat bottle that was only a few inches long. It was still a sword technique that he had inherited from Battle Emperor Wu Yang, no return. However, its power was twice as strong as before. For peerless saints of the same realm, the slightest difference in strength was enough to decide the outcome of a battle, let alone a difference of 2 times. Amidst a terrifying roar that shook the heavens and the earth, Xianxin's body was blasted away like a kite with a broken string. His clothes were tattered, and the dark gray armor that covered his body was pierced by the peerless sword chi. His chest was pierced through, and blood flowed out. Lin Sun frowned. He could tell at a glance that the armor was a powerful saint treasure. If it hadn't saved him, Xianxin wouldn't have just been seriously injured. Swoosh, as he thought of this, Lin Sun didn't slow down at all. His expression was cold, and his figure was like an illusion as he teleported through the void and attacked. From the very beginning, he had never intended to let Xianxin leave alive. Despicable. Xianxin roared furiously. His hair was disheveled, and there was a bloody hole in his chest that was still bleeding. Moreover, his face was ghastly pale. The worst thing was that the power of Lin's sword was so terrible that the remaining breath of swordsmanship was still raging in his body. Xianxin didn't expect that Lin Sun's third move would use a mysterious holy treasure, and its power was so terrifying. If it wasn't for the high-grade holy-level armor covering his body, this strike alone would have been enough to give him a fatal blow. Didn't you say that people like you and I don't care about criticism and criticism? Why are you getting angry out of humiliation now? Lin Sun's figure had already rushed to him in an indifferent and cold voice. The Yuan killer sword in his hand was flowing with demonic and bloody light, and he slashed down angrily. Boom, the sword chi was furious, tearing through the sky. I just didn't expect you to be so despicable. Xianxin's expression was livid. A divine sword that was pure black like iron and branded with dense Saint Tao markings suddenly floated up into appearance before him, and then he slashed down forcefully. Dang, amidst the extremely ear-piercing sound of collision, sparks shot towards the surroundings while divine radiance erupted. Although Xianxin, who was already severely injured to begin with, managed to block the sword strike, the impact caused him to cough up blood. He staggered backward and nearly fell from the sky. He took a deep breath and forcefully restrained the resentment in his heart, and his pale and almost translucent face was filled with iciness. As a peerless figure, his state of mind and willpower had been tempered to an extremely terrifying level. Even when he was in a dangerous situation, he didn't panic. But the anger and hatred in his heart could not be suppressed, he was too careless. He thought that Lin Sun would not dare to fight with him. Because no matter if it was the camp of the ancient Desolation domain or the camp of the Daluo ancient domain, it would be disadvantageous, and the other domains would only benefit from it. But he didn't expect that Lin Sun didn't care about this at all. He was like an unscrupulous madman who wanted to take this opportunity to fight to the death. With no time to think, Lin Sun came again. "You don't want that girl's life anymore?" A cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. Without any hesitation, he formed a strange seal with his fingers. Buzz, a wooden sword suddenly appeared in front of him. The wooden sword was 3 fingers wide and 2 feet and 4 inches long, with a scarlet sword tassel fluttering in the wind. The sword edge was blunt and thick, and the sword body was engraved with an ancient and strange inscription of the Great Tao, Imperial Order. The wooden sword was originally an ordinary item, but because of this character, it gave off a supreme aura that seemed to command the world. Rumble, as soon as Lin Sun approached, he was blocked by an invisible breath of sword Tao. Even his sword couldn't move forward. It was the aura of the wooden sword. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. Right at this moment, Xianxin's expression was cold and firm as he said coldly, "I have treasures too." He waved his sleeve. The wooden sword that was inscribed with the character Imperial rumbled abruptly. Faintly, it seemed as if an extremely mighty and tall figure had floated up into appearance and stood on the wooden sword, and the aura it emitted was simply like the ruler of the sword Tao that covered the heavens and the earth, vast and boundless. The rumbling tribulation clouds in the sky were startled and began to churn violently. At the same time, Lin Sun's body stiffened, and he felt a tingling pain all over his body. An extremely oppressive and terrible pressure of sword Tao came to his face. There was no doubt that this was Xianxin's trump card. As the top one in the younger generation of the Great Luo ancient region, Xianxin naturally had no lack of treasures. But this wooden sword was the most precious one he had. He had always kept it in his collection, and he didn't want to use it unless it was a life and death situation. "This sword may not be able to kill you, but it's more than enough to destroy the fate of that girl." Xianxin's eyes were full of sharpness. He hated, since he started his cultivation, he had never suffered such a big loss. Now he was seriously injured. How could he not hate? The more unyielding a person was, the more he couldn't bear such a blow. "Go." He spat out a word from his lips, full of disdain. The wooden sword soared into the sky, and the character Imperial flowed with obscure and supreme aura, making the mighty figure that emerged on the sword look like a god. But at this moment, Lin Sun also moved. The laws that enveloped this expanse of the world suddenly showed a trace of stagnation, and it fell into a momentary standstill. Everything seemed to have stopped. It was like a frozen picture, and Lin Sun had become the only moving track on the picture. Forbidden divine ability, bang, the great Tao Tower of no end appeared, and at this moment, boundless dark golden light drifted out and completely covered the wooden sword. When Xianxin reacted, he just happened to see that the wooden sword that he treasured like a treasure was forcefully suppressed by a pagoda that seemed to be made of divine gold before it could even display its might. The key was that he didn't even notice how the pagoda appeared. No matter how experienced and knowledgeable Xianxin was, he had never seen such a strange and unbelievable scene, and his body trembled. Bang! In the next moment, the wooden sword was directly suppressed and absorbed into the pagoda. From the beginning until the end, it was actually unable to struggle free. At the same time, Xianxin suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood as if he was struck by lightning. He immediately noticed that the connection between him and the wooden sword had been completely severed. No. This is impossible. This is the sword that Great Emperor Green Feather carried with him when he became an emperor. How could it be suppressed and absorbed? No matter how strong Xianxin's mind was, he couldn't help but panic at this moment. He felt astounded, and he didn't dare believe his eyes. He knew very well how extraordinary the wooden sword was. If it wasn't restricted by the laws of the 9 regions battlefield, the might of this sword was sufficient to kill a great saint, and even a king saint would fear it, because the sword was branded with the brand left behind by an emperor when he became an emperor. How could an ordinary saint treasure compare to such power? Yet now, the wooden sword was suppressed before it could even display its might. How could Xianxin accept this? "This is your trump card?" It's terrifying indeed. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be of much use. Lin Sun tore through the sky with a cold gaze. And the dark red Yuan killer sword swept out with a terrifying torrent of blood. Bang! When looked at from afar, it seemed like a river of purgatory had descended from the sky with the intention of annihilating everything. Xianxia didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. His injuries were extremely severe, and if he delayed any longer, his situation would only worsen. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lin Sun's determination to kill him. Zhao Jingxian was like a reverse scale in Lin Sun's heart, but Xianxia actually wanted to subdue Zhao Jingxian and take her in. How could Lin Sun tolerate this? It could be said that from the moment he saw Xianxia, Lin Sun had no intention of letting him go. Kill. The Yuan killer sword swept out in all directions. Xianxia moved so quickly that he avoided the attack in the blink of an eye. This also showed how terrifying this person was. He was injured to such an extent, but he could still avoid Lin Sun's attack. If it were any other top saint, he would have been killed countless times. However, before Xianxia could heave a sigh of relief, his figure suddenly stopped, and his expression changed. He didn't hesitate to retreat. Whoosh, a wisp of an illusory blade of flowing light suddenly descended where he stood just now, and the space there was silently sliced open with a perfectly straight rift. Broken blade, however, the broken blade at this time was different from before. It was full of divine splendor, and its blade was shining with a jade-like luster. The 3 obscure Taoist patterns on it were flowing with a sacred light rain. In short, the broken blade at this time was a real-life saint weapon. In the months since he left the ancient wasteland world, Lin Sun had traveled to many realms. The broken blade, which was nurtured in the chaotic hole in his body, had also transformed from a life royal weapon into a life saint weapon. Although it was still incomplete, its power was no longer the same as before. Previously, the broken blade was activated by Lin Sun with the mystery of impermanence chop. It successfully blocked Xianxin's way and forced him to retreat. Boom! Behind him, Lin Sun seized the opportunity and slashed out with his sword. Xianxin's long hair danced wildly, and he also realized that he was in a desperate situation. He roared, "Open!" With a terrible roar, Xianxin's body fell directly from the air and hit the ground hard. His body was cracked, blood was flowing, and his muscles and bones were broken. However, he still had some strength left. With some unknown secret method, he bounced up and fled again. Lin Sun couldn't help but be moved. A peerless figure like Xianxin was really not easy to kill. Not only did he have all kinds of inheritances and secret treasures, but his foundation was also extremely terrifying. However, this also strengthened Lin Sun's killing intent. Boom! On the way, Xianxin fled, and Lin Sun chased after him. Every strike Lin Sun made was blocked by Xianxin with all kinds of life-saving means, including magical secret methods and dazzling treasures. Even so, Xianxin couldn't change his situation. Lin Sun was like a shadow, chasing after him without giving him a chance to breathe. Along the way, Xianxin coughed up blood frequently. His Tao foundation was damaged, and his body was broken like cotton, dripping with blood. For the first time in his life, he was chased so miserably, under the stimulation of death, he seemed to have gone crazy. The only thought in his mind was to escape. As long as he could survive, there would be a day when he would make a comeback. Not long after, a door floating in the void appeared on the distant horizon. It was the exit of the secret realm. Xianxin, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, actually burst out with unprecedented speed and power at this moment, teleporting at full speed. Lin Sun, I will repay this debt 100 times or 1,000 times in the future. Xianxin's voice was filled with resentment as he roared. As he spoke, he had already taken a step forward and leaped into the door of the secret realm. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. However, at this moment, Lin Sun's figure appeared in front of the door of the secret realm and blocked it. The Yuan killer sword in his hand had already been slashed out. The surging scarlet sword chi descended from the sky like a surging Styx. At this moment, the resentment and anger on Xianxin's face suddenly froze. His eyes protruded, as if he couldn't believe it. So he was worried that I would counterattack before I died, so he didn't really kill me. He didn't hesitate to attack me until I exhausted all my strength to escape. when this thought appeared in his mind, Xianxin's mind, vision, and body were already drowned by the boundless scarlet sword qi. Puff, Xianxin's body was cut open in an instant, and then exploded. Blood rained down like a waterfall. The Yuan killer sword produced a clear sound, absorbing Xianxin's saint blood. Lin Sun gasped for breath, and his cheeks were so pale that they were almost transparent. It should be noted that from the beginning of the fight, he had used the two killing moves, 108,000 swords and no return, to injure Xianxin. In addition, in order to kill Xianxin, Lin Sun successively used the Infinite Way bottle, the Forbidden Passing, the Tower of Endless Way, the Broken Sword and other treasures. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the first time Lin Sun had encountered a formidable enemy since he stepped into the Saint Realm. Of course, the reason why Lin Sun exposed so many skills was very simple. He was worried that Zhao Jingxian would be disturbed. Otherwise, Lin Sun was confident that he could defeat Xianxin in a fair fight, even if he didn't use those hidden treasures. However, Xianxin's strength still left a deep impression on Lin Sun. Even before, in order to avoid Xianxin's desperate counterattack, Lin Sun was like a fish swimming in a lake. The fish took the bait, but if he wanted to catch it successfully, he had to exhaust its strength bit by bit. In this way, he could catch it conveniently. Just like when he was chasing Xianxin, if he was pushed too hard, Xianxin was very likely to fight back with all his strength, which would undoubtedly lead to unexpected danger. Xianxin thought that he had the hope of escaping, so he kept struggling to escape. Imperceptibly, his remaining strength was consumed again and again. In the end, when he was about to fight Lin Sun with all his strength, he was already exhausted. Clatter! Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and a blazing clear light swept out, wiping away the remaining flesh and blood of Xianxin. Silver, Tian, clean up the spoils. Lin Sun gave them an order, and then turned back to the place where Zhao Jingxian was going through the tribulation. The person he was most concerned about was Zhao Jingxian. As for Xianxin's death, it was insignificant. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Under the sky, Zhao Jingxian was still going through the tribulation. His situation was not good, but it was not too dangerous either. Seeing this, Lin Sun relaxed from his tense state. He casually sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate. This battle was the first time for Lin Sun to use the Forbidden Passing since he became a peerless saint. Different from the past, although it consumed a lot of physical strength, it was not exhausted. Moreover, when he utilized the Forbidden Divine ability, he could easily execute it with a single thought. It wasn't like before, where he had to circulate his full strength to execute it. In addition, Lin Sun was also quite satisfied with the power of the Infinite Tao Bottle. The most wonderful thing about the bottle was that the accumulated power was enough to release double the power. Even the power of the Absolute Saint Realm was the same. After the broken sword transformed into a life saint weapon, Lin Sun was quite satisfied with its power, which was obviously stronger than the Yuan killer sword. The reason was very simple. Just the combination of the three inherited powers of origin, extremity, and execution made the power of the broken blade far surpass that of other saint treasures. However, the origin killer sword also had a unique use, and that was, the more holy blood it was stained with, the stronger its ferocious aura, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Lin Sun suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. In the sky, the clouds were dispersing rapidly. Under the sky, a graceful figure was bathed in the bright lightning, exuding a holy aura. Lin Sun's eyes widened at once. Because at this time, Zhao Jingxuan's body was snow-white and smooth, and her seductive figure was completely revealed at this moment. Obviously, she had just succeeded in passing the test and was immersed in a kind of enlightenment, so she didn't notice it at all. As a result, Lin Sun also saw such a soul-stirring scene. Lin Sun's heart beat violently, and a strange emotion rippled in his heart lake, as if he had been electrocuted. Zhao Jingxian was very beautiful. Her beauty was like a delicate and refined hibiscus. Her skin was smooth, and her facial features were delicate and clear. She was like a fairy coming out of a painting. But at this time, her perfect body was revealed in the air, which made Lin Sun have a kind of amazing shock. The only thing that made Lin Sun speechless was that Zhao Jingxian was surrounded by sparkling lightning like a rain of light at this time, which made her beauty looming. When Lin Sun couldn't help but want to further appreciate that beauty, he saw an ancient dragon's shadow suddenly appear around Zhao Jingxian, which was lifelike and coiled up and down her body. Bursts of low dragon roar surged between heaven and earth, producing a palpitating dragon power. The beauty was like jade, accompanied by the dragon, standing high in the sky like a holy fairy, with a kind of supreme majesty. A real dragon? Lin Sun's mind suddenly became clear, and he showed a strange expression. Did Jingxian really awaken the talent of the real dragon in her blood after passing the test successfully? Is it beautiful? Suddenly, Zhao Jingxian opened her eyes in the sky and looked at Lin Sun from a distance with a smile on her beautiful white face. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a jade robe covered her slim and slender body. She stepped in the void and walked towards Lin Sun. Lin Sun said with a blank face, "What's so beautiful about passing the test?" Zhao Jingxian blinked her watery eyes, bit her moist lips, and said, "Do you dare to speak with your conscience?" Her temperament had changed. There was a kind of holy aura, and her voice was melodious like the sound of nature. As she spoke, she sat beside Lin Sun casually, supporting her white chin with her elbow, and turned her head to stare at Lin Sun's side face. Lin Sun looked straight ahead and sighed softly, "My conscience tells me that there's really nothing to see in passing the test. You don't know that I just killed the guy who wanted to do something bad to you, and I haven't recovered my strength yet." Just as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain at his waist. Zhao Jingxian smiled sweetly and said, "Don't change the topic. You, Lin Mo, are extremely daring. You dare to look but don't dare to admit it?" Lin Sun gasped and knew that he couldn't pretend anymore. He turned his head and stared at Zhao Jingxuan's beautiful face with his eyes shining. "Well, I admit that I am bold, okay?" Zhao Jingxian was stunned. At this moment, she was pulled into Lin Sun's arms and kissed. At this moment, all the clouds in the sky dissipated, and the sky was clear. A quiet and peaceful atmosphere filled the world again. In the distance, Little Silver said excitedly, "I'm rich this time. Jian Qingchen deserves to be one of the 8 skills of green darkness. He has so many good things. Master will be very happy if he knows." Wait. The demonic butterfly flapped its wings and stopped Little Silver. "What's wrong?" Little Silver raised his eyebrows. The next moment, he was also stunned. Seeing the scene in the distance, he couldn't help but be shocked and almost jumped up. After a long time, he murmured, "Master finally acts like a man. Little Tian, you don't know that since I followed Master to fight, he has never been greedy for women." At that time, Alu and I both wondered if Master didn't like women. "How many years?" Little Tian asked curiously. "Let me think, Master was still a young practitioner in Gang Spirit Realm at that time. It's been almost decades now. He doesn't even have a confidant?" "Of course he does, but Master has never cared about them. Only Miss Zhao can make him care about her." Speaking of this, Little Silver suddenly thought of someone. "No, there is also Miss Xia Solstice." Little Tian sighed faintly, "Too few. Since ancient times, which peerless figure in the world hasn't been accompanied by many devastatingly beautiful women? Master is so pitiful. Now that you mention it, he's really pitiful." Little Silver sighed. "Pitiful?" Suddenly, Zhao Jingxuan's melodious and ethereal voice rang out. Little Silver and Little Tian looked up and saw that Zhao Jingxian had come to their side and was looking at them with a smile. The two of them felt goosebumps all over their bodies as they sensed a wave of killing intent assaulting their faces. They shook their heads in unison and smiled in embarrassment. It was just that in their hearts, Little Silver and Little Tian both sighed. In the future, even if their master wanted to find more female confidants, he would have to get past Miss Zhao first. As for Lin Sun, he watched all this with a smile, but his lips hurt a little, which made him grimace. "Master, your mouth is bleeding," Little Silver suddenly yelled. All of a sudden, Lin Sun's smile froze, while Zhao Jingxuan's pretty face blushed and her starry eyes were full of shyness. On the same day, they left the secret realm. It had been 3 months since they left the camp, and there was only about 1 month left before the arrival of the Yuan magnetic secret realm. On the day Lin Sun and the others left, many overmatches from the Daluo realm came to the entrance of the secret realm. "Oh no, there was a battle here." A peerless saint's face suddenly changed. "Look at the traces left in the field. It's obvious that a great enemy has invaded here. Hurry up. Let's enter the secret realm and see the young master. But when they entered the secret realm and searched for a long time, everyone's face turned livid and gloomy. There was also a shocking battle in this secret realm, and from the remaining aura in the field, it was enough to tell that Xianxia had suffered a terrible blow. It was very likely that he had died, but none of them dared to believe it, and they couldn't accept it. Xianxia was the number one of the young generation in the Daluo ancient domain, and also the leader of their camp. If he died, it would be a heavy blow to their camp in the ancient desolation realm. If that happened, how could they compete with the other realms? No one is allowed to leak this news, or I will exterminate their families. Finally, a well-respected peerless saint took a deep breath and made a decision. On this day, the experts of the great overarching ancient region were informed that Xianxia was in seclusion and everything was handed over to Sky Sword Pavilion's elder, Qin Shaoxing. Qin Shaoxing was a renowned peak saint. At the same time, he was Xianxia's most reliable protector. The fact that he was in charge of the Great Firmament Ancient Domains camp didn't cause much of a commotion. However, all the experts who knew the inside story were deeply worried. Perhaps the news could be concealed for a while, but how could it be concealed until the end? Xianxia was one of the Green Abyss 8 Masters, the leader of the young generation in the ancient Desolation realm. Once the news of his death spread, the entire nine-realm battlefield would be shaken. The most terrifying part was that if Xianxia wasn't there, then how would his ancient All-Heaven region compete with the other regions in the future? Investigate. No matter what, we must find out who the murderer is. Qin Shaoxing's face was cold and his eyes were filled with hatred. Xianxia is dead. Do you plan to spread the news? Zhao Jingxian asked casually on the way back to the ancient wasteland world. Lin Sun thought for a while and shook his head. I'm afraid that no one knows it's me who did it. In this case, it's better not to publicize it for the time being. Why is that? Zhao Jingxian couldn't help but ask. You ought to be clearly aware that Xianxia is the leading figure in the ancient All-Heaven region's camp. His death is sufficient to cause an extremely heavy blow to the ancient All-Heaven region's camp, and the other regions would probably be extremely happy to see this scene. And to the ancient wasteland camp, this is similarly great news. It will be immeasurably beneficial to establishing your reputation. Lin Sun said with a smile, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If the big shots in other realms know that Xianxia was killed by me, how do you think they will react? Zhao Jingxian instantly understood. Xianxia was one of the Green Underworld 8 Absolutes. His death was enough to strike fear into the hearts of Kuan Xiaoyu, Zhu Yingkong, Lai Qian, and Qi Wushu. Lin Sun, who killed Xianxia, would be regarded as the most dangerous person by them. Once Lin Sun was targeted by all of them, they might join hands to deal with him by all means. It's not the time for a full-scale war. The ancient desolation realm is too weak. With only a few top sages like us, it's hard for us to compete with the other 8 regions. Lin Sun pondered, when the real war breaks out, we can spread the news of Xianxia's death, which will definitely give the enemy an unexpected blow. Zhao Jingxian frowned and said, but the ancient All-Heaven region will probably find out about Xianxin's death very soon. Do you think they will publicize it? Lin Sun asked. Zhao Jingxian was stunned, and then she instantly came to an understanding and said with a smile, if I was an expert of the ancient All-Heaven region, then I would definitely seal off this news at the first possible moment. At the same time, I would find out who the murderer is as soon as possible. In this way, I would at least be able to eliminate the effects of Xianxin's death to the greatest extent. Her smile was like a flower, clear and gorgeous, and her clear eyes were like a pair of dazzling stars. Lin Sun couldn't help but pinch her pretty face and say, smart. Zhao Jingxian spat lightly, and her pretty face blushed. 2 days later. Ancient Desolation Realm, City of Dao Protectors. The golden city wall was like the continuous body of a dragon, and it coiled around the ground. Every brick was clear like glass, and it was suffused with the color of blood. Moreover, one could vaguely see piles of bones inlaid between the bricks. 3 kilometers away from the City of Dao Protectors, a group of experts from the Northern Underworld Ancient Domain were invited to battle under the leadership of 5 top sages. Is there no one in the Ancient Desolation Realm? No one dares to come out and fight? Humph. The enemy is at the gate, but all of you only dare to hide. Don't you feel ashamed? Tui. A two-legged sheep is a two-legged sheep in the end. How cowardly. Waves of mocking and sarcastic curses resounded through the heavens and the earth. It was a group of monarchs of the longevity tribulation realm, and all of them were fearless and complacent. On the tower of the city of Tao protectors, Xiaohao had his hands behind his back, and his expression was calm and unmoved. However, many experts from the ancient desolation realm nearby were furious and indignant. A month ago, experts from the foreign forces of the 8 regions showed up in groups and wandered around our ancient desolation realm unscrupulously. These days, they are even more insatiable. They even came to the city to provoke us. It's intolerable. Some people gnashed their teeth. They must have heard that Lin Sun is not in the city. That's why they dare to come and provoke us. Some people frowned and were deeply worried. Lin Sun had been away for several months, and there had been no news from him. Many people could not help but worry that he had encountered an accident in the outside world. Lin Sun besieged a city in the blood demon world all by himself. Now, we are surrounded by the foreign enemies of the 8 regions. This is too much. Some people looked gloomy. In fact, everyone knew that the root of the reason was that the foundation of the ancient desolation realm was too weak. After Lin Sun left, only Xiaohao and Ruo Wu, the 2 peerless saints, were left in the city. In order to protect the experts in the city, the 2 of them could not go out and fight with the foreign enemies. On the other hand, the enemies from the 8 regions had many peerless sages, and they had come in groups. Obviously, they knew that the ancient desolation realm was weak, and they could only rely on the city of Tao protection to protect themselves. That was why they dared to provoke them so fearlessly. The purpose of their provocation is very simple. The Yuan magnetic secret realm will appear in 2 months. As long as they block this city, it's tantamount to sealing off the opportunity for the experts of the ancient desolation realm to enter the Yuan magnetic secret realm. Xiaohao said in a deep voice, of course, they must have found out that Lin Sun is not in the city. That's why they are so confident to provoke us. Pausing for a moment, he continued, of course, if we can't take their goading and go out of the city to fight with them, we will fall into their trap. If anything happens to me or Ruo Wu, they will definitely take advantage of the situation and attack the city in a large scale. Everyone's expressions changed indeterminately. They knew that Xiaohao wasn't lying. But they were rather resentful and displeased to be blocked in front of their gates and provoked repeatedly. The thing that worried them the most was that if they were still trapped in the city when the Yuan magnetic secret realm descended, then how could they seek the opportunity to become a saint? In fact, Xiaohao and Ruo Wu were rather depressed. They were naturally not afraid of fighting them, but they had to consider the safety of all the experts of the ancient desolation realm in the city of Tao protectors. So many days have passed, but Lin Sun still hasn't shown himself. Obviously, the news is true. He's definitely not in the city. Far away from the city of Tao protectors, an apex saint spoke slowly. At the beginning, they weren't sure when they found out that Lin Sun wasn't in the city of Tao protectors, so they were extremely vigilant and cautious when they came to provoke him. But after so many days of probing, no matter how they humiliated and provoked him, Lin Sun still hadn't shown himself, and this caused them to gradually relax. In the opinion of all the experts of the 8 territories, the only existence in the ancient desolation realm that they had to fear was Lin Sun. Since Lin Sun wasn't here, then it was undoubtedly the best opportunity for them to invade the ancient desolation realm. So, during this period of time, the northern Underworld Ancient Region, Skyfire Ancient Region, Absolutine Ancient Region, Jioli Ancient Region, Eastern Mulberry Ancient Region, and various other territories had dispatched their forces to charge into the ancient desolation realm and wreak havoc throughout the ancient desolation realm. Just as Xiaohao had guessed, their final objective was to prepare for the Yuan magnetic secret realm that would descend in 2 months. Even if that kid shows himself, how could he possibly stop the experts of our camp from entering the origin magnetic secret realm by himself? At the bottom of it all, the reason why the army of the 7 territories was completely annihilated last time was that no one expected Lin Sun to be able to set up an extremely terrifying Saint Tao restrictive formation. But it's different this time. After the Yuan magnetic secret realm descends, there's no way to set up a formation. If Lin Sun dares to show himself, he'll definitely be attacked by all the top sages of the 8 territories. Some of the other top sages nearby sneered. When the news of the annihilation of the allied forces of the 7 territories was mentioned, they were all extremely shocked. But after calming down, they realized that even though Lin Sun's combat strength was extraordinary, the key reason that led to the annihilation of the allied forces of the 7 territories was the Saint Tao restrictive formation. It wasn't because Lin Sun's combat strength was strong enough to sweep away 70 top sages. This was also an important reason why the experts of the 8 territories dared to wreak havoc in the ancient Desolation realm during this period of time. It was also because they were afraid of the Saint Tao restrictive formation that they only dared to provoke from afar and didn't dare to attack the city. Bastard! How could you be so arrogant if Lin Sun was here? Suddenly, an angry roar came from the city of Dao Protector. This made the experts of the northern underworld ancient domain burst into laughter. These poor lambs only dared to threaten them with Lin Sun. It's a pity that Lin Sun isn't here. One of the top sages mocked. So what if Lin Sun is here? He can't do anything to us even if we don't enter the city. Another person sneered. It's been several months, but Lin Sun hasn't shown up. Could it be that something has happened to him? There were also people who speculated viciously. For a moment, everyone on the tower of the city of Dao Protector turned livid and gritted their teeth. At this moment, they finally realized that without Lin Sun, they could only hide here and endure the provocation. When Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian returned, they noticed this scene from afar. It seems that the camp of the ancient Desolation has been very passive during your absence. They've been bullied to the gate by the enemy, but they can only endure it. Zhao Jingxian glanced at Lin Sun and said with a sigh. Along the way, she had learned from Lin Sun about the various things that had happened over the past year. She knew very well that without Lin Sun, the impregnable city of Dao Protector in the distance would not have been built. Now you understand. In the final analysis, the ancient Desolation camp has too few top sages. At present, they are far from being able to fight against the other territories. But I believe that everything will change when the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm descends. The group of Northern Darkstar Ancient Realm experts was led by 5 peerless sages and more than 30 Immortality Tribulation Realm experts. Such a force was only considered a small force among the forces of the other 8 territories. However, for the ancient Desolation realm, it was a terrifying force that they could only endure. They did not dare to fight outside the city. Xiaohao and Ruowu were not afraid, but they were worried that once they left the city, the enemy would take advantage of the situation and the consequences would be dire. Therefore, all the experts of the ancient Desolation realm were angry and sullen. On the other hand, the group of Northern Darkstar Ancient Domain experts were fearless and unscrupulous. No one dared to accept the challenge even though they were at the city gates. This made them feel indescribably proud and disdainful. Sigh, what a disappointment. When will the ancient Desolation realm dare to send someone out to fight? Maybe then we will look up to you. But now, hee, I can only say that you are a bunch of trash. A young man shook his head and sighed. Who are you calling trash? Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out. Of course I'm calling the ancient Desolation realm. The young man opened his mouth subconsciously, but he suddenly realized what was going on. He became furious and looked over. A handsome man in a white robe had appeared not far away. He looked calm and composed. The young man who was originally angry was stunned, then he burst out laughing. There is really a piece of trash who dares to leave the city. He laughed loudly, revealing an excited expression. He had been provoking them for a long time, but no one dared to accept the challenge. Now that someone had finally stepped out, he was overjoyed. However, the young man did not notice that the 5 peerless sages around him had changed their expressions. You have guts. The young man raised his thumb and said with a smile, Come on, tell me how you want to die. I will satisfy you. His words made the top sages around him twitch their lips uncontrollably. Slap, a chubby old man slapped the young man's cheek and said, Shut up. The young man was stunned. He covered his cheek with his hand and looked confused. Subsequently, he noticed that the expressions of his companions nearby changed drastically and became extremely solemn. Even the 5 peerless saints acted as if they were facing a great enemy, and their auras rumbled. You can't be, a thought flashed through the young man's mind, and he suddenly cried out involuntarily. Lin! Ha ha ha, brother Lin is back. Look at that guy. How stupid he is. With the cultivation of the longevity tribulation realm, he still dares to let Lin Sun choose a way to die. Is he out of his mind? Thunderous cheers and laughter resounded from the distant city of Dao protectors. Xiaohao and Ruowu heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Sun finally came back after a few months. At this moment, Xiaohao and others were keenly aware that with Lin Sun's return, everyone had a sense of relief. It seemed that no matter what happened, as long as Lin Sun was there, it didn't matter anymore. The young man seemed as if he was struck by lightning. His face turned ghastly pale, and his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. It's actually this fellow. Didn't he not appear for a few months? Why has he suddenly appeared now? The bodies of the experts from the northern underworld ancient domain stiffened, and they didn't have the arrogance, complacency, and disdain they had before. Even the top sages had a gloomy expression on their faces. Their eyebrows were full of fear, and solemnity. Everyone in the 9 regions battlefield knew about Lin Sun's fierce reputation. Let's go. Almost without any hesitation, the top sages chose to retreat. They waved their sleeves and were about to escape through the void with everyone. Boom, Lin Sun waved his sleeves, and the void nearby suddenly collapsed. The blazing divine light rolled and shook the top sages out of the void. It was just a single blow, but it showed his arrogance. Let me do it. However, just when Lin Sun was about to kill them, he saw Zhao Jingxian suddenly appear. Her purple clothes fluttered, and her black hair fluttered like a fairy. Okay, I'll help you. Seeing this, Lin Sun stepped aside with a smile. Zhao Jingxian had just set foot in the sage realm, and he also wanted to see how strong her combat strength would be after awakening the talent of the true dragon bloodline in her body. Boom, the battle broke out without any accident. The sky and earth shook, and the divine light swept across like a tide. Originally, the top sages in the northern underworld ancient region had no confidence to fight against Lin Sun. But when the opponent became Zhao Jingxian, they didn't have so much fear. They couldn't beat Lin Sun, and they couldn't beat a female sage who came out of nowhere. However, as the battle went on, the expressions of the 5 top sages couldn't help but change, and the pressure gradually increased. Like a fairy, Ruowu's body was covered with light rain, and her beautiful face was pure and holy. But when she attacked, the power was like a landslide and a tsunami, extremely terrifying. Faintly, it seemed as if numerous true dragon silhouettes coiled around her body, and they raised their heads and roared with shocking might. Every single strike of theirs possessed a destructive force capable of incinerating mountains, boiling seas, and collapsing all things. It's the talent of the true dragon bloodline, true dragon world. When this supernatural power is cultivated to the extreme, the power can open up a dragon world. Dragons lurk in it, and once the enemy is trapped in it, he will definitely die. Ruowu's eyes were bright, and a trace of amazement flashed between her eyebrows. This kind of supernatural power is similar to the realm of Wei that a sage king can control. I didn't expect that Brother Lin's confidant is a descendant of the true dragon bloodline. As far as I know, the true dragon bloodline is a superior force on the starry sky ancient road, and its foundation is far stronger than all the other races in the world. Xiaohao couldn't help but exclaim. The true dragon, like the immortal phoenix, was almost a legendary race, and rarely appeared in the world. But no matter who it was, no one could deny the strength of such a race. As for the other overmatches of the ancient desolation realm, they were all stunned. Zhao Jingxuan stepping into the peerless saint realm surprised them. Now, she could fight against 5 people alone, and the strength she showed made them tremble. Only Lin Sun was relatively calm. He knew very well that Zhao Jingxuan's father was already a well-deserved martial emperor, and her mother was also a quasi-emperor. Now, both of them had followed the golden cicada young man to the ancient path of the starry sky. With such a pair of extremely powerful parents, how could Zhao Jingxuan's foundation and talent be weak? However, Lin Sun could still see that Zhao Jingxian had not completely grasped the power of the Saint Realm, so she had missed many good opportunities to kill the enemies in the battle. This was normal. The Saint Realm and the King Realm were 2 completely different realms. It was already very impressive that Zhao Jingxian could do this. The battle ended without any surprises. 3 peerless saints were killed by Zhao Jingxian, and the remaining 2 were killed by Lin Sun, who had been watching from the side when they were escaping. As for the Immortality Calamity Realm experts, they were wiped out like ants with a flick of a finger. That night, when Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian returned, they were welcomed by a group of good friends. They gathered together, drank, and chatted happily. During the banquet, Lin Sun also learned about the various things that had happened in the ancient Desolation Realm recently. The last time the Absolute Prison Secret Realm descended, the forces of the 8 territories attacked the ancient Desolation Realm and divided up all the opportunities for the peerless saints to become saints. This time, the Origin Magnetic Secret Realm is about to descend. If they still want to prevent the peerless saints from becoming saints like they did last time, then they are gravely mistaken. Lin Sun said indifferently. He had long promised to help the ancient Desolation experts fight for the opportunity to become saints. How could he tolerate the Origin Magnetic Secret Realm being controlled by the foreign enemies of the 8 territories? Brother Lin, do you have any plans for the Origin Magnetic Secret Realm? Laughing at the heavens asked. He, Yechen, Yu Jiaming, Mi Hingzhen, Yi Mo, and the other peerless saints were most concerned about the opportunity to become saints. When the time comes, Brother Xiaohao and Lady Ruowu will guard the city of Path Protectors together, lest the enemies take advantage of the situation when the Origin Magnetic Secret Realm descends. Lin Sun said in a low voice, as for the Origin Magnetic Secret Realm, I will personally guard it. No matter what, we must let all the people of the ancient Desolation who are qualified to fight for the opportunity to become saints enter the Origin Magnetic Secret Realm. Lin Sun's words lifted everyone's spirits. But Xiaohao frowned and said, after the Origin Magnetic Secret Realm descends, the foreign enemies of the 8 territories will definitely send out a large number of saints. It will be too dangerous for you to go alone. And me? Zhao Jingxian said with a smile. But you and him added together, in the end, there are only 2 people. Ruowu couldn't help but say, this time there won't be much time for Brother Lin to set up the formation. If you are besieged by the enemies. Before she could finish, Lin Sun interrupted with a smile, since I dared to do this, I naturally have my considerations. Besides, even if it is dangerous, I can't miss the opportunity to enter the Origin Magnetic Secret Realm this time. His words were calm, but everyone present was moved, their hearts moved. The reason why Lin Sun insisted on doing this despite knowing the danger was that he was thinking for the peerless saints of the ancient Desolation Realm and the entire ancient Desolation Realm, who wouldn't be moved by such breadth of mind, courage, and sacrifice. Only Zhao Jingxian was very calm. Even Jian Qingchen was killed by Lin Sun. Ordinary peerless saints were no longer in Lin Sun's eyes. In the next few days, the foreign enemies of the 8 territories learned about Lin Sun's return to the city of Dao Protectors in the ancient Desolation Realm. For a time, the number of enemies who came to the city of Dao Protectors to provoke them decreased significantly. Of course, there were also some experts who didn't believe it and wanted to find out more about Lin Sun. In the end, they were all killed outside the city without exception. However, with the passage of time, the ancient wasteland world had already become a stormy land. Batch after batch of experts from the 8 regions came one after another. Even the Blood Demon Ancient Realm sent out a group of elite forces under Xueqingyi's instruction. Their purpose was very simple. They came for the Origin Magnetic Secret Realm that was about to descend. Lin Sun saw these changes, but he didn't take any fierce counterattack. He stayed in the city of Dao Protectors and watched the situation unfold. When the Origin Magnetic Secret Realm descended, it would be the day he attacked, Blood Demon Realm. Victory Tower, 9th Floor Hall. Although Lin Sun has a fierce reputation, in my opinion, he is just a clown. How can he be qualified for me to deal with him personally? A letter written by Zhu Yingkong, the leader of the ancient Ying territory, was presented before Xueqingyi. Every single one of those words were written with vigorous strokes, and it was merely a single sentence, yet it carried a feeling of disdain, arrogance, and pride that assaulted the face. Whoosh! A while later, Xueqingyi rubbed his hands together and crushed the letter into powder. His expression was gloomy as he cursed in a low voice, "You, Zhu Yingkong, will regret this sooner or later." He took a deep breath and opened the second letter. I am at the critical juncture of breaking through to the next realm. Forgive me for not being able to personally head to the ancient wasteland world. I hope Brother Shui is magnanimous enough to forgive me. However, in my opinion, if Lin Sun dares to obstruct our action of entering the magnetic secret realm, he is doomed to be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Brother Shui, you don't have to worry too much. This was the reply from Xianxia, the leader of the Northern Darkstar Ancient Territory camp. Whoosh, this reply was also torn apart by Xueqingyi. Xueqingyi's face darkened. At the end of the day, Xianxia didn't take Lin Sun seriously and wasn't willing to join forces with him to kill Lin Sun. Jian Qingchen is in seclusion, Zhu Yingkong is too proud of his identity to join hands with Lin, and Xianxia doesn't care about Lin Sun at all. Xueqingyi frowned and pondered. Not long ago, he wrote a letter in person, intending to unite the leaders of other realms and kill Lin Sun by taking advantage of the advent of the magnetic secret realm. Moreover, in the letter, he carefully analyzed some of Lin's deeds and specially pointed out that Lin was unusual. If he didn't seize this opportunity, it would be difficult to kill him in the future. With Lin Sun's existence, once the strongmen of the ancient wasteland world entered the Yuan magnetic secret realm to fight for the opportunity to become a saint, there would inevitably be more saints in the camp of the ancient wasteland realm. This was bound to be disadvantageous to the forces of the 8 regions. Originally, Xueqingyi had thought that as long as the leaders of the other realms weren't stupid, they would definitely take this matter seriously after reading her letter. Who would have thought that their reply would be like this? This caused Xueqingyi to feel depressed. If Lin Sun was so easy to deal with, how could he kill the Blood Demon world alone? How could he kill the 7 territory coalition army alone? However, regardless of whether it was Zhu Yingkong or Xianxia, both of them refused to join hands to kill Lin Sun at this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How stupid was this? Xueqingyi also knew that Zhu Yingkong and the others were not idiots. On the contrary, each of them was smarter than the last. Otherwise, they would not have been able to become the leaders of their respective territories. However, they obviously didn't take Lin Sun seriously. Young master, Qi Wushu from the Jiuli ancient region has replied. An old man hurriedly entered the hall and presented a letter with both hands. Xueqingyi opened it and her eyes widened. She was so angry that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The letter read, "You, Xueqingyi, are so ridiculous. You want us to join hands to deal with Lin Sun. Don't you feel ashamed? Or have you been scared out of your wits by what Lin Sun did in the Blood Demon realm last time?" Between the lines, there was a sense of contempt and mockery. It made Xueqingyi gnash her teeth in anger. She wanted to fight Qi Wushu to the death. Refusing to join hands was one thing, but why did she have to humiliate him? Did she really think that Xueqingyi was easy to talk to? It was only after a while that Xueqingyi controlled her anger. It was also at this moment that she noticed that the old man beside her wanted to say something. "What's wrong?" "Just say it," Xueqingyi said with a frown. "Young master, Lai Qian from the Heaven Fire Ancient Region sent someone to deliver a message." The old man looked hesitant. Xueqingyi's face darkened. This guy can't even be bothered to write a letter. "Tell me, what is the message he wants me to deliver?" The old man gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not free." Xueqingyi was stunned and almost couldn't believe her ears. "Not free?" Just these 2 words? The old man nodded with difficulty with a bitter smile. Xueqingyi felt blood rush to his head. His face darkened and he was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Not free, these 2 words were filled with undisguised disdain and disdain. Good, good, good. Just based on what Lai Qian said, when the Heaven Fire Ancient Region's camp is in trouble in the future, don't even think about getting the slightest bit of help from me. Xueqingyi was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. Jian Qingchen was in seclusion and Xianxia, Zhu Yingkong, Qi Wushu, and Lai Qian had all rejected him. This made Xueqingyi feel flustered and exasperated. Isn't the defeat of the 7 territories coalition army enough to teach them a lesson? They all think that I'm too cowardly and that I've been scared out of my wits by Lin Sun. But they never thought that an opponent that I, Xueqingyi, value so highly can't be an insignificant person. Fools. A bunch of arrogant and conceited idiots. Xueqingyi's roar resounded in the hall. He really couldn't control the anger in his heart. Lin Sun was bound to go to the Yuan magnetic secret realm when it descended. In order to protect the experts of the ancient desolation camp and obtain a chance to become a saint, he was destined to be unable to hide. This was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Lin Sun, but now, Xueqingyi felt very sad. Once he missed such an excellent opportunity, it was destined to be even more difficult to kill Lin Sun in the future. If he wanted to achieve his goal of occupying the ancient desolation first, he would also encounter great obstacles. Because at that time, the incomparably weak ancient desolation camp was bound to have a large number of peerless saints. It's a pity that they can't see through him. That's right, none of them have experienced the bloody battle of being killed in front of the city of Dao protectors. Of course they don't know how difficult and troublesome an enemy Lin Sun is. After a long time, Xueqingyi let out a long sigh. On that day, Xueqingyi finally received two pieces of good news. One was that the leader of the Star-Fiend ancient region, Shi Pohe, had agreed to go to the Yuan magnetic secret realm when it descended. The other was the leader of the East Mulberry ancient region, Xianxia. He had also agreed to join forces with Xueqingyi. This made Xueqingyi feel a little more at ease. In his original prediction, he didn't think that all the leaders of the 8 territories would agree. However, in the end, only the leaders of 2 territories agreed. These bastards, refusing to join forces is tantamount to sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight. I, Xueqingyi, will be the one risking my life. How detestable. When Xueqingyi thought that he had to deal with Lin Sun in person after all, he felt depressed. But he could no longer refuse. If he didn't act now, it would be very difficult for him to find such an excellent opportunity to take revenge for the Blood Demon ancient region in the future. The addition of Shi Pohe and Xianxia gave Xueqingyi a lot more assurance and confidence. This time, although those guys won't make a move, they will definitely send a large number of peerless saints from their camp. This will make things easier. When Lin Sun appears, he will definitely become the target of public criticism and be besieged from all sides. Xueqingyi took a deep breath and calmed down completely. Only then did he ponder, when that time comes, Shi Pohe, Xianxia, and I will attack together. Killing Lin Sun will be as easy as flipping a hand. The time for the descent of the Source Magnetic Secret Realm was getting closer and closer. The foreign enemies of the 8 territories could be seen almost everywhere in the ancient wasteland world. They came and went in groups, looking menacing and waiting. Due to the large number of forces, they weren't afraid at all even though they knew that Lin Sun was in the city of Path Protectors. If it wasn't for the opportunity in the Source Magnetic Secret Realm, they would even want to try and see if the city of Path Protectors could withstand their attack. After all, the 7 territories coalition army had suffered a crushing defeat last time, which made them lose face. Although it wasn't a serious blow, it was still a considerable loss. This made the experts of the major territories feel suffocated. Since ancient times, they had always had an innate sense of superiority when facing the experts of the ancient wasteland. They had regarded the experts of the ancient wasteland as 2-legged sheep, looking down on and humiliating them to the extreme. But the 7 territories coalition army had actually been defeated by the camp of the ancient wasteland, which they despised the most. This made them feel very uncomfortable. Recently, the experts of the ancient wasteland camp had been dormant in the city of Path Protectors and hadn't gone out. But everyone could feel that as the arrival of the Source Magnetic Secret Realm was getting closer and closer, the atmosphere in the ancient wasteland world was becoming more and more turbulent and oppressive. On this day, in the sky above the ancient wasteland world, muffled explosions that sounded like they were collapsing and shattering suddenly resounded. After that, rays of divine light descended from the sky, transforming into strands of the power of laws and order. They interweaved together and scattered a magnificent rain of light, causing the world to be suffused with a divine and boundless world energy. The Source Magnetic Secret Realm will descend at this moment. At this moment, the experts of the major territories distributed in different areas of the ancient wasteland world were all alarmed, showing a fanatical and excited look. Hurry up, the door of the secret realm will appear in the easternmost area. That's the Black Cliff Sea. Let's go. For a time, the experts of the major territories all set out and roared in the same direction. The Source Magnetic Secret Realm contained the opportunity to become a saint. Which expert of the 9 territories didn't care about it and was determined to get it? On the wall of the city of Path Protectors, Lin Sun stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His dark eyes were deep as he looked into the distance, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Behind him, Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, and other experts were all there. And those who were qualified to become saints, such as Silver, Tian, Laughing at the Heavens, Yechen, Mi Hingzhen, Yu Jianming, and Ji Xingyao, had been taken into the Great Way Bottomless Tower by Lin Sun. You too, I'll leave the city of Path Protectors to you. No matter what happens, don't leave the city rashly. Lin Sun turned around and said solemnly. Don't worry, Brother Lin. Xiaohao and Ruo Wu nodded in unison. Lin Sun's eyes swept across the crowd and finally fell on Zhao Jingxian beside him. Suddenly, a surge of pride surged in his heart. He smiled and said, let's see how long the heads of the saints are. Everyone, let's see how good I am. Before his sonorous and heroic voice had died away, Lin Sun had already stepped into the void with Zhao Jingxian and left. Black Cliff Sea. It was located in the easternmost area of the ancient wasteland world. The vast sea was as black as the eternal night. Storms raged all year round, and the waves were like black dragons soaring into the sky. It was a spectacular sight. At this time, countless cultivators gathered from all directions. On the shore of the Black Cliff Sea, experts from the various forces of the 8 regions crowded the area like a tide. In the depths of the Black Cliff Sea, the laws of heaven and earth crisscrossed and sprinkled light rain, forming a portal to the secret realm. Undoubtedly, the Yuan magnetic secret realm would soon descend on the Black Cliff Sea. Haha, I wonder if the 2-legged sheep of the ancient wasteland will come. Last time when the Jiyu secret realm descended, the ancient wasteland overconfident bastards were utterly defeated. How would they have the guts to come after such a terrible lesson? Don't forget, we've been traveling in the ancient wasteland world these days, and no one from the ancient wasteland dares to come out of the city to fight. Even Lin Sun has become a coward. Countless cultivators were talking. If one looked carefully, one would notice that their figures were densely packed together, and they filled the entire nearby shore. However, one could still clearly distinguish that they were divided into 8 groups. Speaking of Lin Sun, he's really rare. How could a poor and weak place like the ancient wasteland give birth to such a powerful figure like him? Someone was puzzled. Who knows? This guy once suppressed a city and destroyed the coalition army of the 7 regions. His combat strength is indeed terrifying. Many people were worried. Lin Sun's reputation was well-deserved. Over the past year, he had first caused havoc in the Blood Demon world, then resisted the invasion of the coalition army of the 7 regions, and finally miraculously rebuilt a Dao Protector city for the ancient wasteland world. Such an expert could be said to be world-shocking and rare even in the 8 regions, so it naturally drew the attention of others. Humph, he's just one person after all. Last time, he defeated the coalition army of the 7 regions by relying on a formation. Someone sneered. That's right. During this time, all the experts of the 8 regions have gathered here. Why doesn't Lin Sun dare to jump out and fight back? He's obviously afraid. Look. As they conversed, all the experts present were alarmed by a wave of terrifying aura. Soon after, streams of sacred auras whistled over from afar. They were densely packed like magnificent rays of light descending into the world. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, there are more than 800 true sages and there are more than 100 peerless sages. Many exclamations of shock sounded out, and all of them were astounded. It's just to enter the Yuan magnetic secret realm. Why is there a need to mobilize so many saints? Some people were puzzled. You don't understand. A group of saints gathered here not just to protect us in the magnetic secret realm, but to kill Lin Sun. Someone said excitedly. There are more than 800 true sages and more than 100 peerless sages. Even if a great sage were to come, he would have to give way to them. If Lin Sun dares to appear, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He will definitely die. In the face of the grand scene of the saints' gathering, countless strong men felt suffocated and amazed. Even those who were afraid of Lin Sun were swept away when they saw such a magnificent lineup. I just don't know if Lin Sun dares to come. Someone murmured. From time to time, there were fluctuations in the void in the sky, reflecting the sacred atmosphere. Every ray of light represented the arrival of a saint. In the end, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was covered by the sacred atmosphere. Strange lights and colors fluttered, and the atmosphere was solemn. How could we see such a shocking scene in the outside world? All the strong men of the 8 regions were filled with excitement and pride. They firmly believed that any peerless sage would be torn to pieces if they came. At the same time, in the depths of the Black Cliff Sea, a magnificent hall formed by a holy treasure emerged on the surface of the sea. The main hall was engraved with dense dragon and phoenix patterns. In the hall, dozens of peerless sages were either sitting or standing. They were either covered with dense sword intent, golden clouds, or green flames. Each of them was like a legendary god, majestic as the sea. In particular, the aura of the 3 leaders was the brightest, shining like the sun and the moon. They were Xianxia, Xianxia, and Xianxia. Shui. Thank you all for coming to help. On the main seat, Xianxia stood up and cupped his hands to the surrounding people. He looked young and handsome, but every move he made had the momentum to swallow the world. Brother Shui, you don't have to be so polite. We are also curious about what that guy named Lin Sun is capable of. Xianxia opened his mouth, his voice rumbling like thunder, shaking the hall. He was the leader of the younger generation of the star-fiend ancient region. His facial features were rough, his eyes were sparse, and his body was strong. He sat there like a dragon or a tiger. At the other side, Xianxia wore a black robe and sat silently by himself while drinking wine by himself. He had a head of dark blue long hair, skin that was white like jade, and his handsome features were filled with a proud and aloof aura. We are only worried that the thief Lin Sun will realize the danger and not dare to come. Haha, that's right. Everyone in the hall laughed. Hundreds of sages and more than 800 true sages gathered here. This kind of power was enough to threaten the safety of any territory, let alone Lin Sun alone. Not to mention, there were 3 peerless figures in the 8 skills of green darkness, Xianxia, Xianxia, and Xianxia. Everyone, Lin Sun is extremely fierce and cruel. Don't be too careless, Xianxia said and walked out of the hall. Everyone, please follow me. Outside the hall, the sea as black as the eternal night was tumbling. In the distance, many experts belonging to the 8 territories gathered near the coast. Xianxia waved his sleeve, and 24 dazzling, fist-sized pearls rose into the air and swept out in all directions. Every single pearl was branded with dense talisman diagrams of the Tao, and they quickly transformed into an enormous Saint Tao restriction formation that enveloped this expanse of the heavens and the earth while emanating a divine aura that illuminated the sky. These are 24 ocean saint pearls? Xianxia was surprised. That's right. This set of pearls can form the sacred formation of heaven-suppressing and stabilizing seas. Later, we can let the experts of the 8 regions enter the formation to watch the battle, so that they won't be affected during the battle and delay the opportunity to enter the Yuan magnetic secret realm. Xianxia said with a smile. Everyone nodded. There was one more thing that Xianxia didn't say. If something unexpected happened, this formation would be equivalent to having a backup plan. Of course, he couldn't say it out loud. Once he said it, it would make him seem too timid and cautious, which would inevitably cause a lot of laughter. Not long after, under the gathering of the sages, the experts of the 8 territories near the coast were arranged to enter the ocean stabilizing formation. In the field, there were only hundreds of sages and a group of old monsters at the true sage level, which made the atmosphere in this area oppressive and murderous. Seeing this, Xianxia became more confident and no longer worried. He turned his head and saw that the entrance to the magnetic secret realm, which was hidden by the formation, would soon be completely revealed. Xianxia was talking to someone next to him calmly and cheerfully. Xianxia's expression was cold and aloof. He drank by himself, and his eyes were like 10,000 years of ice, which made no one dare to approach him. Lin Sun wouldn't be so scared that he doesn't dare to come, would he? One of the sages frowned and became impatient. At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation. Look over there. That kid really came. He's got guts. Under the envelopment of everyone's divine sense, they saw 2 figures standing side by side in the extreme distance. It was a man and a woman, and they seemed as if they were taking an idle stroll in their own courtyard as they stood in midair. The man was handsome and extraordinary like an immortal, the woman was beautiful like a painting, and her clothes fluttered in the wind. It really was him. In an instant, Xianxia and the others all fixed their eyes on Lin Sun. As for Zhao Jingxian, she was ignored. As far as they knew, Lin Sun was the only one worth paying attention to in the entire camp of the ancient desolation. However, Xueqingyi and the others didn't expect that Lin Sun would come with only one person, and that he was so fearless. On the shore of the Black Cliff Sea, Lin Sun stopped and said to Zhao Jingxian in a low voice, "Jingxian, you stay here and watch the battle." Zhao Jingxian nodded and floated down to the ground, and then her beautiful eyes swept the surroundings as she said, "Looks like they didn't come for the Origin Magnetic Secret Realm, and they've set up such a great force to kill you. If you're unable to endure it, then don't try to show off." Lin Sun touched his nose and said with a smile, "The biggest taboo for a man is to be looked down upon by his own woman. Just watch." Zhao Jingxian grinned, "Okay." As the two of them conversed, they treated everyone present as if they were nothing. Their relaxed manner caused many peak saints' faces to darken. What a shameless couple. Even at death's door, they're still flirting with each other shamelessly. Are they tired of living? Someone shouted, his voice shaking the world. The sages hiding in the formation were also shocked. It was the first time for most of them to see Lin Sun. They didn't expect that this guy was even more arrogant and insolent than the rumors said. "Lin Sun, if you leave now, you might have a chance to live. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape this time," Xueqingyi said slowly with his hands behind his back. Although he said so, he was sure that Lin Sun would never leave. At that time, this guy dared to make a mess in the blood demon world just for some insignificant companions. This time it was related to the opportunity to become a sage. How could Lin Sun give it up? As expected, Lin Sun, who was in the distance, suddenly sneered and said, "This is the ancient desolation world. How dare you come here uninvited and try to take the opportunity of the ancient desolation realm? Do you really think I, Lin Sun, don't dare to kill you?" Every word he spat out was like a thunderclap. The world trembled, and the seawater in all directions rolled and rolled up thousands of waves. The sound wave, which seemed to be real, even blasted on the formation. It immediately stirred up the Taoist patterns of the formation. Rays of light flowed and shone brilliantly, blocking and dissolving the sound wave. But even so, the experts of the 8 regions who were hiding in the formation all sucked in a cold breath, their expressions changing. Lin Sun was indeed as fierce and powerful as the rumor said, a voice shocked the whole world. Although Lin Sun was facing a group of enemies alone, his arrogant and domineering attitude had already caused a disturbance in the field. "Humph. What do you mean by taking a share of the ancient desolation? How arrogant." A sneer sounded. Even Sherpohe felt very surprised. How could Lin Sun still be so arrogant at this moment? "Who do you think you are? How dare you bark in front of me?" Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. Everyone present was stunned. Sherpohe, the number 1 of the young generation in the Star-Fiend ancient region and one of the 8 grades of green darkness, was reprimanded for barking. This was directly calling Sherpohe a dog. All of a sudden, the faces of the top sages from the Star-Fiend ancient region darkened. Sherpohe was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at Lin Sun and said coldly, "Today, if you are willing to surrender, kneel on the ground and repent, I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I promise I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Do you also have the same opinion?" Lin Sun glanced around. "Do you still think you can escape today?" Xueqingyi's expression was cold, and his scarlet eyes were full of divine light. "Lin Sun, you came for the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm, and we came to kill you. Of course, we won't stop until one of us is dead." He emphasized the words "won't stop until one of us is dead" with overflowing killing intent. The eyes of the top sages from the 8 regions were full of killing intent. The moment Lin Sun arrived, they had already regarded him as a fish on the chopping block. With Xueqingyi's resolute attitude, they were also eager to have a try. It was said that Xueqingyi was powerful and cruel, but today, he would die without a doubt. "Are you done?" Lin Sun suddenly smiled, and his eyes were cold. "Then I might as well say that if anyone from the 8 regions can enter the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm today, I will admit my defeat." As soon as he said this, the whole place was silent. Everyone looked at him in disbelief as if they were looking at a madman. Facing hundreds of top sages and more than 800 true saints, Lin Sun dared to be so arrogant. If he wasn't crazy, then what was? Even the strong people hiding in the formation of the 8 regions were speechless. Ha ha ha, interesting. I didn't expect the ancient desolation realm to have such an ignorant and fearless fanatic like you. Don't you know how to spell the word death? Sherpohe laughed heartily. His entire body was suffused with silver-colored baleful star divine mist that was thick like a waterfall, and he soared into the sky like the overlord that controlled a river of stars. Such a madman, just kill him. Hua Hongxiao, who had a cold expression and had been silent since the beginning, seemed to be unable to continue watching, and he spoke in an icy cold voice that was like the edge of an icy cold blade that emitted a frightening killing intent. All of a sudden, the whole crowd started to sneer. It was indeed ridiculous and funny. A young man who had become a saint in the ancient desolation realm might have extraordinary fighting power. But saying such words at a time like this was simply too laughable. The Yuan magnetic mystic realm in the distance would definitely descend upon the world in less than an incense stick's time. Did he think that he could reverse the situation in this incense stick's time? This was simply arrogance to the point of insanity. Zhao Jingxian sighed softly in his heart and thought of the past scenes. It seemed that every time someone thought that Lin Sun couldn't do it and regarded him as arrogant. But in the end, without exception, all of them were slapped in the face. Would there be an accident this time? Zhao Jingxian looked up at Lin Sun's figure standing in the void, but he didn't worry too much. In fact, this was already a clear answer, so what if there were thousands of troops in front of him? How could anyone resist his sharpness? Clang! At this moment, with a clear and passionate sound, the Scarlet Yuan killer sword, which was like a surging Styx river, rose into the air and dyed the sky red. Who is ignorant and who is arrogant? We'll know after the battle. Lin Sun's clothes and long hair were fluttering, and his eyes were cold. His voice resounded through the sky and stirred up the wind and clouds. Let me try this madman's ability. Suddenly, a peerless saint couldn't help rushing out. This man was tall, with gray hair and eyes like copper bells. He rushed over with a black spear in his hand. Boom! As he swept out with his spear, countless black thunderbolts emerged, and the terrible aura of the divine Tao was steaming like flames. As soon as he attacked, the void was full of crackling thunder and lightning, which was terrifying. Many people were amazed and recognized that this was a peerless saint of the older generation. His Dharma name was Tsang Ran, and he had been famous for thousands of years. Both his foundation and fighting means were extremely sophisticated. Just like this blow, it was irresistible and accompanied by the power of the Great Way. As soon as it was launched, it had already approached Lin Sun, showing the demeanor of a peerless saint of the older generation. Seeing that this spear was about to pierce through Lin Sun and lift his body into the air, Tsang Ran couldn't help but feel proud. This blow was his proudest killing move in his life, and he almost used all his strength. If Lin Sun thought that this was a contemptuous and negligent blow, he was wrong. The next moment, a smile appeared on his face. Lin Sun didn't dodge. He just raised his hand and pointed out gently. His fingertip, which was full of divine brilliance, collided with the dark tip of the spear. Ha ha ha, little bastard, you are too arrogant. How can this blow be so easy to take? Tsang Ran laughed. His black spear was imprinted with the most powerful and domineering heavenly fire, black flame. Even a peerless saint of body refining dared not take its edge, otherwise his body would be burned in an instant. Rumble, sure enough, with the deafening thunder, the dazzling thunder and lightning arc mixed with the pitch-black heavenly fire of black flame spread along Lin Sun's fingertip to his arm. But with the golden light flowing around Lin Sun's body, the power of the Great Way filled with annihilation instantly engulfed and annihilated the thunder, lightning arc, and heavenly fire. Tsang Ran's smile suddenly froze. Boom. At the same time, Lin Sun's fingertip against the black spear suddenly burst into bright and blazing light. Suddenly, Tsang Ran seemed to be hit by a mountain. The black spear in his palm suddenly bent, and the air burst into pieces with a bang, and the light rain burst into pieces. Destroying a saint treasure with a single finger, and this finger pressed on Tsang Ran's chest. The protective power around Tsang Ran's body and the defensive treasures covering his body all burst into pieces in an instant, just like a piece of paper. Boom! In the next moment, Tsang Ran's body was sent flying thousands of feet away. Even the air around him collapsed. When he finally fell to the ground, blood spurted from his nose and mouth. His chest had caved in, revealing a bloody hole. You. Tsang Ran looked shocked. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his body suddenly twitched because of the sharp pain. What? The pupils of all the people present shrank at the same time. The confrontation ended in the blink of an eye. Many people were still amazed by Song Ran's shrewdness and strength. Who would have thought that Song Ran would be defeated in the blink of an eye, and he was seriously injured? For a moment, there was a strange silence in the field. They were all shocked by this scene, and they couldn't figure out how Lin Sun did it. Even Xue Qingyi, Hua Hongxiao, and Shi Pohe frowned and narrowed their eyes. Sure enough, although this guy was arrogant, he had the capital to be arrogant. Even a peerless saint like Song Ran was no match for him. How dare you say I'm arrogant with such little ability? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Lin Sun sneered. From beginning to end, he didn't move an inch. All of you go together. Xue Qingyi ordered with a gloomy face. Whether it was him, Shi Pohe, or Hua Hongxiao, it was the first time they saw Lin Sun. They only knew about Lin Sun's battle achievements from rumors. No one knew how strong Lin Sun was. Therefore, they didn't attack with all their strength right away, and wanted to further test Lin Sun's ability. Immediately, 10 peerless saints walked out. There were men and women, old and young, and each of them had a powerful aura. But Xue Qingyi's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that Lin Sun could kill more than 10 peerless saints in front of the city of Tao Protector in the Blood Demon realm. Even if they sent out 10 people now, it wouldn't be enough. Send 10 more, no, 20 more. Xue Qingyi took a deep breath and ordered. This shocked many saints of the 8 territories. What did this mean? Did Xue Qingyi think that they needed to send out 30 peerless saints to deal with Lin Sun? Brother Xue, aren't you overestimating this kid? Shi Pohe couldn't help but frown. He thought that Xue Qingyi's actions were a bit embarrassing. If word got out, he would become a joke. Believe me, if we really want to force this guy to use his full strength, we have to do this. Xue Qingyi took a deep breath, a divine light swirling in her eyes. Don't forget how he swaggered around in the Blood Demon World's camp. His words made everyone's eyes flash. Lin Sun couldn't help but look at Xue Qingyi in the distance with some surprise. When the 7 territories' allied forces attacked the ancient wasteland realm, only the Blood Demon ancient region didn't participate. At that time, Lin Sun had thought that Xue Qingyi was a smart person. From the looks of it now, Xue Qingyi was indeed not someone ordinary people could compare to. At least, it was rare for him to be able to maintain such a cautious and vigilant state of mind when they had the absolute advantage in numbers. One should know that the more powerful a person was, the more arrogant they were. Perhaps they didn't lack intelligence, but they believed in power. Especially when they had the absolute advantage, there were very few people who could be as cautious as Xue Qingyi. The heavens and earth were oppressive. The 30 peerless saints swarmed out like a fan and surrounded Lin Sun from afar. Every single one of them had an aura that shot through the heavens and pushed their chi to the extreme. As peerless saints who had been through hundreds of battles, they naturally understood the principle of even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. At that moment, the heavens and earth were filled with dazzling light. These peerless saints were filled with divine light and held all kinds of saint treasures. They were like a group of gods that had descended to the world, causing the surrounding mountains and rivers to pale in comparison. Seeing this, Zhao Jingxian clenched her fists, but her expression remained calm. If Lin Sun couldn't even handle this confrontation, then there was no need for this battle to continue. In the distance, Xue Qingyi and the others were watching with rapt attention. This battle was enough to find out Lin Sun's strength. If Lin Sun showed any signs of weakness, then what awaited him was an overwhelming destructive blow. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive at that moment. Killing intent filled the world. How could 30 peak-level sages move together be an ordinary sight? Between heaven and earth, there was a thick and substantial killing intent raging, emitting all kinds of terrifying sounds of sages. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers collapsed without a sound or a trace. That kind of aura alone was enough to make a true sage feel desperate. As for those below the saint realm, once they were swept away, they would definitely die. In this oppressive and chilling atmosphere, Lin Sun shook his sleeves and stepped into the void. Clang, the Yuan killer sword, which had been waiting for a long time, emitted a passionate sound, as if it was cheering for the blood of sages, and the fierce killing intent was released. Do you want to test my strength with such a small number of people? With a sneer, Lin Sun had already stepped out. His slender figure was flowing with obscure Taoist light, and his black eyes were cold like a demon. "You're courting death. Die, you madman. Kill." With a burst of roars, 30 top sages surrounded Lin Sun in a fan-shaped formation, holding all kinds of holy treasures, and exerted their own Taoism. The world was turned upside down, and the sun and moon lost their light. In an instant, Lin Sun was covered by all kinds of attacks. Dong, the first one to attack, was an old monk with a dignified appearance and skin as if made of gold and jade. He held a gilt staff and attacked Lin Sun directly. The shadow of Buddha appeared on the staff, which was vast and fierce, shaking the world. On the other side, there were several top sages attacking together. A white-clothed youth's body surged with purple divine flames, transforming into a lifelike violet flame qilin. It was lifelike, and its divine might overflowed into the heavens. It possessed the power to overturn rivers and seas, and command the mountains and rivers. A Taoist in black had a clear sky bell hanging over his head. There was a figure of Tao Master sitting on the bell, and tens of thousands of white lights drifted from the mouth of the bell. Each white light was condensed from infinite divine Tao law, which was enough to cleanse the universe and kill ghosts and gods. In addition, there was a woman in a bloody dress playing an ancient zither, and a bearded middle-aged man holding a snake spear. This was merely the first wave of attacks that had arrived, yet it was already imposing, covered the heavens and the earth, and was monstrously ferocious. If any other top sages were here, their first thought would be to dodge and not dare to face it. But Lin Sun was an exception. Clang, instead of retreating, he advanced and charged forward. The Yuan massacre sword in his hand created a bloody sword beam that was thousands of feet long, like a river falling from the 9 heavens. Boom, there was a loud explosion. The blood-red sword aura and the gilded staff clashed. 2 terrifying fluctuations collided, producing a thunderous sound. The old monk felt as if he was facing the impact of the underworld river of purgatory. His gilded staff wailed violently and almost flew out of his hand. It shook him to the point that he had no choice but to retreat, and the qi and blood in his entire body roiled. The old monk was astounded. He cultivated a secret body refinement technique of the Buddhist Tao, and his body was peerless to the point of sainthood. It was extremely tyrannical, but never had he imagined that he would be completely suppressed in the first exchange of blows. With a flick of his fingers, Lin Sun performed the momentary spring and autumn. Before the purple fire qilin could get close to Lin Sun, it was flicked away by Lin Sun's finger and screamed. However, at the same time, the dark-clothed Taoist's clear sky imperial bell had descended from the sky. A myriad of strands of white light swept out from within the bell, and it was completely condensed from Saint Tao laws. It was crystalline and brilliant like the order of the Grand Tao. In a flash, Lin Sun's body was tied up. Kill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the woman with the guqin and the bearded middle-aged man with the snake spear attacked Lin Sun from both sides without hesitation. "Do you think you can trap me with such tricks? Get lost." Lin Sun's body suddenly glowed with a terrible clear light. His qi and blood surged like an angry dragon coming out of the abyss. With a loud shout, all the power that bound his body collapsed. Boom, in the surging divine light, the descending sky imperial bell, the woman with the guqin and the bearded middle-aged man were knocked back by the power released from Lin Sun's body before they could get close. Exclamations sounded. The clear sky imperial bell swayed and staggered as it flew backward. The woman with the guqin was bleeding from the corner of her mouth, and the bearded middle-aged man was knocked back. Every step he took, the void collapsed, and the qi and blood in his body roiled. He was so uncomfortable that he almost coughed up blood. In this instant, the siege of the old monk, the dark-clothed Taoist, and the young man in white was easily broken. The top sages who came from other directions also narrowed their eyes. Lin Sun could still be so powerful in a head-on confrontation. The horror of Lin Sun was beyond their imagination. But in just a moment, Lin Sun's figure was submerged again. Because this time it was not just 5 people who besieged him, but 30 top sages. Boom. For a time, the field was full of light, Taoist magic, holy treasures, and all kinds of amazing phenomena superimposed. The world seemed to sink and collapse at this moment, and a terrible battle was staged. The overmatches of the 8 regions who were hiding in the formation and watching the battle widened their eyes in horror. They couldn't see the specific details of the battle at all, but even so, it was still difficult for them to calm down. There were 30 top sages, and the opponent was a young man who had set foot on the top of the Saint Realm for less than a year. The disparity in the number of sages was incredible and shocking. Zhao Jingxuan's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Sun, who was trapped in the field. Her beautiful face was calm and tranquil. But no matter how confident she was in Lin Sun's combat power, she couldn't help but feel nervous. You too, now you can see how fierce this man is, right? In the distance, Xueqingyi's scarlet eyes shone with a terrifying light. Previously, when he sent out 30 top sages to attack together, he was questioned by others, thinking that it was a disgrace to do so. It was no different from destroying his prestige, and it was easy to be ridiculed. But now, who dared to say that everything that was happening before him was proof that Xueqingyi's plan was the correct decision? But in fact, he wasn't calm either. Because the combat power shown by Lin Sun made him feel threatened and pressured. Lin Sun was much stronger than he had expected. Fortunately, there are hundreds of top sages here, and Shi Pohe and Hua Hongxiao are helping. This time, no matter how fierce Lin Sun is, he can't escape death, Xueqingyi murmured in his heart. This man is really amazing. He has already entered the threshold of creating his own method, and he is not inferior to us in the pursuit of the top sages. Shi Pohe's eyes were like lightning. It was also at this moment that he realized how powerful Lin Sun was, and he didn't dare to underestimate him like before. Even if he was besieged by 30 top sages, it would be hard to say whether he could break out of the encirclement or even survive. The more it is so, the more we should get rid of him. Hua Hongxiao gently spat out a few words, his cold face surging with killing intent. Obviously, he also felt threatened by the power Lin Sun had shown. If the ancient desolation camp had this man, it would be enough to make people restless. Haha, don't worry. For this operation I have endured for many days, and finally set up this trap. Today, he is like a bird in a cage, unable to escape even if he has wings. Xueqingyi said with a light smile, and his eyebrows were full of absolute confidence. If they couldn't kill Lin Sun with 100 top sages and more than 800 true sages, they might as well kill themselves. Rumble on the battlefield, the fighting was fierce and earth-shattering. In the void, the divine flame was like a dragon, the thunder shook the world, the divine rainbow pierced through the sky, and the sword light was blazing. A total of 30 top sages attacked together, and countless forces that could destroy the world gathered together. What a terrible scene it was, the world was shattered, and the void was shaking uneasily, as if it couldn't bear the terrible power. If other top sages were here, they would have been torn into pieces. Even the strong people in the great sage realm might have to avoid the sharp edge. At this moment, Lin Sun also ran the real power all over his body, and fully developed his own Tao and method. All kinds of magical skills poured out from his hands. 9 strikes for shaking heaven. 9 changes of real spirit. Great divination void-breaking finger. Taishan sword chi. In the end, a big abyss appeared around Lin Sun, stretching across the sky, as if it was really going to swallow the sky, and the annihilation aura it released filled the world. The void within a radius of thousands of miles was bursting and collapsing. The terrible power, like the Milky Way bursting its dike, turned into a huge storm, and gathered in the big abyss behind Lin Sun. Under the sky, everything twisted and collapsed, reflecting a terrible vision that was enough to make people tremble and despair, as if the end of the world was coming. The other 30 top sages all changed their expressions. They didn't expect that Lin Sun could not only hold on until now, but also seemed to want to reverse the situation and take the initiative. They all used all their means and attacked with all their strength, like angry gods. This made people watching the battle in the distance couldn't help but gasp. In such a situation, Lin Sun could still fight fiercely and wanted to reverse the situation. Lin Sun's toughness and fierceness shocked them. But to their relief, it didn't take long for Lin Sun to finally be injured. Whoosh, a jet of dark sword chi swept across, leaving a bloody wound on Lin Sun's shoulder. Soon, the second, the third, and the fourth wounds appeared one after another. Although the power of body refining and the profound meaning of immortality healed them quickly. But everyone could see that he obviously couldn't resist. After all, it's the siege of 30 top sages. Can he turn the sky upside down? Many spectators were relieved. They all thought that the outcome had been decided, and Lin Sun's death was just a matter of time. Only Zhao Jingxian murmured in her heart, "It's just a small injury. If it can stop him, won't the title of Demon Lin be undeserved?" At this moment, Lin Sun, who was fighting fiercely, suddenly let out a long roar. He pressed his palm and fingers, and the big abyss that appeared behind him rumbled and crushed down. Bang, the void rumbled and broke, and chaos appeared. The horror of this blow was like the sky had turned into a big abyss, engulfing the universe, mountains, and rivers, and crushing the earth. The ground in the nearby area suddenly collapsed, as if it couldn't bear the pressure of such a terrible force. Boom, all the Taoist magic that attacked Lin Sun was annihilated like bubbles. All the magical and extraordinary holy treasures were shaken back in a wail. The 30 top sages who were rushing with all their strength felt suffocated, and their bodies trembled violently. They were torn by a terrible force, and their faces changed. The big abyss fell from the sky. The power of this blow was earth-shattering. In the sky, Lin Sun carried the abyss on his back and pressed down. His body was blazing and dazzling, giving people a sense of immeasurable and deep majesty. This was the power of star obliteration devouring Wei, and it was also the embodiment of Lin Sun's own combat strength. Back then, Star Obliteration Battle Emperor crossed the starry sky, and wherever he passed, the galaxy would explode and thousands of stars would sink. That kind of power was simply terrifying. Perhaps Lin Sun was still too far away from Star Obliteration Battle Emperor, but in this supreme realm, the power of Star Obliteration devouring Wei, which he used to the extreme, was still powerful enough to make the world terrified. Kill. Let's go together. The 30 supreme sages all sensed that something was wrong, and they urged their own strength to attack with all their might. The gathered power of the divine Tao stirred up the world, and the boiling power storm raged in all directions. But no matter how they attacked, under the pressure of the seemingly boundless and unfathomable abyss, they were all swallowed up and turned into powder. Boom, in the end, with a deafening roar, the 30 supreme sages staggered back as if they had been swept by a storm, and they scattered in all directions. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? There were countless exclamations in the field. And all the spectators were shocked at this moment. Before, when they saw Lin Sun repeatedly injured, they all felt relieved and thought that Lin Sun would definitely die. But how long had it been, such a shocking scene happened? How could he be so powerful? Even Xueqingyi, Shi Pohe, and Hua Hongxiao were all nervous, and their faces changed slightly. They were a little unprepared. As for the cultivators of the 8 regions hidden in the formation, they were all dumbfounded, and their minds were in a daze. They thought they were hallucinating. 30 supreme sages couldn't subdue Lin Sun? The title of demon god Lin is not just for show. Zhao Jingshuan's moist lips slightly tilted up. At this time, in the field, Lin Sun had already started killing. Previously, being besieged by 30 supreme sages made him feel restrained. No matter how he moved, it was difficult for him to fully exert his strength, like a fish caught in a net. But now it was different. It was as if he had jumped out of the cage, and there were no more restraints and obstacles. Die. Lin Sun's figure flickered and appeared in front of the old monk out of thin air. The Yuan killer sword slashed out at an incredible speed. The old monk was shocked. He held the gilded Zen staff to resist the attack, but he was alone at this time. How could he withstand such a full-strength attack from Lin Sun? Bang! First, the gilded Buddhist staff was broken into 2 pieces. Then, the old monk's body was torn apart. Even his Saint Realm body, which was said to be indestructible, could not withstand Yuan Tu's attack. You can't kill me. The old monk roared. His physical body had become a peerless sage, so he had nothing to fear. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. His body that had been torn apart was directly enveloped and swept by the energy of Lin Sun's star obliteration heaven-devouring Tao, and then it was obliterated inch by inch. When Lin Sun turned around and disappeared, the holy monk, who was also highly respected among Buddhist practitioners, had been killed in both body and soul. And this was the first sage to die in Lin Sun's hands since the war began. For a time, the field was shaken and restless. All of them were shocked and angry. The attack of 30 peerless sages could not suppress one of them, but now one of them was killed. Who could believe it? And the killing had just begun. As soon as he killed the old monk, Lin Sun's figure flickered and rushed out violently. He did not intend to give the other side any chance to join forces. Kill. Stop him. 5 peerless sages moved horizontally and attacked with all their strength. Their power was monstrous, and the light of treasure swept across. Like ants. With a cold voice, Lin Sun took a step forward. From every acupoint of his body, brilliant sword chi swept out like a landslide and a tsunami. The dense strands of sword chi were like an ocean of sword chi that covered the entire sky. As they poured down, the dazzling and resplendent sword lights illuminated the heavens and the earth, and they were boundlessly dazzling. The 5 peerless sages were drowned in it, screaming incessantly. One by one, they were torn to pieces, blood rained, and their souls were torn into powder. And Lin Sun had already rushed to another place. His movement was fast and his killing was fierce. Like a sharp blade, wherever he passed, he was invincible and unstoppable. In the sky, bright red blood was rolling, and the sound of Saint Death began to resound. The strong people watching the battle in the distance became restless. Their faces changed, and they exclaimed. They were stimulated by the bloody scenes that were playing in front of them. This change came so suddenly. Before, Lin Sun was besieged and suppressed, but now he had launched a counterattack with matchless courage. How is this possible? The experts of the 8 regions hidden within the formation were all shocked, their bodies turning cold. On the battlefield, the bearded middle-aged man holding the snake spear broke through the air with a fierce momentum. Before he arrived, the power bursting out of the snake spear had already pierced through the air. Humph! Lin Sun raised his fist and punched from a distance. A simple and clear cyan fist force swept out, combining with Lin Sun's own Tao and Dharma. As soon as this punch appeared, it showed a terrible scene of the sky collapsing, the earth cracking, and all things perishing. The bearded middle-aged man's expression changed abruptly. However, right at this moment, 3 peak-level sages made their moves, wanting to stop this attack midway. The clear sky imperial bell suddenly expanded, and a saber with the shadow of a purple fire qilin also burst out. The sound of the zither turned into shadows of goddesses and descended into the void. 3 top saints attacked at the same time. Unfortunately, they still underestimated the power of Lin Sun's punch. Clang, this punch hit the Tao bell first. This was a mysterious and unfathomable holy treasure. It was extremely powerful in both attack and defense, and it was the Taoist in Black's proudest possession. But at this moment, the bell was struck by a punch, and light rain splattered everywhere. The bell's body even caved in, and a clear fist force could be seen. Puff, treasures and chi were connected. The damage to the bell made the Taoist in Black spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as paper. But this was only the beginning. Then, the punch hit the saber again, and the shadow of the purple fire qilin on the blade directly exploded, turning into a rain of light that scattered all over the sky. The young man in white let out a painful groan, and his figure retreated rapidly, on the verge of collapse. And the shadows of goddesses derived from the sound of the zither were like paper. They could not stop the punch and were broken into pieces by the punch. In the end, the fist force landed on the snake spear. The bearded middle-aged man gritted his teeth and roared, trying his best to resist it. But Lin Sun's punch was aimed at him, so how could it be so easy to resist? Bang, the snake spear broke in the middle. The curly-bearded middle-aged man's figure trembled abruptly as if he'd been crushed, and he suddenly retreated over 10 steps. Every single step he took caused the skin on his body to crack open, and after over 10 steps, his entire body was mangled like a man made of blood, causing him to seem savage and terrifying. With one punch, he had defeated 4 peak sages. The fierce power that Lin Sun showed at this moment was like a storm, causing the whole audience to tremble. But for Lin Sun, this punch was just to repel the enemy. His real killing move was the Yuan killer sword that was slashed out at the same time. Puff! Just as the force of the fist dissipated, the blood-red Yuan massacre sword stabbed into the void from another direction. In the next moment, a figure that was silently hidden in the void was pierced through by a sword and raised up into the air. The entire person's chest and stomach were split open, and a rain of blood sprayed down. Another peerless sage had fallen. The spectators in the distance were shocked and angry. Lin Sun, who was under siege, was so fierce as soon as he broke out, which was beyond their expectations. Let's go together. We can't let him defeat us one by one. Roars resounded in the field. Those top saints seemed to have gone crazy. Lin Sun's killing was straightforward and overbearing, which stimulated them. At the same time, Xianxia's face darkened, and his eyes flashed. Even he did not expect that the attack of 30 top saints could not suppress Lin Sun's arrogance. Instead, Lin Sun took advantage of this time to start a massacre. Even if I fight with him one by one, I'm not sure I can win. Xianxia's eyebrows were extremely solemn. At first, he was very disdainful and contemptuous towards Lin Sun. Later on, he began to treat Lin Sun seriously, seeing him as an opponent who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. But now, Xianxia did not dare to think like that. To be able to turn this situation around under the attack of 30 top saints, even Xianxia might not be able to do it. We've already tested him to this extent. Shouldn't we make a move? Hua Hongxiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Seeing the top saints being killed by Lin Sun one by one, he could not hold back anymore. Wait. Xianxia took a deep breath. The son of a noble family should not sit in a corner. The situation is still under control. There's no need for us to intervene. Are you going to watch them get killed? Xianxia frowned. He could not bear to watch anymore. You too, the realms behind us can lose some top saints, but they can't lose us, Xianxia said in a low voice. When the situation is out of control, that's the time for us to make a move. As he spoke, he gave an order to the top saints who had been watching the battle. All of you, attack together. I'd like to see how long Lin Sun can last. There were more than 60 of these top saints. They immediately accepted the order and rushed into the battlefield. For a moment, the situation suddenly changed. Previously, when 30 peak-level sages attacked at the same time, it was already shocking. Now, there were more than 60 top saints joining in. The lineup was extremely luxurious. With such a huge force gathered together, it was enough to attack an entire realm, but now, their target was only Lin Sun. Anyone who saw this scene would feel despair. As a top saint, no matter how powerful Lin Sun was, how could he break out of the encirclement? Zhao Jingxuan's heart tightened. In this situation, it would be difficult for Lin Sun to find a chance to escape. In the distance, Xianxia's scarlet eyes were filled with madness and cruelty. He murmured in his heart, kill. No matter how serious the casualties are, it's worth it as long as we kill this guy. Even Xianxia and Hua Hongxiao felt their hearts shuddering when they saw the sacred realm experts attacking together. As peerless figures of the 8 skills of green darkness, they naturally had no lack of pride and foundation. They were confident that they would be invincible in this realm sooner or later. But if any of them were to face the siege of so many peerless sages, they wouldn't have any confidence to win. Lin Sun, you can die without regret under such a siege. Xianxia said softly. He was not gloating, but really expressing his feelings. Even if Lin Sun died in this battle, when the news about this battle came out, it would make him famous all over the world. It's incredible that such a monster can come out of the ancient Desolation realm. Hua Hongxiao also spoke. He was arrogant, but at this time, he had to admit that if there were 9 skills of green darkness, Lin Sun would definitely have a place in one of them, and his ranking would definitely not be low. At this time, all eyes were focused on Lin Sun. The atmosphere was more oppressive than before. Nearly 100 peerless sages attacked one person together. Such a thing was unique even in the previous battles of the 9 regions. The disparity in strength was too great, and the formation was too amazing. But in the face of this scene, Lin Sun, who was in the midst of killing, seemed to have expected it. Before he was besieged, he suddenly stepped into the air and stood high under the sky. His figure was tall and aloof like an immortal, but his power was overwhelming like a demon. The 2 different temperaments merged together, outlining a unique and domineering charm. You think you can do whatever you want with more people? It's futile. Lin Sun's indifferent and cold voice sounded. He waved his sleeves, and with a clatter, hundreds of brilliant holy treasures whistled out. Each of the holy treasures was collected by Lin Sun, including axes, hooks, forks, knives, spears, swords, halberds, seals, bells, tripods, pagodas. There were all kinds of holy treasures, and all of them were full of sacred aura. However, these holy treasures had already been refined by Lin Sun, and dense Taoist patterns were inscribed on them. At this time, the 108 holy treasures whistled out together. In a flash, they were distributed in all directions, emitting dense and magnificent Taoist patterns, and constructed a large formation in the void, rumble in the blink of an eye. This expanse of the heavens and the earth was covered by boundless mist, and it isolated the outside world from the outside world. It transformed into an extremely miraculous and large-scale trap formation. This formation was known as Heaven Shrouding Sun. I finally used it, Zhao Jingxian felt relieved. Lin Sun hadn't gone out since he returned to the city of Dao Protector some time ago, and he was regarded as an enemy of the 8 regions. But only she knew how crazy Lin Sun was during that period of time. He almost worked day and night to refine holy treasures and inscribe formations. Almost all the spoils Lin Sun had harvested over the past year had been refined into the base of the formation. These were holy treasures, each of which was priceless. But who would be as crazy as Lin Sun and willing to refine them all? No. And all of this was for this battle. No. Damn it, what kind of formation is this? Why can't I shake it off? A wave of exclamations resounded in the battlefield. The group of saints who were charging forward aggressively were caught off guard, and their bodies were engulfed by the surging mist. They instinctively struggled with all their might, but it was as if they had fallen into a swamp. No matter how hard they tried to resist, it was to no avail. In just a few blinks of an eye, the expanse of the heavens and the earth was covered by the boundless mist. Not to mention the saints, even their voices and auras were completely isolated. Looking from afar, the vast expanse of the heavens and the earth was covered by the mist. Compared to the intense sounds of battle before, it was extremely quiet at this moment. It was extremely strange, and there wasn't even a trace of fluctuation. The most terrifying thing was that some of the true saints who were watching the battle from afar didn't have time to dodge and were swept into the misty formation. Only Zhao Jingxian smiled when she saw this, and she took the initiative to walk into the formation. Her slender figure quickly disappeared. That fellow is borrowing the power of the formation again. Xueqingyi's face sank. He had expected this, but he hadn't expected that there would be a formation in the world that could instantly trap almost 100 saints. Moreover, how could such a large-scale forbidden array be set up in an instant? He couldn't understand it. What do we do? Sherpohe frowned. This is a trapping formation. It's as if it's recreating a world. There's no way to attack it, and anyone who touches it will be dragged into it. Hua Hongxiao, who had always been cold and silent, suddenly said, to break this formation, a Dao pattern grandmaster must take action to see through its mysteries and dismantle it. Then does Brother Hua have a way to break it? Xueqingyi asked. I'm not a Dao pattern master. Hua Hongxiao shook his head. If Zhu Yingkong was here, he would definitely be able to do it. His Illumination Dragon bloodline is proficient in the Dao of spiritual runes, and one of his ancestors was an emperor who used spiritual runes to prove his Dao. Sherpohe frowned. Brother Xue, you didn't invite Zhu Yingkong to help? Xueqingyi's face darkened, and his mood became extremely gloomy. That fellow is in closed-door cultivation and has no time to care about anything else. Almost 100 saints attacking at the same time, what kind of powerful formation was that? But before they could even fight, they were directly trapped in the formation. This was like being hit by a stick, and Xueqingyi was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. Do you guys think that the same mistake as the 7 territories allied army will happen again? Sherpohe asked. Xueqingyi's heart skipped a beat. Last time, 70 saints and 210,000 soldiers of the 7 territories allied army were completely annihilated. That bloody lesson was extremely painful. If such a scene were to happen again today, it would be a devastating blow. It won't. However, Hua Hongxiao said decisively, the formation that this kid set up doesn't have a source of power to support it. It won't last long if it only relies on the power of the formation's foundation. As long as those peak sages who are trapped resist together, this formation will definitely collapse in less than 15 minutes. Hearing this, Xueqingyi and Sherpohe's expressions relaxed a lot. But when they thought about how they still had to wait for 15 minutes, they couldn't help but feel annoyed. 15 minutes was enough for many unexpected things to happen. No matter how I calculated, I didn't expect this kid to have such means. If I had known earlier, I would have mobilized some experts who were proficient in spiritual tattoos. Xianxia secretly gritted his teeth. Inside the formation, it was a different scene. It was like a world filled with mist. Almost 100 saints and a group of true saints were trapped in different areas. They didn't want to see each other, and their perception and sixth senses were all obstructed. Being in the formation, they were like a leaf of straw lost in a vast ocean. This shocked them, and they were all tense and alert to the extreme. They tried to attack, trying to break a hole in the misty world, but it was to no avail. At this moment, as Lin Sun walked in, all the details of the formation appeared in his mind. This formation was completely different from the 4 extremes and 8 defenses formation in the city of Tao Protectors. It was made up of 108 saint treasures. The source of power of this formation also came from these saint treasures. When the power of these saint treasures was used up, the formation would collapse and disappear on its own. In short, this formation could only be used once, and the price was more than 100 saint treasures. Even Lin Sun had to accumulate more than a year's trophies before he could spend so much money to set up such a large formation. It was a huge price to pay, however, the effect was also amazing. At least in this formation, the enemies had become trapped prey, waiting to be slaughtered. Whoosh, without any hesitation, Lin Sun's figure flashed and he launched an attack. In one area of the array, 3 peak sages gathered together. Suddenly, a sharp blade that looked like a ray of light shot out of the mist. Dodge. They were already tense and vigilant, so they reacted immediately. But the speed of the flowing light was completely beyond their imagination. With a light flash, it broke through the defense of one of them and cut open his chest with irresistible force. Crash, a scarlet rain of blood burst out, and the saint was killed. On the other hand, at this moment, the other 2 finally realized that the sharp light was surprisingly a crystalline, brilliant, and extremely illusory broken blade, and the aura that flickered with the sharp light caused their entire bodies to go cold. Let's go. The 2's expressions changed drastically as they teleported into the fog. But on the way ahead, Lin Sun's figure appeared strangely. What was faster than Lin Sun's figure was the blood-red Yuan killer sword. Whoosh, the blade swept across, and the fierce bloody sword chi directly swept the 2 saints into it. In the blink of an eye, the 2 saints died without any bones left. 3. Lin Sun didn't look at them and turned away. This formation couldn't be maintained for too long, so he had to end the battle quickly. Boom. Soon, in another area, 5 saints were attacked by Lin Sun, and the outcome was decided in just 10 breaths. 2 died under the broken blade, 2 under the Yuan killer sword, and 1 was killed by an arrow of insignificant bow when he was escaping. Compared with the battle when he was besieged by 30 absolute saints at the beginning, Lin Sun killed his opponents like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The reason was very simple. In this formation, Lin Sun had the advantage of taking the initiative to attack, and everything was under his control. Not to mention 1-on-1, even 1-on-5 or 1-on-10, there was no threat to Lin Sun at all. In just a moment, more than 20 saints were killed one by Lin Sun, showing a manner of killing saints as if they were chickens. Occasionally, he would meet some true saints, which was even worse. For Lin Sun, it was no different from cutting melons and vegetables. Even while killing, Lin Sun had the time to take magic medicines and elixirs to replenish the consumed power. It was much easier. In short, in this formation, Lin Sun was the only master, and he had the power to kill. The only drawback might be that this formation couldn't be maintained for too long. Otherwise, Lin Sun even had the confidence to kill as many saints as possible. At the same time, on the Black Cliff Sea, Xianxia's face gradually became gloomy. Because the lament of a saint would resound from time to time in the sky, and it allowed them to understand how tragic and horrifying the casualties within the formation were, the misty array shrouded the world, silently rolling about in silence. However, the sky was constantly filled with a piercing blood-red color, and the mournful wails of saints falling could be heard. It lasted for a long time. The cultivators of the 8 regions hiding in the formation were stunned. They felt cold as if they had fallen into an ice cave. It couldn't be seen, couldn't be touched, but everyone knew that peak saints were suffering and falling in the misty formation. Fear was written all over everyone's face. Nearly 100 saints and a group of true saints. How could they be slaughtered just like that? What kind of formation was that? Why were saints like grass when trapped inside? That's the 39th, including those who died in the hands of that guy. there's a total of 56. Sherpohe's face was livid and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. This time, he had been invited here. Originally, he had scoffed at it and thought that Xianxia had set up such a large formation because he had mobilized so many people. But now, he finally understood why Xianxia was so cautious. The opponent alone had broken through the encirclement of 30 saints. His combat ability was extraordinary and he had shocking power. This made Sherpohe's heart palpitate and he felt immense pressure. However, at that moment, the other party was able to trap a group of peerless sages with a formation that he had casually set up. This method was simply unimaginable. Looking at the crimson sky and hearing the saint death cry that resounded in the surroundings, Sherpohe's face turned extremely unsightly. This is your plan? Xianxia's face was cold. He couldn't calm down and questioned. Xianxia clenched his fists and took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger and depression in his heart. No one wants to see such a scene. However, the situation isn't too bad. Please take a look, the power of the grand formation is decreasing sharply. Xianxia pointed into the distance and his voice was filled with hatred. I promise that when the formation collapses, I will be the first to kill him. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. This time, he had endured for a long time and planned everything. He thought he could kill Lin Sun with lightning speed. But who would have thought that so many accidents would happen? Inside the great array shrouding the sun, Lin Sun's figure flickered. His expression was cold, and his black eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He was like a dominator patrolling and killing the prey in his territory. Everywhere it passed, sages died. With his current battle prowess and the fact that he was in the formation that he had set up, every time he attacked, he would be able to shake the heavens and earth and destroy everything in his way. No matter how strong your saint treasure is or how amazing your Dao technique is, I will suppress it with my own strength. Ha! A saintly voice filled with unparalleled murderous power rang out. A peerless saint actually turned into a kuei-ox and let out a godly roar. The sound wave was like a tide, like thunder falling from the 9 heavens. Just like Zhenhou and Pu Lao, the divine beast kuei-ox was renowned for its ability in the Tao of sound. The kuei-ox that had stepped into the peak of the saint realm was even capable of shattering mountains and rivers in an area of 4,000 kilometers with a single roar and cause the stars to shake. No matter how loud your voice is, it's all futile. Lin Sun didn't even look at them. He walked forward with his hands behind his back. But when his voice sounded, the profound meaning of Pu Lao's roar was activated. Those characters were like great Tao symbols, brilliant and dazzling as they whistled over. It was as if his words were the law and his words contained the laws of heaven. Boom, the kuei-ox's roar was directly broken. Even with the power of the saint realm, he couldn't resist such a terrible impact. His body exploded in the air, and both his body and soul were destroyed. It seemed that such scenes were happening constantly in the formation. Some peerless saints were killed by the Yuan killer sword, some were killed by the broken blade, some were killed by the Taishan sword Qi, and some were crushed by the great divination finger. Amongst them were seniors that had attained the Tao a long time ago, peerlessly brilliant geniuses of the younger generation, direct line descendants of extraordinary clans, gorgeous celestial fairies that had inherited the inheritance of ancient masters, but without exception, they were all killed by Lin Sun. Shrill screams, unwilling roars, furious and deranged roars, rang out one after another. It was not easy to cultivate, and it was even more difficult to seek the Tao. Those who could reach the peak of the saint realm were all lucky people who had gone through many hardships to stand out from the crowd. But when death came, everything was empty, and there was only a pile of dry bones left. At this moment, for those peerless saints who were trapped in the formation, it was extremely torturous. Feelings of despair, helplessness, terror, and panic were like tempestuous waves that struck their hearts and minds, causing their expressions to be gloomy. But soon, someone noticed that the mist that pervaded the surroundings was starting to disperse. Moreover, their perception power was also able to spread out. Ha ha ha, there is always a way out. This formation is going to collapse. Someone laughed wildly. Hold on, you must hold on. Someone shouted. At the same time, Lin Sun suddenly stopped and frowned imperceptibly. The power of this formation was indeed going to be broken. There are 29 people left, In an instant, Lin Sun sensed that the number of the remaining peerless saints had gathered together. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun took out the insignificant bow and the 2 arrows of Bai Lu and Emoli. It's finally going to collapse. Xueqingyi's scarlet eyes lit up, and he was in high spirits. This time, I want this man to die. Sherpohe's face was cold, and his killing intent was surging. Clang, Hua Hongxiao didn't talk nonsense. He took out a simple, narrow, and bright long saber. The blade was engraved with the pattern of a saint weeping blood, which looked extremely ferocious. Before, all 3 of them were full of hatred and anger, but they could only watch the peerless saints trapped in the formation being killed, which almost drove them crazy. Now, it was finally time for them to fight back. Set up the formation. Xueqingyi gave the order, and his voice shook the sky. Nearby, there were more than 500 strong practitioners of true sage realm. Hearing this, they all took out an apricot yellow flag and stood in line with each other. In an instant, numerous apricot yellow flags swayed while emanating numerous strands of dazzling sword chi. Every single strand of sword chi revealed a profound and divine aura. A few hundred strands of sword chi flashed up and swiftly converged into a vast sword insight that seemed capable of reaching the heavens. Its glow shot into the sky, shook the stars, and dominated the world. Looking carefully, there seemed to be hundreds of sages in the vast sword intent, and each of them showed the majesty of a saint. Holy Spirit battle formation? Sherpohe narrowed his eyes. A battle formation was a battle technique that supported and cooperated with each other. It was not rare. For example, when 2 armies faced off against each other, they would set up a battle formation and use tactics to command the troops. It was usually effective during the battle. However, after reaching the sage realm, setting up a battle formation was different. There were often harsh requirements because the cultivators had different paths and different strengths, so it was difficult to perfectly coordinate. However, Sherpohe had heard that in the Blood Demon Ancient Realm, there was a unique battle formation technique. Every Sage Realm practitioner only needed to wear a treasure called the Battle Formation Talisman. Through the talismans of the battle formation, they could combine the strength of a group of sages and unleash unimaginably terrifying power. That's right. This battle formation is called Heavenly Path, and it means to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. If there were 800 true sages working together, their strength would be enough to kill a great sage. Xueqingyi said in a low voice. Unfortunately, a portion of the true sages were sucked into the misty formation. Now, there are only 500 of them left. Even so, the power of this battle formation is something that even I don't dare to face head-on. Sherpohe and Hua Hongxiao revealed a wisp of surprise when they heard this. Xueqingyi was one of the 8 greats of Green Underworld and the leader of the Blood Demon Ancient Realm. Yet, he said that he didn't dare to face it head-on. One could imagine how powerful this battle formation was. I didn't expect Brother Xue to be so well prepared. With this formation, killing that Lin brat will be as easy as flipping your hand. Sherpohe laughed. Bang! At this moment, a shocking rumble came from afar. The sky-shrouding formation that covered the sky was destroyed. Instantly, the view became clear, revealing the figures of a group of peerless sages. What, only 20 or so people are left? Exclamations were heard. Xueqingyi, Sherpohe, Hua Hongxiao, and the others' expressions changed. In less than a quarter of an hour, almost 100 peerless sages were reduced to only 29. This was a heavy loss. As for the true sages who were sucked into the formation, none of them survived. They were obviously all dead. Such a cruel blow caused everyone present to be enraged. Their expressions were gloomy, and their gazes uniformly looked towards the distant shore. There, Lin Sun's figure stood in the air. His clothes were neat and tidy, and his entire body flowed with a clear Taoist aura. But at this moment, everyone felt a piercing pain in their eyes. Even their souls felt like they were being stabbed. All the hairs on their bodies stood on end. It was because of a bow, the bowstring that was dark red. Like blood on a ferocious longbow that was constructed from piles of bones and skeletons had been drawn to its limit. Wind and lightning surged around the longbow while space silently collapsed, and the inconceivable scenes of a saint falling to the ground appeared before everyone's eyes. There were golden crows crying blood, suns falling, and sages being killed. On the bowstring, a pitch-black arrow was knocked. Wherever the arrow pointed, it emitted a fierce aura that covered the sky and earth. Not good. Xianxia, Xianxia, and Hua felt a chill in their hearts as they realized that something was wrong. However, when they wanted to stop it, it was too late. Bang! The sound of the bowstring was like a clap of thunder, resounding in all directions. The pitch-black blue sky arrow shot out like a divine rainbow from the 9 heavens, directly piercing a straight crack in the void. An incomparably terrifying and ferocious aura swept out along with this arrow. It transformed into a blazing and terrifying light as it whizzed forward. Boom! The next moment, the 29 peerless sages who had just escaped from the formation felt like they had been hit by a comet. The void there was drowned by the terrifying fierce aura. Far away, Xianxia and the others tensed up and their expressions changed. What a terrifying arrow! When they opened their eyes and looked again, blood rained down and screams filled the air. The bloody scene was like purgatory appearing in the world. 1 arrow, 7 people were killed, 16 were seriously injured, and the remaining 6 were slightly injured. Such a bloody scene shocked all the people present. The battle formation had collapsed, and the casualties were already heavy enough. Who would have thought that Lin Sun's arrow would hit them in the head again? The most terrible thing was that the lethality of this arrow made Xianxia and others tremble. They almost couldn't believe it. What kind of bow and arrow was this to have such heaven-defying killing power? Buzz! In this deathly silent atmosphere, Lin Sun had already bent the bow again, put the emoli arrow with blue luster on the blood-red bowstring, and pulled it suddenly. The familiar sound of wind and thunder resounded in the field again. Attack! Xianxia shouted. More than 500 true saints gathered together and formed the heaven-traversing battle formation attacked together without hesitation. Boom! The incomparably vast sword chi that appeared above the void suddenly chopped down, and the tip of the sword was aimed at Lin Sun. Lin Sun's black eyes suddenly narrowed. He felt a pressure on his face, and his skin hurt. He couldn't help but be surprised. What a strong battle formation, however, although he thought so, he didn't stop. The emoli arrow, which had been fully charged, suddenly changed its target and rushed out to meet the vast sword chi. Boom! An earth-shattering boom resounded. The emoli arrow dragged along a resplendent dark blue divine flame as it collided with the vast sword energy in the air. The resulting shockwaves spread out, causing the nearby space, sea, and ground to collapse and explode. With a bang, the vast sword chi collapsed, but at the same time, the emoli arrow was also blocked and shaken back. Lin Sun's figure flashed, and his blood and chi surged. This guy can block the heaven-traversing battle formation? There was a burst of exclamation. This was really shocking. It should be known that even saints didn't dare to take the attack of such a battle formation, but Lin Sun blocked it. Lin Sun snorted coldly. Although the power of the battle formation is strong, it's nothing to worry about. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, put away the insignificant bow, and the Yuan killer sword appeared again. His figure flashed, and he rushed to the distance. He had seen that in half an hour, the entrance of the magnetic secret realm would completely appear in the distant sea. In other words, there was only a quarter of an hour left until the time for an incense stick to burn. Lin Sun decided to go all out. Kill! When he saw the scene, the cold and aloof Xianxia was the first to charge forward, and the boiling killing intent that had been suppressed in the depths of his heart completely erupted. Whoosh! In his hand, the long, snow-white saber swept out, and the world was torn apart like a piece of paper. The peerlessly sharp saber chi was enough to shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep. Lin Sun's body flickered, and Yuan killer sword stabbed obliquely, disturbing yin and yang. With a bang, it collided with the opponent's saber chi, producing a deafening explosion as if the sun and the moon collided. Xiaoxia's body froze as his pupils shrank. Only after exchanging blows with Lin Sun did he realize how terrifying his opponent's combat strength was. Kill! Xianxia had arrived. He held a peerlessly blazing silver halberd in his hand, and his entire body was bathed in bright silver starlight, causing him to seem like a god of war. A halberd slashed out. The terrifying energy of Saint Dao Laws was like a silver river that covered the world, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Dang! The broken blade swept out from Lin Sun's body and collided with the halberd. In an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Divine light burst out, and the sound shook the sky. Lin Sun, on the other hand, fought fiercely with Yuan killer sword against Xianxia. At this time, Lin Sun was simply disdainful and powerful to the extreme. He was fighting fiercely with the leaders of 2 territories alone, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. This scene once again shocked the audience, as if they had seen a god. In the 9 regions battlefield, peerless figures like Green Destiny 8 represented the strongest combat force. Each of them led a camp of a territory, and they were all powerful and mighty. But now, Lin Sun alone blocked the killing of the 2 leaders. When the overmatches of the 8 territories hiding in the formation in the distance saw this scene, their eyeballs almost popped out, and they all cried out in shock. Rumble, the 3 fought fiercely from the sky to the ground, like dragons and tigers fighting, and the sun competing for glory. The power they displayed was so strong that the remaining saints in the distance could not intervene at all. In the distance, Zhao Jingxian stared at Lin Sun's valiant figure with her beautiful eyes, calculating silently in her heart. As long as I defeat Xueqingyi and the other 2 and destroy that battle formation, the others are no longer a threat. This battle has already been decided. However, the entrance of the Yuan magnetic secret realm is about to arrive. Time is a little tight. As she was thinking, Xueqingyi in the distance suddenly let out a long roar and rushed into the battlefield. Zhao Jingshuan's eyes narrowed at once. Lin Sun, time is almost up. Why don't you admit defeat? With a roar, Xueqingyi waved his sleeve, and a big cauldron that looked like it was made of blood-colored jade rose into the air and pressed down. This was obviously a magical holy treasure. The body of the cauldron was branded with the totems of gods and demons, and the breath it emitted was extremely ferocious. As this blow fell, it was as if countless gods and demons rushed out and bombarded Lin Sun together. There's still a quarter of an hour. Why are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Lin Sun's expression was cold. He ran all the methods in his body and released the mystery of the 3 into 1 without reservation. Boom, at this moment, the aura around him rose again. His blood, Saint Qi, and divine soul all merged into one, and his whole body shone brightly. As he waved his arm, the surging power spread out, causing the world to shake and tremble, as if it couldn't bear such great power. Bang, the Origin Massacre sword let out an impassioned and clear cry as it slashed out a blood-colored nether river, and it shook Hua Hongxiao to the point of staggering a few steps back. His expression changed indeterminately. Damn it. This fellow has actually attained the peak of the Saint Realm in all 3 paths. No wonder he dares to be so fearless. What? Sherpohe's heart shook. The next moment, he was also shaken. His blood and qi tumbled, and his ear was almost cut off by the broken blade. Boom, at the same time, Lin Sun stepped forward, and a big abyss appeared around him. He suddenly operated, and the phantoms of the gods and demons were swallowed and annihilated like bubbles. Xueqingyi was caught off guard, and the blood jade cauldron almost flew out of his hand. In an instant, the encirclement collapsed. When they looked at Lin Sun again, the expressions of Xueqingyi and the others all changed. There was a rare solemnity and a hint of disbelief. All 3 paths of cultivation had reached the Saint Realm. Such a tyrannical figure couldn't be found even in the 8 regions, and had only appeared in ancient legends. Who would have thought that they would actually meet a living legend today? No matter what, we must kill him. Otherwise, the ancient Desolation Realm will most likely turn the tables in the Battle of the 9 Regions because of him. Xueqingyi said with a grave expression, gritting his teeth. That's how it should be. Sherpohe's face was also full of killing intent, and he didn't hide it at all. He had long felt an incomparably heavy threat from Lin Sun. Kill. The battle continued, but unlike before, Xueqingyi and the other 2 leaders were all full of killing intent, and they didn't hold back. The threat Lin Sun posed was so great that it even made them tremble. How could they hold back? You guys can't fight one-on-one, but ganging up on me? You guys can't either. Lin Sun stepped forward, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. The Yuan killer sword and the broken blade intertwined, and he was extremely powerful. Xueqingyi and the others snorted coldly and attacked with all their strength without saying a word. Rumble, for a moment, the battlefield was filled with earth-shattering roars. This kind of battle, not to mention in the 9 regions battlefield, even in the 9 regions, could be called an unparalleled battle in the Saint Realm, and it was enough to shock the world. The experts in the distance were all stunned by the means Lin Sun had displayed. They couldn't figure out how such a heaven-defying freak could exist in this world. no matter how they racked their brains. The most unbelievable thing was that such a person wasn't born in the 8 regions, but in the barren and dilapidated ancient desolation realm. Die. Suddenly, the Yuan killer sword was shaken away, and Hua Hongxiao seized the opportunity to suddenly appear in front of Lin Sun, and he slashed out with the long, snow-white saber in his hand. This saber was called Purgatory, and it had been passed down for a long time. Anyone who was killed by this saber would have their soul suppressed into the blade, and they would suffer as if they were in purgatory for all eternity. It was the most ferocious and vicious. But at this moment, Hua Hongxiao suddenly felt that something was wrong. Lin Sun's black eyes were deep and cold. Instead of panicking, he seemed to have been waiting for Hua Hongxiao to come. Then, Hua Hongxiao saw a mutton fat bottle several inches high appear in Lin Sun's hand. Hua Hongxiao's body suddenly stiffened, and he instinctively felt a fatal threat. But it was too late for him to dodge, and he could only face it with all his strength. Swish, a wisp of sword chi swept out from the Great Way bottle, and it demonstrated the mystery of one goes without return. Its sharpness was unparalleled and unrestrained. Boom, in the earth-shaking collision, Hua Hongxiao was directly blown away. Even if he tried to resist with all his strength, it was of no use. His body was badly mutilated, and his flesh was badly mutilated. His arms and bones were exposed, especially his chest, where the heart protection mirror had cracked and exploded, revealing a bloody hole. If he hadn't dodged in time, this blow would have been enough to kill him. This scene happened so fast that when Xianxia and Pohe reacted, their bodies stiffened, and they gasped in horror. Hua Hongxiao was seriously injured in one blow. If they knew that Xianxia had been heavily injured by such a strike and perished in the end, then they probably wouldn't be so surprised. Boom, Lin Sun took advantage of this opportunity to make his move. Suddenly, an overwhelming Taishan sword chi emerged from his tall body, and it was mighty like an ocean of sword chi. In a flash, it enveloped Pohe. 108,000 swords. Lin Sun's broken sword deduced the 3 inherited powers of Yuan, Ji, and Punish, and it gathered the 3 fused powers of Lin Sun to display the impermanence chop. The target was Xianxia. At this moment, Lin Sun didn't hold back at all. He released his full strength and exposed his strength to the battlefield. Damn it! This guy hid his strength so well. Pohe's face changed greatly, and he resisted with all his strength. On the other side, Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and she couldn't care about anything else. She attacked with all her strength. The battle will be decided from this moment on. In the distance, Zhao Jingxian could see that the situation had reached a critical moment. 108,000 swords turned into Taishan, each sword chi was enough to make any true saint desperate, not to mention the 108,000 sword chi gathered together. Pohe tasted the taste of this blow for the first time. He was like a lonely boat in the vast sea, being beaten by the stormy waves and in danger of being overturned at any time. Bang! Bang, the dense sword chi poured down and covered all directions. Pohe tried his best to resist, but the silver halberd in his hand was almost shaken out. And the defensive force around his body was also being bombarded by the sword chi. In just a moment, his face turned pale and he couldn't help coughing up blood. Without any hesitation, he sacrificed all kinds of treasures to resolve the sword chi. There were crystal-clear bells like polished purple jade, big seals engraved with flowers, birds, insects, fish, mountains, rivers, plants, and trees, and colorful treasures. This showed the foundation of a leader. Not only was he talented and powerful, but he also didn't lack any magical treasures and powerful Taoist magic. After sacrificing all kinds of treasures, he could barely resist the attack of the sword chi like torrential rain. But before Pohe could take a breath, whoosh, in Lin Sun's palm, a simple wooden sword flew out. It was ordinary, but the sword was branded with the word Qi, which was full of Emperor Qi. It was also because of this word that this seemingly ordinary wooden sword had become completely different. When he saw this sword, Pohe was so shocked that his scalp was numb. He cried, "Qi Emperor Sword, this is Xianxin's trump card. How could it be in your hands? Could it be?" He guessed a possibility, and this possibility made Pohe completely unable to calm down. However, before he struggled in the dense rain of swords, Lin Sun had already spat out a word, "Go." The wooden sword swept through the air and whistled away. On the sword, the word Qi was full of obscure light, like a god coming back to life. The void couldn't bear it and directly exploded. Quick! Sherpohe was unwilling to wait for death. Like a crazy devil, his eyes turned red, and he used his life-saving means without hesitation. It was a purple gold bowl, which rose into the air and confronted the wooden sword. Boom, the earth quaked and the mountain swayed. This area of land was completely sunk. The boiling seawater pouring in reverse, producing tens of thousands of enormous waves. In the next moment, Sherpohe's entire body suddenly plummeted down into the ocean. Blood flowed from his 7 apertures while his entire body had split apart, and he seemed like a person made of blood. After Huahongxiao, Sherpohe also suffered heavy injuries. All of this took a long time to describe, but it was actually completed in an instant. It was unbelievably fast. On the other side, Xueqingyi was also being attacked to the point of being unable to cope. The broken blade was like a beam of light that could not be grasped. It was impossible to lock onto it. However, even though Xueqingyi was able to block it, he still received a huge shock. His bones and tendons were numb, and his blood and qi were flowing in reverse. It was extremely uncomfortable. This was the strike of impermanence. Impermanences were ethereal and unpredictable, capable of frightening ghosts and gods to death. When she saw that Sherpohe was heavily injured, Xueqingyi's body trembled and her face was filled with shock. Qi Emperor Sword, how could Xueqingyi not know who the original owner of this treasure was? Xueqingyi's hair stood on end when she thought about the possibility that Jian Qingchen might have already perished. There's not much time left. I'll send you all on your way now. At this moment, Lin Sun's aura had reached its peak. He charged forward and slashed out with the Yuan killer sword. There was no return. Everything that Battle Emperor Wu Yang had learned in his life was fused into this sword technique. At this moment, it was displayed by Lin Sun's Yuan killer sword. A blood-colored sword Qi soared into the sky like the ruler of 10,000 swords. It was filled with an unstoppable aura. Kill! Xueqingyi was already entangled by the broken blade and couldn't get away. Seeing this, he went completely crazy and started to fight with his life. A talisman with blood-colored lightning wrapped around it was taken out by him. A destructive aura that shook the heavens and earth spread out as if a god of lightning had descended. Without a doubt, this was his life-saving move. Boom! In that instant, the two collided and the destructive shockwave spread out like an ocean. The heavens and earth were covered in white, creating a chaotic scene. The true sages that had gathered in the Skytraverser battle formation had to use all their strength to defend against this terrifying shockwave. The 8 regions cultivators hiding in the formation didn't have it any better either. The formation was shaken violently by the impact. In the end, Xueqingyi coughed up blood and retreated with large steps. His body was twitching violently and his handsome face was as white as paper. At this point, the 3 leaders were all heavily injured. One was defeated by the Great Tao Immeasurable Bottle, one was defeated by the Qi Emperor Sword, and the last was heavily injured by Lin Sun's Sword of No Return. From start to finish, it had only been a moment. However, the battle strength that Lin Sun had displayed and his domineering aura caused everyone to tremble. Was he still human? Countless people trembled in fear and despair appeared on their faces. At the start of the battle, they were fearless and set up a strong formation, thinking that killing Lin Sun would be a piece of cake. However, reality slapped them hard in the face several times. 30 peak-level sages attacked together, but they were beaten to a pulp. Nearly 100 top sages attacked together, but they were trapped in the formation before they could show their power. In the end, only a dozen of them survived. At this time, facing the attacks of the 3 leaders of the various regions, they still failed to suppress Lin Sun's arrogance. Instead, they were seriously injured one by one. A series of attacks were always unexpected, but the terrifying power that Lin Sun showed was enough to make everyone tremble. It was too terrifying. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there could be such an invincible figure in the weak, barren, and declining ancient desolation region. At this point, you've used up all your trump cards. You won't be able to hold on for long. What are you going to do next? Xueqingyi's face was as gloomy as water, and his voice was cold. I'm not going to do that, but I can send you to hell. Lin Sun took a deep breath, held the Yuan killer sword, and was about to continue attacking. But at this moment there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air, and the void was tumbling. It was Xiao and Shi, who had been seriously injured, escaping together. Everyone present was stunned. Did they escape? The two peerless figures who ranked among the 8 skills of green darkness actually escaped without saying a word at this moment? This was too much of a surprise, even Lin Sun didn't expect it. When he wanted to catch up with him, it was too late. Because when he fled, he obviously used all his strength, as if he wished his parents could give him 2 more legs. That was a clean and tidy move. Xueqingyi's pupils dilated, and he was so angry that his eyeballs almost popped out. He couldn't help roaring, You are not worth my time." He was indeed about to explode from anger. They had already fought to this point, but Xiao and Shi didn't even say a word and directly fled. How could Xueqingyi not be angry? It seems that they cherish their lives very much. They think that as long as they are alive, they will have a chance to make a comeback. But if they die, everything will be in vain. Lin Sun's lips were full of disdain, and his black eyes were locked on Xueqingyi. Xianxia also wanted to escape, but I didn't give him the chance. I hope you can have some backbone, and don't imitate those stray dogs. What? You really killed Xianxia? Xueqingyi trembled all over. On the other hand, the bodies of the experts from the other 8 territories had stiffened. Because Xianxia was a peerless sword saint who possessed terrifying ability to slaughter, even he was dead? Isn't it better to ask Xianxia after you're dead? As he spoke, Lin Sun had already rushed out in the air, using all his strength to kill. Every slash of his sword caused the great momentum of the universe to flow endlessly. The sword light was blazing and brilliant, disrupting the universe and breaking the meridians. Just the sound of the sword was enough to beat everyone's heart, making them feel like their guts were going to burst. Xueqingyi was an extremely cautious person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured Lin Sun until now to take revenge after he made a mess in the blood demon world. With Shi and Xiaoxia's escape, he had already realized that the situation wasn't looking good. When he saw Lin Sun rushing over, Xueqingyi's first thought was to retreat. He had no intention of putting up a stubborn resistance. He was the leader of the blood demon ancient region, and he had a bright future ahead of him. How could he be willing to fight Lin Sun now? Moreover, even if he fought with his life on the line, even if he won, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. He wouldn't get any benefits, and he might even be seriously injured. But if he lost, the ones who would benefit in the end would only be Kuan Xiaoyu, Zhu Yingkong, Lai Qian, and Feng Wuxiu. If that was the case, Xueqingyi wouldn't be satisfied even if he died. It was at this moment that Xueqingyi made a decision. Retreat. He was even more decisive than Xiao and Shi. He completely ignored the true sages that had formed the heaven-traversing battle formation. As for the strong cultivators of the 8 regions hiding in the formation, he didn't care at all. They were just a bunch of people who hadn't become sages yet. If they died, so be it. Lin Sun, the next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Amidst the roar, Xueqingyi let out a venomous curse and took out a bloody bead. Boom, the blood bead exploded with power that covered the heavens and earth. The bloody air current wreaked havoc, causing Lin Sun to frown. He waved his sleeves to disperse the bloody air current. Xueqingyi's figure had already disappeared. Smart guy. Lin Sun sighed softly and didn't chase after him. Time didn't allow it, and neither did the situation. Their ultimate goal wasn't to kill the enemy, but to escort the top figures of the ancient Desolation region into the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm. And now, the entrance to the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm was about to be fully revealed. As for Xueqingyi and the rest, they might be able to live for a while, but before the battle of the 9 regions came to an end, none of them would be able to escape. At this moment, everyone else was dumbfounded. They had never imagined that Xueqingyi would actually flee after them. Moreover, he had directly abandoned all of them. Thinking of this, the true sages had the urge to curse. How could they feel good about being abandoned, especially the strong cultivators who belonged to the blood demon ancient region? All of them looked as if they had lost their parents, and their hearts turned cold. Xueqingyi was their leader. But now, he had directly abandoned them. For a moment, the atmosphere was dead silent. Everyone's expression was gloomy. They finally understood what it meant to have one's heart die. Xueqingyi, Shi, Xianxia, and other leaders had all chosen to flee in order to save their lives. This blow was undoubtedly too heavy. Looks like the outcome of this battle will be decided in less than the time for an incense stick to burn. Lin Sun smiled. His black eyes were like lightning as he scanned the true sages in the distance and stepped forward. Today, he had said that he would stop any enemy from the 8 regions from entering the Yuan magnetic secret realm. Naturally, he had to do it. The highlight of the battle has come to an end. All that's left is to clean up the mess. Everyone, don't panic. The fate of Xianxia and the rest has been decided. The world was dead silent. Lin Sun walked in the void, his eyes fixed on the distance. With the escape of Xianxia, Shi, and Xianxia, there were more than a dozen top sages, more than 500 true sages, and a group of strong men from the 8 regions hiding in the formation of sea suppression. When they saw Lin Sun rushing towards them, they all woke up from the shock and their expressions changed drastically. Quick! Stop him! The top sages roared, their eyes red. Even ants were greedy for life, let alone top true sages like them. Unfortunately, they were all injured to varying degrees. The only thing they could rely on now was the 500 true sages gathered in the heaven-traversing battle formation. Boom, with a roar, the heaven-traversing battle formation was activated, and the true sages guarding a part of the void waved the apricot yellow flag. In the sky above the huge battle formation, streams of vast sword chi gathered, fusing into a brilliant sword chi that seemed to connect the heavens. This sword chi was so bright that even the strong men from the 8 regions hiding in the formation could clearly feel the destructive sword chi. With the heaven-traversing battle formation as the center, it instantly covered an area of 80,000 feet. It was extremely terrifying. This made the despairing and terrified strong men from the 8 regions feel a glimmer of hope. As long as they could stop Lin Sun and hold on until the entrance of the magnetism secret realm appeared, they would be able to turn the situation around. Condense. At this moment, another 108,000 sword chi appeared around Lin Sun, but as soon as they appeared, they were swallowed up by the immeasurable great way bottle floating in front of him. Seeing this scene, many peerless sages suddenly recalled that Xianxia had been severely injured by this bottle in one fell swoop. This made their faces change. The true sages in the heaven-traversing battle formation also clearly realized this. Without hesitation, they slashed out the vast and unparalleled sword chi. Boom, the sky and earth shook, and the sun and moon lost their light. When the sword chi fell, it was like a strike from a sword immortal. The power was terrifying to the extreme. Appear. At this moment, as Lin Sun spat out a word, the 108,000 sword chi suddenly whizzed out of the immeasurable great way bottle. At that instant, a boundless rain of swords covered the heavens and the earth as they whistled through the air. Every single one of them was dazzling and resplendent, and they flowed with grand profundity. As they whistled through the air, it just seemed like a myriad of peerless sword cultivators had attacked at the same time. Its impetus was so great that it caused this expanse of the heavens and the earth to seem as if it had transformed into a world of the sword. Rumble. It was as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. In front of everyone's eyes, there was only endless bright light. Airflow that seemed capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth filled the surroundings, causing the heavens and the earth to transform into chaos while surging sword insight raged like a tsunami. Everywhere it passed, the scene of great destruction and terror appeared. After a long time, the light between the heavens and the earth gradually dimmed, and the air waves that wreaked havoc in everything gradually calmed down. The battlefield had long since changed beyond recognition. Heaven and earth were crumpled like a piece of cloth. This region of the sea had been split open, and the seawater had evaporated. Looking at the battlefield again, the heavenly traversal battle formation had long been destroyed. It was unknown how many true sages had perished in this confrontation. Broken limbs flew everywhere and blood dyed the area red. As for the true sages who survived, most of them were injured. Their faces were filled with shock, fear, and despair. The power of the heavenly traversal battle formation was enough to make a great sage retreat, but now, it had been destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Just this confrontation alone had caused more than half of the 500 true sages to be injured or killed. It was simply like a bloody massacre. Looking up at the sky, a person stood tall, his clothes fluttering in the wind, his body falling like rain. His countenance was already exceedingly pale, yet his figure still stood ramrod straight, and he was like an eternal god that looked down upon the world. At this moment, the entire world trembled, and everyone was dumbfounded. This was an invincible power that could not be shaken, enough to make anyone in the 9 regions battlefield despair. This attack, Lin Sun was actually unharmed. This is impossible, countless people's hands and feet were cold, and their bodies trembled in disbelief. This time, is it really going to be a complete annihilation? Some of the strong cultivators of the 8 regions had expressions of grief and despair. Is he really invincible? The 100 sages can't do anything to him, the 3 leaders can't do anything to him, even the heavenly traversal battle formation can't do anything to him. Someone cried out in sorrow. Lin Sun was like an invincible god of war, making people almost collapse. Only Zhao Jingxian let out a long breath and slowly calmed her tense heart. She looked at Lin Sun with her clear eyes. This was her man, and after this battle, his might was enough to shock the 8 regions, something that had never been seen before in history. Let's go. Run. Without any accident, the remaining sages and true sages in the field had all lost their fighting spirit. They did not dare to hesitate at all and fled in all directions. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. At this moment, Zhao Jingxian finally attacked. The fish that escaped the net were still fish, how could she let them escape? At the same time, Lin Sun took a deep breath, took out the insignificant bow, and directly pulled the bowstring without the help of the divine arrows. Bang! 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 The sound of the bowstring bursting was like dense thunder, resounding between heaven and earth. Every time a voice resounded, a rain of blood would erupt from all directions, and it was like fireworks were blooming in the sky. It was a dazzling and scarlet-red scene. In an instant, dozens of true sages and 5 or 6 sages were killed. But even so, many enemies still escaped. There was no other way. When those true sages and sages all escaped desperately, it was difficult for Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian to stop them all. Lin Sun did not chase after them. He stepped into the void and suddenly came to the depths of the Black Cliff Sea, in front of the formation of sea suppression. His face was as pale as paper, and his physical strength was seriously exhausted. But when they saw him at this time, the strong people hiding in the formation all showed despair and horror. Look, the entrance of the magnetic secret territory has appeared. Lin Sun looked over the formation and into the distance. There, above the sea, there was a virtual portal condensed there, emitting the obscure aura of the rules of heaven and earth. As long as the strong people who had the qualification to become sages entered it, they would have the opportunity to compete for the opportunity. But at this time, the strong people of the 8 regions all felt bitter, and their faces were ashen. They knew that there was no chance. Lin Sun waved his sleeves. Suddenly, the sea area was turned upside down. Without the control of Xueqingyi, the formation formed by the 24 Dinghai St. Pearls was no different from a masterless formation. It could not stop Lin Sun at all. In just a moment, the formation and the strong people of the 8 regions were put away by Lin Sun and suppressed in the Tower of Endless Way. This formation is composed of 24 complementary holy treasures, and each sea St. Pearl can borrow the power of the sea. It's quite magical. Lin Sun thought as he turned his head to look. As far as his eyes could see, there were scenes of destruction, and blood, as if silently telling how earth-shattering the battle was. Zhao Jingxian walked gracefully on the battlefield, cleaning up the spoils of war. When Zhao Jingxian noticed Lin Sun's gaze, she raised her head, and a bright and intoxicating smile appeared on her beautiful, picturesque face. Lin Sun smiled knowingly, then turned around and came to the entrance of the Yuan magnetic secret realm. Suddenly, he felt a terrible power of heaven and earth, preventing him from approaching. He knew that it was impossible for sages to enter. Everyone, the opportunity to become sages is in there. Whether you can get it or not depends on your own ability. Lin Sun took out the Tower of Endless Way and released Silver, Little Tian, Laughing at the Heavens, Ye Chen, Mi Hingzhen, and other top figures of the ancient Desolation realm. Then, without explaining to them, he told them to enter the Yuan magnetic secret realm as soon as possible. But even so, when they saw the scene of destruction near the coast in the distance, they could guess that Lin Sun must have experienced an extremely bloody and fierce battle. This made their hearts tremble. Brother Lin, thank you. When we become sages, we will fight side by side with you and share the burden for you and the ancient desolation realm. They saluted one by one, then entered the Yuan magnetic secret realm one after another, and soon disappeared. It was not until the last figure entered that Lin Sun breathed a long sigh of relief, as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. An indescribable exhaustion filled his whole body. In the previous battle, he had used all kinds of means to kill. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight, on the verge of exhaustion. Now, he finally escorted a group of ancient desolation experts into the Yuan magnetic secret realm, which was like a huge stone in Lin Sun's heart being removed, and he was completely relaxed. He sat casually on the sea, took out the wine gourd, raised his head, and drank wildly. After a while, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. If Xueqingyi and those idiots didn't run away and held on for a while, how could he be the final winner so easily? Although these guys had joined hands, they were obviously not united. Once they were in trouble, they were bound to fall apart. For example, Pohe and Hua Hongxiao didn't say a word when they escaped, which caught Xueqingyi off guard for a while. Another example was that when Xueqingyi fled, he directly abandoned his companions present. This series of actions led to their rapid defeat. A defeated army was like a landslide. You're too rash this time. Hurry up and meditate. I'll protect you. In the distance, Zhao Jingxian came over. Looking at Lin Sun's pale face, a touch of pity appeared on her face. Okay. Lin Sun readily agreed. He immediately took out all kinds of magic medicines and elixirs and began to refine and recover. Zhao Jingxian sat on one side with her arms around her knees, looking at the undulating black water in the distance. Occasionally, she looked back at Lin Sun with an indescribable sense of tranquility and steadiness in her heart. At the same time, in front of the city of Tao protectors in the ancient desolation world. This city is completely made of hollow golden sand, and it's covered with a marvelous divine prohibition formation. It's very difficult to break through it, Zhu Yingkong said softly from afar, with a trace of admiration in his eyes. Lin Sun is really good. The atmosphere of this city alone is enough to prove that he is at least at the level of a Taoist tattoo master. First day of the month, please get a guaranteed monthly ticket. In addition, there are 2 things. 1. On New Year's Eve, Goldfish will find a big golden red envelope on WeChat to give back to everyone. Children, please add Goldfish's WeChat account, open WeChat, search for the account Xiaojinyu233, whose name is Xiaojinyu, add me, and wait for the red envelope. Zhu Yingkong was dressed in a bright yellow jade robe. His forehead was bright and clean, and his eyebrows were sharp like swords. His eyes were clear and bright, and they were clear and bright. He was the leader of the ancient Yin territory and the prince of the Illumination Dragon bloodline. He was known as a rare genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. Brother, we're here to attack the city, not to listen to you praise Lin Sun. Zhu Yingxue frowned to express her dissatisfaction. If we want to attack the city, we must first break the formation. This formation is both offensive and defensive, and it's complex and obscure. Even with my ability, it will take me some time to see through its essence. Zhu Yingkong pondered. Sister, don't worry. When we came, Xueqingyi and the others had already led a group of experts to set up a formation near the Black Cliff Sea. If nothing goes wrong, Lin Sun will definitely die. Without Lin Sun to guard the city, it's only a matter of time before we break it. His voice was filled with absolute confidence. That's good. Zhu Yingxue smiled sweetly. This time, be it Xueqingyi or Lin Sun, none of them had expected Zhu Yingkong and his sister to take the opportunity to destroy the city of Tao protectors in the ancient desolation world when the metamagnet realm had descended. It was indeed a very bold move. But it was nothing to Zhu Yingkong. Not only was he confident in his own strength, he was also confident in his attainments in spiritual tattoos. One should know that the Illumination Dragon bloodline's inheritance in spiritual tattoos was one of the best in the entire 8 regions. Of course, Zhu Yingkong and his sister weren't the only ones attacking the city this time. There were also many experts from the ancient Yin territory waiting in the dark. Swish, suddenly, a pair of strange halos appeared in Zhu Yingkong's eyes. One was black and one was white, just like Yin and Yang, and they flowed with strange mysterious runes. The Candle Dragon's Eye. It was rumored that a terrifying being like the Illumination Dragon could see day when it opened its eyes, and night when it closed its eyes. When it breathed in, it was winter, and when it breathed out, it was summer. It could control black and white, day and night, and the rotation of the 4 seasons. Of course, rumors were just rumors. However, the candle dragon's eye was recognized as a first-class innate ability. Under the gaze of this eye, one could see through the true form of all things and see through the essence of all things. All falsehoods could be clearly seen through by this eye. This was also an important reason why almost all the experts of the Illumination Dragon bloodline had high attainments in spiritual tattoos. He would have an absolute advantage in cultivating the Tao of spiritual inscriptions with this magical power. It didn't take long for Zhu Yingkang to see the entirety of the city of Tao protectors, including the traces of the grand formation that were branded on the city walls. Everything was revealed to Zhu Yingkang. Formation, and 8 defensive formations, what a powerful technique. Even the underground is covered with Tao pattern array diagrams, allowing the power of heaven and earth to be contained in this city. As the saying goes, when the array is formed, the power of heaven and earth will be gathered together. He was actually able to create such a large-scale saint restriction in around half a year. He's not inferior to some of our clan's senior Tao inscription masters. Such a Tao marking layout is truly miraculous and rare. It's an inheritance of its own, and it transformed every single brick into a part of the grand formation. Why have I never heard of such a method? Why haven't I heard of it? Zhu Yingkang was surprised. Born in the Illumination Dragon bloodline, he had seen all kinds of Tao inheritance, but he had never seen such a strange one. It was like a city was completely integrated into a formation. The formation was the city, and the city was the formation. As long as the formation was not broken, the city would exist forever. If the situation allowed it, Zhu Yingkang could not help but think about it carefully. Because such a grand formation could absolutely be said to be unprecedented, and it was unique even amongst the 8 regions. Moreover, the profundities contained within it were shocking to the extreme. Lin Sun is a young man from the ancient Desolation realm. Where did he get this kind of Tao inheritance? Why haven't I heard of it? Zhu Yingkang was surprised. As far as he knew, there had never been any powerful sect of spiritual tattoos in the ancient Desolation realm, nor was there any powerful clan that passed down spiritual tattoos. However, Lin Sun had set up such an incredible formation, which was incredible. Zhu Yingkang did not know that Lin Sun's Tao inheritance came from Lu Boya, who did not belong to the 9 realms. If Lin Sun knew that Zhu Yingkang would be shocked, he would find it strange, because he had been learning spiritual tattoos since he was a child. Brother, can you do it? After waiting for a long time, Xianxia could not help but ask Zhu Yingkang. Zhu Yingkang woke up from his contemplation. His eyes flashed, and he said, "Sister, I really hope that Lin Sun will not be killed by Xianxia." Xianxia was surprised. Why? This child's spiritual rune inheritance is extremely marvelous and powerful beyond imagination. It's not inferior to the supreme spiritual rune inheritance of our Illumination Dragon lineage. Moreover, it has formed its own lineage. If we can obtain such an inheritance, speaking of this, Zhu Yingkang's eyes were blazing. I am absolutely confident that I can reproduce the ancestors' act of proving Tao, and build the road to Great Emperor with the power of spiritual tattoos. Xianxia was shocked, but she was not convinced. What qualifications does that guy have to be compared with our clan's Tao of spiritual tattoos? Zhu Yingkang smiled, but he did not explain. As long as he knew how extraordinary Lin Sun's Tao inheritance was, it was enough. Sister, send someone to the Black Cliff Sea to take a look. If Lin Sun is dead, remember to take his relics. Zhu Yingkang ordered. Will Xianxia and the others agree? Xianxia frowned. She knew very well that Xianxia invited her brother Zhu Yingkang to deal with Lin Sun together, but her brother refused. Zhu Yingkang said without hesitation, "Then tell him that I only want Lin Sun's relics related to spiritual tattoos. As long as he agrees, I, Zhu Yingkang, will owe him a favor." Xianxia was completely shocked this time. She knew very well how high her brother's status in the ancient Yin territory was. Any big shot would be tempted to owe him a favor. From this, it could be seen how much Zhu Yingkang valued Lin Sun's Tao inheritance. Without further delay, Xianxia left in a hurry. Zhu Yingkang stayed there and continued to use the eyes of the candle dragon to see through the secrets of formations hidden in the city of Tao. The more he looked, the more tempted he became. It was as if he had found a path to becoming an emperor, and he couldn't help but feel a strong desire to obtain it. But soon, Zhu Yingkong calmed down. The most important thing now was to see through the essence of the formation, destroy the city, and destroy the foundation that the ancient desolation camp relied on to survive. Xiaohao and Ruo Wu stood side by side on the city wall in the distance. Sure enough, after Lin Sun left, some guys with ulterior motives took the opportunity to jump out. Xiaohao frowned. He recognized Zhu Yingkong. The Candle Dragon bloodline is best at spiritual tattoos. He's obviously trying to decipher the secrets of the city's grand formation. If he really succeeds, it'll be bad. A serious expression appeared on Ruo Wu's face. Zhu Yingkong seemed to be alone, but he had the entire ancient Yin territory's camp behind him. It was enough to make anyone afraid. Once he saw through the secrets of the city of Dao, the grand formation would be useless, and it would no longer be able to protect the city. As expected, none of the 8 absolutes of green destiny are easy to deal with. But we don't have to worry. Lin Sun said before he left that we'll be invincible as long as we stay in the city. Xiaohao smiled. Ruo Wu sighed softly. You know, I'm most worried about Lin Sun now. Even Zhu Yingkong dares to swagger here. Who knows how many dangers are waiting for Lin Sun in the Origin Magnetic Secret Realm. Xiaohao was silent for a moment, but he still smiled and said, let's see what he's capable of. Lin Sun said it himself. Since he dares to go, he must be confident. I hope so, Ruo Wu murmured. Time passed slowly. Zhu Yingkong's expression became more and more serious. Even with the eyes of the Candle Dragon, he still felt that it was extremely difficult to decipher the secrets of the city's grand formation. It was obscure and complicated, but the most fundamental reason was that he had never seen such a formation before. Brother, bad news. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang in Zhu Yingkong's ears. He quickly withdrew his gaze and turned around, only to see his sister Xianxia rushing towards him anxiously. What happened? Didn't Xueqingyi agree? Zhu Yingkong frowned. No, it's Xueqingyi and the others, they lost. Xianxia looked panicked. Zhu Yingkong was also caught off guard at this moment. He was shocked. As far as he knew, Xueqingyi had gathered over 100 peerless saints and over 800 true saints. Apart from that, there were also Shi Pohe and Hua Hongxiao, the 2 leaders. Killing Lin Sun alone was as easy as flipping one's hand. But how did they lose? Zhu Yingkong's first reaction was to wonder if the information was wrong. But after hearing Xianxia's description, Zhu Yingkong's expression became uncertain. If that was true, didn't it mean that Lin Sun alone killed Xueqingyi and the others? How was that possible? Not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Some peerless saints of the ancient Yin territory flew over, all of them looking shocked and panicked. Young master, bad news. Xueqingyi and the others were defeated in the Yuan Magnetic Secret Realm. According to a saint of the ancient star fiend who was lucky enough to escape, nearly 100 peerless saints were killed on the spot. Xueqingyi, Shi Pohe, and Hua Hongxiao were no match for Lin Sun and were forced to flee. Young master, we shouldn't stay here for long. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Zhu Yingkong finally understood the ins and outs of that battle. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air as his heart trembled. How could Lin Sun be so ferocious? Could it be that he had created his own cultivation method and was invincible in this realm? But even so, it was impossible for him to block the attack of Xueqingyi and the others alone. For a moment, countless doubts surged in Zhu Yingkong's mind, making his expression uncertain and uneasy. Brother, should we leave quickly? Xianxia was so scared that her face turned pale. Just hearing the news made her heart go cold. It was too unimaginable and terrifying. Zhu Yingkong's expression was uncertain. The crushing defeat of Xueqingyi and the others was like a bolt of lightning that shook his mind. He couldn't calm down. He couldn't imagine how such a shocking thing could happen. He looked at the distant city wall that was filled with a golden sacred aura. After a long silence, he finally spat out a word. Let's go. With that, he turned around and left. Zhu Yingkong didn't look back along the way. From the moment Xueqingyi and the others suffered a crushing defeat, he knew that destroying the city of protectors of the ancient desolation was no longer important. Because this crushing defeat could very well change the situation of the entire 9 regions battlefield. If Xueqingyi and the others returned in defeat, how could the experts from the 8 regions who were supposed to go to the Origin Magnetic Secret Realm have the chance to become saints? And the experts from the Ancient Desolation could take this opportunity to enjoy the opportunities in the Origin Magnetic Secret Realm and produce many peerless saints in one fell swoop. In the past, the Ancient Desolation camp was like a 2-legged sheep. They were so weak that they could only be slaughtered. The 8 regions didn't care about them at all. But from now on, it was destined to be different. It wasn't just because of the emergence of a ferocious and powerful figure like Lin Sun. It was also because their camp had the resources to compete with the 8 regions. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the crushing defeat of Xueqingyi and the others was enough to change the situation of the entire 9 regions battlefield. That was what shocked Zhu Yingkang the most. Along the way, Zhu Yingkang was extremely silent. Zhu Yingxue and the other experts from the ancient Yin realm followed behind him, unable to remain calm. Xueqingyi and the others had mobilized so many people and put on such a grand show of force, but they were still defeated by Lin Sun alone. How terrifying was that? Who in the entire 9 regions battlefield could be his opponent? The more they thought about it, the more apprehensive they became. Suddenly, there was the sound of something tearing through the air. It was a group of true saints. However, all of them looked pale and panicked. It was obvious that they were fleeing for their lives. What's going on? Zhu Yingkang reached out and stopped a middle-aged man who seemed to be relatively calmer. Obviously, Zhu Yingkang still couldn't believe that Xueqingyi and the others had suffered a crushing defeat. When the middle-aged man was intercepted, he was initially shocked. However, when he saw that it was an expert from the ancient Yin territory, he heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately, he recounted the battle that had taken place at the Black Cliff Sea, and his voice was filled with uncontrollable fear. Hearing that, Zhu Yingkang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. His expression flickered, and he could already determine the authenticity of the information. He single-handedly revived the realm of ancient desolation? Lin Sun is really a monster. Zhu Yingkang's heart was heavy. Without any hesitation, he led the experts from the ancient region of Absolute Yin and left in a hurry. At the same time, Xiaohao and Ruawu were stunned on the city wall. Zhu Yingkang actually left just like that. This was very abnormal. Just now, when they were talking to each other, they looked panicked, especially Zhu Yingxue. It was as if she had been overly frightened. Could something extremely unusual have happened in the Origin Magnetic Secret Realm? Ruawu's heart thumped. Xiaohao pondered for a moment and made a decision. I'll go take a look. No. Ruawu hurriedly stopped him. What if it's a trap? Xiaohao smiled faintly. If worse comes to worst, I'll just escape again. Do you really think I can't even protect my life? As he spoke, he soared into the sky. Ruawu pondered for a moment and felt relieved. Previously, Xiaohao was able to lead a group of experts from the realm of ancient desolation to escape the pursuit of a group of peerless sages. There was no doubt that his combat strength was formidable. In particular, he had the Emperor Path treasured scripture, which was a great life-saving weapon. Not long after, Xiaohao returned. However, his expression was extremely strange. He seemed to be in a daze and disbelief. How did you leave so quickly? Ruawu couldn't help but ask. With a plop, a figure was thrown to the ground. It was an old man with white hair and a beard from the Star-Fiend ancient realm. On the way, I caught this old man and interrogated him. He told me everything that happened in the Origin Magnetic Secret Realm. Xiaohao sorted out his thoughts, took a deep breath, and said, however, I didn't expect that such an incredible thing would happen. His words aroused Ruawu's curiosity. She patted the old man to wake him up and began to interrogate him. It didn't take long for Ruawu to know everything. She was stunned at once, and her beautiful and refined face was filled with uncontrollable shock. This is too fierce, isn't it? Ruawu stammered, which showed how disturbed she was in her heart. Let me ask you how many saints' heads are. Ha ha ha, Lin Sun, what an amazing battle. Good. Xiaohao laughed, and his voice shook the sky. The blood of a man was heroic. He imagined the scene of Lin Sun defeating thousands of enemies and sweeping away all his enemies. He was invincible. Although Xiaohao couldn't do it, his heart yearned for it. Ruo Wu also beamed with joy. She waved her jade-like fist and said, "Such a magnificent feat has never been seen since ancient times. Heroes of all times are unparalleled. You too, I've said everything I need to say. Can you give me a quick death?" The old man said in a weak voice. Obviously, he also realized that he was doomed this time, so he might as well ask for a quick death. As you wish. Xiaohao flicked his fingers, and the old man turned into ashes. On this day, the camp of the ancient desolation was in an uproar. Tens of thousands of people cheered and celebrated. The city of Dao Protector was full of noise and jubilation. Lin Sun had successfully escorted a group of peerless figures of the ancient desolation into the Yuan magnetic secret realm. For the ancient desolation camp, this meant that a group of peerless sages would emerge in the future. In the future, why would they be afraid of competing with the other 8 regions? What shocked and excited them the most was that Lin Sun was able to suppress 3 of the 8 skills of green darkness by himself. This meant that as long as Lin Sun was in charge, the ancient desolation camp would never be bullied like before. Lin Sun. Lin Sun. Lin Sun. On this day, countless experts of the ancient desolation remembered this legendary name. No matter who it was, they couldn't help but feel admiration, excitement, and gratitude. Because everyone knew that the ancient desolation camp could survive in the extremely fierce 9-region battlefield because of Lin Sun's contribution, it was not an exaggeration to say that he alone changed the situation of the ancient desolation camp. Even the ancient orthodoxies and large sects that had been hostile to Lin Sun many times in the past were silent at this moment. They could continue to hate Lin Sun, but in the 9-region battlefield they had to rely on Lin Sun to survive. On this day, the news about the battle spread quickly in the 9-region battlefield as if it had grown wings, causing a great uproar. How is this possible? How can Lin Sun be so terrifying? Hundreds of peerless sages and 3 leaders, including Xianxia, were defeated by Lin Sun in the end? Damn it! Is that little bastard invincible? Similar discussions were heard in the camps of the North Sea, Yinjue, Star Evil, Jiuli, Blood Devil, and Daluo. The areas where the camps were located were in an uproar. Countless people were shocked and in an uproar. This was indeed too unbelievable. In the past, many people subconsciously thought that Lin Sun could defeat the 7-region allied forces because he borrowed the power of the formation, and that his personal combat power was not strong enough to be invincible. But now, the news said that he defeated 3 leaders by himself. This was too unbelievable. One should know that the 8 skills of green darkness represented the highest combat power in the 9-region battlefield. Even 3 of them joined forces and were defeated by Lin Sun. Didn't this mean that Lin Sun was already the number 1 in the 9-region battlefield? No one dared to believe it. The camps of the 8 regions had always looked down on the ancient desolation camp. Who would be willing to accept such a cruel thing? Compared to the uproar, some of the more experienced people began to worry and realize the seriousness of the situation. Although Xianxia and the others were defeated in this battle, it was also equivalent to the defeat of the 8 regions. Because in the end, no one from the 8 regions entered the Yuan magnetic secret realm. After this incident, the ancient desolation was destined to produce a batch of peerless sages. This was enough to change the situation of the ancient desolation camp. This was the most frightening and worrying thing. The previous 2 battles of the 9 regions were, at the end of the day, a battle between the 8 regions. Are we going to change this time? Many people sighed because of this. Where did Lin Sun come from? How can he be so powerful? More people were analyzing and speculating about Lin Sun. They had already regarded Lin Sun as the number 1 threat and did not dare to be careless like before. Sages were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. Every realm camp seemed to have many peerless sages and true saints, but they represented the entire realm's resources. It was only in the 9 regions battlefield that one could see so many sages gathered together to fight. In the 8 regions, it was impossible to see such a scene under normal circumstances. Just like the ancient desolation camp, there seemed to be no lack of true sages, but those sages came from different ancient forces and different large clans. In the real ancient desolation, these sages would not easily appear in the world, so how could they be seen so often? But now, Lin Sun regarded the sages as grass. Over the past year, who knew how many peerless sages and true sages had died in his hands? This was undoubtedly too terrifying, and it was sufficient to cause anyone to be unable to sit still and tremble with fear. However, compared to this, the matter that truly made the 8 regents feel that the situation was serious and even chilled was related to Xianxia. Because according to the news, Xianxia had already died in Lin Sun's hands long before the battle broke out. Xianxia, the leading figure of the ancient All-Heaven region, a legendary existence that was said to reign supreme in the world, and a peerless sword cultivator that possessed the reserves of a peerless Saint Realm expert, had actually died at Lin Sun's hands without anyone knowing. This was too terrifying. The ancient All-Heaven Domain's camp. The great figures of the various clans were gathered within the enormous city of Dao Protectors, and they surrounded the palace that belonged to Xianxia. Everyone was furious. When the news of Xianxia's death spread, the entire ancient All-Heaven Domain's camp was in an uproar, and no one dared to believe it. So, they'd converged here at practically the first possible moment, and they wanted to demand an explanation from Qin Shaoxing, who was in charge of everything in the ancient All-Heaven Domain's camp. Within the palace, Qin Shaoxing's expression was livid, and his entire body emanated terrifying killing intent. Bang! The table in front of him exploded into pieces. Qin Shaoxing was unable to restrain the killing intent in his heart, and he roared. A bunch of trash. After investigating for so long, they were actually unable to find out that it was Lin Sun who did it. Now, the entire world knows who the culprit is before us. There were some peerless figures in the hall that were Qin Shaoxing's trusted aides, and they were the ones who were the most clearly aware of the truth. They'd originally thought that the news of Xianxin's death could be concealed forever. Never had they imagined that the culprit, Lin Sun, would take the initiative to reveal himself. Presently, the entire ancient All-Heaven Domain's camp had fallen into upheaval, and it was filled with chaos. Elder Qin, there are many people outside waiting for your decision. Someone spoke in a low voice. Qin Shaoxing took a deep breath and forcefully restrained the rage in his heart, and then he stood up and walked out of the hall with a resolute expression. This matter couldn't be concealed at all, and the longer it was delayed, the more chaotic the situation in the ancient All-Heaven Domain's camp would be. He had to make a decision. Qin Shaoxing had already thought of what to say. Didn't Lin Sun admit that he was the culprit? Then just wait to suffer the hatred and rage of the entire ancient All-Heaven Domain's camp. On this day, the ancient All-Heaven Domain confirmed the news of Xianxin's death, and for a time, all the various regions were stirred. A peerless figure like Xianxin is actually dead. In the past battles between the 9 regions, there's never been a leading figure that perished. I never expected that such an accident would occur this time. He killed Xianxin without anyone noticing. Lin Sun is simply too terrifying. That fellow can be called the #1 enemy of the 8 regions. Countless voices that carried shock, astonishment, and fear resounded from the various regions. On this day, Lin Sun's name was like a heavy mountain, weighing down on the hearts of every cultivator in the 8 regions. Its might was so great that it suppressed the entire 9 regions' battlefield. If I had known this would happen, I would have agreed to Xueqingyi's request. In the northern Darkstar Ancient Region's camp, Kuan Xiaoyu was silent for a long time. When he learned of Xueqingyi's group's defeat and Xianxin's death, he did not take pleasure in their misfortune. Instead, he felt sad for them. Deep in his heart, it would be a lie to say that he didn't regret it. It seems that Xueqingyi was right. I underestimated Lin Sun. But who would have thought that there was such a ruthless man in the ancient Desolation realm? In the camp of the Jiuli Ancient Region, Qi Wushu's expression was uncertain. After a long time, he could not help but sigh. He knew that if he accepted Xueqingyi's suggestion and joined forces with the leaders of the 8 regions, they would definitely be able to kill Lin Sun. Unfortunately, such a great opportunity had been missed. From today onwards, the ancient Desolation realm will definitely sweep away its decline and rise with great momentum. We have to be especially wary of Lin Sun. In the Heaven Fire Ancient Region, Lai Qian's eyes were burning. He realized that the situation of the entire 9 regions' battlefield had changed. If he did not kill Lin Sun, the ancient Desolation realm was destined to be destroyed. Perhaps the Flying Deity Battle realm is the last chance. Lai Qian quietly clenched his fists. A bunch of brainless fools. If not for their refusal to act together and watch from the sidelines, how could this have happened? Now, the Blood Demon Ancient Region, the East Mulberry Ancient Region, and the Star Fiend Ancient Region have suffered heavy casualties, and the Ancient Desolation Realm has seized the opportunity to rise. Kuan Xiaoyu, Qi Wushu, and those bastards, even if they regret it now. It's too late. In the hall of the Victory Tower in the Blood Demon world, Xueqingyi's hair was disheveled, and his expression was ferocious. He was furious, and his face was filled with undisguised hatred. The Blood Demon Ancient Region had suffered the heaviest losses in this defeat. Not only had dozens of peerless sages and more than 400 true sages suffered, but even some of the promising peerless sages had been wiped out. If the casualties caused by Lin Sun when he wreaked havoc in the Blood Demon world, the losses were immeasurable. It was not an exaggeration to say that among the 8 regions, the Blood Demon Ancient Region's strength had been reduced by more than half. How could Xueqingyi not feel hatred? Young Master, Kuan Xiaoyu of the Northern Underworld Ancient Region has sent a message. He wants to work with you to kill Lin Sun when the Flying Deity Battle Realm arrives. An old man hurried over to deliver the message. Tell him I'm not free. Xueqingyi was full of resentment as he spoke through gritted teeth. Young Master, Qi Wushu of the Jiuli Ancient Region has sent a message saying that he apologizes for what happened last time. If possible, he hopes to work with you. Soon, another message came. Didn't he mock me for being cowardly last time? Working together? I'm not worthy of him. Xueqingyi was burning with anger. He would not forget how harsh and difficult Qi Wushu's words were when he rejected his proposal. Soon after, more messages came one after another from the leaders of the other regions. Their words were all apologetic. At the same time, they wanted to invite Xueqingyi to work with them and get rid of Lin Sun, their number one enemy, when the Flying Deity Battle Realm arrived. How could Xueqingyi, who was still angry and resentful, agree so easily? He rejected all of them without a second thought. What the hell? When I begged you, all of you scoffed and refused to work together. Now that you realize how terrifying Lin Sun is, all of you can't sit still. Don't you think it's funny? Xueqingyi was full of resentment. Most importantly, the Blood Demon Ancient Region had suffered too many casualties. Lin Sun alone had almost caused them to fall apart. This made Xueqingyi's heart bleed. But after calming down for a few days, Xueqingyi had to admit that if he did not agree to work together, it would be almost impossible to get rid of Lin Sun. Lin Sun was too ferocious, and his combat strength was extraordinary. No leader could be a match for him. In 6 months, which is half a year later, the Flying Deity Battle Realm will arrive. At that time, all the experts with the Flying Deity token will be moved to the Flying Deity Secret Realm to compete for the Battle Merit and Fate. Battle Merit and Dao Luck are related to whether or not we can enter the Kunlun Ruins. It seems like the ultimate goal of us leaders participating in the Battle of the 9 Regions is to gather enough battle merit and Dao luck to have the qualifications to enter the Kunlun Ruins. Without a doubt, Lin Sun will definitely go. Kuan Xiaoyu, Feng Wushu, and the others will also participate. If I refuse to work with them, my situation in the Flying Deity Battle Realm will definitely not be optimistic. After thinking for a long time, Xueqingyi finally sighed. He realized that no matter how angry and aggrieved he was, if he wanted to take revenge, he could only agree to work with Kuan Xiaoyu and the others. Apart from this, there was no other way. On this day, news came that Kuan Xiaoyu of the Northern Underworld Ancient Region had sent another invitation. This was already the 3rd time. Kuan Xiaoyu seemed to know that Xueqingyi would definitely not refuse after she calmed down, so he did not give up on the invitation. This time, Xueqingyi agreed. Black Cliff Sea. This was already the 10th day of Lin Sun's meditation. His expression was as calm as an ancient well, and his body was covered in a pure and holy radiance. A divine path avatar appeared behind his head, and it was surrounded by divine rainbows that flew like rain. It was like a great abyss that illuminated the void. In his body, the boiling Saint Origin energy turned into a golden ocean that surged and whistled through his limbs and bones. It was bright and dazzling like the sun. As the chaotic whole swallowed and spat, the power of the Saint Qi became purer and richer. Suddenly, the origin of Dao Mountain within the chaotic whole rose from the ground and continued to rise. Although it was still only the size of a thumb, it gave people the feeling that it had changed from a small hill to a mountain. the origin of Tao Mountain was the foundation of the divine path. It gathered all the cultivation and power of the origin of Tao. The stronger and more majestic the origin of Tao Mountain was, the more stable and powerful the divine path cultivator's foundation was. At this time, Lin Sun's origin of Tao Mountain suddenly underwent a transformation. It vaguely showed a scene that covered the sky and the earth, and it was majestic and immeasurable. Boom! At this moment, there was also an astonishing fluctuation from Lin Sun's body that rushed into the sky, dispersing the clouds, causing the sea to churn and the void to tremble. The spiritual energy within a radius of 3,000 miles was madly absorbed from all directions and poured into Lin Sun's body. Suddenly, Lin Sun was surrounded by a rain of light and divine rainbows. The aura of the divine path he emitted was much stronger than before. Middle True Saint Realm. The black sea churned, revealing a graceful figure as white as snow. She was like a fairy, bathing in it. Her neck was long and slender, and her exposed shoulders were delicate and white. The black sea surged, revealing a pair of snow-white breasts in front of her. However, Zhao Jingxian seemed to be unaware of it. There was a touch of surprise on her beautiful face, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Sun in the distance. If she remembered correctly, about a year ago, Lin Sun had just entered the peak of the Saint Realm. Now, he had advanced again. The pursuit of the divine path was more difficult than ascending to the sky. Every step required a lot of time, energy, and opportunity. Some old monsters of the Saint Realm casually practiced in seclusion for thousands of years, but even so, their cultivation realm was not necessarily improved. But Lin Sun had made another breakthrough in a year. What a monster, Zhao Jingxian muttered to herself, but her heart was full of pride and joy. Her beautiful eyes were full of hope and tenderness. Suddenly, she stiffened all over. She felt a burning gaze fall on her body. Only then did she realize that she was floating in the water in only a single garment. What should and shouldn't be exposed had been exposed. Sure enough, she saw Lin Sun standing in the void with a smile, looking her up and down directly. Zhao Jingshuan's pretty face was burning hot. Her figure suddenly drilled into the bottom of the sea, like a dragon girl wandering in the river and sea, stirring up waves because of her shyness. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. She is Zen, and her beauty is worth studying. The middle stage of True Saint Realm, it seemed to be just a step forward in the cultivation of True Saint Realm, but for Lin Sun, it was another transformation of spirit refining, chi refining, and body refining. This was one of the mysteries of three Tao in one, only essence is one. It was not only the integration of three kinds of Tao, but also a way to practice Tao by integrating all kinds of Tao into one. There were so many mysteries in just 8 words. Invincible in this realm. Soon, carefully feeling the changes of the power around him, Lin Sun had a kind of invincible confidence. At this moment, he also deeply realized how great the words of Zhao Yuanji, the emperor of Zhou Empire, were when he left the mortal world for the first time. The transformation of the state of mind, the improvement of cultivation, the strengthening of the soul, and the strengthening of the body, in the final analysis, it was nothing more than the change of one's own strength. This kind of strength could make one a king, fight against the tribulation of longevity, cast one's Tao, and lead one's army to the emperor. The great way of heaven was also a kind of power, but it needed to be comprehended and understood. The myriad arts of the heavens was also a method of using power. Even if it was the knowledge, experience that one possessed, wasn't it also a type of internal power? In short, power was the great way. In the face of absolute power, no matter how wise you were destined to be smashed to pieces. At that time, Lin Sun was only at Sea Spirit Realm, so his understanding of these words was very shallow. But with the improvement of cultivation in recent years, with the broadening of experience and vision, he increasingly felt that these words were full of endless mystery. The great way was simple. When the prosperity was gone, the difference between high and low was nothing more than the strength of power. The 8 skills of green darkness is not worth mentioning. At this moment, Lin Sun's heart was calm. On the road of Tao, the 8 skills of green darkness was also a thing of the past in the whole 9-region battlefield. The road he wanted to pursue might not reach the extreme and perfect point of Tao, but it was not comparable to most of his peers. At this time, Lin Sun stood there casually with a sacred demeanor. If he was in the outside world, he would be like a dragon in the sky, enough to make people look up to him. but Lin Sun knew that there was still a long way to go. There was no shortage of higher mountains and wider world waiting for him to climb and conquer. Brother God Fiend, look. Suddenly, a clear, pleasant, and cheerful voice resounded. Zhao Jingxian had already flashed out from within the seawater. She wore a plain-colored dress, her jet-black hair was tied up, and her peerlessly beautiful face seemed both angry and happy at the same time. She came to Lin Sun and waved a token in front of him. Brother Demon God, hearing such a nickname, Lin Sun couldn't help but twitch his mouth and smile bitterly. But the next moment, he was attracted by the token in Zhao Jingxuan's hand. It was around the size of a palm and seemed as if it was polished from fine jade. It was enshrouded in immortal energy while a rain of light flew about, and it was suffused with strands of divine light green halos, causing it to seem extremely mysterious. Flying immortal token? Lin Sun was surprised. Yes, I found it among the spoils of war. Zhao Jingxian said with a smile. Not long ago, a great battle had occurred at the shores of the Black Cliff Sea. The casualties were incalculable, and Xueqingyi and the others had to return in low spirits. This also allowed Zhao Jingxian to collect a large amount of spoils of war. Just the various saint artifacts alone numbered in the hundreds. However, most of them were damaged during the battle. However, there was no lack of precious saint artifacts. In addition, there were other treasures such as elixirs, magical materials, magical medicines, and rare treasures, which could be piled up like a mountain. This was a huge windfall. For example, this flying immortal token was found by Zhao Jingxian among these spoils of war. It was impossible to find out who its owner was. But it clearly contained the 93 Taoist seeds of war merit. Look at me. Lin Sun turned his hand, and 3 flying immortal tokens appeared. One was his, one was Ahu's, and the last one was the spoils of war from Jian Qingchen. Zhao Jingxian felt as if she had suffered a blow. She put her hand on her forehead and said, "It turns out that you are a local tycoon." Lin Sun laughed. Originally, he planned to give Jian Qingchen's flying immortal token to Zhao Jingxian. But obviously, it was not necessary. Let me see your flying immortal token. Zhao Jingxian grabbed it and looked through it. Her beautiful eyes widened and she said in surprise, 839 kinds of Taoist seeds of war merit? You killed so many sages? If one wanted to collect Taoist seeds of war merit, he had to hunt down heavenly talents or sages. Every time he killed one, he would get one kind of Taoist seed of war merit. 839 kinds of Taoist seeds of war merit. It could be imagined how many sages and heavenly talents had died in Lin Sun's hands. Zhao Jingxian couldn't help looking at Jian Qingchen's flying immortal token again, which recorded 410 kinds of Taoist seeds of war merit. The only thing that comforted Zhao Jingxian was that Ahu's flying immortal token was still blank. Even so, she looked at Lin Sun with a strange look in her clear eyes. It is said that you are the demon Lin who kills without blinking an eye. It seems that it is true. Lin Sun knocked on her white forehead and said angrily, "Do you think I am born to like killing?" Zhao Jingxian pursed her lips and smiled charmingly, "Don't be angry. I like you even if you are a homicidal maniac." Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but put his arm around her waist and kiss her. Zhao Jingxian wanted to resist, but it was destined to be in vain. In the end, she let out a moan and was drowned in a passionate tenderness. Time flew by, day after day. It had been more than 20 days since the descent of the Yuan magnetic secret realm. The ancient wasteland world was calm, and there were no more traces of enemies. The other 8 regions also seemed to have quieted down and went into hibernation. There was a strange silence in the vast 9 regions battlefield. However, this was destined to be just an appearance. No one knew how many undercurrents were surging in the dark. If I want to help Ahu collect enough Taoist seeds of war merit, I can only enter the flying immortal battlefield. On this day, Lin Sun sat on a cloud floating above the sea and fell into deep thought. Every realm had 9 flying immortal tokens, and there were 81 of them in total. If he wanted to activate the flying immortal token and have the chance to enter the Kunlun ruins, he had to collect 1,000 kinds of Taoist seeds of war merit. It seemed easy, but Lin Sun knew very well how difficult it was to collect Taoist seeds of war merit. According to the number of sages he had to kill, 1 flying immortal token would require him to kill 1,000 true sage-level opponents. 9 immortal tokens meant 9,000 saints. 81 immortal tokens meant 810,000 saints. However, in the entire 9 regions battlefield, not to mention 810,000 saints, even if all the 9 regions were added up, there would definitely not be more than 10,000 saints. This also meant that although there were 81 flying immortal tokens, it was impossible for every flying immortal token to collect enough Taoist seeds of war merit. According to Ahu, after the first battle of the 9 regions, there were only 7 flying immortal tokens that collected enough Taoist seeds of war merit. In the second battle of the 9 regions, there were only 5. After all, the number of saints might be huge, but not all of them could be killed by an expert with a flying immortal token. One could imagine how difficult it was to collect the Taoist seeds of war merit required for a flying immortal token. Now, Lin Sun also shouldered the task of collecting Taoist seeds of war merit for Ahu, which made it even more difficult for him to achieve his wish. However, there was a way, and that was the secret realm of Flying Immortal. Only those who held the Flying Immortal token would be transported into the secret realm of Flying Immortal to compete for Taoist seeds of war merit. It was said that there were many Flying Immortal ghosts in the secret realm of Flying Immortal, and each of them was no weaker than a peerless true saint. But as long as one could kill them, he could collect a kind of Taoist seeds of war merit. The most important thing was that in this secret realm, if those who held the Flying Immortal token fought with each other, they could plunder each other's Taoist seeds of war merit. As far as Lin Sun knew, this kind of fighting was extremely common in the previous battles in the secret realm of Flying Immortal. If I were Xianxia and the other leaders, I would definitely choose to join hands and give you a fatal blow in the secret realm of Flying Immortal. Zhao Jingxian reminded Lin Sun in a low voice. Lin Sun agreed and said, "That's for sure. I'm afraid they already hate me to the core and see me as a top threat." But, he changed the topic and said with a smile, "That's better. I'm worried that I can't collect enough Taoist seeds of war merit. If they really come to me, I'll accept them one by one." Zhao Jingxian glared at him and said, "Can't you tell that I'm worried?" Lin Sun smiled and took Zhao Jingxian into his arms. He gently stroked her silky black hair with his hand. Wisps of her body fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, making him feel indescribably comfortable. "As you know, this is the battle of the 9 regions. Our ancient desolation realm has been defeated twice. Since I'm here, I must try my best to turn the situation around. This time, the secret realm of Flying Immortal is an excellent opportunity. They want to kill me, and I also want to eliminate them. Think about it, if Xianxia and the other leaders are eliminated one by one, their camp will definitely be leaderless and suffer heavy losses. At that time, the camp of the ancient desolation realm can take advantage of the situation and wipe them out one by one." Speaking of this, Lin Sun's black eyes showed a touch of disdain and determination. In this way, the battle of the 9 regions will end with the victory of the ancient desolation realm. Zhao Jingxian nestled in Lin Sun's arms and stared at his face with her beautiful eyes. Listening to his confident and longing words, she didn't feel silly anymore. He was like an immortal in heaven. Who in the world could be his opponent? So, I must go this time. It may be extremely dangerous, but as long as I win, it's enough to change the situation of the 9 regions battlefield. Lin Sun said calmly. On the vast sea, the two nestled among the auspicious clouds. The tide rose and fell in the distance, and the world was magnificent like a painting. A few days later, the entrance of the magnetic secret realm built above the void produced strange and obscure fluctuations of the rules of heaven and earth, and a rain of divine light drifted down. Lin Sun stood side by side with Zhao Jingxian with his hands behind his back and looked at the entrance. Amidst the rain of light, a figure suddenly rushed out of the entrance of the magnetic secret realm. His whole body was dazzling. "When I become a sage, wind and thunder rage, fish and dragons suffer miserably. Who in the world can appreciate my coquettishness?" The man was dressed in a green robe, with a handsome face and bright golden eyes. He said such narcissistic words. Who else could it be but Old Toad? Then, a bold laugh rang out. "Taoism pure Jean, why are you leaving first? Don't you want to fight?" Laughing Heaven strode out, his long hair flying in the wind and his narrow eyes like lightning. "Humph, your opponent is me." Almost at the same time, a fierce and unparalleled sword intent appeared in the field. Sword Devil Yi Chen, with his purple hair fluttering, came out with a sword on his back. Boom, but soon, another violent force with an ancient aura appeared. Ah Lu, who was as majestic as an iron tower, rushed out with an iron rod on his shoulder. He grinned, showing his white teeth and a rough manner. Come on, whoever is not convinced can fight with me. Bang, but as soon as Ah Lu finished speaking, he staggered and shouted in pain, ouch, Little Silver, King attacked me again. Little Silver's figure swept out from behind him, his clothes whiter than snow. His arms were folded across his chest, and his incomparably handsome little face was full of disdain and callousness. Didn't you want to fight? I'm just fulfilling your wish, big blockhead. Do you dare to come again? Ah Lu shouted provocatively. Really? Little Silver raised his eyebrows. This kind of expression was exactly the same as his master Lin Sun. As he spoke, a black butterfly full of the aura of chaos landed on Little Silver's shoulder. Seeing this butterfly, Ah Lu immediately shut up. He wasn't afraid of Little Silver, but if Little Silver and Little Tian were together, it would be enough to give him a headache. It should be noted that in the magnetic secret realm, when these two little guys worked together, they were like a pair of evil stars. They ran amok, and no one knew how many strong people fled. Go ahead and fight. I won't participate. In the flowing rainbow-like light rain, Xianxia's figure appeared, elegant and ethereal. Beside her stood Luo Jia. She was quiet like an orchid, and her style was peerless. Ha ha ha, everyone seems to be in a good mood. Why don't we spar together? Gentle laughter resounded. Mi Hingzhen, Yi Mo, and the others followed suit. For a time, many figures stood in the void above the sea. Holy Taoist rhymes circulated around their bodies, and each of them had boundless power. It was as if the stars in the sky were shining brightly, illuminating the sea. Seeing such a scene, Lin Sun couldn't help laughing, and his heart was filled with lofty sentiments. He stepped forward and said, if you want to learn from each other, can you count me in? No. Everyone spoke in unison and refused without even thinking about it. What kind of joke is this? What's the difference between sparring with you, demon god Lin, and looking for a beating? Rebuffed, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a little helpless. It's just a competition. Why are you so nervous? Everyone shook their heads again. Only Ah Lu was eager to give it a try. He called out, Big brother, why don't we play? Before Lin could say anything, Little Silver and Little Tian appeared in front of Ah Lu. Ah Lu went crazy and said angrily, forget it, I'm not playing anymore. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Soon, many peerless figures came out of the entrance of the Yuan magnetic secret realm, but they all looked more or less depressed. Among them were Yu Jianming, Mo Tianhe, and a few other good friends of Lin Sun. Almost at a glance, Lin Sun could tell that they hadn't become sages. He couldn't help sighing in his heart. Although there were great fortuitous encounters in the origin magnetic mystic realm, not everyone could fight for it. This was reality. Fortunately, there was no shortage of opportunities to become sages in the Nine Regions battlefield. Even if the Yuan magnetic secret realm was gone, there would be other opportunities in the future. After learning about it, Lin Sun learned that there were a total of 29 strong men from the ancient Desolation realm who entered the Yuan magnetic secret realm this time. This was already an amazing achievement. Last time in the prison secret realm, only 17 strong men from the 8 regions seized the opportunity to set foot on the peak of the Saint Realm. Big brother, the reason why Old Toad and I were able to become sages in the Yuan magnetic secret realm is that we are strong enough, and the other Taoists deliberately let us win. Old Toad suddenly said in a low voice, they all know that we're very close to you, and that we couldn't have entered the origin magnetic mystic realm without Big Brother's help. That's why we didn't run into so many obstacles during the competition in the origin magnetic mystic realm and successfully proved our Tao. Lin Sun was stunned and sighed in his heart. He said, don't worry. I'll fight for more opportunities for them in the future. Old Toad nodded. On the same day, they left the Black Cliff Sea for the city of Tao Protectors. The Blood Demon Ancient Region is no longer a threat in the Nine Regions battlefield. The Starfiend Ancient Region and the East Mulberry Ancient Region have also suffered great casualties. They can no longer pose a real threat to the Ancient Desolation. Xianxia is dead, and the Great Luo Ancient Region is leaderless. In the city of Tao Protectors, Xiaohe was talking with Ruo Wu, analyzing the situation of the world. The only ones we should be afraid of are the North Sea, Heaven Fire, Extreme Yin, and Ninely Realms. Ruawu nodded and said with a smile, the current situation is much better than before. It has only been less than 2 years since the Nine Regions battlefield opened, but the situation of the ancient desolation is completely different from before. Xiaohao couldn't help but laugh and said with emotion, in the past, I didn't dare to imagine that such earth-shaking changes could happen in such a short time. It was indeed different. In the beginning, the experts of the ancient desolation could only hide, flee, and endure. They were bullied, trampled, and killed like two-legged sheep. But now, they had an unbreakable city of Tao protectors and had a firm foothold. They didn't have to panic anymore, and all these changes were caused by Lin Sun alone. By the way, today is the end of the Yuan magnetic secret realm. If nothing unexpected happens, the ancient desolation will have a group of peerless sages. Xiaohao suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but stand up. He said, come, let's go to the tower to have a look and welcome their triumphant return. On the same day, in the city of Tao protectors, many experts stopped what they were doing and waited in front of the city wall with Xiaohao and Ruawu. Everyone had a look of anticipation on their faces. Compared with the previous 2 defeats and humiliation in the Nine Regions battlefield, the situation of the ancient desolation in the Nine Regions battlefield had changed. This made everyone look forward to the future, and they were no longer as pessimistic and desperate as before. They're back! Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly. In the distant void, divine rainbows covered the sky and the earth like raindrops, and they were whistling toward the city. The one in the lead was Lin Sun. For a moment, all eyes in the city of Tao protectors gathered in that direction, and everyone couldn't help but burst into cheers. On this day, Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian, 29 peerless sages, and a group of experts of the ancient desolation returned from the Black Cliff Sea, causing a sensation in the city. On this night, the city was filled with cheers and laughter as people toasted each other, and the clamorous waves of noise caused the night sky to be tainted with a layer of a joyous atmosphere. Now, including Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian, Xiaohao, and Ruawu, the ancient desolation had 33 peerless sages. All of them were peerless figures of the younger generation in the ancient desolation realm. They had amazing potential and extraordinary talents, and their futures were limitless. Different from the other 8 regions, the rise of every peerless figure in the ancient desolation realm was full of difficulties, frustrations, and trials. This kind of trial was like an extreme tempering. When they became peerless sages, the battle strength they possessed would be incomparable to the experts of the other 8 regions. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the ancient desolation realm never lacked geniuses. What they lacked was a peerless cultivation path for them to pursue. From this day on, the experts of the ancient desolation realm no longer hid in the city of Tao protectors. They began to patrol and control the ancient desolation realm. Because this was originally their territory, in the past, they were too weak to defend it, but now it was different. Even if enemies came, they wouldn't be afraid. The news of the 29 peerless sages in the ancient desolation realm was soon known by the other 8 regions. For a moment, countless sighs, indignation, and helplessness were heard. The 8 regions all realized that the situation had changed. The ancient desolation realm was completely different from before. It was like a 2-legged sheep had transformed into a fierce beast with sharp fangs. It had the resources and ability to challenge them. Let them be insolent for now. When the battle of the fairies arrives and Lin Sun dies, let's see if the ancient desolation realm still dares to be so insolent. In the northern underworld, Kuan Xiaoyu's eyes were like a raging sea, filled with murderous intent. Lin Sun, if you don't die, the ancient desolation realm might really be able to get revenge and reverse the situation of certain defeat. Unfortunately, in the battle of the fairies, you are destined to have nowhere to run. In the Jiuli realm, Feng Wushu's voice rumbled and reverberated in the main hall, causing the clouds to collapse. There are only 5 months left until the battle of the fairies arrives. Soon, in the Absolute Yin realm, Zhu Yingkong murmured, his eyes filled with terrifying murderous intent. Similar voices filled with hatred and murderous intent rang. Out in the Skyfire realm, the Blood Demon realm, the Starfiend realm, the East Mulberry realm, the Absolute Yin realm, and other places. Those leaders were all waiting for the battle of the fairies to arrive. At the same time, Lin Sun began to cultivate in seclusion. The Battle of the Fairies was destined to be a stormy place. Those who could participate in it were all powerful people who possessed the fairy token. This also meant that what was about to happen would be a true battle between the absolute rulers. It would be the most powerful and unparalleled battle of the Saint Realm in the 9 great regions. It was not an exaggeration to say that whoever could stand out and suppress everyone else would be the #1 person in the Saint Realm among the younger generation of the 9 great regions. In fact, in the past 2 battles of the 9 great regions, the Battle of the Fairies had a similar special meaning. To those leaders, it was not as simple as collecting merit and fate. It also meant that the battle would determine who was the strongest among the 9 great regions. The 9 great regions were waiting for the fairies. In the first battle of the 9 territories, a young man named Xianxia from the Great Luo ancient region won the title of #1 in the Battle of the 9 territories. Now, he was known as Sword Emperor Xianxia. Xianxin's Qi Emperor sword, which was taken away by Lin Sun, was the sword he used when he became a martial emperor. The wooden sword was different because of its owner. In the second battle of the 9 territories, the first in the Battle of the 9 territories was a young man named Kuan Ling from the northern underworld ancient region. Like Xianxia, he would become a martial emperor in the future and be known as Emperor Kuan. With these 2 extremely famous and legendary experts as examples, even Lin Sun couldn't ignore the competition in the Battle of the Fairy Realm. When he confronted Xianxia, the reason why the latter didn't want to fight with Lin Sun was that he was still thinking about the Battle of the Fairy Realm and didn't want to fight with Lin Sun. When I go to the Battle of the Fairy Realm, the other 8 territories will definitely send troops to invade. So, I have to trouble you to stay here and fight against the enemies together. Before going into seclusion, Lin Sun gathered all the sages for a meeting. Brother Lin, it's too risky. Everyone tried to dissuade him. What a joke. Let Lin Sun fight alone? How could they bear to do that? Everyone, the ultimate goal of our realm of ancient desolation in this Battle of the 9 realms is to avenge our ancestors who sacrificed their lives and shed their blood here. Lin Sun said seriously, as for the Battle of the Fairy Realm, it's secondary. As long as you are here, the ancient desolation realm won't be in danger of being completely destroyed. Everyone was silent while their expressions flickered indeterminately. In fact, they knew that the Battle of the Fairy Realm wasn't easy to enter. Only 9 people from each territory could enter at most. Even if they all wanted to fight with Lin Sun, it was impossible. However, they were still worried. Those who had the tokens of fairy in the other 8 territories were all powerful figures. If they joined forces, could Lin Sun fight them alone? Everyone, I'm not alone. This time, Silver and Tian will go with me. Lin Sun said with a smile. Silver was a descendant of the spirit-eating insect, and a spirit-eating insect that had stepped into the Saint Realm. His battle prowess was something that everyone had witnessed long ago in the origin magnetic mystic realm. Little Tian was also extraordinary. It was the descendant of the demonic crack butterfly and possessed the terrifying divine ability to tear apart the sky. Now, it had also become a saint. The 2 of them could indeed provide great help to Lin Sun. Big brother, what about me and Alu? Old Toad couldn't help saying. He was very dissatisfied with Lin Sun's partiality. Lin Sun only took Little Silver and Little Tian, but left him and Alu behind. Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh. Stay here to defend against the enemies of the 8 regions. If the city is breached, I won't spare you. Old Toad and Alu both sighed. Seeing this, everyone knew that Lin Sun had made up his mind, so they stopped persuading him. Lin Sun said, you might as well give me all the tokens of flying immortals in your hands. I will try my best to help you collect enough war merits. Xiaohao, Rua Wu, Yi Moha, Ji Xingyao, Mi Hingzhen, and Lorga each had a token of flying immortals, but they all refused Lin Sun's kindness and said that they would kill the enemies by themselves in order to collect war merits. In fact, they didn't want Lin Sun to fight desperately with those enemies in order to help them collect war merits. Lin Sun didn't insist. He just asked, I have 3 tokens of flying immortals, 2 of which belong to the ancient desolation realm. Plus the ones in your hands, there are only 8. Who has the last one? Everyone shook their heads. Not everyone could have a token of flying immortals, and its greatest value could only be reflected in the 9-region battlefield. Otherwise, it was a useless thing. After everyone left, only Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian were left in the palace. Silver, Little Tian, Old Toad, and Ah Lu all tactfully left for the time being. A bottle of liquor, a pot of old tea, and a few delicacies of melons and fruits. I know I can't persuade you. How about I drink with you tonight? Zhao Jingxian said softly. Okay. Lin Sun smiled. The two snuggled together, drinking and tasting tea, enjoying the warmth and tranquility between them until dawn. The next day, Lin Sun began his closed-door training. There were only 5 months left before the arrival of the Flying Immortals battlefield. Lin Sun planned to take this opportunity to comprehend the mystery of 3 Tao in 1, essence in 1 with all his heart and soul, and create his own method. 1 month later. Buzz, a clear sound resounded in the dark palace. Then, a white and translucent broken blade slowly swept out, drawing a sharp and straight line in the void. It was like the first ray of light cutting through the everlasting night. However, the speed of this ray of light was extremely slow. If one were to observe it carefully, they would discover that when this ray of light shot out, there were many large stars falling, and soon after, a round full moon rose above the blue sea. After that, a sun suddenly exploded apart, and it caused everything to transform into nothingness while an aura of nirvana and emptiness swept out along with it. That ray of light began to flicker in the silence. Every time it flickered, it seemed to break the barrier of space and chisel the shackles of time. Life and death, light and movement were unpredictable, like the number of fate and cause and effect, unpredictable and unpredictable. In the end, the flowing light flashed, and the palace fell into darkness again. At this time, Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes. After a month of meditation and deduction, on this day, he finally integrated all the mysteries of 6 cuts of Tianyuan into one. The strike just now integrated the mysteries of the 6 cuts of collecting stars, moon-grabbing, sun-burning, silence, life and death, and impermanence into one cut. This was first cut of Tianyuan. This inheritance from the heaven accessing place was now completely under Lin Sun's control, turning complexity into simplicity, just like all streams returning to the origin. If I use the 3 inheritances of Yuan, extreme, and punish with the broken blade, and use my cultivation in the middle of true sage to perform the first cut of Tianyuan, how powerful will it be? Lin Sun thought. But soon, he closed his eyes again and continued to meditate in silence. He had reached a higher level on the road of integration of the 3, but creating his own method was just the beginning, the 2nd month. Lin Sun suddenly stood up and floated out of the hall. With a move, his figure appeared outside the city silently. From beginning to end, he did not attract anyone's attention. Between heaven and earth, he strolled with a dazed look, sometimes looking at the sky, sometimes looking down at the ground. In his mind, all kinds of comprehensions gathered together, just like a volcano that was about to erupt, and he had a feeling of discomfort if he didn't spit it out. Here it was, suddenly, Lin Sun stopped. The world was vast, and the mountains were overlapping, rolling up and down. Above the earth, the weeds were luxuriant, spreading boundlessly. After a long time, Lin Sun suddenly stepped into the air. What? In the far distance, there was a sound of surprise. Mi Hingzhen, who was leading a group of strong practitioners in the ancient Desolation territory, suddenly noticed something and looked into the distance. Suddenly, in his spiritual awareness, a towering figure appeared under the sky, stepping on the top of the clouds. His body seemed to be made of immortal gold and divine jade, surging with terrible and tyrannical aura. The figure was overflowing with light, illuminating the mountains and rivers. He was just like a legendary god overlooking the world. At this time, other strong practitioners in the ancient Desolation territory nearby were also alarmed. They were all shocked. Suddenly, the figure moved. He clenched his palm and fingers into a fist, jumped up, and punched the sky. Crack! This punch caused the sky to suddenly collapse like a mirror, and it split open into countless horrifying cracks that stretched towards the surroundings like a spiderweb. The void seemed to collapse and was about to fall. Boom! The earth-shaking explosion resounded in all directions. Just the sound wave alone smashed the mountains, cracked the earth, and everything seemed to be unable to bear it and collapsed. The scene was like the heavens and the earth were like a canvas that was forcefully torn apart and crushed by this punch. Terrible, it was unimaginable horror. It was hard to imagine how terrible the power must be to shake the world with one punch and destroy everything, Mi Hingzhen only felt a buzz in his head, as if he was struck by lightning. The scene in front of him all turned into chaos. He couldn't help but gasp. What a terrible punch. Although it was far away, it seemed to hit his mind, making him feel creepy and suffocated. As for the other strong practitioners, they were all trembling, soaked in cold sweat, and lost their minds. Hurry up. Meditate now. If you can understand a trace of the essence of such a punch, it will be enough for you to deeply understand the power of the divine way, which will be immeasurable for you to seek the divine way. Mi Hingzhen shouted. Everyone hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground. Mi Hingzhen looked into the distance and sighed inwardly. Lin Sun, what level had he reached in seeking the divine way? At the same time, Lin Sun felt happy and hearty. His whole body was full of strong momentum, full of invincible confidence. The 9 strikes of shaking heaven were integrated into one. This inheritance was divided into the mountain strike, the sea strike, the void strike, the soul strike, the python strike, the great phoenix strike, the hell strike, the sky devourer strike, and the spirit strike. There were a total of 9 strikes, each of which contained the ultimate power of destruction. It could split the mountain and the sea, suppress the hell, and swallow the sky. It was full of infinite mystery and great power. The most terrible thing was that when all 9 strikes were mastered to perfection, it was like mastering the profound meaning of the Great Way and could be perfectly superimposed. Now, Lin Sun had deduced all the profound meaning to the extreme, and the 9 strikes were superimposed perfectly and integrated into the momentum of a single punch. This punch was meant to shake the heavens and earth, to strike fear into the hearts of the holy beings, and to strike fear into the hearts of all who faced it. It was meant to strike fear into the hearts of all who faced it, making them feel powerless and unstoppable. This punch could be called the Fist of Shaking Heaven. In the 3rd month, Lin Sun performed the 9 transformations of Calamity Dragon and integrated all the profound meaning into a dragon-shaped character Calamity. With a move of his mind and a casual strike, it was like a real dragon coming out of the abyss, setting up a killing tribulation in the world and cleansing the world. In the 4th month, in the gloomy palace, layers of torrents of sword chi emerged in the void with the sound of clanging swords. There were a total of 33 torrents of sword chi, each of which contained 18,000 Taishan sword chi. 33 torrents of sword chi spread out in the void together and filled the whole palace. The dense and brilliant sword chi rose and fell like tides, magnificent, magnificent and frightening. 33 heavy swords. This was the limit of sword chi that Lin Sun could cultivate in various acupoints in his body after he broke through the middle realm of true sage. Compared with the 108,000 swords, 33 heavy swords not only contained more sword chi, but also had a completely different power. 33 heavy swords, like 33 huge waves, pushed forward layer by layer, and the power was also superimposed. The power was terrible and boundless. Moreover, these sword chi cultivated in Lin Sun's acupoints had all been refined and condensed into sword intent. One heavy sword gathered 18,000 sword intents. How strong would the sword intent gathered by 33 heavy swords be? The only pity was that Taishan Sword Sutra was an inheritance of Emperor Tao. With Lin Sun's current strength, it was impossible for him to understand all its mysteries. This also meant that when Lin Sun created his own method, he could only take the meaning of Taishan and turn it into his own use, but could not integrate all its mysteries into his own method. Even so, in terms of lethality, the power of 33 heavy swords was far beyond that of 108,000 swords. Clatter Lin Sun's mind moved, and the sea of sword chi that covered the hall returned to his body like thousands of streams returning to the origin, and were nourished in various acupoints. So far, in 4 months, Lin Sun had successively integrated 6 cuts of Tian Yuan, 9 strikes for shaking heaven, and 9 changes of Calamity Dragon into one. The realm of Taishan Sword Sutra was also deduced to the level of 33 heavy swords. Even his cultivation was further stabilized and became extremely solid in these 4 months. Like Taishan Sword Sutra, the 2 impartations of no return and void-breaking finger of divination are beyond my control. If I want to create my own method, I can only borrow its meaning and abandon its form. In the following period of time, Lin Sun stopped studying the martial Tao, and he started to sort out his body and temper the great Tao profundities he'd grasped. Cultivation was the foundation while the energy of the Grand Tao was the core of the Saint Realm. The stronger the Saint Tao laws one comprehended and condensed, the stronger the combat strength one possessed. For example, the star obliteration and devouring sky, true dragon, undying, Tai Chi, fire and water, and so on and so forth. Grand Tao profundities. After they were condensed into Saint Tao laws, they represented a saint's attainments in the grasp of the Grand Tao. At the bottom of it all, the strength of the martial Tao was reflected in the strength of one's cultivation and the energy of the Grand Tao. All of these together represented the true combat power of a saint realm figure. Of course, during battle, one's mental state, will, and the treasures one possessed would be of immeasurable use as well. But no matter what, the core would always be cultivation and the great Tao. Time passed quickly. As the day of the fairy battle realm got closer and closer, the atmosphere in the entire 9 regions battlefield became increasingly calm and oppressive. A storm was brewing, dark North Realm. On Mount Fuyaoxi, within a grand palace, Kuan Xiaoyu, Qi Wushu, Zhu Yingkong, Lai Qian, Xueqingyi, Shi Pohei, Hua Hongxiao, and the other leaders gathered together. This time, each of them brought around 8 peerless saints. Every single one of them could be said to be a dazzling and ruthless figure who possessed the fairy token. In addition, the great Luo ancient domain also brought 8 peerless saints, led by a peerless sword saint called Nia Wuhan. This person's reputation in the great Luo ancient domain was only slightly inferior to Jian Qingchen. After Jian Qingchen was killed, Nia Wuhan became the well-deserved leader. Even if the Sky Sword Pavilion's elder Qin Shaoxing was unwilling, he had no choice but to hand over his authority and let Nia Wuhan command and control the great Luo ancient domain. Everyone, in 5 days, the fairy battle realm will descend. At that time, anyone who possesses the fairy token will be teleported into it. In the palace, Kuan Xiaoyu swept his gaze across the people in the palace and a heroic spirit rose in his heart. This time, with everyone joining forces, it won't be difficult to kill Lin Sun. Looking at the powerhouses gathered in the palace, which one of them wasn't an influential figure among the peerless saints? Which one of them wasn't a peerless expert from their own territory? Under the convergence of such a force, Lin Sun was bound to be crushed. Brother Kuan, Lin Sun isn't simple. Since we've chosen to work together, we should work together and do our best. We can't underestimate or neglect Lin Sun in the slightest. Xueqingyi said coldly. It was rare that no one ridiculed or looked down on Xueqingyi for being cowardly, and they all nodded in unison. Because whether it was the annihilation of the 7 territories coalition army or the crushing defeat of the Black Cliff Sea, all of them proved Xueqingyi's words. This Lin Sun was really strong. Brother Xue, you fought with Lin Sun before and have a deep understanding of him. Why don't you explain to everyone? Kuan Xiaoyu said gently. Everyone looked at Xueqingyi, and this instantly made him feel much better. Everyone knows that although this lad is strong, he isn't truly invincible. His most powerful trump card is that he's good at setting up formations. In the annihilation of the 7 territories coalition army and the last battle at the Black Cliff Sea, he used the power of formations, causing our camp to suffer heavy casualties. When Xueqingyi said this, everyone nodded secretly. They had also known about these inside stories. Don't worry, Brother Xue. This time I, Zhu Yingkong, am here. If he dares to use the same trick again, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Zhu Yingkong's eyes flickered, and his voice was filled with absolute confidence. Everyone's eyes lit up. The Candle Dragon bloodline was best at the power of Tao. With Zhu Yingkong here, there was indeed no need to be too afraid of Lin Sun's power of formations. Apart from that, this lad's combat strength is also extremely terrifying. He cultivates the 3 paths of spirit refining, chi refining, and body refining, and he already possesses the combat strength of the peerless saint realm. When Xueqingyi said this, many people couldn't help but narrow their eyes, and their expressions changed slightly. 3 paths of the peerless saint realm, this was extremely rare even in the 8 territories. It was enough to shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries, and was regarded as a peerless genius. Fellow Taoists Shi Pohei and Hua Hongxiao are very clear about this. This is one of the important reasons why the 3 of us were defeated when we joined forces. Xueqingyi took a deep breath and said in a low voice, apart from that, this lad also possesses extremely incredible treasures, such as the Yuan killer sword. I'm sure everyone has heard of how fierce and iron-blooded the owner of this sword was during the first battle of the 9 territories. Yuan killer sword, there was another commotion in the field. This sword belonged to Mingyi Sword Emperor, and it had shone brilliantly in the first battle of the 9 territories, killing many experts in the 8 territories. Who wouldn't know of it? Everyone's expression became much more solemn. If we join forces, we can suppress him. As for the Yuan killer sword, I believe everyone here has no lack of treasures that can compete with it. Qi Wushu's deep voice rumbled. Humph. It's fine if it's just the sword, but in reality, Lin Sun has no lack of treasures, and all of them are extremely powerful. Xueqingyi snorted coldly. I'm not trying to boost his morale and belittle our own. I just want to tell everyone that no matter what, we can't underestimate Lin Sun. Brother Shui is right. This time, we should naturally prepare everything we have and finish this battle in one fell swoop. We must kill this lad in the Battle of the Fairies. Kuan Xiaoyu nodded, agreeing with Xueqingyi's point of view. I wonder if Brother Shui has any other suggestions? After a moment of silence, Xueqingyi said expressionlessly, I advise everyone to prepare for the worst. When the Battle of the Fairies arrives, please send all your forces to attack the Realm of Ancient Desolation. As long as we can flatten the Realm of Ancient Desolation, even if we can't kill Lin Sun in the Battle of the Fairies, the Realm of Ancient Desolation will not be able to turn the situation around. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this, and the atmosphere in the hall became much more gloomy. Go all out, this was no different from an all-out war. They had no choice but to be cautious of such an important matter. After a while, Kuan Xiaoyu was the first to speak, all right. On behalf of the Northern Underworld Ancient Region, I agree to this. What do you think? Forget it. As long as we can achieve the goal of killing Ancient Desolation first, I have no objections. Ku Wushu was the second to speak. Lai Qian, Zhu Yingkong, Shi Pohe, and the others nodded in agreement. Xueqingyi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. What he was most worried about was not Lin Sun, but the fact that everyone was hesitant to go all out when they were working together. But it was obvious that this worry was unnecessary. Kuan Xiaoyu and the others were clearly aware of the threat Lin Sun posed. That was enough. In the Battle of the Fairies, they would attack together, while in the 9 regions battlefield, the armies of the 8 regions would attack together. With this two-pronged approach, whether it was killing Lin Sun or destroying the Realm of Ancient Desolation, the 8 regions would be invincible as long as they achieved one of these goals. At the same time, in the city of Dao Protectors of the Ancient Desolation, Lin Sun was chatting with Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, laughing at the heavens, Yechen, and the others. After I leave, please defend the city. Don't go out unless absolutely necessary. With the 4 ultimate 8 defenses formation, with everyone's strength, we can deal with any accidents in time to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. This was Lin Sun's decision. Everyone agreed readily. Everyone knew that as long as the Battle of the Fairies appeared, a great battle that would determine the outcome of the 9 regions battle would definitely begin. 5 days later, Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian stood side by side on top of the city wall. I'll wait for your return, Zhao Jingxian said in a low voice, her beautiful eyes staring at Lin Sun. Her words seemed to be filled with endless tenderness and concern. Lin Sun held her hand tightly, took a deep breath, and said with a smile, when I come back, do you want to give me a surprise? Zhao Jingxian was startled, and immediately understood something. Her pretty face turned red, and she glared at Lin Sun fiercely, we'll talk about it when you come back. All right. Lin Sun agreed readily. A wisp of golden light cut through the sky and appeared in the sky above the 9 regions battlefield. Experts like Lin Sun who wore the flying fairy token all had a strange feeling, as if they were being stared at by a mysterious force. Boom, the sonorous voice of the Grand Dao resounded through the sky like a thunderclap. Countless experts scattered across the 9 regions battlefield were alarmed at this moment. It's coming. The flying fairy battlefield has opened again. Who will be the strongest in the 9 regions this time? I'm sure that Lin Sun will die. It's a great pity that we can't participate in such an unparalleled battle. All kinds of voices rang out, and countless eyes turned to the sky. Along with the voice, the chaotic air filled the sky, and a mysterious phantom of a world appeared. It was faintly discernible and aroused people's imagination. Then, divine rainbows suddenly rushed out of the mysterious phantom of the world, falling into the sky and rushing to different areas of the 9 regions battlefield. 3 of them swept toward the city of Tao protectors in the ancient wasteland world, bathing Lin Sun's figure. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun, Little Silver, and Little Tian, who were hibernating in his sea of consciousness, felt a shiver in their hearts. Then, their bodies were uncontrollably wrapped by the power of the divine rainbows and shot into the sky. On top of the city wall, Zhao Jingxian stared at the fading figure and murmured in his heart, "You must come back alive, Brother Lin, take care." In the city of Tao protectors, countless experts of the ancient wasteland realm prayed silently in their hearts. At the same time, in the northern underworld realm, Kuan Xiaoyu, Qi Wushu, Zhu Yingkong, Xue Qingyi, and other peerless sages also rose into the sky one after another. On this day, the flying fairy battlefield descended. Anyone who wore the flying fairy token was teleported into it, attracting the attention of the experts of the 9 regions. Only Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, and the others were prepared and did not wear the flying fairy token, so they were not teleported away. It was also on this day that experts from the 8 regions' camps gathered together like a tide, charging towards the same place in a mighty array. The vast sound of horns and a soaring murderous spirit completely broke the atmosphere that had been peaceful for nearly half a year. The armies of the 8 regions moved out together, pointing at the ancient wasteland domain. At the same time, all the experts of the realm of ancient desolation were stationed in the city. Under the orders of Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, and the other saints, they were defending the city in an orderly manner. For a moment, the entire 9 regions battlefield was filled with killing intent. The fairy battle realm. This was a mysterious world. It was rumored that the secret of the flying deity was hidden here. If one could obtain it, they would be able to become a flying deity. However, from the first 9 regions battle until now, no one had obtained the secret of the flying immortal realm, making this rumor seem even more illusory and absurd. However, Lin Sun was clear that there was a kind of horrible monster in the battlefield of fairies, which was regarded as the fairy's ghost. Every single one of them had the combat power of a pinnacle saint. Moreover, there were so many of them that they could be seen everywhere in the secret realm of flying fairy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even if other people had the opportunity to enter the fairy battle realm, without the power of a peak saint, they would be no different from sending themselves to their deaths. Ever since the first battle of the 9 regions, the fairy battle realm had been seen as a battlefield for the top figures of the 9 regions to fight for supremacy. Whoever could suppress the crowd and be invincible would be the number 1 true saint in the 9 regions. When Lin Sun entered the battlefield of flying fairy, he saw a sea of bones at first glance. It was a sea of white bones that was densely piled up like a boundless sea. There were so many corpses floating in the sea that it was enough to make anyone's scalp numb. The sky and earth here were gray, and the air was filled with an oppressive and gloomy aura. The sea of white bones that was piled up made this place look like a ghost realm, not like it was in the human world. Lost sea of bones, Lin Sun frowned and instantly determined where he was. In the battlefield of flying fairy, the lost sea of bones was definitely a place of great danger. There were countless fairies ghost hidden in the piles of bones. Lin Sun looked around and saw that with him as the center, there was an endless sea of white in all directions. "Master, I can feel that the aura here is very strange. It's better to leave as soon as possible." Silver flew out, a serious look on his handsome face. On his shoulder, the demonic crack butterfly retracted its wings and stood quietly. "All right." Lin Sun chose a direction and was ready to leave. But at that moment, the sea of white bones below him suddenly tumbled and rumbled. A skeleton wearing broken armor with exposed white bones rushed out, its whole body emitting a frightening murderous aura. This skeleton was holding a rusty broken sword. When it walked in the air, it gave off the aura of a peerless swordsman. Kill. It broke through the air, its murderous aura sweeping across the universe. The broken sword emitted a misty gray light and cut through the void. It was extremely sharp. Fairy ghost spirit, Silver immediately snorted and rushed forward to meet it. Kill. A dazzling, transparent divine sword appeared in Little Silver's palm, and he swiftly swept through the flying immortal ghost spirit's body. Rumble, the skeleton of the fairy ghost spirit instantly fell apart. Silver's lips were full of mockery. Can't even withstand a single blow. But just as he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed. The scattered bones actually gathered together again and returned to their original state. Then, the fairy ghost spirit attacked again. Even Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. This fairy ghost spirit was indeed not simple. It was surrounded by murderous aura. Even though its body was broken, as long as the strange murderous aura was not extinguished, it would quickly recover. Kill. Little Silver's handsome face was cold as he rushed forward again. This time, he changed his strategy and attacked the murderous aura surrounding the fairy ghost spirit with all his might. After more than 100 exchanges, the fairy ghost spirit was finally completely wiped out. Not even its bones were left. Even its broken sword was crushed into powder. At the same time, a kind of merit and fate appeared in the fairy badge that Little Silver was wearing. This fairy badge originally belonged to Lin Sun, but it was given to Little Silver to wear. Similarly, the demonic crack butterfly also had a fairy badge, which had come from Xianxia. And the fairy badge that Lin Sun was wearing had come from Miss Ahu. This thing is not only strong, but it's also harder to kill than an ordinary peerless saint. Little Silver frowned. It's fine if there's only one, but if a large group appears, it'll be troublesome. In the next moment, Little Silver was dumbfounded. He saw flying immortal ghosts rush out from the sea of white bones in all directions. All of them had broken bodies. Some were humanoid, while others had the appearance of various kinds of strange creatures. There were dozens of them. Don't jinx it. The demonic crack butterfly flew up, its body emitting a monstrous aura. How could I have expected my luck to be so good this time? Little Silver was speechless. Let's go. Lin Sun shook his head and rushed forward with the two of them. A group of fairy ghost spirits rushed over, their killing intent soaring. Lin Sun didn't dodge. Suddenly, a tide of brilliant sword chi emerged from his body and shot out, covering all directions. Bang, 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 one after another, the fairy realm ghosts exploded in all directions. They were destroyed by the sharp sword energy, and not even their remains were left behind. At the same time, Lin Sun's fairy badge suddenly gained 19 kinds of merit and fate. Master is still the most ferocious. Little Silver's face was full of admiration. Lin Sun knocked Little Silver's head and said angrily, "Don't praise people if you don't know how to." Ferocious? Do I look like that kind of person? Little Silver and Little Tian nodded in unison. Yes. Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh. As they talked, they rushed forward. Lin Sun intentionally slowed down to test the fighting power of the fairy ghost spirits. Along the way, fairy ghost spirits rushed out one after another. All of them were filled with murderous auras and terrifying auras. However, before they could get close to Lin Sun, they were destroyed by the Taishan sword chi, unable to obstruct Lin Sun at all. Lin Sun couldn't help but be tempted. If he stayed in this sea of white bones, he would probably be able to collect 1,000 kinds of merit and fate in less than a day. He'd just thought up to here when a strand of extremely dazzling bloody light suddenly charged out from the nearby ocean of bones, and the dense mass of corpses nearby seemed as if they'd come to life as they soared into the sky with a swish, and then they piled up and interweaved together. In the twinkling of an eye, a giant that was thousands of feet high and made of countless white bones appeared between heaven and earth. It was just like an ancient god, and even its eyes were bigger than a lake. Boom! Its body seemed to be bloated, yet it was extraordinarily agile. Every single inch of its body was suffused with a peerlessly terrifying bloody glow, and it caused the heavens and the earth to be dyed crimson red. In particular, its aura was so strong that Lin Sun couldn't help but feel an oppressive force blowing on his face. Its power was even stronger than that of a leader like Jian Qingchen. This place is really strange. Whatever I want comes. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed, and he was also speechless for a while. Master, should we escape or fight? Little Silver couldn't help asking. There is only one such fierce monster in front of us. How many similar monsters do you think are hiding in this sea of bones? Lin Sun frowned and said. It was just a question. However, as soon as he finished speaking, rumbling sounds sounded out in succession from other directions. After that, giants formed from countless bones soared into the sky one after another. All of them flowed with bloody light, and their ferocious might shook the heavens and the earth. Strange, Lin Sun, Little Silver, and Little Tian were all speechless. Without any hesitation, Lin Sun teleported away at full speed. If there was only one opponent, he wouldn't be afraid. But if there were groups of similar opponents, even he had to choose to avoid them. Fortunately, although those giants had terrifying aura, their teleportation speed was a little slow, and Lin Sun easily left them behind. This very battlefield is too strange and dangerous. It seems that the war merits and fortune are not so easy to collect. Little Silver sighed along the way. Master, you didn't come here to collect war merits and fortune by killing fairies and ghosts. Don't forget that there are people from other 8 regions coming here. Little Tian suddenly said. Little Silver suddenly became excited. Rob them? Lin Sun's forehead darkened. Since Little Silver became a saint, even his character seemed to have changed. Was this the real character of the spirit-eating insects? Suddenly, a melodious flute sound rang out in the distance, as ethereal as the sounds of nature, which made people feel relaxed and happy. The sound of a flute, which sounded like the sound of nature, suddenly rang out in the sea of bones. It was very strange and out of place. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. Little Silver and Little Tian, who had a tacit understanding, rushed into his sea of consciousness and hid. Lin Sun was running the Bian Qi to cover his whole body. It was as if he had completely disappeared in the void. After thoroughly mastering the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon, the power of the Bian Qi had been deduced to a whole new level by Lin Sun. At this time, except for his peers who had mastered a unique secret method of sensing, no one else could even sense Lin Sun's existence. Following the sound of the flute for a distance, Lin Sun saw an incredible scene. A group of flying immortal ghosts emerged from the pile of bones. Guided by the flute, they gathered together and flew into the distance. They still had a fierce and terrifying aura, but the sound of the flute seemed to have a unique magic that made them obey the summons at the same time. What a powerful way of music! Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. It should be known that the combat strength of each of the flying immortal ghosts was no weaker than that of a peerless saint. But they couldn't resist the control of the flute, like tamed beasts. However, the sound of the flute didn't have any power in Lin Sun's ears. Instead, it was quite pleasant and refreshing. This allowed him to instantly determine that this rhythm secret technique was probably created to deal with ferocious beings like the fairy realm's ghost spirits. Lin Sun continued to move forward quietly as he pondered. He wanted to see who the person who played the flute was. 10, 30, 50, along the way, Lin Sun found that the number of flying immortal ghosts controlled by the flute was increasing. However, when the number reached 99, the sound of the flute suddenly turned from high to low, and changed into another kind of way of music. Soon after, Lin Sun saw the 99 fairy realm ghosts start flying. They formed a group, and their murderous aura surged as they flew away. It was also at this time that Lin Sun saw a figure. It was a girl with bare white legs, wearing an animal skin skirt and a crown of thorns on her head. She was slim and slender, full of wildness. She held a flute that was polished from white bones in her hand, and she strode forward in the sky while playing the bone flute, causing her entire body to be suffused with a desolate, ancient, and obscure aura. The group of flying immortal ghosts followed behind her. The aura of the Jiuli ancient region. A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. Every expert who entered the 9-region battlefield wore a token of their own territory. Only with this token could one calculate one's great Dao merit points and return to their respective territories when the battle of the 9 regions came to an end. For example, Lin Sun had an ancient desolation token. Due to the existence of this token, there was no need for him to identify himself. His enemies would be able to detect his origins immediately. The young lady wearing a beast skin dress and a crown of thorns was clearly from the Jiuli ancient domain, a world that was rumored to still retain its ancient and desolate appearance. Suddenly, the girl in the animal skin skirt in the distance seemed to sense something and looked back. At the same time, the sound of a flute spread like a ripple. What a sharp reaction! Lin Sun was surprised, and he quickly moved far away. In the end, the girl in the animal skin skirt did not find anything unusual and turned to continue moving forward. But Lin Sun was sure that this girl was not simple. Even ordinary saints could not compare to her. That's right. Those who can enter this place with the flying immortal token are all the most outstanding figures in each territory. It is not surprising that this girl has such a sharp reaction, Lin Sun thought. He did not alert the enemy and continued to follow. The girl in the animal skin skirt was obviously very familiar with the lost sea of bones. She seemed to be very familiar with it and moved without any hesitation. Moreover, as the sound of her flute spread, there was not a single flying immortal ghost along the way. It seems like the previous 2 battles of the 9 regions have allowed the experts of the other 8 regions to understand this situation in the fairy battle realm clearly. That's why the experts of the other 8 regions, like this young lady, have such an advantageous position after reaching the fairy battle realm. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. Compared with the other 8 territories, the ancient desolation was not only inferior in terms of combat power, but also in terms of foundation. After half an hour, the scene in the distance suddenly changed, and there appeared a continuous range of lofty mountains. The peaks were like halberds, piercing into the sky, vast and boundless. A primitive and ancient aura came to Lin Sun's face. Transverse Fog Mountain. A place appeared in Lin Sun's mind. It was an extremely famous place in the flying immortal battlefield. This mountain range covered an area of more than 100,000 miles. It was covered with thick fog and many dangerous things were hidden in the mountains. But similarly, there was no lack of divine materials and precious treasures that were unique in the outside world. As far as Lin Sun knew, it was rumored that during the first battle of the 9 territories, a peerless saint in the Heaven Fire ancient region had picked up a yin-yang fate vine from this mountain. This was a first-class magical item in the world, and it could breed yin-yang flower buds that were like holy treasures. Each yin-yang flower bud was a kind of peerless material that could be used to refine holy treasures. If the yin-yang fate vine could produce natural Tao patterns, it could even condense the gourd of fate, which was a primordial holy treasure. However, the yin-yang fate vine was extremely rare, and it was even rarer to produce natural Tao patterns. As for the gourd of fate, it was no different from the legend. In addition to the yin-yang fate vine, there were many other magical materials in the Transverse Fog Mountain, but most of them were accompanied by dangers. After all, there were many fairies and ghosts in the depths of the mountain range. The girl in the animal skin skirt blew the bone flute and soon entered the mountain range. Before long, the view in the mountain range widened, and a flat and open canyon appeared. At this time, there was already a group of people waiting in the canyon. The leader was a man with an unusually strong body. His beard and hair were like halberds, his face was rough, and he had a pair of purple eyes. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, and he had an oppressive aura that connected the sky and the earth, overlooking the world, which made the others around him seem a lot dimmer. This man was the leader of the Jiuli ancient region, Qi Wushu. His name meant unforgivable, and he had a domineering aura just like himself. Yuni, you're back. When he saw the girl in the animal skin skirt return with 99 fairies, Qi Wushu's purple eyes lit up, and he went to greet them. Brother Qi, I'm glad I didn't let you down. The girl in the animal skin skirt called Yuni nodded slightly. We've already subdued 99 fairies in advance. It's time to meet up with Kuan Xiaoyu and the others. Qi Wushu smiled. What does Kuan Xiaoyu need so many fairies for? Yuni couldn't help but ask. It's not Kuan Xiaoyu, it's Xu Yingkong who needs it. He's planning to set up 1,000 ghosts formation. The more fairies he captures, the stronger the formation's power will be. It's specially used to deal with that little bastard Lin Sun. Qi Wushu didn't hide anything and said casually. Yuni suddenly understood and said, where are they now? Less than 10,000 miles away from here. Qi Wushu pointed to the depths of the Transverse Fog Mountain. But even if he's setting up a formation, how can Xu Yingkong make Lin Sun walk into the trap? Yuni said with a frown. Qi Wushu laughed loudly. He can just lure the enemy deep in. That guy is extremely ferocious. Whether it was the first time the allied forces of the 7 territories attacked together or the Battle of the Black Cliff Sea, he dared to fight them alone. If he knew where we're hiding, how could he not come? Yuni couldn't help but laugh after hearing that. She said, it seems like Brother Qi and Kuan Xiaoyu have already planned out a strategy and have thoroughly understood Lin Sun's background. That's the best. We'll finish it in one go. After killing him, I'll have to collect some merit and luck. Let's go. Let's set off now. Qi Wushu waved his hand. This time, he brought Yuni and the other 8 peak-level saints of the Jiuli ancient domain to capture fairies. Now that the mission was completed, it was time to leave. The melodious sound of a flute rang out again. Yuni played the bone flute and followed behind Qi Wushu. But just as they were about to take action, something strange happened. Boom, all of a sudden, one of the 99 fairy realm ghosts seemed to have been provoked by something, and it let out a thunderous roar before it charged forward. The melodious sound of the flute was interrupted by the roar. Following that, the other fairies that were originally controlled became agitated. They regained their ferocious nature and attacked Qi Wushu and the others fiercely. In an instant, the battlefield was in chaos. What's going on? Damn it! Yunyi's face darkened. Just as she was about to continue playing the bone flute, a dangerous chill suddenly surged in her heart. She dodged without hesitation. Whoosh, a sword shadow that seemed to be illusory swept past where she was just a moment ago. Behind the sword shadow was little Silver's figure. But before Yuni could heave a sigh of relief, an extremely beautiful black butterfly suddenly appeared in her eyes and gently flapped its wings. After that, a pair of peerlessly sharp forces sliced space apart as they shot over explosively. Not good, her expression changed suddenly. She waved the bone flute in her hand to defend herself. Amidst the terrifying roar, although Yuni managed to block the unexpected attack, her shoulder was cut and the bone flute in her hand was almost sent flying. Enemy attack! Yuni let out an angry scream. In fact, there was no need for her reminder. At that moment, the battlefield was already in chaos. After the 99 fairies lost control, it was as if 99 peak-level saints were attacking at the same time. Qi Wushu and the others immediately fell into battle. In an instant, there was an explosion of divine light. The roar was like thunder, and curses and angry roars could be heard. No one expected that less than 4 hours after entering the realm of fairies, they would encounter such a sudden and intense battle. This caused their expressions to turn ugly. In the distance, Lin Sun saw this scene. His expression was calm. This sudden battle was naturally his doing. In the canyon, the battle broke out, and it was chaotic. Qi Wushu, Yuni, and the other 9 saints of the Jiuli ancient realm were caught off guard and were suddenly besieged by 99 fairies. It should be known that each of these fairies had the combat power of a saint. Now that they attacked together, their fierce killing intent was monstrous, and it was extremely terrifying. For a moment, roars and screams could be heard incessantly. Yuni, help! Qi Wushu also realized that the situation was not good, but he was quite calm. He knew that as long as Yuni could control these fairies, the predicament could be easily solved. At the same time, Qi Wushu fixed his eyes on Silver and Lil Tian. Without hesitation, he rushed over like an ancient barbarian god. His body was dignified and strong, and his hair was like a halberd. His purple eyes were like lightning. When he rushed over, the purple thunder law, which was as thick as a flood dragon, was entwined, and there was an ear-piercing explosion in the void. Silver and Lil Tian did not fight head-on, but flashed and moved without hesitation. Want to escape? Impossible. Qi Wushu's face was cold, and he continued to chase. On the other side, Yuni, under the protection of her companions, escaped from the entanglement of the fairies. Then she took a deep breath and played the bone flute. Boom, but at this moment, a thunderous explosion resounded through the sky. Soon after, a divine arrow tore through the air. Just the peerless might of the arrow alone was enough to tear apart all the fairies and ghosts in its path. Oh no! Yunyi's face changed dramatically, and her hair stood on end. At this moment, she felt as if she was being stared at by the god of death, and she was about to suffocate. Almost instinctively, she dodged to one side. Boom, in the earth-shattering roar, Yuni screamed. Although she dodged immediately, she was still scratched by the divine arrow. Half of her body exploded, and blood rained everywhere. If her primordial spirit had not come out at this moment, this blow would have been enough to kill her. Yuni! In the distance, Qi Wushu was shocked, and his purple eyes burst with terrible anger. He instantly noticed the existence of Lin Sun. At this time, Lin Sun did not hesitate. He pulled up the insignificant spiritual bow and shot more than a dozen dazzling arrows. Although these arrows weren't as powerful as the blue sky arrows, they were still incredibly lethal. They all shot towards Yuni. When looked down from the sky, an expanse of a gorgeous rain of arrows flashed out, and it seemed to cover the heavens and the earth while emitting a ferocious aura that caused the world to be cast into a shade. Even the fairy realm ghosts and spirits sensed the danger, and they all tried to escape. Rise! At this instant, Qi Wushu roared furiously as he suddenly withdrew a gray and blood-stained clay jar and soared into the sky. An obscure black light flowed around the mouth of the clay jar, and it seemed like the entrance to hell. Bang, 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 before the arrow energies could even get close, they were all swallowed by the jar. However, the terrifying impact caused the jar to shake violently. Qi Wushu, whose mind was connected to the jar, suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but be shocked. What a terrifying power! Fortunately, Yunyi's primordial spirit had taken the opportunity to escape. This made Qi Wushu feel at ease. Among the experts of the Jiuli ancient realm who entered the fairy battlefield this time, Yunyi's combat power was not the strongest, but she was proficient in the wonderful rhythm and could easily subdue and control the fairy realm ghosts and spirits. Qi Wushu valued her very much because of this. If Yunyi was in trouble, it would be equivalent to cutting off one of his most powerful arms. Protect Yunyi. I'm going to kill that bastard surnamed Lin. Qi Wushu rushed up to kill Lin Sun. There were fairy realm ghosts and spirits blocking his way, but he waved a white bone spear and tore them apart one by one with irresistible force. His extremely terrifying combat power was demonstrated. But at this moment, there was a scream behind him. Brother Qi, Miss Yunyi is in trouble. Qi Wushu only felt a buzz in his head. He suddenly turned his head and saw that Yunyi's primordial spirit had been bombarded into a rain of light and was annihilated and disappeared. Not far away, Little Silver was holding a suet jade bottle almost as tall as him, with a touch of complacency on his handsome and cold face. The soul-devouring insects were most proficient in killing divine souls. And just now, he and Little Tian had worked together to use the talent power of instant kill to silently charge toward Yunyi, and then use the no-return technique sealed in the Great Tao immeasurable bottle to destroy her in one fell swoop. All of you deserve to die. At this moment, Qi Wushu was so angry that he was about to go crazy. The arrival of Lin Sun and Little Silver had been too sudden and caught him off guard. Now that even Yunyi was in trouble, Qi Wushu's heart was bleeding. How could he not be angry, as the leader of the Jiuli ancient domain and a peerless genius of the 8 ultimate skills of green darkness? When had Qi Wushu ever suffered such a huge loss? Boom! His body suddenly exploded with purple lightning, like a thick thunder dragon soaring into the sky. Some of the fairy realm ghosts and spirits nearby could not dodge in time and were instantly killed. Run! Little Silver and Little Tian dodged without hesitation. Although their talent and strength were nature-defying, they had just become saints after all. If they fought head-on, there was still a huge gap between them and a peerless figure like Qi Wushu, who could lead a region. Kill! Qi Wushu roared. His fighting style was known for being violent and domineering. Now that he was enraged, his fighting strength was shocking as soon as he attacked. The white bone spear seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth. Clang, a deafening collision sound rang out. This spear attack, which was enough to make ordinary peak-level sages despair, was blocked by a snow-white broken blade. Qi Wushu's palms and fingers were numb. He was shocked and knew that Lin Sun had attacked. It was also this attack that calmed him down from his anger. Back then, Jian Qingchen had been killed by Lin Sun, and Xue Qingyi, Shi Pohe, and Hua Hongxiao had been severely injured despite their joint attacks. After this first confrontation, Qi Wushu realized how terrifying Lin Sun's fighting strength was. He immediately made a decision. Let's go. He glanced at Lin Sun in the distance, his brows full of unwillingness and fear. Then, he turned around and fled without hesitation. The other peerless figures of the Jiuli ancient domain had long been disappointed by Yunyi's death. After witnessing Lin Sun's powerful means with their own eyes, they left with Qi Wushu almost without thinking. Just as Little Silver and Little Tian were about to give chase, they were stopped by Lin Sun. Although they had the upper hand and the situation was good, Lin Sun frowned. Let's leave this place first. Without waiting for Little Silver and Little Tian to agree, Lin Sun had already teleported away with them. In just a moment, figures with terrifying auras rushed out of the canyon. They were like divine rainbows that filled the sky as they floated down from the sky. The group at the front was Kuan Xiaoyu, Zhu Yingkong, Lai Qian, Xueqingyi, and the others. Qi Wushu and the others who had left but returned were also among them. It was not an exaggeration to say that if Lin Sun had chased after them or delayed here for a while, he would have definitely encountered Kuan Xiaoyu and the others. At this moment, there were still some flying fairy ghosts wandering in the canyon. When they saw Kuan Xiaoyu and the others' huge formation, these flying fairy ghosts fled one by one. Obviously, although these ferocious creatures had no intelligence, they could recognize danger and react instinctively. That little bastard has escaped. Qi Wushu's face was livid and he was furious. He was so angry that he almost crushed his teeth. Previously, none of them had expected Lin Sun to suddenly appear and use such insidious and ruthless methods. First, he had disturbed the flying fairy ghosts and used their strength to fight them. Then, he had unexpectedly launched a fatal attack on Yunyi. Qi Wushu was at a disadvantage when he saw Little Silver and Little Tian. He had not expected Lin Sun to be present at that moment. Now that he thought about the battle just now, Qi Wushu realized that this battle had been under Lin Sun's control and calculations from the very beginning. So, Lin Sun has two helpers by his side now? Xueqingyi frowned. That's right. A spirit-devouring bug and a sky-splitting demonic butterfly. They are both extremely rare ferocious creatures and are best at sneak attacks and assassinations, Qi Wushu said in a low voice. However, these two little things should have just become sages not long ago. If we fight them head-on, there's nothing to fear. We can't be careless. Since Lin Sun has appeared near Hengduan Fog Mountain, he will definitely know that we have gathered together, Kuan Xiaoyu said in a low voice. Kuan Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. From now on, don't split up. Otherwise, we'll be taken down one by one. Everyone nodded. They had a deep understanding of Lin Sun's fearsomeness. This time, none of them would be careless. Let's go. Let's move together and capture enough fairy spirits to set up the 1,000 ghost formation. This way, we will have something to rely on to attack and defend. Xueqingyi made a prompt decision. Qi Wushu was still unwilling and sighed. That's the only way. Soon, everyone whizzed away. The huge canyon was empty once again. Only the howling of the wind could be heard. Hengduan Fog Mountain was very strange. Whether it was the rocks or the plants, they were all enveloped in a mysterious power of the law of heaven and earth. No matter how terrifying the destructive aura of the battle was, it could not harm a single plant on the mountain. Just like this canyon, it had gone through a huge battle but was not damaged or destroyed. These fellows have come prepared. Not long after, Lin Sun's figure quietly appeared in the canyon. He looked in the direction that Kuan Xiaoyu and Qi Wushu had left, his black eyes cold. You want to get rid of me in the fairy battlefield? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lin Sun used the Sui Qi and his figure turned into nothingness. He walked towards the depths of Hengduan Fog Mountain. He wanted to see what the other party was preparing. Especially the 1,000 ghost formation, he wanted to see how magical it was. Hengduan Fog Mountain was very big. It covered an area of more than 100,000 miles. As he entered, he was hit by an ancient and primitive aura. Along the way, Lin Sun saw many rare magical materials and spiritual herbs. They were either rooted on the cliffs or growing in the depths of some bushes. Lin Sun collected all of them. At the same time, there were many fairy spirits hidden in the mountain range. They came in various forms. Some were like plants, some were like mist, rocks, waterfalls, and so on. Once, Lin Sun even saw a towering and majestic mountain suddenly come to life in an instant and transform into a flying immortal ghost spirit that was clad in heavy armor. Its body was so tall that it could hold up the sky, and its whole body was surging with murderous aura. The aura it emitted was so strong that Lin Sun had an illusion of suffocation. Along the way, Lin Sun realized for the first time that the ferocious creatures in the battlefield of the fairies were not only as strong as absolute sages, but some of them were even scarier than absolute sages. For example, the blood giant that was piled up by countless corpses in the sea of bones. For example, the heavy armored figure that was formed by a towering mountain range. Each one was more terrifying than the last, and Lin Sun felt an extreme sense of danger. Master, after killing Yunyi, the token of flying deity in my hand suddenly gained 218 merit points and Taoism luck. Little Silver said excitedly. It seems like the news is true. In the battlefield of the fairies, if you kill an expert with a token of flying deity, you can obtain all the merit points and Taoism luck of the other party. As he spoke, he handed a token of flying deity to Lin Sun. This is the token of flying deity that I obtained after killing Yunyi, but it's empty now. Lin Sun accepted it casually and muttered, the competition in the battlefield of the fairies only lasts for 10 days. Now that we have 4 tokens of flying deity, we should strive to collect enough merit points and Taoism luck before the end of the battlefield of the fairies. Master, it's the night sky jade vine. Little Tian, who had always been cold, suddenly became excited. Lin Sun looked up and saw a vine that was as white as jade growing in a pile of rocks not far away. Its leaves were brilliant white. However, the sky above the vine was shrouded in a dark and deep color. From afar, it looked like a vine that was holding up the night sky. It's really this treasure. Little Silver's eyes brightened. According to the rumors, this vine is a primordial divine object with strange natural markings. After plucking it and refining it into medicine, 1 day of cultivation will be equivalent to 100 days of cultivation. That's right. After taking this medicine, the body and mind will be like entering the vast night sky. It can stimulate the mental strength of a cultivator. It has an incredible effect on cultivation and enlightenment. Lin Sun had also heard of this treasure, but it had long disappeared from the outside world. He had never thought that he would see it in the battlefield of the fairies. If I can take this medicine, my cultivation might be able to improve again. While thinking, Lin approached the jade vine in the night sky. However, when he was about to make a move to pluck it, he suddenly noticed that the rock at the root of the vine was actually branded with an ancient Tao marking formation diagram, and it transformed into a restriction that protected the vine. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and sensed carefully. He immediately judged that this restriction had been laid at least 8,000 years ago. In the history of the 9 regions, the 9 regions battlefield had appeared 3 times. The first time was at the end of the primordial era. The second time was in ancient times. The third time was now. 8,000 years ago was not even close to the end of the ancient era. It could only be considered the present era. However, 8,000 years ago, the 9 regions battlefield did not appear in the 9 regions, so it was naturally impossible for anyone to enter the fairy battlefield. However, this night sky jade vine had been protected by a restrictive spell 8,000 years ago. This was too shocking. Could it be that there are people who can enter and leave the fairy battle realm at will? Lin Sun's eyes flashed. What a powerful Tao marking. Soon, Lin Sun made a new discovery. This Tao marking formation seemed to have only one formation diagram, but the Tao marking that made up this formation diagram was extremely complex. Even with Lin Sun's attainments in spiritual tattoos, he couldn't see through the mystery of it for a while. This should be the work of a Tao pattern grandmaster. If I use brute force to destroy it, the power of this formation will instantly destroy the night sky jade vine. In that case, it would be like drawing water with a sieve. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. He vaguely felt that this was not the work of the people in the 9 regions. The practitioners of the 9 regions entered the fairy battle realm in order to gain merit and luck, and they could only use it for 10 days. When the battle of the 9 regions came to an end, no one knew when the 9 regions battlefield would come again. Who would spend so much effort to set up a Tao marking formation to protect the growth of a magic medicine? It was completely unnecessary. Could it be that this was done by practitioners outside the 9 regions? They have mastered the means to enter and exit the fairy battle realm, and regard this mist mountain as a natural medicine garden. A bold speculation emerged in Lin Sun's mind. For example, 8,000 years ago, when the night sky jade vine was discovered, it was still a seedling, so it was protected by a formation, and when it matured, the person who set up the formation would come to pick it up. Master, can this formation be broken? Little Silver couldn't help asking. Lin Sun immediately got rid of the distracting thoughts, nodded, and began to concentrate on deducing. After a full quarter of an hour, Lin Sun, who had been motionless, finally moved. He waved his sleeve, and wisps of clear light rain swept out. According to a strange and mysterious trajectory, they swept into the formation engraved on the rock one by one. In an instant, the restriction formation melted like snow and disappeared. At the same time, an ink-black night light swept out from the night sky jade vine and rushed into the void, like a night curtain covering the sky. Looking at the night sky jade vine again, it had become different from before. Its whole body was drifting with light rain, and the air was filled with fragrance. Its snow-white jade surface was shining with light spots like stars. This was the true appearance of the night sky jade vine. It was just that at the beginning, it was covered by the power of the formation. Lin Sun didn't hesitate to pick it up. But there was still a trace of doubt in his heart. Who on earth set up this formation? Without much delay, they continued to move forward carefully. The transverse fog mountain was too big, with many mountains. As they walked through it, the sky was covered with mist, and the air was filled with an irresolvable aura. Along the way, Lin Sun also paid attention to the surroundings, trying to find some rare treasure similar to the night sky jade vine and see if there was any Taoist formation nearby. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter any along the way, but he picked up a lot of other rare magic medicines and spiritual materials. Some of them were even enough to make sages jealous. But in terms of rarity and magic, they were much inferior to the night sky jade vine. Right, all such divine medicines are top-rate treasures of the heavens and the earth in the world, and they can only be chanced upon by luck. So, it's naturally impossible to come across them casually. In the end, Lin Sun was relieved. 2 hours later, Lin Sun stood on the top of a steep and precipitous mountain, surrounded by rolling mist, which couldn't be blown away by the mountain wind. Interesting. The surroundings were empty, but Lin Sun seemed to have sensed something, and his gaze was subtle. Tens of thousands of miles away, Xianxia, Qi Wushu, and the other powerhouses of the 8 regions were fighting against a group of fairy realm ghosts. But at this moment, Zhu Yingkong's heart moved, and a bronze mirror with patterns of flowers, birds, insects, and fish appeared in front of him. In the mirror, a tall and slender figure appeared, standing on the top of the mountain, shrouded in mist, making his figure faintly discernible. I knew you would investigate sneakily. Zhu Yingkong's lips curved coldly, and then he smiled. A wisp of a cold arc arose on the corners of Zhu Yingkong's mouth, and then he said with a smile, "Everyone, the prey has fallen into the trap. From this moment onward, this kid will be unable to escape Hingduan Mist Mountain." Kuan Xiaoyu and the others gathered, and when they saw the tall figure in the bronze mirror, Xueqingyi, Qi Wushu, and the others couldn't help but show resentment. Lin Sun, how could they not recognize him? "Brother Zhu, when can we close the net?" Qi Wushu couldn't help but ask. "No hurry, he has already fallen into the trap. When we catch enough fairy realm ghosts, it will be time to close the net." Zhu Yingkong's expression was full of confidence. The Taoist restriction array he had set up this time was the supreme inheritance of the Illumination Dragon bloodline. Let alone ordinary Taoist tattoo masters, even Taoist tattoo masters would not be able to escape if they accidentally entered it. "Brother Zhu, you know that Lin Sun is also good at setting up formations, so you must not be careless," Xueqingyi reminded him. He had always had an indescribable fear of Lin Sun. Zhu Yingkong said, "It is precisely because I view him as my greatest enemy that I have spent so much effort to set up a Taoist restriction array here. But Brother Shua's reminder is right, we can't be too careful when dealing with this kid." As he spoke, he put away the bronze mirror. Almost no one noticed that the moment Zhu Yingkong put away the bronze mirror, Lin Sun, who had his hands behind his back, quietly turned around. His black eyes were deep, and his expression was playful. "I heard that the strongest inheritance of the Illumination Dragon bloodline is the Tao of spiritual tattoos. Is Zhu Yingkong planning to use a Taoist restriction array to fight against me?" On the top of a steep mountain, Lin Sun smiled, and a disdainful look appeared on his face. He had never been afraid of a confrontation in the Tao of spiritual tattoos. For example, why did he choose to stay here at this moment? It was very simple. It was because he had sensed the aura of a Taoist restriction array. If Zhu Yingkong thought that he was unaware of this and was like a fish that had crashed into a fishing net, then he was gravely mistaken. However, Lin Sun had to admit that Zhu Yingkong's methods were very impressive. The Taoist restriction array that he had set up had completely merged with the mountains and rivers of this world. As far as the eye could see, the mountain peaks that looked like giant halberds, the rolling mist in the sky, and the grass and trees in every area had all merged with the power of the restriction array. Even a Taoist tattoo master would not be able to sense anything unusual, let alone an ordinary person. Zhu Yingkong was also the most formidable opponent that Lin Sun had encountered in the Tao of spiritual tattoos ever since he had started cultivating. Lin Sun could not help but feel excited at the sight of this Taoist tattoo master. Zhu Yingkong is from the ancient realm of extreme Yin. I wonder if he has heard of Quasi-Emperor Ba Qi. No matter what, if I have the chance to capture him alive, I must interrogate him. When Lin Sun thought of the culprit who had been hiding behind Yun Qingbai's back, his eyes turned cold. Yun Qingbai was a tragic chess piece. His fate had never been in his control and he was firmly controlled by Quasi-Emperor Ba Qi. Strictly speaking, Ba Qi was the mastermind behind the Lin family's murder. Master, what should we do next? Little Silver could not help but ask. He had already learned from their divine soul communication that they had entered a Taoist restriction array that Zhu Yingkong had set up. In the next few days, Lin Sun's footprints covered the nearby mountains and rivers. He walked and stopped as if he was searching for something. Along the way, he gathered many divine materials and divine medicines. Occasionally, he would run into fairy ghosts, but Lin Sun only avoided them and did not attack. He looked extremely cautious. In the dark, Zhu Yingkong, who was holding the bronze mirror, kept an eye on Lin Sun's movements. He watched him travel between mountains and rivers and collect divine medicines. This guy is very careful. He's afraid of alerting the enemy. Even if he runs into fairy ghosts along the way, he doesn't attack. Unfortunately, he probably doesn't realize that he has already stepped into my trap. Even if he continues to search, he won't be able to find any traces of us. Zhu Yingkong said slowly. Originally, he was quite afraid of Lin Sun's attainments in spiritual tattoos and worried that Lin Sun would see through the formation he had set up. But after a few days of observation, he gradually relaxed. Be careful. Although this guy is extremely fierce, he is not stupid. When he realizes that something is wrong, he will definitely retreat. Xianxia reminded. In the past few days, the top sages of the 8 regions had gathered together. They went in and out together, and nothing unexpected happened. Moreover, the number of fairy realm ghosts that he had captured was only a small portion short of enough to support Zhu Yingkong's operation of the 1,000 Ghost Great Formation. This guy has already fallen into the trap. Even if he wants to escape, he won't be able to. Zhu Yingkong said. However, in order to avoid any accidents, as long as we can gather all the fairy ghosts today, we can almost close the net tomorrow. Then let's continue. Kuan Xiaoyu said decisively. This time, they had painstakingly prepared well. Until now, the situation was completely under their control. This made everyone quite satisfied. Let's go. Qi Wushu couldn't suppress his killing intent when he thought about how he could close the net tomorrow and kill Lin Sun. Not only him, but peerless figures like Shi Pohe and Hua Hongxiao, who hated Lin Sun to the bone, couldn't wait to kill Lin Sun as soon as possible to vent their hatred. Uniting the top forces of the 8 regions just to deal with Lin Sun. If this guy doesn't die this time, how will the 8 regions show their faces? Won't the ancient Desolation region be the king in this battle of the 9 regions? During the operation, Lai Qian could not help but sigh. Lin Sun, a small character that they had completely ignored in the beginning, had risen like a dark horse in the 9 regions battlefield. Up until now, he seemed like a peerless overlord, and he'd become the #1 enemy of the 8 regions that caused them to grit their teeth with hatred. This was something unimaginable in the past. No, the realm of ancient desolation will lose this time. Xianxia spoke resolutely, and his scarlet eyes glowed faintly. Everyone, don't forget that the city of Tao Protection, where the ancient desolation camp is located, has long since been besieged by the forces of the 8 territories. His words caused everyone's eyes to flicker. The competition of the fairy battle realm only lasted for 10 days. Now, 4 days had passed. No matter how strong the city of Tao Protection in the ancient desolation realm was, how could it withstand the attack of the 8-territory coalition army? Rumble. Outside the city of Tao Protector, battle cries that shook the heavens shot into the sky while surging killing intent transformed into smoke that covered the sky. The forces of the armies of the 8 territories were under the control of an old fellow from the ancient Yin territory that was skilled in the Tao of spiritual markings, and they ceaselessly bombarded the city of Tao Protection. Tao techniques and treasures surged like tidewater like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens, and they ceaselessly charged down with vast, blazing, and brilliant might that caused the heavens and the earth to dim down. It was already the fourth day since the armies of the 8 territories had attacked the city of Tao Protection. In the last 4 days, the armies of the 8 territories had practically taken turns to attack the city of Tao Protection without stopping. Their methods were very simple, and their attacks were very violent. They used force to break through the formation and the city of Tao Protection. During the last 4 days, the city of Tao Protection was like a reef on a boundless ocean, and it ceaselessly suffered the attacks of tempestuous waves and was on the verge of collapse. The fortified territory formation had been circulated to its limits, and it caused the entire city of Tao Protection to glow brightly with golden radiance. Only then was it able to resist wave after wave of attacks. However, Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, Zhao Jingxian, and the other peerless saints that were stationed in the city of Tao Protection had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. The enemy was extremely cunning and didn't come close at all. So, the fortified slaughter formation was utterly unable to bring forth its full strength, and it was naturally unable to harm the enemy. Up until now, the enemy's army was still intact. On the other hand, countless cultivators in the city of Tao Protection felt oppressed and anxious. The last few days seemed to pass like a year. This time, the armies of the 8 territories had gone all out with great momentum, and there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. As far as the eye could see, the area outside the city was densely packed with the figures of the enemy. Just the scene of the army pressing down on the city brought great pressure to the people. The spirit veins under the great formation in the city can only last for 3 more days at most. If we continue to be passively attacked like this, I'm afraid the city will be conquered before the battle of the fairy realm is over. Ruo Wu frowned and was deeply worried. This is nothing. The key is that the morale of our camp in the ancient desolation realm is being affected. The atmosphere in the city is too oppressive, and many people are panicking and losing their fighting spirit. Zhao Jingshuan's mood was also a little heavy. It's normal to defend a city and be passively attacked. But if their fighting spirit is disrupted, they will inevitably fall into disarray, and the problem will be serious. Xiaohao sighed softly. This situation must be changed. At the very least, we must let everyone in the city see hope and strengthen their confidence. Old Toad's voice was sonorous. What should we do? Alu rubbed his palms together. If they don't dare to come close, we'll act as bait and go out to provoke them. Once there's danger, we'll immediately return to the city. As long as they can't wait any longer, they will definitely come after us. At that time, the power of the 4 lore killing formation will be enough to easily destroy them. Old Toad said quickly. Isn't this too dangerous? The others were shocked. Old Toad's suggestion was simply too risky. If they were not careful, they would meet with misfortune. It was no different from dancing on the tip of a knife. What are you afraid of? Even if we're not afraid of being cut into pieces, we dare to pull the great emperor down from his horse. Old Toad looked disdainful, but the next moment, he revealed his true colors. Of course, I can't risk my life alone. At least, we need 70 or 80 people to act together, right? Everyone couldn't help but smile. I'll go with you. Laughing at the heavens was the first to step forward. Count me in. I've had enough of this feeling of passively being beaten. Yechen also spoke up. Then, Yu Jianming, Mi Hingzhen, and the others also spoke up, wanting to form a suicide squad with Old Toad. Seeing this, Xiaohao gritted his teeth and said, since that's the case, it's decided. But everyone, you must remember to stay alive first. Everyone nodded. That very night, Old Toad, Alu, and the other 8 peerless sages attacked together and caught the 8 territories coalition army off guard. No one had expected that the experts of the ancient desolation realm would dare to launch a counterattack in such a situation, and even kill their way out of the city. The 9 peerless sages joined forces and immediately broke through an army in the northwest of the city of Tao Protectors. Heads rolled and blood soared into the sky. If the enemy's reinforcements hadn't arrived in time, given Old Toad and the others' tempers, they would have killed every single enemy there. Although the 8 territories coalition army hadn't suffered too much damage in this battle, it had boosted the morale of the ancient desolation realm's camp. However, Xiaohao and the others knew that after this attack, the other side would definitely be on guard, so this kind of surprise attack couldn't be repeated. Let's see, If we can last until the fairies' battle comes to an end, Xiao murmured to himself. The fairies' battle. The next morning, Zhu Yingkong put his hands behind his back and looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance with his bright purple eyes. Today is the day that Lin Sun dies. Near him, Kuan Xiaoyu, Xueqingyi, Lai Qian, and the other peerless sages of the 8 territories also revealed undisguised killing intent. Brother Zhu, let's see what you can do next. Kuan Xiaoyu smiled. 1,000 fairies' ghost spirits had been gathered, and now it was time for Zhu Yingkong to show his ability in the Tao of spiritual tattoos. Back then, this lad used the Tao of spiritual tattoos to defeat our 7 territories coalition army, and then at the Black Cliff Sea, he caused us heavy casualties. This time, we'll give him a taste of his own medicine. Sherpohe laughed. Everyone, the formation is the formation, but this lad's combat strength can't be underestimated. Don't be careless. Only Xueqingyi still repeated the same old words, reminding everyone not to get carried away. Everyone was already used to this, and no longer mocked Xueqingyi for being cowardly. However, when they thought that they would be able to kill Lin Sun today, they still had a sense of excitement in their hearts. Everyone, please look. This lad has sensed that something is wrong and is about to escape. Suddenly, Zhu Yingkong sneered. In the bronze mirror in his hand, Lin Sun's expression was gloomy, and he was flashing between mountains and rivers. He seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and was about to retreat. Brother Zhu, don't let him escape. Qi Wushu couldn't help but say. Everyone, let's see what I can do next. Zhu Yingkong smiled indifferently. With a wave of his hand, he took out a small black flag with dense Tao patterns and waved it gently in the void. Immediately, everyone saw the image that appeared in the bronze mirror. A towering mountain suddenly rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. It was like a wall across the heaven and earth, blocking Lin Sun's way. Boom, Lin Sun launched a bombardment, but the strange thing was that he couldn't move the mountain at all even with the terrible power of the absolute Saint Realm. This made his face change. He turned around and fled in another direction. Rise. Not long after, Zhu Yingkong waved the small black flag again. Boom, a river covered the sky and drowned the void. It was like an insurmountable river, blocking Lin Sun's way again. He wanted to fly away, but he was instantly slapped by the raging waves of the river to the point of staggering back, and he seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. In desperation, he changed his direction again, but his face became gloomier and gloomier. Qi Wushu and others saw this scene and couldn't help smiling. It was done. Rise. 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 As Zhu Yingkong waved the small black flag and issued an order, the power of restriction that had been set up long ago emerged in the direction where Lin Sun appeared in the vast mountains and rivers. There were towering mountains that towered into the clouds. There were mighty rivers that flowed like the Milky Way. There were roaring magma that spewed tongues of flame. There were, the sky, the earth, the north, the south, and the west were like a cage that completely sealed off the mountains and rivers. Lin Sun, who was trapped in the cage, could not escape no matter where he went. His expression was gloomy, and his eyebrows were filled with surprise, panic, astonishment, and anger. All of this was reflected in the bronze mirror down to the slightest detail, and it was clearly seen by Kuan Xiaoyu, Xueqingyi, and the others. They could not help but laugh. Brother Zhu, good move. This lad is like a fish in a net. He can't escape. Qi Wushu clapped his hands and praised. The others also nodded. Even they were amazed by the power of the formation and restriction that Zhu Yingkong had set up. When they saw Lin Sun unable to escape like a headless fly, they all felt an indescribable sense of comfort. You deserve this day. It was no exaggeration to say that for a long time, the forces that they represented had all suffered great losses at Lin Sun's hands. The Blood Demon Ancient Region and the Great Luo Ancient Region suffered the heaviest casualties. The former had suffered too many blows, and had already suffered great losses. The latter had lost a leader like Jian Qingchen, so they suffered an even greater blow. Apart from that, the other realms had more or less suffered from Lin Sun's attacks, such as the destruction of the 7 territories coalition army, and the disastrous defeat at the Black Cliff Sea. Therefore, how could they not be happy when they saw Lin Sun trapped at this moment? Zhu Yingkong could not help but smile when he heard everyone's praise. With a proud expression, he said indifferently, "Don't worry, everyone. Everyone, don't be anxious. This is only the appetizer. When the Thousand Ghost formation is fully activated, that will be the finale of this banquet. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved the small black flag in his hand. In an instant, the figures of the flying immortals and ghostly spirits rushed out from different directions like a tide. These beasts were all filled with killing intent and their auras were terrifying. Just this aura alone was enough to make any true divine feel hopeless. At this moment, they were roaming about in groups. Moreover, if one took a closer look, one would notice that these fairy realm ghosts were formed by 100 of them, and they occupied the surrounding area, forming a perfectly round encirclement. On the other hand, this completely round formation allowed them to respond to each other and form some sort of miraculous connection. It revealed a kind of orderly, perfect, and flawless charm. This is the Thousand Ghost Grand Formation, and it was born from the supreme inheritance of my clan, the 10 Ultimate Evil Annihilation Formation. It's capable of covering an area of 5,000 kilometers, and it conforms to the energy of the heavens and the earth to transform into a circle that moves in an orderly manner. Thus, it's capable of forming a flawless trap that's impossible to escape. Zhu Yingkong's words were filled with disdain and confidence. In the entire 9 regions, the Illumination Dragon Bloodline's attainments in the Tao of spiritual tattoos were enough to reign supreme. The most amazing thing is that every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, and every rock in this Hengduan Misty Mountain is enveloped by the mysterious power of the heavens and the earth. It can't be destroyed by brute force. When I set up the formation, I used this natural geographical advantage to ensure that when the Thousand Ghost Grand Formation is activated, no matter how nature-defying Lin Sun's battle prowess is, he won't be able to break out of the formation with brute force. Zhu Yingkong said leisurely, a divine light surging in his purple eyes. Next, it's time to kill this bastard. As soon as he finished speaking, in the scene reflected by the bronze mirror, a total of 1,000 fairy realm ghosts were attacking from 10 different directions. They were like a shrinking circle that surrounded Lin Sun, who was in the center. Anyone who saw this scene would feel a sense of hopelessness, as if there was nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Indeed, the crowd instantly saw that Lin Sun's expression was extremely unsightly, and he was at a loss as to what to do. Good. Many people started laughing. Even though 1,000 fairy realm ghosts are powerful, I'm afraid they won't be able to kill that brat, right? Xueqingyi frowned. This time, many people didn't agree with Xueqingyi's words. 1,000 fairy realm ghosts were equivalent to 1,000 peerless saints. Even if they were to kill a great saint, it would be easy for them to do so, without any suspense. Now that Lin Sun was trapped in the formation, how could anything go wrong? Look, this brat has also sensed danger and is continuously retreating. It's a pity that he's surrounded by murderous tribulations. Qi Wushu said excitedly. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be so impatient with his state of mind. However, he hated Lin Sun too much and had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Seeing Lin Sun about to meet with a calamity was exactly what he wanted. The others also stared closely, their expressions filled with coldness. Being able to kill Lin Sun, their #1 enemy, by merely setting up a great formation and not having to personally take action was undoubtedly the best outcome. Everyone, please take a look. When this brat is trapped, the entire formation's power will also converge and be completely concentrated in the area where he is standing. In this way, he will definitely die. Zhu Yingkong seemed to be afraid that the others wouldn't be able to understand the profound principles behind it, so he started giving pointers proudly. Not bad, not bad. Kuan Xiaoyu and the others nodded. This made Zhu Yingkong feel very proud. If it was an ordinary person's praise, he wouldn't care at all. However, Kuan Xiaoyu and the others were different. They were all leaders who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. It wasn't easy to make these proud and unyielding fellows take the initiative to admit that his methods were amazing. No, this brat actually blocked the attack. However, at this moment, a surprised voice rang out. Lin Sun suddenly took out 24 fist-sized dazzling pearls, which enveloped him in all directions and suddenly turned into a great formation. When the nearby fairies and ghosts charged over, they were actually unable to break through the defense of the great formation. Isn't this the Heaven and Sea Calming formation in Brother Shue's hands? Sherpohe could tell at a glance that these 24 pearls were the Sea Calming sacred pearls, which were originally Xueqingyi's trump cards. Back at the Black Cliff Sea, Xueqingyi had used this set of treasures to set up a great formation. When everyone looked over, they saw that Xueqingyi's expression was extremely gloomy. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he looked like he wanted to devour someone. Everyone, look. That brat actually. Someone's eyes widened in disbelief. When everyone looked over, they saw that Lin Sun was currently sitting cross-legged within the heaven and sea calming formation, quietly meditating. The panic from before was nowhere to be seen, and even his expression was no longer gloomy. He had become very calm and composed. Outside the great formation, 1,000 fairies and ghosts had already surrounded him and were madly attacking him. However, they were unable to shake the heaven and sea calming formation in the slightest. Brother Xue, why is this formation so miraculous when used by this brat? Sherpohe was dumbfounded. If the heaven and sea calming formation had possessed such terrifying defensive power, why would they have needed to flee when they were attacked by Lin Sun? Xueqingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. The 24 sea calming sacred pearls were indeed an extremely rare set of sacred treasures. However, no matter how powerful they were, it was impossible for them to block the attacks of 1,000 ferocious creatures comparable to peak saints. What was going on? The smiles on everyone else's faces froze, and they became bewildered. They all looked at Zhu Yingkong at the same time. Zhu Yingkong's complacency disappeared at this moment. He furrowed his brows, and his purple eyes surged with an obscure light as he carefully observed and deduced. After a while, he seemed to realize something, and his expression changed. This brat is really powerful. He actually used the 24 sea calming sacred pearls to set up a formation, then borrowed the power of the 1,000 ghosts formation to defend himself. In this way, the 1,000 fairies and ghosts are actually attacking the 1,000 ghosts formation's power. When he said this, everyone's expression changed, and their hearts trembled. No one had expected that Lin Sun would be able to play such a trick. It was similar to the shifting stars and flowers grafted onto trees. The most unimaginable thing was that under such a hopeless situation, he still managed to do it. I told you not to underestimate this brat. Xueqingyi gritted his teeth in hatred. Everyone almost couldn't help but mock him. The 24 sea calming sacred pearls were his, but now they were being used by the enemy. Whose fault was it? Brother Zhu, what should we do now? According to what you said, if we let the fairies and ghosts break the formation, wouldn't it be the same as opening a path of survival for that little bastard? Kuan Xiaoyu asked in a deep voice. It's not difficult to solve this problem. Zhu Yingkong took a deep breath, and his purple eyes flashed with determination. Everyone, are you willing to follow me and break that brat's formation? As long as we do that, this brat will have no chance of surviving. Kuan Xiaoyu and the others naturally couldn't refuse. Let's go. In the next moment, they started moving and entered the vast mountains and rivers that were covered by the formation's restrictions. At almost the same time, Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged on a rock, suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He sat there motionlessly, and his moon-white clothes fluttered in the wind. His aura was otherworldly and ethereal, and he seemed like a banished immortal. Even though there were thousands of fairies and ghosts outside the formation, they couldn't make him furrow his brows. Because all of this was within his expectations. In other words, Lin Sun had already decided to play along with the 1,000 ghost formation when he stepped into the mountains and rivers a few days ago. Over the past few days, he seemed to be searching and rushing between the mountains and rivers, but in reality, he was deducing and analyzing the mysteries of the 1,000 ghost formation. Until today, Zhu Yingkong and the others thought that he had sensed that something was amiss and had chosen to escape. In reality, Lin Sun was just putting on a show. While he was escaping, he had already quietly changed the ripples of a series of restrictions in the mountains and rivers. Of course, the 1,000 ghost formation was still the 1,000 ghost formation, and it could still be controlled by Zhu Yingkong. However, when Lin Sun decided to attack, the formation would change its flag and break away from Zhu Yingkong's control. This was the so-called 1,000 ghost formation. P.S. During the new year, Goldfish will try her best to update twice in a row so that everyone doesn't have to waste time waiting. Lin Sun had also done it on purpose when he was trapped and used the power of the 1,000 ghost formation to defend himself. He knew very well that Zhu Yingkong must have absolute confidence in spiritual tattoos to have painstakingly set up this formation. Lin Sun could not rule out the possibility that Zhu Yingkong wanted to compete with him in spiritual tattoos. Therefore, Lin Sun threw out a difficult problem. It was like a bait. If Zhu Yingkong did not fall for it, the 1,000 ghost formation would be broken by the flying immortal specters. At that time, he would be able to escape easily. Zhu Yingkong would definitely be able to see through this. How could he just watch as his blood, sweat, and tears went down the drain just like that? Definitely not. As long as he decided to take action and solve this problem, he would be walking into a trap. At that time, it would be time for Lin Sun to give him a taste of his own medicine. As Lin Sun had expected, Zhu Yingkong had arrived. He led a group of top sages from the 8 regions into this region aggressively. He seemed as if he was the owner of this expanse of the heavens and the earth, and he was patrolling his own territory and seemed to be completely fearless. Lin Sun could not help but sneer inwardly, but his expression did not change. He was waiting. Brother Zhu, I think it's better to be careful. That kid's attainments in spiritual tattoos are terrifying. I suspect that he has other tricks up his sleeves. Xueqingyi felt a little uneasy. Everyone was speechless. Xueqingyi had regarded Lin Sun as a dreadful beast since a long time ago. He was so cautious that it made people's hair stand on end. This caused many people to feel slightly displeased in their hearts. Looking at this group of people, any one of them was a genius of a region with outstanding combat strength and amazing talent. Kuan Xiaoyu, Qi Wushu, and the others were the leaders of their regions. They had unparalleled power and could look down on their peers. Now that they were all gathered together, they were like a group of dazzling stars that could sweep through the entire 9 regions battlefield. But now, Xueqingyi was still so cautious. It was naturally disgusting. Brother Xue, I personally set up this 1,000 ghost formation. We also captured the 1,000 flying immortal specters one by one. It is not an exaggeration to say that we are the rulers of this region. Zhu Yingkong said indifferently. Even if Lin Sun has a backup plan, it's destined to be in vain. Don't you see that he's already trapped and is isolated and helpless? Xueqingyi said unhappily, Brother Zhu, do you think I'm too cowardly? Zhu Yingkong shook his head and said, we should be careful when we need to be careful. But now, victory is already in our grasp, so why should we be afraid? Before Xueqingyi could say anything, Zhu Yingkong took out a small black flag. At this moment, they had already arrived at the place where Lin Sun was trapped. Thousands of fairy realm ghosts were crazily attacking the heaven-suppressing sea calming spell near Lin Sun. Crash as Zhu Yingkong waved the small black flag, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The 1,000 fairy realm ghosts immediately stopped attacking, and like a tide, they opened up a path. They all stood there, and even though the fiendish aura on their bodies was still extremely frightening, they seemed extremely docile. Kuan Xiaoyu and the others couldn't help but exclaim with admiration in their hearts when they saw this. This is the ability of a Dao inscription master. It can be said to surpass nature and possess unfathomable might. Zhu Yingkong took in everyone's expressions, and he couldn't help but smile. He said, everyone, please watch as I destroy this kid's final trump card. As he spoke, he strode forward. Kuan Xiaoyu and the others followed closely behind him. Even peerless figures like them subconsciously tensed up when they passed by the densely packed fairy realm ghosts. The fact that there were thousands of fairy realm ghosts nearby was enough to make anyone feel uneasy. Only Zhu Yingkong was very calm, and he calmly arrived at the place where Lin Sun was trapped. His purple eyes stared at Lin Sun, who was in the great spell formation, and he couldn't help but curl his lips into a playful smile. Lin Sun, as a Dao inscription master, I'm sure you can tell that you're at the end of the road, and it's impossible for you to escape. He wasn't in a hurry to break the spell formation, and instead said slowly, however, before you die, I can make a deal with you. Speak. Within the great spell formation, Lin Sun sat cross-legged on a rock. He didn't move at all, and he looked very relaxed. Kuan Xiaoyu and the others couldn't help but frown, and they felt that it was very glaring. He was already a prisoner, but this guy still dared to put on such an attitude. He was really arrogant. However, they had long heard that Lin Sun was an insolent person, so they felt that it was reasonable for him to act like this. If Lin Sun looked terrified and uneasy, it would make them suspicious. Hand over the spiritual tattoo inheritance in your body, and I guarantee that I will give you a dignified death. Moreover, I will send your ashes to the camp of the ancient desolation. What do you think? Zhu Yingkong said. From his words, he already regarded Lin Sun as a dead man. It was only then that everyone understood that Zhu Yingkong was thinking about the spiritual tattoo inheritance in Lin Sun's body. A dignified death. Lin Sun repeated. Lin Sun repeated it and couldn't help but sneer. I'll give you the same words. If you hand over your treasures now, kneel down and accept your death, I'll also send your ashes back to your camps. What do you think? You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Qi Wushu snorted coldly. Brother Zhu, why bother talking nonsense with a madman? After we kill him and extract his soul, wouldn't it be easy for us to get whatever we want? Kuan Xiaoyu couldn't help but frown. The others were also a little impatient. Lin Sun was obviously a stubborn person. It was obviously impossible to make him bow his head and admit defeat with just a few words. Zhu Yingkong's face darkened. You should know that I'm not joking. Do I look like I'm joking? As Lin Sun spoke, he stood up from the rock and landed on the ground. His cold black eyes swept over Zhu Yingkong and the others. He said, or should I say, you're at death's door, but you still don't know it. These words caused everyone to almost not dare believe their ears. Could it be that this fellow has gone mad? It's already at a time like this, yet he's still speaking such extremely absurd words. They were all gathered in the Thousand Ghosts formation, and there were thousands of fairies waiting for them. Yet, Lin Sun said that they were at death's door. Who wouldn't find it absurd and ridiculous? It seems that you really don't know it. Lin Sun couldn't help but smile, but his smile was very cold. He could already tell that Kuan Xiaoyu and the others had come out in full force. They didn't leave anyone behind, and that was enough. Brother Zhu, you've seen it for yourself. This guy has already lost his mind and is beyond saving. It's better to quickly break the formation and kill him. Kuan Xiaoyu and the others were filled with killing intent, and they were about to lose control. Zhu Yingkong nodded. He activated the candle dragon's eyes, and a strange light suddenly appeared in his purple eyes. It was black and white, and mysterious symbols appeared in his eyes. He scanned the entire heaven and seas calming formation. Soon, Zhu Yingkong noticed that something was wrong. The Thousand Ghosts formation and the heaven and seas calming formation had formed a mysterious harmony, as if they were one. It gave people the feeling that breaking the heaven and seas calming formation was equivalent to breaking the Thousand Ghosts formation. What did you do? After a while, Zhu Yingkong's face suddenly darkened. He looked directly at Lin Sun with an unfriendly expression, and there was even a trace of surprise between his eyebrows. Even with his candle dragon's eyes, he couldn't see through the mystery. This was undoubtedly a big blow to Zhu Yingkong, who had always had absolute confidence in spiritual tattoos. The others couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Zhu Yingkong couldn't break this formation. If so, didn't it mean that even if this guy was trapped here, he would still be invincible? Thinking of this, everyone realized that Xueqingyu was right. Lin Sun was really difficult to deal with. Brother Zhu, is it really impossible? Kuan Xiaoyu frowned. How could Zhu Yingkong admit that his attainments in spiritual tattoos were not as good as Lin Sun's? Kuan Xiaoyu's words provoked his anger, and he said, "Don't worry, everyone. This guy will definitely die this time." He took a deep breath and operated the candle dragon's eyes to the extreme. His whole body was surrounded by the terrible power of the divine path, and purple light was rising. But as time passed, everyone saw Zhu Yingkong's face gradually become gloomy, and the blue veins on his forehead faintly protruded. It was obvious that he was struggling. The candle dragon's attainments in spiritual tattoos are only this low? Lin Sun sneered in the formation. Shut up! Zhu Yingkong shouted. He was now sure that the candle dragon's eyes were useless, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. Lin Sun said indifferently, flustered and exasperated. That's all you're capable of. Kuan Xiaoyu and the others couldn't help but look gloomy and murderous. Their prey was right in front of them, but they couldn't kill him. This made them gradually lose their patience. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Suddenly, Zhu Yingkong took a deep breath and seemed to have made a decision. His expression was as cold as ice. Whoosh, without hesitation, he waved the black flag in his hand and shouted, "Kill." Even if you break the thousand ghost formation, how can you possibly be a match for thousands of ghosts? With me here, what other choice do you have? The eyes of Kuan Xiaoyu and the others flickered. They could all see that Zhu Yingkong really couldn't deal with the formation in front of him, so he used the most violent method. That was to let the fairy realm ghosts attack together and destroy the thousand ghost formation. When that happened, Lin Sun would no longer have any power to defend himself. Rumble. For a moment, thousands of fairy realm ghosts attacked again, and their momentum was great. Zhu Yingkong and the others didn't hesitate. They wanted to retreat temporarily to avoid being affected. But at that moment, Lin Sun, who was in the formation, finally moved. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. A fist-sized, glowing ocean-calming Saint Pearl appeared in his palm. This time, I have to thank Brother Zhu for your help. You gave me a chance to capture all of you in one fell swoop. Later, I will give Brother Zhu a quick death to express my gratitude. As Lin Sun laughed lightly, he activated the ocean-calming Saint Pearl in his palm. Suddenly, the power of the formation that covered the heavens and the earth changed. Zhu Yingkong immediately realized that he had completely lost control of the thousand ghost formation. This caused his expression to change abruptly. His mind shook violently, and he couldn't help but cry out. How is this possible? Zhu Yingkong's furious roar made Kuan Xiaoyu and the others, who were about to retreat, tense up. Something was wrong. Anyone who could enter the Flying Immortals battlefield was a top-notch figure in their domain. Their strength, wisdom, and experience far surpassed ordinary people. At this moment, almost instinctively, the qi around their bodies began to circulate, accumulating power and waiting. For a moment, dazzling Tao light and divine brilliance spread out from their bodies. It was earth-shattering, and their power was monstrous. Lin Sun had to admit that these peerless figures from the 8 domains were indeed very strong. Unfortunately, it was still too late. The current situation could no longer be changed by just reacting fast or slow. Rumble in the distance, the group of Flying Immortals ghosts under Zhu Yingkong's control suddenly changed their target and charged towards Kuan Xiaoyu, Zhu Yingkong, and the others. Damn it. Zhu Yingkong, what's going on? A furious roar rang out. Kuan Xiaoyu and the others' expressions changed. They had never expected such an unbelievable thing to happen. The reason why they were so fearless was because the thousand ghost formation was personally set up by Zhu Yingkong. But now, everything seemed to be out of control. Amidst the roar, everyone was drowned by the Flying Immortals ghosts. These ferocious creatures were in groups, and their murderous aura soared into the sky. None of them was weaker than any peerless saint. At this moment, they were no longer under Zhu Yingkong's control. They were like a flood that had burst a dam, and they immediately surrounded Kuan Xiaoyu and the others. Boom, the battle broke out without any suspense. The heavens and earth shook, and the sun and moon dimmed. Whether it was Kuan Xiaoyu, Qi Wushu, Xueqingyi, or the other leaders, or the top figures from the various domains who had come with them, all of them attacked with all their might. They did not dare to hold back at all. However, this sudden disaster caused their expressions to turn extremely ugly. They were so angry that they almost jumped up and down and cursed. They were the ones who had dug this trap for Lin Sun, but now they were the ones who had fallen into it. This was no different from shooting themselves in the foot. Everyone, don't panic. Let's attack together and break out of this encirclement first. Zhu Yingkong's expression was the most unsightly. Suffering such an undeserved calamity had dealt him the greatest blow. He felt as if someone had ruthlessly slapped him in the face. Then, that person pointed at his nose and sneered. This is the great formation you laid down? Of course, it wasn't just his face that was damaged. The most unacceptable to him was that from this moment onward, no matter how he tried to remedy the situation, he was actually unable to regain control of the Thousand Ghost Grand Formation. You've all fallen into the trap. It won't be so easy for you to get out. In the big formation, Lin Sun said indifferently. In his palm, a sea-calming Saint Pearl was flowing with dense and obscure divine brilliance. With a thought, the power of the entire Thousand Ghost Formation was completely activated. With this place as the center, towering mountains rose steeply from the ground, majestic heavenly rivers swept down, and tongues of flame spewed out lava and roared. For a time, the sky, earth, north, south, east, west, and north were like a cage that completely sealed off the area. Seeing this scene, Kuan Xiaoyu and the others' eyes widened, and they looked as if they had been struck by lightning. They were all too familiar with this scene. At the very beginning, in order to trap Lin Sun, who was about to withdraw, Zhu Yingkong used this method to block him. At that time, when they saw Lin Sun fleeing in panic like a fly, they couldn't help but laugh. They were delighted and praised Zhu Yingkong's method of laying down the formation. But now, all of this had been reversed, and it had fallen on them. This feeling was like the most cunning hunter had suddenly fallen into a trap that he had meticulously laid down. It was too much of a blow to them. Zhu Yingkong, what's going on? Kuan Xiaoyu's face was already extremely livid, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, they were trapped in the encirclement of thousands of flying immortals and ghosts. Even if they could kill their way out, there were still mountains and rivers blocking their way in all directions. It was like a natural moat that sealed off the heaven and earth. Anyone who was placed in such a situation would inevitably feel that there was nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Zhu Yingkong's expression was also extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. Zhu Yingkong, why don't you say something? Qi Wuxu roared. He had already sensed that something was wrong, and he was extremely angry. The faces of the others also darkened. Zhu Yingkong took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, the power of this formation has been completely controlled by this lad." At the end of his words, he felt as if the skin on his face had been peeled off, and it burned unbearably. It was an extremely heavy blow to his self-esteem to have such a proud person like him admit this. Damn it! When the others heard this, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. For the past few days, they had been cooperating with Zhu Yingkong to lay down the formation and subdued thousands of flying immortals and ghosts with all their might. They had originally thought that with this formation, they could kill Lin Sun with a snap of their fingers. But in the end, Zhu Yingkong actually told them that the formation they had painstakingly laid down was actually under Lin Sun's control. Didn't this mean that all their hard work had gone to someone else's benefit? Most importantly, the power of this formation was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much effort to lay it down. Now that they were trapped inside, how could they escape? Brother Zhu, will you be able to regain control of the Great Formation? Xueqingyu was the calmest. He had already experienced Lin Sun's various inconceivable means, so he didn't panic at such a terrible moment. It's impossible. Zhu Yingkong sighed. His expression was gloomy, and he felt so stifled that he was about to go crazy. The path he was most confident in and proud of had been destroyed in one fell swoop by someone without anyone noticing. That feeling was indeed very unpleasant. Within the formation, Lin Sun smiled and said, "This is what they mean by the evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear." His sarcastic remarks almost made Kuan Xiaoyu and the others want to curse out loud. But in the end, they knew that they couldn't panic at this time. They had to work together to break through the predicament before them. Everyone, attack with all your might. Kuan Xiaoyu took a deep breath and said, "With our means, it won't be difficult to destroy these flying immortals and ghosts. Don't forget that we were the ones who captured these evil creatures with our own hands." That's right, let's attack together. With our strength, how can we not kill these evil creatures? Lai Qian also said while gritting his teeth. Kill. The others also knew that this was the only way. All of them became ruthless and charged forward with all their might. For a moment, they were like a hot knife through butter, destroying the flying immortals and ghosts in groups. They were extremely powerful. This was the power of the top figures of the 8 regions. There were 60 to 70 of them in total, and every single one of them was a peerless figure who could lead the world. The battle prowess they possessed was naturally extraordinary. However, there were just too many flying immortals and ghosts. More than 1,000 of them were gathered together, and every single one of them was extremely powerful. No matter how strong Kuan Xiaoyu and the others were, they wouldn't be able to kill their way out in a short period of time. Previously, Daoist Zhu said that the most amazing thing about this formation is that it can be compatible with the power of heaven and earth and transform into a circle that repeats in an orderly manner. From there, it can develop a flawless trap and kill situation that no one can escape from. Lin Sun spoke again with a smile. In my opinion, this is indeed true. Even I have to admire the torch dragon's attainments in the Tao of spiritual tattoos. It's amazing, truly amazing. It can be said to be a magnificent feat that can shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep. His voice was filled with undisguised admiration. However, every single word he said was like a sharp blade that pierced into Zhu Yingkong's heart. His eyes turned red, and he was so furious that he was about to go mad. "Don't you dare be so insolent!" Zhu Yingkong bellowed like thunder. "Brother Zhu, please calm down. Don't mess up and fall into this lad's trap," Xueqingyi reminded him. Then, he asked via voice transmission, "Brother Zhu, apart from the 1,000 ghost formation, does it have any other killing moves?" His words snapped Zhu Yingkong back to his senses. His expression was uncertain as he said, "There are 3 transformations in this formation. The first is the trapping earth circle, and the second is the controlling ghosts at heart. What we're facing right now are these 2 transformations. What about the third?" Xueqingyi couldn't help but ask. "The third is," Zhu Yingkong had just said that when he saw Lin Sun, who was in the distance, seemed to have seen through their conversation. He said with a smile, "The third is the universal force." His words caused Zhu Yingkong's expression to change completely and his heart to turn cold. He realized that Lin Sun had not only seized control of the 1,000 ghost formation, he had also seen through all the mysteries of the formation. When Xueqingyi saw this, his eyelids twitched violently. He could roughly tell that Lin Sun was telling the truth, and he almost couldn't help but curse. "Zhu Yingkong, you're the most outstanding figure of the Illumination Dragon lineage. Yet, you've unknowingly been tricked by someone in the Tao of spiritual tattoos. How stupid can you be?" He took a deep breath. "What's the universal force?" As soon as he said that, boom, countless dense Tao marking diagrams suddenly surged explosively into appearance in the heavens and the earth. The mountains, rivers, all of them surged with a type of great force that converged together and pressed down towards Xianxia. It felt as if all of the power in the world had been gathered together and suppressed down upon him. Going against it was equivalent to going against the heavens. In just an instant, the pressure on Kuan Xiaoyu and the others who were engaged in an intense battle multiplied and their expressions changed. "Damn it! Zhu Yingkong, why didn't we know that the formation had such a change?" At this time, the frequent changes made Kuan Xiaoyu and the other leaders lose their composure. "I originally planned to use it as a trump card at the last moment to let you all see the true power of the formation, but who would have thought?" Zhu Yingkong's lips were bitter and he felt terrible. "Who would have thought that the last trump card would fall on you?" Lin Sun's mocking voice sounded again in the distance. "It's a pity that I've warned you before that you're going to die without knowing it. But none of you believed me. Who can you blame for courting death?" It was just a few words, but it was so harsh that Kuan Xiaoyu and the others were so angry that their faces turned green and their lungs almost exploded. In the formation, Lin Sun looked at the exasperated expressions of the leaders of the 8 regions and couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. So what if they were talented, powerful, more powerful? When they were trapped, it was inevitable that they would panic. "Ah!" Shrill screams resounded in the battlefield. Under the pressure of the power of heaven and earth, a young man in feathered robes was ambushed by a fairy specter. His body was instantly torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. Before his broken body could even fall to the ground, it was trampled by a group of fairy specters. It was an extremely tragic death. The expressions of Kuan Xiaoyu and the others changed. They abandoned all distracting thoughts and began to fight with all their might. Boom! In an instant, the battlefield was filled with Dharma spells and saint treasures. Dazzling light surged in all directions, causing the void to collapse. However, it was different from before. As the 1,000 ghost formation operated at full force, the 3 restrictions, earth confinement, mind control, and universal force, burst forth. Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked by their power. If he hadn't sensed the danger at the beginning, he would be the one trapped in the formation now. It was obvious that Kuan Xiaoyu and the others had put in a lot of effort to kill him. Unfortunately, they failed at the last moment. Kill. 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 In the battlefield, the pressure on Kuan Xiaoyu and the others multiplied. Each of them had an aura like that of a god, and the strength of their battle strength was shocking and far beyond the masses. Lin Sun thought that if he were to fight them head-on, he wouldn't have the confidence to win if he encountered such a group of ruthless figures. In fact, he might even have to avoid them. After all, not only did the other party have a large number of people, but each of them was a top-notch figure among the peerless saints. How terrifying would their combined strength be? Unless he was truly invincible among the peerless true saints, Lin Sun could only choose to retreat and wait for an opportunity to fight. Unfortunately, Kuan Xiaoyu and the others were caught in a trap of their own making. They were in a precarious situation and were trapped in the trap they had set up. Lin Sun didn't hesitate. He controlled the ocean St. Pearl and used the power of the formation to start the slaughter. Buzz. In the void, a wave of heaven and earth energy gathered and fused into the complicated Tao pattern array, condensing into a dazzling heavenly sword. This sword represented the will of the might of the heavens and the earth, and it was filled with the might of the grand formation. It controlled the might of 5,000 kilometers of mountains and rivers, and its might was so magnificent that it seemed like an overlord. Dodge. Kuan Xiaoyu's pupils constricted as he shouted. Boom, a deafening rumble rang out as the heavenly sword slashed down, causing a straight crack to appear in the sky. The destructive aura caused even the leaders' expressions to change. Although Kuan Xiaoyu had already warned them, there were still people who were unable to dodge the attack. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. Pu, the heavenly sword was extremely powerful. Wherever the dazzling blade of the sword passed by, 3 saints, 2 men and 1 woman, were immediately killed. Their bodies were destroyed by the dazzling torrent of sword qi. Everyone shuddered with fear. It was also at this moment that they realized how terrifying the power of the great formation that Zhu Yingkong had set up was. However, this formation had originally been prepared for Lin Sun. But now, it had been used on them. Zhu Yingkong's heart was the most bitter, aggrieved, and angry. Only he knew that when this formation was operated to the extreme, even a great saint would not be able to escape death. If there was no accident, he should be the one to control the formation and kill Lin Sun in it. Unfortunately, everything changed. In the void, the power of heaven and earth gathered once again. The wind and clouds rose in all directions and gathered into a heavenly sword. It slashed across the sky like a divine punishment. Bang! Qi Wushu roared and took out a jade pestle that was surrounded by a red glow. It was a miraculous and tough saint treasure with terrifying power. But in just an instant, it was cut in half by the heavenly sword. Its glow dimmed and it was directly destroyed. This made Qi Wushu's heart ache, and he couldn't help but be shocked. The power of this great formation was simply too terrifying. When the heavenly sword fell, another 2 people were killed in the battlefield. So what if they were saints? At this moment, they were harvested like weeds. The bloody scene made the expressions of Kuan Xiaoyu and the others become more and more solemn. At this moment, they were trapped in the great formation and were being oppressed by 3 dangers. The first was the siege from the fairies and ghosts. Although they were not afraid, the number of opponents was too great. The second was the oppression from the power of heaven and earth. When this great formation operated, the power of the mountains and rivers in a 10,000-mile radius would be gathered, and it was enough to shock even ghosts and gods. The third was the slaughter that was controlled by Lin Sun. It gathered the power of heaven and earth and mobilized the power of the great formation. It was like a heavenly sword slashing across the sky, like a divine punishment descending from heaven. The 3 dangers overlapped and made Kuan Xiaoyu and the others feel a serious threat. Their bodies tensed up and their minds were suppressed. Slash. Lin Sun, who was standing in the heaven-suppressing sea-calming formation, had no intention of showing any mercy. He continued to kill. In this battle of the fairies and war realms, he did not expect to kill all the opponents. After all, only 10 days had passed and the opponents had the advantage in numbers. It was impossible for them to sit still and wait for death. Who would have thought that Zhu Yingkong would give him such a big surprise? It gave Lin Sun an opportunity to kill all the opponents in one fell swoop. Under such circumstances, how could Lin Sun show any mercy? In the sky, the heavenly sword shone brilliantly, as if it was the ruler of heaven and earth. Wherever the sword went, it would slash through everything. For a moment, the great formation was in chaos. No one dared to face it head-on. Even Kuan Xiaoyu and the other leaders did not dare to face it head-on. However, while they were dodging, they were besieged by the fairies and ghosts. They also had to bear the oppression from the power of heaven and earth. If they were not careful, they would be killed by the heavenly sword. In fact, the casualties were still happening, just like how Zhu Yingkong was confident that he was invincible in the formation and had the power of a ruler, Lin Sun was also invincible. With a single thought, he could create a killing tribulation. Bang, one after another, the saint treasures were heavily injured and sent flying. They let out deafening sounds. Various Taoist techniques were easily crushed and turned into a rain of light. Puff, at the same time, miserable screams could be heard. Blood splashed and dyed the sky red. In just 10 breaths' time, 9 people were killed in succession. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. When they were alive, they were famous geniuses. They stood at the peak and looked down on their peers. They had dazzling bright futures. However, after they died, it was difficult to even preserve their bones. Their illustrious reputation, their cultivation, and their lifelong pursuit had all been blown away by the wind and rain. If the powerhouses of the 8 regions saw this, they would tremble in fear. If news of this spread back to the 8 regions, it would be enough to shock countless ancient orthodoxies and countless cultivators. It should be known that every peerless genius was a genius, a monster, and a hero. They were 1 in 10,000 and could be born at any time. Every death or injury was a heavy blow. At the very least, these good seedlings who had the potential to climb to the great emperor realm were killed. In the future, the 8 regions' path to emperor would be much dimmer. At this moment, Lin Sun was like an executioner who killed peerless geniuses. If he could kill all of them in one fell swoop and win the battle of the 9 regions, it would be enough for the ancient desolation region to rise. As the saying went, killing was the most important thing. Zhu Yingkong, you were the one who set up this formation. Is there no way to break it? Kuan Xiaoyu's furious roar resounded. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was furious. In just a short period of time, more than 20 people on their side had been killed. That kind of loss made his heart bleed. Everyone, hold on a little longer. When this formation runs at full power, it will exhaust the power of the mountains and rivers in less than 15 minutes. At that time, this formation will collapse by itself. Zhu Yingkong said in a low voice. 15 minutes, normally, this amount of time would only pass by in the blink of an eye. However, in such a situation, time seemed like a year. It was extremely long and torturous. At this moment, many people secretly regretted it. If they had known this would happen, they would have gone to kill Lin Sun directly. It would have been much better than setting up a formation. At the very least, in a head-on confrontation, their strength was enough to suppress Lin Sun. Unfortunately, they were quite afraid of Lin Sun in the beginning. Especially after Xueqingyi's reminder, they were extremely careful. They thought that setting up a formation to kill the enemy was the safest method. But who would have thought that they would be caught in a trap of their own making? No matter what they thought, the slaughter was still going on in the formation. For Lin Sun, killing the enemy this time was far from as difficult as he had imagined. In fact, it was extremely easy. He killed one dazzling figure after another while talking and laughing. Such a satisfying battle could only be encountered by chance. If it wasn't for Zhu Yingkong's gift, it would have been impossible to realize. Puff. Puff, puff. Puff, in the formation, the casualties continued to increase. One after another, their companions died in front of Kuan Xiaoyu and the others. The screams before death, the unwillingness on their faces, and the bloody scenes made Kuan Xiaoyu and the others' hearts twitch. Their expressions were livid, and they were furious. They gnashed their teeth so hard that they almost broke. Lin Sun, do you dare to come out and fight? Suddenly, Qi Wushu couldn't stand the stimulation anymore. His voice was like thunder as he let out a roar. It was like a form of catharsis. No one was stupid enough to think that Lin Sun would foolishly jump out and fight Qi Wushu when he had the upper hand. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Sun agreed at this moment. Swoosh, he didn't say anything. With a flash, he rushed out of the heaven-suppressing and sea-calming formation and teleported to Qi Wushu. His speed was incredibly fast, even Qi Wushu, who had provoked him, was caught off guard. He didn't expect Lin Sun to be so straightforward. Boom, as the leader of a region, Qi Wushu's reaction was extremely fast. Without hesitation, he waved the white bone spear in his hand and stabbed it out furiously. The void shattered in an instant as it was pierced by the spear. The terrifying power of Taoist law burst out like a burst dam. This was an attack of anger. It was unreserved and terrifying. Lin Sun, who had already rushed over, only raised his fist and waved it out. It was simple and direct, but it had a domineering momentum. Clang, with a deafening roar, the overwhelming fist power burst out, shaking Qi Wushu's hand. The white bone spear flew out of his hand in an instant. And the surging fist power had already arrived. What a terrifying power! Qi Wushu's face changed greatly. On his chest, blazing purple thunder and lightning suddenly appeared and turned into a mysterious thunder totem, blocking Lin Sun's punch. Boom! The fist power collided with the thunder totem. At this moment, Qi Wushu was blown away, bleeding from his mouth and nose, and seeing stars. He couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Sun had already taken advantage of the situation to attack again. With the sound of swords, torrents of Taishan sword qi spread out in the void. Brilliant sword qi covered the heavens and the earth, and it filled the world. 33 heavy swords. Qi Wushu was scared out of his wits. At this moment, a sense of suffocation, despair, and helplessness filled his whole body, making him completely terrified. There was no time to think. He tried his best to operate his strongest life-saving means. In an instant, a piece of human skin branded with dense blood-colored tattoos appeared. Emperor's Metamorphosis. This piece of human skin was left by a sage of the Qi imperial clan after he failed to practice. It was carefully collected and engraved with mysterious totem Taoist patterns. It was an incredible treasure, even more powerful than a holy treasure. It had a wisp of Emperor's Qi, which was extremely terrifying. Such a treasure, even in the Qi imperial clan, was a peerless treasure. Not only was its quantity limited, but it was also one less treasure if it was lost. If Qi Wushu wasn't the leader of the younger generation in the Jiuli ancient domain, it would be impossible for him to have such a treasure with his status and identity in the Qi imperial clan. Boom! The Emperor's Metamorphosis glowed and produced a terrible totem. Vaguely, there seemed to be an Emperor's voice resounding, grand and boundless, shocking the 9 heavens. When the layers of sword qi rushed over, it immediately produced a fierce collision sound. It was blocked. At this moment, Qi Wushu felt that he had escaped from death. He was still in shock. However, before he could heave a sigh of relief, the surging streams of sword qi smashed down like stormy waves, and their might accumulated and rose steadily. Then, the monarch's remains began to tremble violently. The totem Dao patterns were crushed and exploded inch by the peerlessly sharp sword qi torrents. In the blink of an eye, the Emperor's Metamorphosis was torn open with a horrifying sound of collisions that shocked even ghosts and gods. Rumble! In the next moment, Qi Wushu felt a piercing pain in his eyes as his entire body was drowned by the boundlessly vast sword qi, causing his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones to seem as if they'd been dismembered, and they rustled as they shattered into pieces. No! What sword Dao inheritance is this? Why is it so terrifying? In the torrent of sword qi, Qi Wushu let out a shrill howl, and his whole person showed a horrified and unwilling aura. But right after that, 33 waves of sword qi arrived and completely drowned him and his voice. Looking down from the sky, the sword qi was like a torrent, breaking through the void of the universe and completely erasing Qi Wushu from the world. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, from Lin Sun's sudden appearance from the heaven-suppressing and sea-calming formation, to punching the bone spear, to killing the monarch's remains, to Qi Wushu's encounter, it all happened in a flash. No one expected that Lin Sun dared to go out of the formation to fight against Qi Wushu, and no one expected that Qi Wushu would be completely crushed and killed on the spot as soon as the confrontation began. Therefore, when Kuan Xiaoyu and others wanted to help, it was too late. They could only watch such a shocking scene happen. So strong, this was everyone's first impression. Lin Sun's domineering posture made their hair stand on end, and their minds were impacted. Immediately, their faces changed. Qi Wushu, he was the leader of the Jiuli ancient domain camp, a peerless figure who could command the wind and clouds, and a leader of the Qi clan's venerable sovereign. His name had long been known throughout the region, and his combat strength was obvious to all. But now, he died here. For the camp of the Jiuli ancient region, this was destined to be a heavy blow, and for everyone present, they couldn't help but feel sad and frightened. Just like this, he died. This was too shocking. at the same time, after Xianxia, Qi Wushu was the second leader to die in Lin Sun's hands. Now there were only 6 of the 8 skills of green darkness left. For Lin Sun, it was imperative to kill Qi Wushu. Although the Thousand Ghost formation was extremely powerful, none of the enemies it had killed so far had a leader. As Zhu Yingkong said, the formation could only last for a quarter of an hour under full operation. Now more than half of the time had passed. In the remaining time, it was impossible to cause a substantial blow to those leaders by relying on the power of the formation. Therefore, Lin Sun did not hesitate to attack. It was no exaggeration to say that even if it was a one-on-one confrontation, Lin Sun had absolute confidence to kill Qi Wushu. What's more, with the power of the formation restraining him, he had an innate advantage when dealing with Qi Wushu. When he really attacked, Lin Sun did not hold back either. One punch was a punch that shook the sky, and one sword was the 33 heavy swords. They were all martial arts power that he had completely integrated. Under such circumstances, there was no doubt that Qi Wushu would die. It should be known that when Lin Sun killed Xianxia, his cultivation was at the initial level of true sage Ju Xiu. Now, he was at the middle level of true sage Ju Xiu. Let's attack together and kill him. Kill! Kuan Xiaoyu and the others roared and rushed towards Lin Sun together. All of their eyes were wide open and their faces were livid. All the accumulated anger and hatred in their hearts completely erupted at the moment of Qi Wushu's sudden death. However, their reaction was a step too slow. After killing Qi Wushu, Lin Sun had already returned to the heaven-suppressing and sea-calming formation in a flash. This caused all the attacks of Kuan Xiaoyu and the others to be blocked by the power of the formation. They could not hurt Lin Sun at all. Under Lin Sun's control, the flying immortal ghosts and the terrifying power of heaven and earth continued to oppress and trap them. This feeling of suffocation almost drove them crazy. Lin Sun, do you dare to come out and fight? Lai Qian spoke, imitating Qi Wushu and provoking Lin Sun. However, his goal was very simple. He just wanted to lure Lin Sun out. Lin Sun did not even think and directly refused. What are you panicking for? When the power of the formation is exhausted, if you are still alive, I will send you to reincarnate. This made Lai Qian so angry that his face turned green and he started cursing. However, Lin Sun turned a deaf ear to him. Rumble, the formation operated and the Tao patterns surged. The power of heaven and earth gathered into heavenly swords and flashed in the formation. They slashed, sliced, pierced, groups after groups of flying immortal ghosts charged fearlessly, causing Kuan Xiaoyu and the others to be in an extremely passive situation. Moreover, the casualties were still happening. Until now, more than 40 of the top sages of the 8 regions had been killed. Including Kuan Xiaoyu and the others, there were only slightly more than 20 people left. Simply put, one formation had caused more than half of them to die. Everyone, hold on a little longer. This formation is about to collapse. Zhu Yingkong shouted to remind everyone. Bang! In the heaven and sea suppression formation, Lin Sun suddenly took out the insignificant bow, pulled the bowstring, and shot an arrow. Wind and thunder surged, and the void was torn like paper. In the field, Sherpohe was being besieged by a group of flying immortal ghosts. At this moment, he was keenly aware of a fatal attack. Without any hesitation, he chose to dodge. However, at the same time, a heavenly sword slashed down from the sky, sealing off his retreat. Not good, Sherpohe was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. His face was distorted, and he tried his best to resist. Boom, the divine arrow flew across the sky, the heavenly sword slashed down, and several flying immortal ghosts attacked. It was like an inescapable net had descended. No matter how amazing Sherpohe's combat power was, his body was instantly pierced by the blue sky arrow. His whole body was sent flying, and he was seriously injured. If Kuan Xiaoyu hadn't saved him in time, he would have been torn apart by a group of flying immortal ghosts. Lin Sun was not surprised that he couldn't kill Sherpohe. He looked calm, and without hesitation, he pulled the insignificant bow and began to shoot again. Bang! 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 The dense roar of thunder resounded, making the world tremble. A series of divine arrows swept out, bursting between the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Originally, Kuan Xiaoyu and others were in a very passive and dangerous situation. Now they were covered by Lin Sun's storm-like arrows, which caused a lot of casualties in a short time. Some people were smashed by the divine arrows, and their flesh and blood flew like rain. Some people avoided the divine arrows, but were killed by the sudden arrival of the heavenly sword. Some people were swarmed by the flying immortal ghosts, and they were trapped and killed in the shrill and angry roars. In just a dozen breaths, only Kuan Xiaoyu, Xueqingyi, Lai Qian, Zhu Yingkong, Shi Pohe, and Hua Hongxiao were left in the field. All the others died on the spot. Kuan Xiaoyu and others were more or less injured. Their clothes were stained with blood, and their hair was disheveled. They looked quite embarrassed. The most serious one was Shi Pohe, who almost died. Now he was seriously injured. Even if he kept taking all kinds of healing medicine, it was difficult for him to recover completely in a short time. At this time, Lin Sun was unscathed, and his clothes were spotless. But he had consumed a lot of physical strength. He was swallowing and refining all kinds of magic medicine to replenish his strength. Comparing the two, the advantage was obvious. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Lin Sun, I will never forgive you. Kuan Xiaoyu shouted angrily. At this time, Lin Sun put away the insignificant bow. His black eyes were cold, and he glanced at Kuan Xiaoyu and others, saying, "It doesn't matter whether there is this formation or not. What I'm most worried about now is that you don't dare to fight to the death and flee." His words made Kuan Xiaoyu and others furious. However, just as they were about to speak, they felt a sudden change in the heavens and earth. The terrifying pressure instantly dissipated. In the vast mountains and rivers, the formations and restrictions that were everywhere were also annihilated like tidewater. The big formation collapsed. The fairy realm ghosts that were originally controlled by the formation's power were now only left with a few hundred of them. At this moment, they had clearly recovered their instincts. When they sensed the terrifying might of Kuan Xiaoyu and the others, they no longer attacked fearlessly. Instead, they chose to escape. For a time, all the restraints that had been pressing on them were gone, which made Kuan Xiaoyu and others feel like a trapped dragon rising to the sky, or a tiger returning to the forest. And their eyes became cold and violent at this moment when they looked at Lin Sun. "I promised to save the manuscript, but I was so busy these days that I didn't save a word. I want to cry but have no tears. How can I spend the new year? Kill." Kuan Xiaoyu and the others moved almost immediately. They couldn't control their anger and hatred at all. Boom! Kuan Xiaoyu's figure spread out and a huge rock-saint image appeared behind him. It was boundless and covered the sky. His power skyrocketed and broke through the air to kill. Every punch he threw drew on the momentum of Zhou Su, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. Kuan's soaring technique, this supreme inheritance, when cultivated to the extreme, could shatter the galaxy and shatter the sky. It would completely transcend the shackles of the world order and rise above Zhou Su. Lead. Zhu Yingkong's purple eyes were like lightning as he drew a line in the air with his hands. In the void, purple lightning was like a sea, as if a calamity was coming. Tut! A white rainbow rushed out from Lai Qian's lips. Looking closely, it was a shining flying sword. The sword was like a shuttle, sprinkling millions of flames and light rain, burning the sky and earth. At the same time, Hua Hongxiao and Xueqingyi also made their moves, displaying their own Taoism and techniques. At that moment, it was as if 5 overlords had descended to the world. Their terrifying aura covered a radius of 8,000 feet, causing the mountains and rivers to lose their color. Only Shi Pohe was too seriously injured and stayed far away, seizing the time to recover. Great! Lin Sun's black hair flew in the wind, and his black eyes burst out with blazing light. At this instant, his battle intent erupted abruptly. His tall figure was like a furnace of chaos, and the essence, energy, and spirit in his entire body seethed and blazed. They were fused into one, and they revealed an extremely perfect aura. An indescribably terrifying power also spread from his body, as if a demon from the eternal abyss had awakened at this moment. Boom! With his body as the center, the void collapsed in disorder, as if it couldn't bear the power. "Today, I will kill my way to the 9 regions battlefield, and no one will dare to call themselves the king." With a cold and indifferent voice, Lin Sun stepped on the air without dodging. A big abyss floated behind him, as if it could swallow the sky. Bang! A punch collided with Kuan Xiaoyu, who was the first to rush over. It was like a Kuan of the northern underworld colliding with a boundless abyss in an instant. Light roared and divine rays covered the sky. Kuan Xiaoyu's body shook and he staggered back, his expression changing. Rumble, however, Lin Sun had already stretched out his arms and punched out with his fist, which smashed the purple thunderstorm all over the sky like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Zhu Yingkong's figure stiffened. That violet thunderstorm was the supreme inheritance of the torch dragon bloodline, the violet sky myriad calamity scripture. Once it was executed, violet energy would rise from the east, and the thunderstorm would rage. It possessed the might to destroy the heavens and the earth, and it was said to be one of the 4 great Tao scriptures of the ancient Yin territory. But now, it was blown away by Lin Sun. This was not the end. Lin Sun, who was bathed in the raging lightning, pressed out his finger again casually. Suddenly, a flying sword flew out and pierced Lin Sun's throat, but under Lin Sun's finger, even if the attack was in front of him, it seemed to be separated by a world. So close, yet worlds apart, with the change of Lin Sun's finger force, it turned into the momentary spring and autumn again. With a bang, the shining flying sword was severely hit away. Lai Qian's body, which was connected to the flying sword's mind, swayed. His blood and qi churned, and he almost coughed out blood. Boom! At this moment, 33 torrents of sword qi rushed out of Lin Sun's body, sweeping towards Xueqingyi and Hua Hongxiao like an ocean of sword qi sweeping across the sky. In an instant, a rain of light burst out, and screams rang out. Xueqingyi and Hua Hongxiao's attacks were defeated. Like duckweed slapped by stormy waves, their bodies were sent flying. In an instant, Lin Sun successively displayed the heaven-shaking punch, void-breaking finger of divination, and 33 strikes, breaking through the siege and repelling the 5 leaders' attacks. His arrogant attitude and domineering power shocked everyone present. How is this possible? Compared to the battle at the Black Cliff Sea, his cultivation has broken through again. He has already begun to condense his own saint method. Damn it! Kuan Xiaoyu and the others had a rare solemn look on their faces. No matter how resentful they were, the terrifying power Lin Sun displayed made them tremble. He was too strong. They looked at each other, and at the same time, they attacked with all their strength again. This time, all of them utilized their trump cards, executed peerless Tao arts, or utilized saint artifacts that possessed shocking lethality. Boom! For a moment, the mountains and rivers were filled with divine light like thunder, resounding through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The mighty and blazing saber light swept across and drowned the world. The 5 leaders of each domain attacked Lin Sun. Each of them was an overlord in the peerless true sage realm, so one could imagine how terrifying their combat power was. However, the power Lin Sun displayed was equally shocking. Although he was alone, his power was like the grand sun in the sky, brilliant and boundless. Their figures fought from the sky to the ground, moving between the mountains and rivers. Wherever they passed, the clouds exploded, the void collapsed, and the terrifying Taoist light swept across, surging between heaven and earth. Some flying immortals and ghosts comparable to peerless sages did not even have time to escape before they were crushed and wiped out on the spot. This battle could be said to be the most unprecedented battle since the start of the Battle of the 9 Regions. It was enough to shock the world and amaze the world. Whether it was in the ancient Desolation domain or the other 8 domains, it would definitely cause a stir in the world and attract everyone's attention. It should be known that the true sage realm was an existence that countless cultivators could look up to. They dominated the mountains and rivers, and their power was boundless. Peerless sages were existences that many true sages had to bow their heads and respect. For the peerless sages of the 9 regions, peerless figures like Lin Sun, Kuan Xiaoyu, Zhu Yingkong, and Xueqingyi were the overlords who stood at the peak of this realm. They were like dominators, so they had to respect and look up to them. The battle that broke out at this time was a battle between the peerless overlords in the true sage realm, so the impact was naturally extraordinary. It was unknown how many years it would take to see a battle like this. This guy is simply a monster. He can be compared with those freaks on the ancient road of starry sky, Sherpohe, who had been staying far away from the battle and taking the time to heal his injuries, was terrified and frightened when he saw Lin Sun fighting against the 5 of them. He had heard that on the ancient road of starry sky, there were many peerless figures who claimed to be invincible in the true sage realm. Each of them was so terrifying that they couldn't be measured by common sense. They were regarded as the strongest true sage under the starry sky and above the peak. Sherpohe didn't believe it before, but when he saw Lin Sun at this moment, he vaguely felt that the rumor might not be false. There really were monsters in this world that couldn't be measured by common sense. For example, Lin Sun came out of the barren and dilapidated ancient desolation domain. At first, no one cared about him and no one knew his name. However, in the short span of less than 2 years, he had risen to power with unparalleled might, slaughtering his way through the 8 regions, and countless saints had died at his hands. Who wouldn't be shocked by his monstrous might and invincible demeanor? If this man doesn't die, sooner or later, he will become a common problem for the 8 regions. Sherpohe didn't dare to imagine what kind of terrible power Lin Sun would have when he sought the road of the great emperor with his foundation and talent. At that time, who in the 9 regions could be his opponent? Suddenly, Sherpohe's face changed slightly, and his figure flashed. Whoosh, in the place where he originally stood, a wisp of sword light appeared. When the sword light dissipated, Little Silver's figure appeared. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his face was handsome and cold. On his shoulder, the sky-splitting butterfly flapped its wings, and its breath was cold and frightening. Seriously injured and dying, you still have such vigilant consciousness and instinct. You deserve to be one of the 8 skills of green darkness. Little Silver tooted. When a tiger falls to the plains, he will be bullied by a dog, Sherpohe sighed in his heart, feeling a kind of anger and humiliation. If he was in his peak state, he would have slapped Lin Sun to death in the face of such provocation. Unfortunately, you are doomed to fail this time. As he spoke, Little Silver attacked again, and his figure was invisible. Boom, Sherpohe no longer cared about healing his wounds and fought hard. What gave him a headache was that when Little Silver and the sky-split demonic butterfly worked together, they were like assassins who came and went without a trace, impossible to guard against and boundlessly treacherous. In just a moment, Sherpohe was injured, he was seriously injured, and his opponents were a descendant of the spirit-eating insect and a descendant of the sky-splitting butterfly. One was more powerful and talented than the other. After they became saints, they were no longer comparable to ordinary saints. If he was in his heyday, Sherpohe still had the means to suppress them, but now, he was in danger. In the distance, Xianxia and the other 4 people attacked together, but they couldn't suppress Lin Sun at all, so it was impossible for them to save him. Sherpohe couldn't help feeling cold and sad. Was he going to die in the hands of 2 little bugs today? At the same time, Xianxia and the others were also more and more frightened. Lin Sun's momentum was getting stronger and stronger, putting more and more pressure on them. If they hadn't cooperated with each other, they would have been defeated by him one by one. Cut! Suddenly, Lin Sun shouted softly, and the broken sword suddenly swept out. Like a stream of light that tore the shackles of ancient times, it cut through the sky. Puff, a bloody head was thrown into the air. Hua Hongxiao, the leader of the Dongxing ancient domain, was cut off by the broken sword at this moment. Before his headless body fell to the ground, it was smashed by the terrifying battle waves, and a rain of blood burst out. Before he died, his eyes were wide open and filled with confusion, as if he couldn't believe it. And this bloody scene of death was like a heavy hammer that smashed the hearts of Xianxia and the others, making them completely terrified. The 5 of them had joined forces, but they couldn't do anything to him. At this moment, their fighting spirit was shaken. Anyone who could become a leader of a domain was a person with a strong will and a heart of steel. They were used to great storms and waves. Even when they were trapped in the Thousand Ghosts formation, it didn't shake their fighting spirit. But now, in a head-on confrontation, under the circumstances that the 5 of them had joined forces, Lin Sun had taken the opportunity to kill one of them. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow. At this moment, the anger and hatred in their hearts were replaced by a horrifying chill, causing their bodies to feel cold. Could it be? This guy was already invincible in this realm. Boom, not long after, an earth-shattering roar resounded. Endless sword chi swept out from the great way immeasurable bottle, like an avalanche, and headed straight for Lai Qian. Lai Qian had already seen the power of the 33 strikes. Earlier, Qi Wushu had suffered such a terrifying strike and perished. Therefore, when he saw Lin Sun use this sword, Lai Qian didn't even think about it. He put his hands together and said, "Suppress." With a rumble, a huge red cauldron with raging flames floated in the air, as if it was going to melt the universe and incinerate the galaxy. The fluctuation of the divine Tao made the whole world covered in dazzling flames. The great burning cauldron, this treasure was one of the 7 great divine weapons of the Skyfire ancient region, and it had been passed down for an extremely long time. Supposedly, a strand of natural flame essence that was born during the primeval times was sealed within it. Later on, 100 great figures of the past joined forces to inscribe 3,600 Saint Tao markings on it. It could be said to contain the 100 sages Tao in one cauldron, and its power was unpredictable. At the same time, this treasure was Lai Qian's greatest reliance. In just a moment, Lai Qian's face changed, and he suddenly cried out, "How is this possible?" The 33-tier swords transformed into a vast ocean of sword chi that swept out fiercely, blasting the great burning sky cauldron away, causing it to wail incessantly. It couldn't even withstand one blow. Rumble the next moment, Lai Qian was covered by the torrent of sword chi. He struggled madly and took out all kinds of treasures, such as an ancient bronze lamp, a yellowed scroll, a seal as big as a mountain, and a talisman with thunder and lightning surging, but without exception, they were all broken by the torrent of sword chi. That kind of sword chi could be described as unparalleled sharpness, as brilliant as the sun. It was unbelievably powerful. In the end, the defense around Lai Qian's body was broken by the dense sword chi. His head, limbs, and torso exploded inch by inch under the bombardment of sword chi. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. "Ah! I can't accept this. I can't accept this." Lai Qian let out a roar that resounded through the world. But his voice stopped abruptly. When the torrent of sword chi disappeared, the leader of the Heaven Fire ancient region was also killed after Jian Qingchen, Qi Wushu, and Hua Hongxiao. Lai Qian had indeed seen the terror of the 33 strikes of sword chi, but he didn't know that the power of the 33 strikes of sword chi had already doubled after being strengthened by the Great Way bottle. This was also the reason why he was killed. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it was unimaginably fast in the midst of an intense battle. Lin Sun did not even look at Lai Qian as he charged towards Kuan Xiaoyu, Xueqingyi, and Zhu Yingkong. His ferocious aura surged into the sky as if he was the only one left standing. At this moment, Kuan Xiaoyu and the other 2 were completely disappointed. They were only surprised and puzzled by Jian Qingchen's death, but they didn't feel much about it. When Feng Wushu died, they all felt solemn. All of them regarded Lin Sun as the most difficult enemy and no longer had any reservations. But now, even if they joined forces, they still couldn't do anything to Lin Sun. On the contrary, Hua Hongxiao and Lai Qian were killed one after another. This caused them to start to feel terrified and uneasy, so how could they not feel bitterly disappointed? The bloody light in the sky surged endlessly like a tide, and the sound of Saint Perishing's lament resounded endlessly, causing one's heart to palpitate with fear. What to do? Kuan Xiaoyu, Xueqingyi, and Zhu Yingkong's faces were ashen and gloomy. At this moment, Lin Sun was too powerful. He was like a demon with an invincible momentum. Every move he made had the power to suppress a realm and make him the only one in the world. How were they supposed to fight him? Kuan Xiaoyu and the others had never imagined that Lin Sun would be so ferocious by himself without the help of the Grand Formation. "Save me! Save me!" It wasn't long before Sherpohe's anxious, unwilling, and terrified cry resounded from afar, and it tore through the sky. The expressions of Kuan Xiaoyu and the others changed. They raised their eyes and looked over. They saw Sherpohe's body had been torn apart extremely far away, and his blood sprayed through the sky. A demonic sky-split butterfly appeared at the place where he perished. It was bathed in a scarlet rain of blood, and it seemed extremely mysterious and terrifying. He was dead. Sherpohe, the leader of the ancient Star-Fiend region, had perished at this moment. 5 of the 8 absolutes of Green Hell had perished. "Let's go." Kuan Xiaoyu, Xueqingyi, and Zhu Yingkong practically chose to flee at the same time. All of them seemed as if they'd gone mad, and they completely disregarded everything and fled for their lives. No matter how extraordinary their natural talent, how formidable their resources, and how dazzling their reputations were, they were completely panicked when they suffered such bloody blows repeatedly, and terror rose in their hearts. In this world, there were only a few people who weren't afraid of death. The more peerless a figure like Kuan Xiaoyu and the others was, the more they cherished their lives. On the contrary, those who were as humble as grass dared to risk their lives for a chance to survive because they had nothing to worry about. As the leader of a region, do you intend to flee like a stray dog? Where's your backbone? Where's your pride? Where's your face? Lin Sun's undisguised sarcasm sounded. He didn't slow down either, and he chased after them almost immediately. If he could kill Kuan Xiaoyu and the others in one fell swoop, then the 8 regions would definitely suffer a crushing defeat in this battle of the 9 regions, and there would be no possibility of a comeback. With Lin Sun's temperament, he naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Buzz, he took a deep breath, and his figure was like a real dragon as he performed the mystery of the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon. Suddenly, his speed soared. In an instant, Lin Sun had already approached Xueqingyi, who was at the rear. Rise! With a loud shout from Lin Sun, the broken blade rose into the air and flashed away like a flash of light. The first cut of Tianyuan, combining the mysteries of star, moon, burning sun, silence, life and death, and impermanence in one cut. How could such power be ordinary? Oh no, Xueqingyi felt a chill run down his spine. He felt a chill run down his spine, and his soul almost leapt out of his body. He could clearly feel the aura of death approaching. Moreover, with his combat strength, it was difficult for him to resist it even if he risked his life. This made Xueqingyi feel despair. Was he going to follow in the footsteps of Jian Qingchen and Feng Wuxiu? Little thief! I've finally found you. However, right at this critical moment, a voice that was chilly like ice suddenly resounded through the heavens and the earth. When the voice sounded, a purple light broke through the sky and came to Lin Sun. With a bang, it blocked Lin Sun's attack. The broken blade wailed and shook violently in the void. When the voice fell, a graceful figure appeared in the void, stepping on a lotus throne, and blocked Lin Sun's way. It was a woman in a green dress with peerless charm. Her eyebrows were as black as ink, her face was as beautiful as jade, and her eyes were as clear as a spring. Her black hair fell like a waterfall to her slender waist. Her clothes fluttered as she stood all alone on a green-colored lotus platform that seemed as if it was constructed from divine gold. Strands of light green St. Dao laws coiled around her, and it caused her body to be crystalline and pure, causing her to seem like an otherworldly celestial maiden. She was indeed very beautiful, but also very scary. Even though she was standing alone, her aura caused the heavens and the earth to conform to her aura, and it produced a miraculous resonance. In just a moment, Lin Sun's black eyes suddenly narrowed. He felt a threat from this beautiful woman who suddenly appeared. He couldn't help but be shocked. This was the battle realm of fairies. Where did this woman come from? As for Kuan Xiaoyu, Xueqingyi, and Zhu Yingkong, all of them had astounded expressions as well. They seemed to have never imagined that such a celestial maiden would suddenly descend at this moment when they were fleeing for their lives. Moreover, she called Lin Sun a thief. This made Kuan Xiaoyu and the others' hearts tremble. Their originally frightened and panicked state of mind relaxed a lot. They stopped running and watched from afar. Miss, you and I don't know each other, and it seems that you're not a cultivator from the 8 regions. Why are you stopping me? Lin Sun frowned and quietly put away the broken blade. Huh. The woman's expression was cold. She stood on the green lotus throne and looked down at Lin Sun. Thief, you stole the night jade vine of Xuanji Taoist sect, and you dare to say that you don't know each other? Lin Sun was shocked. He finally realized the problem. Not long ago, he had broken a strange Taoist restriction formation and obtained a divine medicine that could be called a treasure of heaven and earth. At that time, he had wondered who the person who set up the formation was and why he was able to enter the fairy battlefield 8,000 years ago. Now it seemed that the restriction was left behind by the so-called Xuanji Taoist sect, and this woman had come to denounce him. However, Lin Sun wasn't afraid. What annoyed him was that this woman just had to come at this moment and interfere with his mission to kill Kuan Xiaoyu and the others. Naturally, he was very displeased. Especially when this woman's eyes were cold and she had a high and mighty attitude. Who would be happy if she saw him as a thief? Lin Sun's expression remained unchanged, and he said indifferently, how laughable. Such a treasure is an ownerless treasure nurtured by the heavens and earth. I obtained it with my own strength, so how could I steal it? In the distance, Kuan Xiaoyu and the others relaxed even more. They roughly understood the reason, and they couldn't help but take pleasure in Lin Sun's misfortune. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? You're asking for a beating. The woman's clear eyes were cold as she waved her hand. Boom, a green bolt of lightning descended from the sky. It was majestic like a green dragon, and it was filled with the terrifying aura of the divine path. The destructive aura it produced caused the surroundings to tremble. She attacked at the slightest disagreement, and she seemed extremely domineering and arrogant. Lin Sun waved his fist and met it head-on. Surprisingly, even though Lin Sun had finally resolved the woman's attack, he didn't gain any advantage. Lin Sun's black eyes flickered. He instantly determined that the woman's combat strength was at least not weaker than his own. This caused him to be surprised. This woman claimed to be from the Xuanji Taoist sect, but where was this sect? Could it be that she had refined her own Tao and created a technique that belonged to her? At the same time, the hearts of Kuan Xiaoyu and the others shook fiercely. A mere strike had made them realize that none of them were a match for this woman in a head-on confrontation. Who was she? Could she be a peerless genius from the ancient starry sky path? After that, Kuan Xiaoyu and the others couldn't help but become excited. No matter where this woman came from, at least at this moment, she regarded Lin Sun as an enemy. That was enough. At this moment, the peerlessly beautiful woman in a green dress also revealed a look of surprise. She didn't expect that Lin Sun would be able to block her attack. 3 down to 1, and you've reached a higher level. I didn't expect that a thief like you would be able to embark on this path of supreme invincibility. As soon as the green-dressed woman finished speaking, she waved her hand. Suddenly, a dazzling green thunderbolt descended from the sky. Unlike before, this thunderbolt instantly condensed into an ancient and obscure seal, dazzling with green brilliance. Greenwood Divine Thunder Seal. Just by looking at it from afar, Kuan Xiaoyu and the others felt their scalps tingle as if they were facing a divine tribulation. Was this woman already invincible in this realm? Otherwise, how could she possess such terrifying power? A simple blow was enough to make people's hearts turn cold. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. He was infuriated. Originally, he didn't intend to shed all pretenses of cordiality with her since there was no enmity between them. However, this woman attacked him without saying a word. She was so aggressive. As Lin Sun's chi moved, the Swanee seal emerged and completely integrated with the mysteries of the Calamity Dragon. It was just a seal, but it was like a real Swanee beast crossing the sky. It had the power to tear apart mountains and rivers and crush the sky. Boom! In the terrifying sound of collision, the world shook. It was like two ancient mountains colliding with each other. It was earth-shattering. In an instant, the figures of the green-dressed woman and Lin Sun swayed slightly. Then, their eyes collided in the void, and both of them were filled with killing intent. "Fairy, do you need our help?" Suddenly, Kuan Xiaoyu asked in a clear voice. Xueqingyi and Zhu Yingkong nodded. If they could take this opportunity to kill Lin Sun with the help of the green-dressed woman, it would undoubtedly be the best. Humph. It's just dealing with a little thief. Why do we need help? The green-dressed woman was very beautiful. She had immortal skin and divine bones. She stood in the void, and her beauty overshadowed everything in the world. However, she seemed extremely aloof and cold. From the beginning to the end, she showed a supreme attitude, as if she was looking down on the world. Even her words didn't conceal the domineering tone. There was no doubt that she had absolute confidence and foundation, which was why she had developed such a bearing. Kuan Xiaoyu and the others couldn't help but be stunned by this, and they were infuriated in their hearts. However, they didn't dare say anything because they discerned that this mysterious woman was extremely difficult to deal with. All of you are the leaders of a region, characters on the same level as the 8 absolutes of green destiny. But now, all of you were first killed by me to the point of wetting your pants in terror and fleeing in panic. Now, you even disregard your face and try to please a woman. Do you really not want your face anymore? In the distance, Lin Sun sneered, and his words were full of sarcasm and contempt. How could he not tell that Kuan Xiaoyu and the others wanted to use this woman to deal with him? Unfortunately, the woman did not appreciate his kindness at all. Kuan Xiaoyu and the rest were enraged and their expressions were extremely gloomy. But Lin Sun didn't bother to pay attention to them. He stepped into the void, his black hair fluttering in the wind, and exuded an oppressive aura. And you ugly woman, do you really think I'm afraid of you? You said I'm ugly? The woman in a green dress was stunned and seemed to be in disbelief, and a wisp of undisguised killing intent appeared on her flawless and beautiful face. No woman would tolerate others calling her ugly, especially a proud genius like her. Even if it was in her sect, she was taken to be the most outstanding, like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world, and she was held in reverence and admiration by countless people of the same generation. Even the seniors of the sect regarded it as a precious treasure. But now, she was called an ugly woman to her face. It wasn't that the woman in a green dress wasn't patient enough, but as far as she was concerned, this was the most direct and most reckless provocation. Looks like you aren't just ugly and have a bad temper, your hearing isn't good as well. If I were you, I would have slit my throat and committed suicide a long time ago so as to avoid being humiliated and ridiculed by others. Lin Sun spoke indifferently. Boom, a myriad of green thunderbolts suddenly appeared in the void, and they interweaved together to form a strange and peerless painting that unfolded in the void. In the painting, the thunderbolts were like the sea and the sky. This was the woman in a green dress's answer. Her pretty face was icy cold with rage, and her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. She wanted to strike this vicious little thief Lin Sun to death. Rise. Although Lin Sun's words were reckless, he didn't hesitate to rush up without hesitation. A big abyss appeared around him, and sword chi roared like a tide. In an instant, a great battle broke out in the field. Thunder and lightning raged and sword chi crisscrossed. The battle made the sky dim and the earth dim. Lin Sun's chi was like a boiling furnace, and his whole body was bright and blazing. Every strand of his hair flowed with brilliant Taoist light, and every strike he made showed a kind of extreme perfection. His power was so strong that it shook the world. But the woman in a green dress was also shockingly powerful. Her clothes fluttered, and her immortal body was ethereal. Every move she made contained the mystery of the Great Way. Bolts of azure lightning that were like enormous dragons were casually summoned by her, and they surged through the surroundings while an aura of destruction covered the heavens and the earth. A man and a woman were actually staging a great battle that could shock the world at this moment. If it were any other peerless saint, not to mention intervening, just being affected by the power of the battle would cause them to be seriously injured even if they didn't die. Kuan Xiaoyu and the others retreated far away at the first moment. When they witnessed such a battle, they couldn't calm down and their hearts were in turmoil. Originally, they thought that they were already the outstanding talents of a region, the peak of the 10,000 saints, and that they could run amok in this realm like a peerless giant. But Lin Sun's appearance had subverted their understanding and dealt them a heavy blow. Only now did they realize that there was a kind of monster in this world that couldn't be measured by common sense, and now, when they saw this peerless woman who obviously didn't belong to the 9 regions, and who clearly had combat power that was not weaker than Lin Sun, it was a big blow to Kuan Xiaoyu and the others. This woman should be a peerless figure from the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Only a force from the Starry Sky Ancient Path would have such a heaven-defying method to descend into the battlefield of flying immortals. Zhu Yingkong's purple eyes were flowing with divine light, and his expression was solemn. For the cultivators of the 8 regions, the Starry Sky Ancient Path was a world that stood above the heavens, and it was enough for anyone to look up to it. At least in the entire 9 regions, those who could freely enter the Starry Sky Ancient Path were great emperors. For example, in the Qi imperial clan where Zhu Yingkong came from, there was detailed information about entering the Starry Sky Ancient Path. It was clearly stated that the Starry Sky Ancient Path stood above the 9 regions, and it was a vast place where great emperors could run amok. The supreme experts there were so powerful that they could illuminate the entire starry sky. Xue Qingyi and Kuan Xiaoyu couldn't calm down either. The forces behind them also knew many secrets about the Starry Sky Ancient Path. My clan's ancestor once said that if I can comprehend and create my own Dharma this time, he will open the forbidden path and send me to the Starry Sky Ancient Path to cultivate. Originally, I didn't care much about it, but now it seems that that place is indeed terrifying. Kuan Xiaoyu murmured softly. The peerless beauty of the green-dressed girl dazzled him and made his mind sway. What I can be sure of is that this woman has already embarked on the invincible path of this realm. She has fused her own path into one and created her own Dharma. I just don't know how many people like her are on the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Speaking of this, Kuan Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh. The pursuit of the Great Way had always been that there was always someone better out there. It might seem like one could look down on the masses if one was confined to a single region, but when compared with people of a higher level, one would seem very weak. Say, Lin Sun came from a barren and dilapidated place like the ancient Desolation Domain, which is far inferior to our domain. But why does he have such heaven-defying combat power? Xianxia was very depressed. Looking at Lin Sun, who was evenly matched with the green-dressed girl, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of jealousy, hatred, and disgust. Kuan Xiaoyu and Zhu Yingkong were both silent. They couldn't answer because even they couldn't understand it. It was so unbelievable that they still couldn't accept such a fact. Boom, in the sky, in the midst of the intense battle, the green-dressed girl suddenly snorted and said, "So, you haven't truly created your own dharma. So what? It's more than enough to suppress an ugly woman like you." Lin Sun sneered. At this point in the battle, he was also very surprised. He realized that this girl actually cultivated 3 different paths and combined them into one. Her attainments in the absolute true saint realm could be said to be shocking. Moreover, this girl had even created her own dharma. However, what made Lin Sun feel slightly at ease was that this girl's combat power was indeed terrifying, but her foundation was obviously not as good as his. The dharma she created was also obviously not mature enough. Although it was powerful, it couldn't really threaten him. "Thief, you deserve to die." The green-dressed girl gritted her teeth. She was infuriated by Lin Sun calling her an ugly woman. Boom, she suddenly took out a dazzling jade plate that was round and translucent like the sun. It reflected a magnificent and vast world of thunder. Thunder wheel of the great sun. As soon as this treasure appeared, the aura it emitted covered the surrounding mountains and rivers with a layer of terrifying destructive aura. Even the sky shook violently. The extremely oppressive and dangerous aura caused the expressions of Kuan Xiaoyu and the others to change. Looking at it from afar, they felt suffocated. There was no doubt that this was an incredible and terrifying treasure. "Thief, do you really think I can't do anything to you?" The green-dressed girl was like a fairy in charge of lightning punishment. A thunder wheel rotated and reflected a world of thunder. The destructive aura pressed down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, Lin Sun also felt a fatal threat. His black eyes narrowed and he quietly took out the Endless Way Tower. "Junior sister Jiangheng, the passage is about to close. Come back quickly." But right at this moment, a clear voice resounded from the sky above, and then a dazzling vortex appeared. "It's not too late to leave after I kill this thief." The green-dressed girl called Jiangheng was not willing to leave. She waved her hand without hesitation. Swish, the thunder wheel of the great sun rotated and crushed the void into powder. It whistled towards Lin Sun at an incredible speed. At this moment, Kuan Xiaoyu and the others felt a piercing pain that made them unable to open their eyes. The thunder wheel of the great sun was too dazzling. As it rotated, endless lightning poured out, destroying the world. It was so terrifying that it made people despair. Almost without any hesitation, Lin Sun exerted his strength to an unprecedented level. "Suppress!" With a loud roar, he waved the Great Way bottomless tower and smashed it down. At this moment, numerous characters of the Grand Tao appeared on the body of the pagoda that seemed as if it was made from divine gold. They were profound, boundless, obscure, and profound, and they revealed a supreme and dignified aura that suppressed the surroundings and pacified the surroundings. Rumble, in an instant, the Thunder Sun Wheel and the Great Way Bottomless Tower, both of which could be said to be mysterious and unfathomable, fought against each other, causing the heavens and the earth to shake like a turbulent scroll. Kuan Xiaoyu and the others dodged with all their might without any hesitation. Their faces were filled with shock. Such a confrontation was simply earth-shattering. The deafening roar continued. Visible to the naked eye, dense power of the rules of heaven and earth appeared on the surface of the mountains and rivers, suppressing the terrifying aftermath of the battle. This was the power of the heavenly cycle order of the fairy battle realm. It seemed to not allow such shocking power to appear wantonly. Jiangheng, who was dressed in a green dress and had a peerless appearance, revealed a look of shock. Her proudest attack had actually been blocked. One should know that the Thunder Sun Wheel was not simple. After she created her own cultivation method, she was recognized by an emperor realm existence in the sect, who specially gave it to her. Once this treasure appeared, ordinary saint treasures would be crushed into powder in an instant. But now, it was blocked by a pagoda. At the same time, Lin Sun suddenly raised his eyebrows and revealed a serious look. The Great Way Bottomless Tower was the treasure passed down in Fengsuan Mountain. Senior Xiankong Ghost King once said that this treasure was very involved and had an incredible secret. In the past years of killing, Lin Sun would not use it easily unless he encountered a critical moment. But once he used it, it would usually be successful. But now, it was only on par with the Thunder Sun Wheel. This made Lin Sun realize that the origin of this treasure was probably extremely shocking. It's that tower. Why is it here? Suddenly, that clear voice resounded once more from within the vortex passageway in the sky. However, it carried a tone of disbelief. His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when a slender and fair hand suddenly stretched out from within the vortex passageway, and it grabbed fiercely in space. At this instant, it was like a god had attacked. Every single finger of that hand was coiled with the dazzling aura of Saint Dao laws, and it blotted out the sky and covered the world. As soon as he grabbed down, it actually gave others a terrifying feeling as if the hand of the heavens was pressing down on the world. Exactly what is the origin of this pagoda? It actually caused eldest senior brother to be unable to restrain himself from making a move against it? In the distance, Jiang Heng's clear eyes squinted while ripples arose in her heart. This eldest senior brother of hers was a peak figure in the Great Saint realm a long time ago, and he was even renowned on the Starry Sky Great Saint rankings. However, she never expected that her eldest senior brother, who had always been extremely conceited and had extremely high standards, would become so anxious at this moment. He even attacked without any regard for anything else. One must know that this was the fairy realm of battle. Any power that exceeded the peak of the Saint realm would have to pay a huge price. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Sun felt that he was as small as an ant and had a feeling of drowning and powerless struggle. He couldn't help but be shocked. What a terrifying big hand this was. How powerful was the cultivation of its master? Buzz. The next moment, Lin Sun felt that the Great Way Without End tower was grasped by a mighty force, and it even had a feeling of being out of control. Oh no, Lin Sun's face changed. At this moment, a black light suddenly appeared out of thin air, and then a big black pot smashed on the big hand with a bang. Shameless thing, how dare you rob my little brother's treasure? Go back. That streak of black light was actually a large black bird. As it cursed, it used its claws to hold a large black wok and smashed it against the large hand. Clang! 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 The sound was like a thunderclap, and the divine splashes were endless. The big black bird, Lin Sun was surprised. He didn't expect that this wretched and insidious bird would appear at such a critical moment. Most inconceivable of it all was that the cauldron was suffused with an obscure glow, and as it ceaselessly smashed down, it actually completely dispersed the strength of the enormous hand, causing even the enormous hand to disperse and vanish in midair. Even Jiang Heng was stunned, and her beautiful eyes widened. How could her eldest senior brother's attack be blocked by a bird with a big black pot? Furnace of good fortune. In the whirlpool passage, the clear voice sounded again, but it seemed more and more surprised. At this moment, the whirlpool passage suddenly shook violently, showing signs of collapse. It turned out that the emergence of the power of rules in this world produced a kind of suppression, which affected the whirlpool passage. Oh no, junior sister Jiang Heng, run! The clear voice resounded once more, and it seemed to be extremely hurried and slightly unexpected. Jiang Heng also realized that something was wrong, but she was still angry. She couldn't help glancing at Lin Sun coldly and said, "Little thief, I'll remember you." She rose into the air and swept towards the whirlpool passage. Boom! But at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly rushed over with the Tower of Endless Way in his hand. It's impolite not to reciprocate. I'll be merciful and send you on your way, ugly woman. Jiang Heng never thought that Lin Sun would be so bold and rampant. When she came to her senses, she could only fight back passively. Bang! The divine light roared, and the light surged. The next moment, Jiang Heng staggered as if she was struck by lightning. Her pretty face turned pale, and she almost coughed up blood. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, she rushed into the whirlpool passage and disappeared in a flash. Lin Sun couldn't help feeling a little regretful that he couldn't make her stay. It was impossible to learn more about the Starry Sky ancient path from her. Little thief! Don't let me see you again, or I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Jiang Heng's angry scream came out of the whirlpool passage. She was a little flustered and exasperated, no longer as arrogant and cold as before. Don't worry. I don't want to see an ugly woman like you again. Lin Sun sneered. The whirlpool passage disappeared in the void. It was unknown whether the woman named Jianheng heard it or not. Lin Sun turned around. When he looked again, Kuan Xiaoyu, Xueqingyi, and Zhu Yingkong were long gone. Obviously, they fled as soon as they sensed that something was wrong. Master, Xueqingyi, and the others fled to the east. Little Silver and Little Tian hurried over. There's no need to chase after them. Lin Sun shook his head. He knew that even if he chased after them, there was not much hope. But the fight with the woman named Jianheng had given Lin Sun a big shock. It turns out that there are such powerful opponents on the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Lin Sun had already seen the glory of the leaders of the other 8 regions. From the initial fear, he no longer took them seriously. But Jianheng's appearance made Lin Sun realize that there were still people who were not weaker than him on the mysterious Starry Sky Ancient Path beyond the 9 regions. Xuanji Taoist sect. Jianheng, Lin Sun murmured. The reason why Kuan Xiaoyu and the other 2 could escape safely this time was entirely because of the woman's interference. Moreover, from the moment she appeared, she had a high and mighty attitude. She regarded him as a thief. How could Lin Sun not be annoyed? So what if she's beautiful? When I, Lin, deal with my enemies, I'm not the kind of person who shows tender and protective feelings to the fairer sex. And that Jianheng senior brother actually wanted to take the Endless Way Tower by force. I must also remember this. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed in his black eyes. Boy, how is it? I came in time, didn't I? With a pair of wings on its back, the big black bird approached at a leisurely pace. Its nose was pointed at the sky, and it had a proud and complacent posture. However, it was carrying a black pot on its back, which made it look wretched. So, the last flying fairy token in the ancient desolation realm is in your hands. But why haven't you appeared before? Lin Sun glanced at the thieving bird. This guy had always been very mysterious and hid a lot of secrets. The big black bird sighed and said, Alas, the past is unbearable. As soon as I entered the 9 regions battlefield, I was moved to a secret realm in the middle of nowhere. I could only cultivate hard every day. It was also when the flying fairy battlefield descended that I used the flying fairy token in my hand to escape from that small world and was moved here. At the end, the big black bird glared and said, Boy, you haven't thanked me yet. If it wasn't for me this time, how could you keep your treasure? Little Silver, who was on the side, couldn't stand the big black bird's smugness. He snorted coldly and said, You didn't show up earlier or later. I think you and that ugly woman both have ulterior motives. Maybe you have some ulterior motives for helping my master this time. The big black bird suddenly jumped and shouted, Hey, Little Silver, you've become angry after becoming a saint. How dare you provoke me? Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the pot and cook you. Little Silver rolled his eyes and said, Try me if you dare. You think I don't dare? I even dared to offend the great saint of the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Why would I be afraid of a little bug like you? Cut the crap. Do it if you dare. The 2 of them stared at each other with anger, neither willing to yield to the other. Lin Sun was amused and hurriedly stopped him. Go, go, go. Let's go back and clean up the spoils of war. He waved his hand and turned back to the battlefield. Okay. The big black bird's eyes suddenly lit up. He followed behind Lin Sun eagerly. Shameless. Little Silver spat and followed along with Little Tian. Soon, they returned to the battlefield. As far as the eye could see, there was a tragic scene of smoke everywhere. In the battle that had happened not long ago, Lin Sun had killed the most outstanding figures of the 8 regions in the Thousand Ghost Formation. He had killed the 3 leaders, Qi Wushu, Hua Hongxiao, and Lai Qian. At the same time, Shi Pohe had also died tragically under the joint attack of Little Silver and Little Tian. In the end, only Kuan Xiaoyu, Xueqingyi, and Zhu Yingkong had escaped in panic. It could be said to be a great victory. It could be foreseen that after the flying fairy battlefield ended, the 8 regions would be shaken and suffer a heavy blow. Master, the spoils are too rich. There are more than 130 holy treasures of various colors, and most of them are top-notch treasures. There is no lack of powerful treasures. In addition, there are countless pills, rare treasures, divine materials. Oh, there are also many secret manuals. After cleaning up the battlefield, Little Silver was so excited that his eyes shone, and he seemed very excited. Little Tian flapped his wings and echoed, "The spoils this time are indeed amazing. I suspect that even a Saint King level figure would covet them. Oh, this holy treasure is not bad. Let me take a look at it." The big black bird stepped forward and stared at a silver shuttle that was flowing with colorful lights. He spoke like an expert, but his pair of claws were very dishonest and directly grabbed it. Little Silver was quick to put it away and said with a vigilant expression, "Take a look? I think you're going to rob me." The big black bird said angrily, "Look at your stingy look. What kind of treasure haven't I seen before? Why would I be greedy for these things?" Little Silver said, "Since you don't like it, then be honest." The big black bird was so angry that he picked up the big black pot, wanting to teach Little Silver a lesson, but then his hair stood on end as he saw the cracked demon butterfly staring at him faintly. The big black bird coughed dryly and said, "Hey, we're all on the same side. Why are you so polite? I promise that I won't touch a single treasure, okay?" Little Silver and Little Tian looked at each other before agreeing. "You should have done this long ago." The big black bird was so excited that it rubbed its claws together like a fly rubbing its legs. It looked very wretched. Its eyes shone as it jumped around in front of the holy treasures that were piled up like a mountain, almost drooling. Little Silver suspected that if it wasn't for him and Little Tian watching, this thieving bird would have swallowed all these treasures. Lin Sun, who was watching this scene from afar, couldn't help but smile. The harvest this time was indeed great, but it was also very understandable. It should be known that those who could enter the flying immortal battlefield this time were all top figures of their respective realms. Leaders like Qi Wushu and Hua Hongxiao even had great backgrounds. How could the treasures carried by such a person be compared to ordinary items? However, when Lin Sun saw the dazzling trophies one by one, he couldn't help but gasp and feel dazzled. As the saying goes, a man can't be rich without a windfall, and a horse can't be fat without feeding at night. After this great battle, although the cost was great, the rewards were equally astonishing. "Keep them first, we'll divide them up later," Lin Sun warned. Little Silver and Little Tian nodded simultaneously. Little Silver smacked his lips and said regretfully, "Unfortunately, it's all that ugly woman's fault for letting Kuan Xiaoyu and the others escape. Otherwise, our gains would definitely be even greater." Lin Sun was counting the flying immortal tokens. After this battle, there were dozens of flying fairy tokens in Lin Sun's hands. Most of them were blank, and the battle merits and fate in them had been taken away. Only 8 of them were filled with merit and fate of the Tao. Even the color and aura of the flying immortal badge had changed, revealing a perfect clear color. One could faintly see that the surface of these 8 flying immortal tokens was enshrouded in mist, and it faintly seemed like the figures of flying immortals were flashing within. It was extremely mysterious. Little Silver and Little Tian each have 1, Jingxian 1, Miss Ahu 1, Old Toad, Alu, Lin Sun calculated silently. Of course, he didn't forget to leave 1 for himself and Xia Ji as well. As for the big black bird, there was no need to consider it at all. That fellow was cunning and had come with the flying immortal token, so how could he not accumulate enough merit and fate of the Tao? "Master, there are 5 days left before the flying immortal battlefield ends. Should we pursue Kuan Xiaoyu and the others next?" Little Silver rubbed his palms together as he asked. 5 days. I wonder how the Tao Protector City is doing. Lin Sun's eyes drifted. Presently, the competition in the flying immortal battlefield was already without suspense, and the only thing that worried Lin Sun was the safety of the ancient desolation region. After that, Lin Sun restrained his thoughts and pondered deeply. Pursuing Kuan Xiaoyu and the others now is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. However, we can't miss this opportunity and do nothing. Right. The big black bird came over and said mysteriously, "The flying immortal battlefield is a good place. All of you have witnessed it before. Some experts on the ancient path of the stars were able to break through the order barrier and arrive at this world. However, all of you probably don't know that the flying immortal battlefield is a natural treasure vault in their eyes." Little Silver said with surprise, "Treasure vault? There are so many flying immortal ghosts here. What treasures can there be? Stupid. Didn't you see that Nightsky jade vine? Only those in the flying celestial realm can produce such a top-notch heavenly treasure. The big black bird lowered its voice, just like this mist mountain. It's very extraordinary. So long as we search carefully, we'll definitely be able to find some treasures that aren't inferior to the Nightsky jade vine. Little Silver's eyes lit up. Really? The big black bird said angrily, when have I ever lied to you? Lin Sun, who'd been watching from the side, suddenly said, Big Black, do you know something? Air. The big black bird's expression froze for a moment before it said proudly, I know astronomy and geography. There's nothing I don't know about the secrets of the heavens since ancient times. This fellow was talking nonsense again, avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. However, Lin Sun knew very well that this fellow was indeed hiding a lot of secrets. He asked with a smile, then what do you think we should do next? The big black bird said without hesitation, simple, treasure hunting. Lin Sun nodded in agreement. Throw away these flying immortal tokens. The big black bird glanced at the flying immortal tokens in Lin Sun's hand and suddenly said, in this flying immortal battlefield, at most 9 flying immortal tokens can gather enough battle merits and fate. When the flying immortal battlefield ends, you won't be able to take away those blank flying immortal tokens. Lin Sun was surprised and glanced at the big black bird. How much did this fellow know about the flying immortal battlefield? The big black bird felt weak in its heart, but it said, similar things happened in the previous 2 9 regions competitions. Is it worth making such a fuss about it? Lin Sun didn't ask further. Even if he asked further, according to the nature of this thief bird, it was destined not to reveal much. Let's go, let's start. The big black bird said excitedly, 5 days is enough for us to sweep this Duanwu mountain. Why are you in such a hurry? Wait until I refine the night sky jade vine. Lin Sun said grumpily. He had just experienced a great battle, and his physical strength was also quite exhausted. Even if he wanted to act, he had to wait for his strength to recover first. At the same time, Lin Sun also wanted to try how magical the power of the night sky jade vine was. Damn it. In an underground cave, dark and damp, Kuan Xiaoyu's face was ferocious and his breath was violent. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and roared. One person almost wiped out all of us. At this point, the most elite forces in the 8 regions camp have almost been wiped out. What do we have to fight with the ancient wasteland region in the competition of the 9 regions? If the news spreads back to the 8 regions, how will those people look at us? At the end of his roar, Kuan Xiaoyu's eyes were red. This fiasco was not as simple as heavy casualties, but also made his state of mind suffer an unprecedented blow. Beside him, Xueqingyi and Zhu Yingkong were silent, and their faces were uglier than the other. How could they not hate? The flying fairy battlefield was originally the most dazzling competition, which determined the situation of the 9 regions camp. After this competition, the real number 1 true saint of the 9 regions camp would be able to compete for the title. This was a rare supreme glory, enough to be recorded in history and remembered by the cultivators of the 9 regions, but now, they had lost, they had exhausted all their means and schemes, and exhausted the top forces of the 8 regions camp, but in the end, they still lost. They lost in the hands of one person. No, we haven't completely lost yet. Suddenly, Xueqingyi took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed in his scarlet eyes. Don't forget, our action this time is 2-pronged. There is also a battle going on outside the flying fairy battlefield. Kuan Xiaoyu and Zhu Yingkong were stunned, and then dazzling light erupted from their eyes. So long as our allied forces crush the ancient desolation regions camp, then our 8 regions camp is bound to be invincible in the competition between the 9 regions camp. Xueqingyi grew more and more excited as he spoke. At that time, no matter how heaven-defying Lin Sun's combat strength is, he would be unable to turn the situation around. Kuan Xiaoyu muttered, now, we can only place our hopes on this. Don't worry. The allied forces of the 8 regions camp have a very good chance of winning this time. Suddenly, Zhu Yingkong's gaze was deep as he spoke in a low voice. It has already come to this, so I won't keep it from the both of you. My ancient shadow region has placed many pawns in the ancient desolation region since a very long time ago. When the attack enters the critical moment, these pawns will definitely join forces and annihilate the ancient desolation region's camp. Just these words alone caused Xiaoyu and Xueqingyi's spirits to be refreshed. Both of them had never imagined that the ancient shadow region would actually have such a plan. Ancient desolation domain, Tao Protector City. Smoke suffused the surroundings while the heavens and the earth dimmed down. The allied forces of the 8 regions camp were like tidewater, and they completely surrounded the Tao Protector City. Magic treasures whistled through the air while Tao arts poured down like countless dazzling rays of light, and they ceaselessly charged against the energy of the grand formation that enveloped the Tao Protector City. Such a situation had already continued for an entire 5 days. Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, Zhao Jingxian, the Old Toad, Ah Lu, and the other peak saints had solemn expressions while their hearts were heavy. Every single one of them couldn't conceal the exhaustion between their brows. After 5 days and 5 nights of ceaseless defense, even if it was merely controlling the grand formation, it still caused them to feel exhausted, and they were on the verge of being unable to endure it. No one had imagined that the enemy this time would be so cunning. They didn't approach at all and took turns to launch attacks from afar, causing the slaughter formation of the 4 extremes to be unable to display its might at all. Within the city, countless cultivators of the ancient desolation region were unable to eat or sleep in peace. They were depressed and nervous, and they lived in fear every single day. Brother Xiaohao, bad news. Suddenly, laughing at the heavens figure appeared on the tower. His expression was livid as he gritted his teeth and said, "A traitor has appeared in our camp, and he destroyed a portion of the foundation of the 8 command formation just moments ago." Just these words alone were like a rock shattering, and it caused the expressions of everyone to change. On top of the city wall, the atmosphere was extremely stifling. The expressions of Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, Zhao Jingxian, and the others were extremely gloomy. There were 13 spies in total. 7 of them were from 3 ancient orthodoxies in the ancient desolation realm, namely the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure, and the Saber Pavilion. The remaining 6 were from the Black Sea Tengu clan and the Saintly Ancient clan. Among the 13 people, the 2 sages had the highest cultivation levels. The others were all longevity tribulation eminences. When they were captured by laughing at the heavens, these spies almost immediately died without leaving behind any clues that could be used for investigation. Before they died, all their internal organs exploded. Their blood turned into a weird grayish-green color. Even their souls were blown into smithereens. Laughing at the heavens' voice was low as he gritted his teeth. "I checked their belongings, but I didn't find any valuable clues. It can be concluded that they were secretly controlled by the foreign enemies long before they came to the 9 regions battlefield and were manipulated as chess pieces." Everyone's expression was gloomy. This time, the allied army of the 8 territories had invaded with all their might, and they'd encircled the city of Tao Protectors for 5 days now. The reason they'd been able to persist until now during these 5 days was entirely because of the formidable might of the 4 absolutes and 8 territories formation, and it resisted all attacks. But now, a group of traitors had appeared in the city and caused damage to the array. Xiaohao took a deep breath. He frowned and said, "Originally, according to my calculations, with the power of this formation, we would be able to last until the 8th or 9th day. But now," he didn't finish his words, but everyone knew what he meant. "Things have already happened. The most important thing now is to think about how to deal with the next situation." Ruo Wu clenched her teeth, her expression resolute. "Everyone, I suggest that from now on, we split up a portion of our forces to strictly guard the foundations of the great formations set up everywhere in the city. In addition, we need someone to investigate the experts in the city one by one to see if there are any hidden spies." "Let's do that." Zhao Jingxian was the first to agree. The others were clearly aware that the situation was dangerous to the point it was a matter of life and death, so they didn't hesitate in the slightest to take action. That night, everyone gathered together once more, but their expressions were even more heavy, and the space between their brows was covered in a gloominess that couldn't be eliminated. After deducing, the power of the 4 ultimate 8 defenses formation could only last until noon tomorrow at most. Who would have thought that in this battle of the 9 regions, just as we were about to turn the tables and wipe away the shame of our predecessors, in the end, we're still going to lose? Yi Chen's expression was gloomy, and he was so angry that his eyes were red. "The most hateful thing is that I was defeated by my own people." The others were also filled with resentment. As Ye Chen said, Lin Sun had already reversed the situation of the ancient Desolation territory in the Battle of the Nine Regions and had the foundation to win the final victory. This should have been an unprecedented feat in the history of the ancient Desolation realm. It should have been enough to be recorded in the annals of history, but now, this glimmer of hope that they had fought for with great difficulty was about to be shattered. Who wouldn't hate him, who wouldn't be angry? Back then, even though countless predecessors had sacrificed their lives and shed their blood, they could only be buried here in the end, and the realm of ancient Desolation had suffered 2 consecutive defeats in the Battle of the Nine Realms. Over the years, because of these 2 defeats, the cultivation circle of the ancient Desolation territory had fallen to the bottom and almost completely lost the qualification to fight against the other 8 regions. The ranking of the ancient Desolation territory had always been at the bottom of the 9 regions, and was regarded as a 2-legged sheep by the foreign enemies. They could be humiliated, trampled, and slaughtered at will. There was no difference between them and livestock, and if they were defeated again in this battle of the 9 regions, the vast ancient Desolation territory was doomed to be completely destroyed. In the future, it was doomed to be unable to raise its head again, because this unprecedented great era would only occur once, and the apex domain would only descend once as well. After the extreme brilliance, if the situation couldn't be reversed, it was doomed to wither and be destroyed. Tomorrow at noon, someone sighed. Tomorrow was the 6th day of the Battle of Fairies, which meant that Lin Sun couldn't come back to save them at all. Isolated and helpless, ambushed on all sides. Is there only one word left for our camp in the ancient Desolation territory? Death? Someone looked gloomy and lost his soul. It wasn't easy for Lin Sun to rebuild this city. The camp of the ancient Desolation territory is also united because of him. Today, we have the foundation to fight against the other 8 regions. If he returns and sees this city in ruins and has been trampled to the ground, I'm afraid he'll be very disappointed in his heart, someone said bleakly. Guys, the situation is not that serious yet. Suddenly, Xiaohao's voice was like thunder, shaking everyone's ears. His eyes were burning with determination. No matter how serious the situation is, even if the formation is broken tomorrow, I, Xiaohao, will do my best to fight against the enemy. Everyone was shocked. If it really comes to that, I will definitely not take a step back. Ruawu said softly and looked calm, as if she had seen through everything. Then let's fight. Zhao Jingxian gritted his teeth. This city was where Lin Sun's heart and soul were. He still wanted to see this city stand in the Battle of the 9 regions and be immortal in the long river of time. How could he give it up? Everyone felt their blood boiling, and they all agreed resolutely. If the city existed, they would live. If the city died, they would die. The night seemed to be so long. Under the curtain of night, the attacks from all directions of the city of Dao protectors were like tidewater, and they emitted dazzling light as they rumbled towards the city. Numerous magic treasures were whistling, and countless Daoist techniques were pouring down. It was blazing and gorgeous, and it was chilling. In the city, the faces of countless cultivators were ashen, their minds in disorder, and they were restless. They had all received the news that the city of Dao protectors would not be able to defend it, and it made them feel sad. On the city wall, Xiaohao and the other top sages were silent and gazed into the distance. Ah Lu, if the city is breached tomorrow, promise me one thing. Old Toad suddenly sent a voice transmission, and its expression was unprecedentedly serious and solemn. It was no longer as cheeky and smug as before. What? Do you want me to abandon the city and run away? I won't promise you that. Ah Lu also sent a voice transmission with a resolute expression. In the past, Old Toad would have sprayed Ah Lu with spittle when it heard such stubborn words. But this time, Old Toad just shook its head. His voice was calm as if he was talking about something that couldn't be more trivial. Promise me that no matter what, you'll fight your way out tomorrow and let Miss Jingxian leave alive. Ah Lu's body stiffened, and only now did he understand what Old Toad was thinking. Big Brother has done a lot for us. To put it bluntly, even if the city is breached and everyone dies, no one can blame it on Big Brother, Old Toad said seriously. But I know that if Miss Jingxian dies, Big Brother definitely won't be able to bear such a blow. We've been brothers for so many years, and it's time for us to do something for Big Brother. What do you think? Ah Lu was silent, and the rims of his eyes turned red. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, after knowing you for so long, this is the first time I've realized that your suggestion suits me the best. Old Toad rolled its eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Alu grinned as well. How can you still laugh? Next to them, Zhao Jingxian felt that something wasn't right, and couldn't help glaring at them. Old Toad said proudly, this is what it means to remain unfazed even if a divine mountain collapses in front of you. If you don't laugh to your heart's content now, are you going to cry instead? Alu nodded fiercely. Old Toad is right. Everyone couldn't help but smile. The night quickly faded, and dawn broke. The 6th day of the siege had arrived. Since early in the morning, the 8 territories coalition army's offensive had suddenly become unprecedentedly violent. They no longer attacked the city in turns like before. Instead, the entire army had been mobilized. Obviously, the 8 territories coalition army had realized that the city of Dao Protector's grand formation was on the verge of collapse, so they had launched an all-out attack. Kill. Today, we'll trample this city and slaughter those 2-legged sheep. Ha ha ha, it's time to end this battle. When the city is breached, I'll capture all those women and ravage them one by one to vent my anger. Brothers, kill them all. Outside the city, the sounds of battle shook the heavens, and all sorts of voices resounded like thunderclaps throughout the sky above the city of Dao Protector. For a time, the expressions of all the cultivators in the city changed. They were terrified, resentful, and terrified to the point their faces turned ghastly pale and filled with despair. The expressions of Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, Zhao Jingxian, and Old Toad grew colder and more resolute. Seething killing intent burned in the depths of every single one of their eyes. However, none of them had expected that the grand formation that was capable of persisting until noon would suddenly tremble violently under this full-force siege, and it seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Shit. Someone's expression changed. What's there to panic about? It's only a matter of time before the grand formation is destroyed. We just have to kill our enemies with all our might later. Xiaohao spoke in a low voice. The sounds of war drums, horns, and battle cries outside the city grew even more intense. Surging black baleful energy covered the entire city like dark clouds, and even the sky dimmed in comparison. The excitement, ferocity on the faces of the 8 territories coalition army could still be clearly seen from afar. Clang, Xiaohao withdrew an ancient sword, and his gaze was icy cold and firm as he said, everyone, I, Xiaohao, will be the first to attack when the formation is destroyed. His voice was resolute and resounding. We're willing to live and die with brother Xiaohao. As long as the city stands, so do we. The others didn't hesitate to withdraw their treasures and stand towering above the city. Their entire bodies emanated terrifying and piercingly cold killing intent, and they seemed like gods who were unafraid of death. Bang, no miracle occurred in the end, and the energy of the grand formation that covered the city was the first to show signs of being damaged. It was like a complete barrier of light had a hole pierced through it. At this moment, the earth-shattering sounds of battle outside the city, the incomparably dense killing intent, and the almost berserk attacks all whistled over. It was like a torrent that caused the heavens and the earth to dim down. Clang, right when a crack appeared on the formation, a sword hum resounded. Xiaohao flew up from the top of the city wall and emanated a monstrous aura while his long hair fluttered in the wind. Rise! With a loud shout, the divine sword suddenly spun and drew a circle in the sky. A perfectly round sword screen appeared in the sky, and it was suffused with purple light and intertwined with the Dharma laws. Rumble, all the attacks were blocked by the purple sword screen, and no matter how hard they attacked, they couldn't shake it. Slash! Xiaohao shouted loudly as a violet-colored strand of sword chi soared through the sky. It swept out for 10 kilometers, and it carried the might of an iron chain that traversed a river as it smashed down. In the distance, a group of enemies from the other territories charged over explosively with excited expressions, yet their bodies hadn't even approached when their bodies exploded into pieces, and they were forcefully plowed open a long path of blood by the dazzling and blazing violet-colored sword chi. One strike killed 100 enemies. Zhao Jingxian, Ruo Wu, and the others couldn't help but be amazed when they saw this. There was no doubt that besides Lin Sun, Xiaohao's combat strength was the strongest in the realm of ancient desolation's camp. However, there were too many enemies outside the city, and they were like a flood that covered the sky and the earth. Losing 100 people was like throwing a stone in the water, and it couldn't cause any waves. On the contrary, the enemy seemed to be fearless when they saw the formation was broken, and they charged forward wave after wave. Rumble, the sky trembled, and the world became dim. Surging killing intent covered the sky and the earth. If a hole was broken in a window, the cold wind and rain outside would all surge into the hole. That was the current situation. There were many top saints among the enemies who had sharp eyes, and they mobilized the army on the battlefield and charged at the top of the city wall at the first moment. Kill! 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 Earth-shaking roars resounded like the roars of countless fiend gods. Countless experts whistled toward the top of the city wall like a dense rain of divine light. At this moment, it wasn't just Xiaohao. Ruo Wu, Zhao Jingxian, Old Toad, Ah Lu, laughing at the heavens, Ye Chen, Mi Hingzhen, Yi Mo, and the other top saints also attacked. How terrifying would the power of dozens of peerless sages be? Before the attack from outside the city could reach them, it was shattered by everyone's joint attack. The experts who rushed over were killed by the group of peerless sages. For a time, outside the city wall, a rain of blood poured down like a waterfall while corpses exploded ceaselessly like dense firecrackers. It was a horrifying scene. However, the situation did not last for long. Figures with tremendous sacred auras charged out from the enemy's army. There were men and women, old and young, and their auras were all extremely tyrannical. It was a group of peerless sages. This city will definitely be defeated, yet all of you are still stubbornly resisting. This is no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're overestimating yourselves. Someone snorted coldly. If Lin Sun is here, we may be afraid of him, but you? It's not enough. Some people were disdainful. I just happen to lack a few servants by my side. I want those two girls. An old man in a luxurious robe glanced at Ruo Wu and Zhao Jingxian with a burning gaze. In the blink of an eye, dozens of peerless sages gathered in front of the city. They stood in the air and locked onto Xiaohao and the others. In the distance, the allied forces of the 8 regions, who had been attacking, also stopped and did not move again. Because in such a battle, even getting close to it was no different from courting death, let alone getting involved. Damn you, Alu, go and kill this old bastard. The old toad roared angrily. Boom, Alu, carrying a huge iron rod, rushed out of the city wall and broke through the air. Like an ancient barbarian god, he exuded a wild and violent aura and rushed toward the old man in a luxurious robe who spoke rudely to Zhao Jingxian. Clang, the old man in a luxurious robe raised his hand and released a flying sword, but it was smashed away by the iron rod in an instant, making a harsh collision sound. His face changed greatly and he gasped. He never thought that this barbarian would not only be bold enough to rush out of the city, but also be so powerful. When the old man in a luxurious robe wanted to dodge, it was too late. He could only face it head-on. Bang, with a sweep of the rod, the old man's body was smashed away like a broken sandbag. Countless bones in his body were broken in an instant, making crackling sounds. He only managed to stand a few hundred feet away, but he was already severely injured and kept coughing up blood. One rod, shocking the universe, the peerless sages of the 8 regions were shocked. Let's go together and kill. They attacked without hesitation. They took out their treasures and used Dharma spells to attack with all their might. Boom, heaven and earth were in chaos and the light of the Tao roared. Attack. Kill. Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, Zhao Jingxian and the others also attacked. A chaotic battle between peerless sages had completely erupted. Such a scene wasn't something that others could participate in at all. It was too terrifying. In other areas, the allied forces of the 8 regions didn't stop there. They continued to attack the city protection array that was on the verge of collapse. In the city, the overlords of the ancient desolation region were extremely nervous and restless. They couldn't interfere or escape because the outside of the city had already been sealed. They could only place all their hopes on the peerless sages like Xiaohao and Ruo Wu. However, to their despair, the power of the formation around the city of Tao protectors was collapsing at a shocking speed as time passed. Boom, not long after, the power of the formation completely collapsed on the city wall that was a few thousand feet away from the top of the city, and a gap appeared. Outside the city, countless ferocious and cruel cheers resounded. A few of you go and block that place. Xiaohao shouted like a thunderclap. Immediately, a few peerless sages rushed over to defend the city. Give up. The allied forces of the 8 regions are here, and there's nothing you can do. If you don't want to die an ugly death, then admit defeat now. A peerless sage from the outer regions said coldly. I'll kill you first. Yichen soared into the sky and attacked with his sword. He was like a madman, and his sword energy shook the 9 heavens. Boom, but it didn't take long before the power of another formation collapsed and a gap appeared. Ruo Wu, take a few people with you to defend the city. Xiaohao shouted. Ruo Wu didn't hesitate to flash away with a few people. But everyone was clearly aware that such a scattered defense was bound to be like drinking poison to quench thirst. Along with the passage of time, the power of the formation would only disperse more and more. At that time, how could a few dozen peerless sages like them possibly defend the entire city? For a time, their hearts felt extremely heavy. Is the situation really impossible to turn around? Kill. How can we give up until the last moment? Laughing at the heavens roared with a resolute expression, and he seemed like a mad immortal of the blade as he rampaged through the battlefield. Along with the passage of time, more and more formations collapsed in different areas of the city of Dao Protectors, and the gaps that appeared grew larger and larger. If the city of Dao Protectors was a seamless heavenly robe before this, then holes had started to appear on it now. The situation had become extremely precarious. It wasn't exaggerated to say that so long as a single area was breached, then the city of Dao Protectors would definitely fall. At that time, the cultivators within the city were bound to be unable to flee and would be slaughtered wantonly. Pooh, it wasn't long before Xiaohao coughed up blood. Because he'd dispersed too much of his forces, only he, Lu, Old Toad, and Zhao Jingxian remained at the top of the city. On the other hand, their opponents were a few dozen peerless sages. Swish. At this moment, Xiaohao utilized the Emperor Dao treasured scripture that was coiled with violet energy once more, and he was only barely able to resist their attacks. I'll deal with these animals later and open a path for all of you. It can be considered as me, Xiaohao, repaying Brother Lin's kindness. Xiaohao spoke indifferently via voice transmission, and he seemed to be unafraid of death. There's no need to speak any further. This city is bound to be destroyed. If all of you are able to survive, then you might have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Old Toad, Lu, and Zhao Jingshuan's hearts surged. None of them had expected that Xiaohao would make such a decision, and it caused them to be unable to calm down. That won't do. Even if we have to fight with our lives on the line, we have to do it together. Zhao Jingxian refused flatly. Old Toad and Lu were instantly anxious. How could they possibly watch as Zhao Jingxian fought with her life on the line? Humph. You still intend to open a path? Impossible. Suddenly, an enemy grunted coldly. An inescapable net has been set up in an area 1,500 kilometers around the city. All of you have a Saint Dao restriction formation to protect the city, but do you think we don't? Others laughed with ridicule. What? The expressions of Xiaohao, Zhao Jingxian, and the others changed while their hearts sank to rock bottom. They were sure that their enemies had attacked with all their might, and they'd clearly exhausted all methods and didn't intend to let a single one of them off. Looks like I can only ask all of you to fight to the death with me. Xiaohao sighed, and he seemed to feel slightly apologetic for being unable to help Zhao Jingxian and the others. It's nothing more than death. But before we die, we have to drag a few down with us. Zhao Jingshuan's clear eyes were icy cold. Motherfucker. Let's go all out. Old Toad's expression changed indeterminately, and then it suddenly gritted its teeth and howled. It disregarded everything and fought desperately. Fuck them. Lu's eyes almost split apart from rage, and his eyes had turned red. Rumble, the battle was still going on, but it was growing more and more horrifying and horrifying. The entire city of Dao Protectors was in danger of being destroyed at any moment. I'm not afraid to tell all of you that there are a total of 9 Saint Dao restriction formations outside the city. Even if all of you kill your way out of the city, it'll be impossible for all of you to escape their encirclement and slaughter. Someone grinned as he spoke as if victory was within his grasp. Xiaohao coughed up blood incessantly while his countenance turned pale. However, his expression was resolute as before, and it hadn't wavered at all. Zhao Jingxian, Old Toad, and Alu had icy cold expressions on their faces, and they remained silent. However, none of them knew how long such a battle could continue or how long the city of Tao protectors could be preserved. How good would it be if Big Brother was here? Old Toad suddenly let out a long sigh. He didn't have extravagant hopes that Lin Sun would be able to return and save them, but he was truly unwilling to die in battle without even seeing Big Brother again. Humph. No matter who comes now, they're bound to be unable to break through the 9 St. Tao restriction formations outside the city. I advise all of you to give up. Someone spoke in a ghastly voice. Rumble, however, just as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out from a place extremely far away from the city. Rumbling resounded while exclamations of shock resounded. Because it was extremely far away, it didn't seem conspicuous at first, and it was even to the extent that no one paid any attention to it. But it didn't take long for the rumbling to approach the city at a shocking speed, and exclamations of shock resounded incessantly all along the way. Shit! Someone's breaking through the formation! How terrifying! Is that even human? Help! Help! Shrill cries of terror resounded incessantly from afar, but it didn't take long for it to stop. Anyone with the slightest bit of experience would be able to determine that all those experts who'd screamed had been killed. It didn't take long for the allied army of the 8 territories to become restless and chaotic. This scene was noticed by the peerless saints of the 8 territories who were locked in fierce battle with Xiao and the others, and their expressions changed. Impossible. Even if Lin Sun survives the encirclement of the 9 St. Tao restrictions, it's absolutely impossible for him to break through the formation in such a short period of time. What exactly is going on? For a time, the peerless saints of the 8 territories had no choice but to stop their attacks and split their attention to investigate the situation behind them. At the same time, Xiao, Zhao Jingxian, Old Toad, Alu, and the others were stunned. At such an urgent and dangerous moment, reinforcements actually came to kill them? Could it be Big Brother? Old Toad's voice trembled with excitement, and he, Zhao Jingxian, and Alu swiftly swept their divine senses over as well. At the same time, Rua Wu, against the heavens, Ye Chen, and the others who were scattered around the city of Tao protectors had noticed this unusual situation as well, and they shot their gazes over. Rumble, the rumbling sound was growing closer and closer, and it was like a raging storm was sweeping towards the city of Tao protectors in an unparalleled manner. The entire battlefield stopped at this moment. Countless experts of the 8 territories who were attacking the city of Tao protectors felt horrified, and they'd noticed that something was off. Exclamations of shock and shrill cries resounded through the sky. The first thing they noticed was a black veil that seemed like eternal night. It seemed like ink was spreading from the distant sky, and it blotted out the light in the sky while emanating a deep and oppressive aura that caused one's heart to palpitate with fear. Rumble, after that, an explosion that shook the heavens and the earth suddenly resounded in the area that was originally covered by the 9 St. Tao formations in the distance. It was like a sledgehammer that smashed the St. Tao restriction formation into pieces, and it forcefully tore open a path in space, causing a rain of light to spray towards the surroundings while the talismans of the Tao exploded into pieces. The formation is broken? The expressions of the sages of the 8 regions changed drastically. In just a few breaths of time, 9 layers of St. Tao restriction arrays were broken. One had to know that the forbidden divine array was created by the allied army of the 8 territories. It was enough to trap and kill a sage, but now, it was torn apart like a piece of paper. Who is it? On the other hand, Xiao, Zhao Jingxian, and the others became even more eager. Their hearts that had sunk to rock bottom suddenly rose up, and a smear of anticipation appeared on their faces. At the moment of life and death, there was a glimmer of hope coming from afar. Who wouldn't be excited? At this moment, the entire battlefield was in a state of chaos. All the forces of the allied army that were trapped in different areas of the city of Tao protectors were affected by this unusual situation, and their expressions changed indeterminately while their hearts were uneasy. What exactly happened? After that, a wisp of scarlet-red blood suddenly tore open an enormous hole in the army that was guarding the rear. That wisp of scarlet-red blood sprayed out from numerous corpses, and it was spreading at a shocking speed. Everywhere it passed, corpses piled up while blood sprayed into the surroundings. No one could stop it because it was too swift, and terrifying. Even true saints would instantly perish on the spot as soon as they approached it. A single person? How could this be possible? Suddenly, someone exclaimed with shock and disbelief. It was also at this moment that everyone's divine sense and gazes were finally able to see clearly. It was a figure. She was slender, delicate, and was suffused by a strand of darkness that seemed like eternal night as she walked over. Everywhere she passed was covered by the veil of night as she strode forward. Even the sky was devoid of light, and it was like day had fallen into night. All the enemies that obstructed her path had transformed into piles of corpses beneath her feet. Blood sprayed and converged like a waterfall. Bones piled up like mountains. It was like a world-shocking scene of purgatory. Her arrival had also brought death with her, leaving behind mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Anyone who witnessed such a scene would feel a chill run down their spine as if they had fallen into an icy pit, and they would be unable to believe their eyes. A straight and bloody path extended from the moment her figure appeared all the way behind her as she approached the city of the Tao Protectors. The 9-layered Saint Path restriction formation was easily broken through like a decoration. So what if there was an army of tens of thousands? Anyone who obstructed her would be left lying dead on the ground. Who is she? How is this possible? A supreme saint of the 8 regions cried out in shock and fury, and he didn't dare believe his eyes. A single person was unstoppable, and she had forcefully crushed a bloody path through the army of the 8 regions. Who would dare believe this? Is it her? Zhao Jingshuan's eyes opened wide the moment she saw the slender figure bathed in the darkness. She felt a sense of déjà vu. It's not Big Brother. Alu cried out. It's no different from Big Brother's arrival, even if it's not him. The old toad grinned with excitement on his face, and he almost danced with joy. Even he hadn't expected that she would appear here at this moment. She was like a ray of light that tore through the dense fog and brought dawn. So powerful. Xiaohao was shocked. He could tell at a glance that the newcomer was extraordinarily powerful. At this moment, all the supreme saints of the ancient desolation realm widened their eyes as if they had seen a deity descending from the sky. Boom, wherever her figure passed, she brought darkness and death with her. Wherever she passed, the sky and earth trembled, and the enemy's corpses piled up on the ground, turning into piles of blood. For the allied army of the 8 regions, such a mysterious woman was like the grim reaper from hell, and all she brought was death. Their formation was in complete chaos. Screams, and wails rang out incessantly. Even though they were extremely far away, countless experts of the 8 regions were trembling in fear, and their hearts turned cold. As a result, what was supposed to be an all-out attack on the city was completely disrupted at this moment. Kill. Finally, a supreme saint of the 8 regions couldn't hold back anymore. He teleported through the void and charged forward. Boom, it was a sage-like old man in a red robe. As soon as he attacked, he took out a silver ancient sword and slashed across the sky. The sword intent was shocking. Obviously, he knew that the newcomer was not friendly, so he didn't hold back at all. The slender figure didn't stop. She continued moving forward as if she didn't feel anything. From the beginning to the end, she was extremely calm and composed. It gave people the feeling that she didn't have any emotions. When the sword approached her, she merely raised her right arm, and from within her black sleeve, a jade white hand that was lustrous like the fat of sheep and was so perfect that it was practically flawless was revealed. Every finger was like the most outstanding work of the Creator, giving people a sense of extreme beauty. This slender hand merely squeezed the air lightly, and the murderous sword chi suddenly exploded, causing a rain of light to scatter in all directions. Then, she pressed a finger in the air. Boom, the sword-wielding elder didn't even have time to react before his body exploded in the void as if it had been ruthlessly pressed by the hand of the heavens. He didn't even have the time to scream before he died. On the other hand, as far as everyone was concerned, killing such a peerless saint was actually as easy as swatting a fly, and it gave them a feeling of overturning their vision and shock. How terrifying! The supreme saints of the 8 regions were all shocked, and their minds were shaken. At this instant, the entire battlefield became strangely deathly silent, and the atmosphere became oppressive to the point it was practically suffocating. Countless gazes and countless divine senses fell on the figure bathed in the darkness of the eternal night. In the direction she was heading, all the enemies seemed to have opened up a path at the same time, as if they were avoiding ghosts and gods. It's her. At this moment, Xianxia was finally sure who the newcomer was. After not seeing her for so many years, the other party's temperament, aura, and even her figure had changed drastically. So much so that when she saw her for the first time, she almost thought that she had mistaken her for someone else. It looks like she's even more powerful than Big Brother now, Alu muttered to himself in a daze. It's not just now. Big Brother didn't seem to be more powerful than her in the past. The old toad sighed. After not seeing her for so many years, the girl who was so beautiful that even the heavens and earth dimmed had become more and more mysterious and terrifying. Friend, who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Suddenly, a supreme saint spoke. It was a man in a golden robe. His eyes were sharp. He didn't sense the aura of the ancient desolation region from the woman who was bathed in darkness. In other words, the other party didn't have an ancient desolation token. There was no response. She bathed in the darkness and continued to move forward. Her footsteps never stopped, and she didn't say a word. Silent, calm, and composed, she walked alone. Behind her was a bloody path, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood as the background. The man in the golden robe's face was gloomy. If it were any other time, he would have attacked her. But after witnessing the unimaginable bloody scene in front of him, he didn't dare to act rashly. Luckily, according to his observation, as long as they didn't block her way, she wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Everyone, stay away and let her pass. The man in the golden robe quickly told the others. The supreme saints surrounding the city also noticed that as long as they didn't block her way, the woman bathed in the darkness wouldn't even look at them, let alone attack them. She completely ignored them. Brother Xiaohao, get out of the way. All of a sudden, the old toad's expression changed as he realized something. He quickly grabbed Xiaohao's sleeve and dodged to the side. Xiaohao was bewildered, and he was slightly surprised and bewildered. Could it be that this mysterious woman didn't come to rescue us? It was also at this moment that the woman, who was bathed in the darkness of the eternal night, stopped on the city wall. The atmosphere was extremely silent. The huge city and the huge battlefield were as silent as a graveyard. Her figure became the focus of everyone's attention. His aura is here, but where is he? A clear, clean, and pleasant murmur arose, like the tinkling of nature, drifting over the smoke-filled city wall. It's the new year. Let summer solstice come out for some fresh air. There was a hint of disappointment in her voice. She stood on top of the city wall, bathed in the darkness of the eternal night. Her slender figure seemed to be isolated from the world, attracting countless gazes. But she ignored them all. Because the person she was looking for wasn't here. Just like what she had said years ago, my world is very small, so small that it can only accommodate you. But at this moment, the top sages of the 8 regions couldn't stay calm, and their expressions changed. Who was he? But they were sure that this mysterious and terrifying woman was here to find someone, not to save the people of the realm of ancient desolation. As for Old Toad, Xianxia, and the others, they all sighed inwardly. So many years had passed, but she was still the same. She had never changed. She only cared about one person, and nothing in this world could attract her attention. Miss, who are you looking for? There's no one in the realm of ancient desolation that I don't know. Xiaohao suddenly said in a gentle voice. Before, the situation was urgent and the city of Dao protectors was about to fall, and they were ready to fight to the death. But everything changed after the arrival of this mysterious woman. Even the 9-level St. Dao restriction formation that surrounded an area of 1,500 kilometers outside the city was easily torn open by her. Even the vast allied army of the 8 regions couldn't stop her. She left a bloody path in the world, and mountains of corpses and seas of blood were piled up. Even a top sage was crushed to death by her finger. They didn't even have the strength to struggle. It was unbelievable. But at the same time, because of her arrival, the huge battlefield fell into a stalemate, and the atmosphere was eerily silent. Imperceptibly, it gave the people of the realm of ancient desolation a chance to breathe. Hearing Xiaohao's words, people like Ruo Wu, against the heaven, and Yichen couldn't help but be curious. Right, she came here in the eternal night alone. Who was she looking for? It was silent. She, who was bathed in the eternal night, didn't pay attention to anyone, as if she hadn't noticed anything. After standing in silence for a while, she raised her head slightly and looked at the sky, as if she was looking for something. In the end, she turned around and walked away from the city wall. It seemed that if she didn't find the person she was looking for, the people in this city and everything in this world didn't matter anymore. Xiaohao and the others tensed up. All the experts in the 8 Territory Alliance army were shocked. This unbelievably powerful woman was not here to help the ancient Desolation realm. Move aside, make way for this lady. The golden-robed man with sharp eyes shouted and gave the order. Anyone could tell that with this woman here, she was simply an unrivaled existence. She was too terrifying and frightening. If he could make her disappear quickly, that would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Instantly, many experts from the realm of ancient desolation paled. Even Zhao Jingxian couldn't sit still and said, "Xia Ji, I know you are here for Lin Sun, but he is not here now." Lin Sun, it was just 2 words, but it seemed to have a strange magical power. It made her, who was about to turn and leave, suddenly stop in her tracks. It was just a simple action, but it made all the experts of the 8 Territories Coalition army tense up, and their expressions changed dramatically. Did this woman come for Lin Sun, who in the entire 9 regions battlefield didn't know Lin Sun's name? However, no one had expected that such a mysterious and terrifying woman would have something to do with Lin Sun, because in the past 2 years, no one knew the existence of this mysterious woman at all. She seemed to have appeared out of thin air. At this time, Xiaohao and the others finally realized that she was here for Lin Sun. For a moment, they were all shocked. Before, they didn't know that there was such an incredibly powerful woman beside Lin Sun. I know. Xia Ji didn't look back. This time, she had already captured all the aura about Lin Sun. Unfortunately, it was only the aura. He wasn't here. Therefore, she planned to leave. But what you don't know is that this city was built by Lin Sun with all his efforts. There are a lot of his friends in this city. If this city falls, do you think he will have a good time when he comes back? Zhao Jingxian took a deep breath and said seriously. Also, look at all the people outside the city. They are enemies of the 8 realms. Perhaps they don't matter to you, but in the past 2 years, they have tried to kill Lin Sun more than once. They even treat Lin Sun as their #1 enemy. At the moment, only Xia Ji could save the current situation, so Zhao Jingxian could only do everything she could to keep her. She knew Xia Ji too well. This mysterious girl never cared about anything except Lin Sun. Xia Ji was silent. And the faces of the 8 regions coalition army changed, thinking that this was bad. Xia Ji, look. Suddenly, Old Toad stood up and pointed at Zhao Jingxian, saying, "She is Big Brother's woman. If she dies, Big Brother will definitely be heartbroken and use this method to keep you here. You can call me despicable, but I admit it." But, speaking of this, Old Toad's eyes turned red, but Big Brother has risked his life for the past 2 years and put in so much effort to fight for a chance to win. If he loses like this, it will be a pity. His words made everyone clench their fists. Yes. If the city fell this time, the realm of ancient desolation would be finished. Zhao Jingxian sighed inwardly, but she also knew that Old Toad was doing this to keep Xia Ji. She didn't mind it, but she was worried. Sure enough, at that moment, Xia Ji turned around and looked at Zhao Jingxian. Her clear and calm eyes made Zhao Jingxian uncomfortable. After a while, Xia Ji withdrew her gaze, her voice still as calm as before. Without my permission, nothing counts. Everyone's eyes were a little strange. Zhao Jingxian wasn't annoyed. Instead, she felt that this was the Xia Ji she knew. "Miss, if you want to leave, please leave now," the golden-robed man said in a low voice, feeling that something was wrong. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to the other top sages, "Get ready. As long as this girl chooses to stay, attack with all your strength. At the same time, arrange for the others to attack the city with all their strength. The array has been broken. As long as the army rushes in, the outcome will be determined." The top sages of the 8 regions' eyes flashed and they agreed. Right at this moment, Xia Ji turned around, and a bone spear silently appeared in her fair right hand. Strands of starlight lingered on it. The expressions of the golden-robed man and the others changed drastically. On the huge battlefield, countless experts from the 8 regions also stiffened. Zhao Jingxian, Old Toad, Alu, Xiaohao and the others were relieved and grateful. I just don't want to disappoint him. The girl's slender figure stood in the void, surrounded by the dark light of the eternal night. She held the white bone spear in her hand. Although she was alone, she had the aura of overlooking the heavens. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward. Between heaven and earth, the sky was as bright as night. An invisible killing intent spread from her figure and spread in all directions. For a moment, a terrifying bloody phenomenon appeared in the void. Countless corpses piled up and blood spread. It was as if purgatory had been stepped under her feet. Attack! The golden-robed man's expression changed drastically, and he gave the order without hesitation. The dozens of top sages who had been waiting for a long time locked their auras on Xianxia and attacked. Boom, the world was turned upside down, and the sun and moon lost their light. Dazzling sage treasures, surging dermic powers, and terrifying sage nomological powers intertwined and engulfed Xianxia in an overwhelming manner. The expressions of Xiaohao, Old Toad, and the others changed drastically. But when they were about to attack, they saw an unbelievable scene. Xianxia raised the white bone spear in her hand. It was an inconspicuous movement, but it attracted the dark power of the eternal night and gathered it. She took a step forward, accompanied by eternal night. All the attacks that came from all directions were like bubbles that couldn't withstand a single blow. Before they could even get close, they would explode and dissipate into the void. Clang, she suddenly stepped forward and flashed in the air. The white bone spear produced a cold hum, like the murmur of the Grim Reaper. A top sage was directly pierced through, and his body disintegrated in the eternal night and turned into ashes. This. How terrifying. The golden-robed man and the others felt their scalps go numb, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Earlier, Xianxia had come from afar alone. Everywhere she went, there was blood and death. From the beginning to the end, she did not use any weapons. Originally, this was already terrifying enough, making one feel like their guts were being torn apart. But now, when Xianxia attacked with the white bone spear, the top sages realized that they had underestimated the power of this mysterious woman. Poof, soon, another top sage was pierced through, and blood splattered in the sky. Xianxia walked in the air, like the ruler of the eternal night, and began a massacre. She did not waste any time, nor did she hesitate. She was so calm that it was frightening. The white bone spear was surrounded by starlight. It flew in the eternal night, and there was nothing it could not destroy. Wherever it pointed, there would be top sages killed. In the blink of an eye, 5 top sages died tragically. All of them were killed with a single blow. As long as they were targeted, they could not dodge or resist. In the distance, the allied forces of the 8 territories felt their hearts go cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. On the city wall, Xiaohao, Zhao Jingxian, and the others also gasped. They could not believe their eyes. To them, Lin Sun's combat power was already heaven-defying and could not be measured by common sense. But compared to him, Xianxia was undoubtedly heaven-defying and even more terrifying. Her movements were simple and straightforward, but she was invincible. She killed top sages as if she was tearing them apart. It was an absolute suppression. From the beginning to the end, she had not met a single opponent. Someone, stop her. The golden-robed man's eyes were bloodshot. Xianxia's power frightened him, and he had to mobilize all the top sages on the battlefield to attack together. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in all directions, the top sages of the other 8 territories, who were attacking the city in different areas, realized that something was wrong and came together. End of chapter 1616. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.